My name is Xu Duoduo. It was the summer of 1958 in Beijing's Nanluoguxiang, inside a traditional Siheyuan Courtyard house. In the eastern wing room of the front courtyard, Xu Duoduo sat on the doorstep, staring blankly at two trees before him. The tree on the right had been planted by his father, old Xu, a few years ago. So had the one on the left. A middle-aged office worker in his 50s, who had finally saved enough money to retire comfortably in modern times, had somehow ended up reincarnated into a young man with the same name and fate. This should be a huge win, right? Not just a win more like Qin Shi Huang, touching an electric wire winning beyond imagination. But after absorbing the original host's memories, Xu Duoduo found himself utterly confused. This entire courtyard was a classic three-courtyard Beijing-style Siheyuan, once the residence of a high-ranking official from the previous dynasty. After liberation, it had become people's property. The front courtyard consisted of the main gate, side rooms, inverted seat houses, east and west wing rooms, and a central hanging flower gate. Across the way in the west wing room lived an elementary school teacher named Yin, Buggui glasses perched on his nose, known throughout the compound for being stingy and always looking for an edge. There were also the eastern and western ear rooms, the hall room, and southern inverted seat buildings. Altogether, 6 families lived in the front courtyard. Beyond the hall room was the central courtyard. That area housed 8 families, including Yuzhu and his sister, Yi Zhonghai and his wife, Jia Dongxiu and his mother. To the west, past the winding corridor, lay the back courtyard. Made up of back-facing rooms, it was home to the deaf old lady, Su Demao, Lu Haizhong, and 7 other households. In total, 22 families, over 100 people lived within this compound. Just the neighbors alone made Xu Duoduo's scalp tingle. And that wasn't even counting his older sister-in-law, who was lazy and useless, or his second sister-in-law, who was greedy and cheap. Life in the front courtyard was already chaotic, and the neighbors certainly weren't saints either. That's why Xu Duoduo felt so troubled. How was he supposed to survive all this? As Lu Sun once said, "When you're here, make the best of it." Back in 1958, Su Demao was still single, Yin Jiti was only 3 or 4 years old, and Qin Huairu hadn't married yet. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu were still getting beaten by his second master nearly every day. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai couldn't have children, had already begun scouting for someone to take care of him in old age. Big Fool Du Zhu was among the candidates. Being reborn was great in itself, but in a time of poverty and internal conflict, Xu Duoduo couldn't help but feel deeply uncertain about his future. As he sat there lost in thought, outside Yin Bugui's door, Yin Dama whispered to her eldest son Yin Zhecheng, "You'd better stay away from the kids from old Zhus family. Look at Xu Duo, came back from the army just a few days ago, and now he sits around like a zombie. Must gone crazy during service." 17-year-old Yin Zhecheng nodded solemnly, casting a look toward Xu Duoduo, filled with disdain. Just then, Yuzhu entered through the main gate, holding a lunchbox in hand. Seeing Xu Duoduo's vacant expression, he teased, "Hey Duoduo, are you thinking about women again? Duoduo, your sister. Go play with yourself over there." Xu Duoduo scowled instantly, gave him a sharp slap on the back of the head, then turned and stormed back inside, slamming the door shut behind him. Duoduo was his nickname. When he first took over this life, he learned from the original Buddhist memories that everyone called him that. It made him speechless, not because the name was bad, but because his ex-girlfriend from his past life had a female teddy named Duoduo. Truthfully, the name itself wasn't offensive. But given that he had spent 5 years living with that girlfriend only to later discover she was already married and never divorced her husband, it brought back bitter memories. He had been the real third wheel, unknowingly caught in her marriage. That revelation had disgusted him so much that he hated the name ever since. Big Fool Zhu stood there, puzzled by the sudden outburst, but didn't dwell on it. Back in his room, Xu Duoduo resumed his days until his niece came to call him for dinner. The Xu family had 3 rooms in total. The eastern wing had 2, and the hall room counted as 1. As the eldest brother, Xu Nian had 2 children, making a family of 4 living in the hall room. His younger brother Xu Shijun, currently with only 1 son, occupied 1/2 of the eastern wing room, which had been partitioned into front and back sections. The front section served as the kitchen and dining area. The other half of the eastern wing room was also divided. It housed old Xu and his wife, along with Xu Duoduo and his younger sister Xu Wumei. At dinner, the family sat together, the 3 little ones chattering noisily, which kept things lively. The meal was purely vegetarian: pumpkin slices, eggplant, and Shanghai green vegetables seasoned only with oil and salt. The staple food was steamed buns and cornmeal dumplings. Compared to the Yin family across the courtyard, their meal was actually quite decent. But Xu Duoduo had no appetite. He barely touched his food before retreating to his room. Knowing that speaking too much could lead to mistakes, he tried to avoid drawing attention. Yet his unusual behavior over the past few days had led old Xu to believe he must have suffered some hardship during his military service. Indeed, Xu Duoduo had returned home just 3 days ago, a discharged soldier, now resting at home before finding work. The contrast between his former comfortable retirement life in the modern world and this impoverished, resource-starved 1950s setting was jarring. Used to a colorful, complex reality, suddenly thrown into a black and white world as pure as blank paper, how could anyone not feel disoriented? In the small partitioned room of the eastern wing, Xu Duoduo lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, still deep in thought. Outside in the dining area, the door suddenly swung open. A man stepped in. It was Hu Jimin, old Zu's co-worker from the steel rolling factory. Though only 50, his hair was already completely white. He walked straight in and shouted, "Old Xu, do you want a wife or not?" "Spit take." Everyone eating immediately froze, expressions changing. Yi Zhonghai's face darkened with anger. She snorted coldly, glaring at Hu Jimin. The two daughters-in-law looked furious, too, but more amused than anything else, watching the drama unfold. "Old Hu, don't talk nonsense like that. Your old Saozi madam is sitting right here." Before old Xu could finish, Yi Zhonghai cut in sharply. "So am I in the way of you taking a concubine? Then he'll just leave." After enjoying the spectacle, Hu Jimin finally coughed awkwardly and explained that he meant to introduce a potential bride for old Zu's third son. Xu Duoduo, that had simply misspoken. Hearing that, Yi Zhonghai's mood changed entirely. She gestured for Hu Jimin to sit down and have water. "Tell me more," she said eagerly. "Who's the girl's family? What's her name? Is she big-hipped enough for you?" Chapter 2. Qin Huiru, the jade rabbit has fallen, and the golden crow rises in the east. Upon awakening in the morning, he instinctively reached for his glasses and phone, only to find emptiness. As he opened his eyes, the world around him was vividly clear, no longer blurred. A floral cloth hung in the center of the room, dividing it in two, with his sister's bed directly opposite. Outside, the sky remained a muted gray, enveloped in a serene silence, with the air remarkably fresh. After many years, he relished the sensation of this youthful body, his heart brimming with joy. In his previous life, he had toiled tirelessly to accumulate wealth for a comfortable retirement, resulting in a body that had long since succumbed to excess, with severe myopia and astigmatism, a receding hairline, and always opting out of group hikes. Oh, the past was indeed difficult to recall. He was not the earliest riser. His mother, Yi Zhonghai, along with his younger sister and sister-in-law, were already in the adjoining room preparing breakfast. As he entered, he was met with astonished gazes from everyone. After the initial surprise, Yi Zhonghai smiled and said, "Just a little longer and breakfast will be ready." "Duoduo, sit here. I need to discuss something with you." "Duoduo again." He grumbled inwardly but did not take a seat. Instead, he crouched down. "Last night, your father's co-worker, Lao Hu, proposed a marriage for you. The girl is a worker at the flower factory, reputed to be quite attractive, healthy, and nimble." "An arranged marriage?" Su Nyin was taken aback, continuing to listen with a fa of composure, yet the more he heard, the more out of place it felt. Such a wonderful girl, how could she possibly be without suitors? Surely, the threshold of her home must be worn thin by eager matchmakers. In a while, she will come to our house to meet you, to see if there is mutual attraction. What do you think? Well, let us meet her then. Being new to this life, he refrained from voicing any objections. Much to his mother's delight, his sister-in-law and younger sister also wore smiles of approval. After all, the eldest and youngest sons were of an age to marry. If today's girl does not work out, his sister-in-law promised to introduce another one whom he would surely like. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Yi Zhonghai shot a disapproving glance at the second sister-in-law and advised Su Nyin, "Duoduo, don't be too picky. You're almost 25. If you don't marry soon, you'll be an old bachelor." Her subsequent reminders were warm, yet fell on deaf ears. After all, he was born on December 21st, 1937, making him barely 20 years old, not yet 21. How had he suddenly become 25? At that moment, his sister-in-law chimed in, echoing the sentiment for him to marry quickly. Wasn't she the one who loved to pinch pennies? Why was she so eager to help? After enduring their incessant chatter for a while, Su Nyin found himself compelled to make a hasty retreat from the kitchen. His ears buzzed. Perhaps it was best to seek some tranquility outside. The morning alley was not crowded, yet not entirely empty either. He dared not wander too far, fearing he might miss breakfast. After meandering nearby for a while, he decided to return, thinking breakfast would be nearly ready. However, as he passed an alleyway, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Was it a robbery? Were thieves already operating this early? Could it be due to the economic recovery? In a state of confusion, he followed the source of the sound. Inside a dilapidated, abandoned house, two youths were entangled with a woman. At that moment, the woman appeared disheveled, her hair unkempt, her face pale with terror as she cried out helplessly. Ultimately, her strength was no match for the two young men. Witnessing the scene, Sun Yan could no longer hesitate. He rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of the assailants flying, followed by two punches to the back of the other youth. Caught off guard, and with no intention of holding back, the two young men were clearly no match for Sun Yan. Once their fighting spirit was subdued, they realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. As they suffered under Sun Yan's relentless strikes, they shrieked in pain. Fearful, they seized an opportunity and fled, knowing that if they lingered any longer, their lives could very well be forfeit. After driving the two youths away, Sun Yan turned his attention to the woman. She was huddled in a corner, clutching her bag tightly, her eyes filled with fear as she gazed at him. Beneath her tattered clothing, a glimpse of her fair skin was exposed, though she seemed oblivious to it. "Are you all right? Quickly, put your clothes back on," Sun Yan said with a frown. He could not see her face clearly, yet something about her seemed familiar. Though tempted, particularly given his youthful body that had yet to experience intimacy, his mature mindset allowed him to suppress his impulses. Just as the woman gasped in embarrassment and pulled her clothing to cover herself, he finally discerned her features. Qin Huairu. Goodness. The invincible vampire heroine from the courtyard? No. What he saw was a youthful version of Qin Huairu, not the mother of three he had heard about. While he pondered this revelation, Qin Huairu began to weep. Her torn clothing offered little protection. It was summer, and everyone wore short sleeves. There were no spare clothes to lend her. A glance around made Sun Yan grasp the situation. Yet, there were no other garments available. Only his short-sleeved shirt remained. The dilemma was whether to assist her. "Why don't you wait here for a moment? I'll go get a shirt for you," he suggested after some deliberation. After all, returning to the courtyard without a shirt or donning Qin Huairu's tattered clothes would undoubtedly create a scandal he wished to avoid. No. Qin Huairu's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. She felt both wary and a hint of gratitude towards this unfamiliar man. Her trust mingled with confusion. Like a drowning person clinging to a life raft, she was reluctant to let go. If she were to step outside in her current state, how could she face anyone? Moreover, she was supposed to go on a blind date. How could she possibly marry and live in the city under such circumstances? If he left, what if someone else came here? The thought terrified her. "What should we do? Where is your home? Perhaps I could escort you back?" Sun Yan suggested, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The fabric of his short-sleeved shirt from the 1950s was ample, unlike the thin materials of later years. In contrast to the alabaster skin she had just displayed, it was hardly a matter of concern in later times. However, during this era, a mere glimpse below the neck was utterly unacceptable, and reputation bore immense significance. It is indeed a challenge to be virtuous. Qin Huairu lowered her head, her heart in turmoil, utterly uncertain of how to proceed. Her family resided in the countryside. How could she articulate her predicament? Ultimately, after many years of contemplation before her departure, she finally spoke her mind candidly. Arranged marriage? Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's expression grew peculiar. After all, he was on the verge of his own matchmaking, and it was likely that the prospective bride was already en route to his home. In comparison to the unknown lady, it seemed that Qin Huairu was far more suitable. Yet, he was merely 21, yet to relish the joys of life. And now he was to tread towards the grave of matrimony? Perhaps it was best to take each step as it came. I am acquainted with Jia Dongxiu. His residence is in the central courtyard, while I dwell in the front yard, quite close indeed. Come, let me escort you home. What a coincidence. Qin Huairu, with traces of tears upon her cheeks, looked up, her expression a blend of astonishment and innocence. Almost immediately, she averted her gaze, a rosy hue blossoming upon her fair cheeks, and she gently nodded in acquiescence. Thus, the two returned to the courtyard, and just before entering the front yard, they encountered an exceedingly beautiful young woman. Chapter 3. Kings facing each other in the courtyard of the Su family. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Qin Huairu, now clad in a long-sleeved blouse, stood bashfully behind Sun Yan. The blouse, belonging to Sun Yan's second sister-in-law, fit her snugly, while the second sister-in-law was of average build. Qin Huairu's slender figure nearly strained the fabric to its limits. The envy was palpable in the glances exchanged by Su Nian's elder and second sisters-in-law. With a displeased expression, Hu Jiming cast a sidelong glance at Qin Huairu before directing a glare at Su Nian and Old Su. Old Su, your third son is indeed a fortunate fellow, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, before turning to Lu Wanxiu, apologetically suggesting, Xiao Qiu, I owe you an apology. Shall we head back? Lu Wanxiu was the young woman from the flour mill who had come to meet Su Nian today. After a brief visit to the restroom, she returned only to encounter the seemingly amorous pair of Su Nian and Qin Huairu. She had offered a polite nod in greeting, aware that if her matchmaking went well, she would likely reside in this courtyard in the future, necessitating amiable relations with the neighbors. Thus, she was merely forging a friendly connection in advance. However, she had not anticipated that her suitor would be none other than Su Nian, a strikingly handsome young man who met her standards for a partner. Hearing Hu Jiming's words, Lu Wanxiu fixed her gaze on Su Nian and boldly inquired, if you already have a partner, why are you still here for matchmaking? Unwilling to concede without a fight, she felt the need to retort, unable to swallow her indignation. Su Nian, equally troubled by the social awkwardness of the moment, felt as if he could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment from his embarrassment. This is merely a misunderstanding, he began, remaining calm despite the impoliteness of the remark directed at him. Allow me to clarify, I do not have a girlfriend. This morning, while jogging, I happened upon her being robbed and intervened out of a sense of justice. During the scuffle, her clothing was accidentally torn. With nowhere else to go, I simply brought her back. This is my explanation, and I express my sincere apologies for this misunderstanding, he concluded. Behind him, Qin Huairu's expression shifted subtly, yet she remained silent. The gazes of Lu Wanxiu and Hu Jiming flickered between Qin Huairu and Su Nian, their skepticism towards Su Nian's explanation evident. Perhaps it was merely the fickleness of men. After all, Su Nian was not lacking in desirable traits, and it seemed he had simply been caught in an unfortunate circumstance. Suddenly, Lu Wanxiu turned her attention to Qin Huairu and inquired, I wish to know where you are from, where you work, and why I have lost to you. To be candid, both women possessed commendable attributes, radiant appearances, and ample figures, which, while not the ultimate advantages, certainly did not detract from their appeal. Upon hearing the question, Qin Huairu's complexion paled. Biting her lip, she ultimately confessed, I am Qin Huairu from Qinjiago and Fangshan. As for where I work, she faltered, unable to provide an answer. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly eerie. Zhou Hongmei and the other members of the Su family wore expressions of discontent, their faces darkening. Why was this so? If Su Nian were to marry Qin Huairu, the Su family would gain another mouth to feed without any contribution. The Su family situation was already precarious. Once Su Nian returned and the street office arranged for his employment, their grain allocation would increase, providing them with a bit more leeway. According to their plans, securing a city girl for Su Nian would elevate the Su family's status further. However, marrying a rural girl like Qin Huairu would likely diminish their quality of life. The stark contrast between gain and loss was something no one could accept. Thus, it was no surprise that the Su family members wore such sour expressions. Hu Jiming and his wife also smiled, while Lu Wanxiu merely scoffed. She felt an overwhelming disappointment towards Su Nian's foolishness and his shallow pursuit of mere physical attraction. Fortunately, we didn't go on a blind date. Otherwise, I would never have fathomed your level of stupidity. A country girl wanting to marry into the city for better grain? How naive can you be? Yesterday, I heard Uncle Hu praise you as an exemplary retired officer, soon to secure a good job. I thought you were wise, but how wrong I was. With a disdainful click of her tongue, Lu Wanxiu shook her head and departed in disappointment. Qin Huairu's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed, her enticing lips biting down to draw blood, clearly shaken. Yet soon, her mind fixated on Lu Wanxiu's final remarks, retired officer and good job. Merely these two attributes could overshadow the previously introduced Jia Dongxiu. The matchmaker had mentioned that Jia Dongxiu was a first-class machinist earning 32 yuan a month. However, he had an elderly mother to support, meaning he would be the sole provider for his entire family if Qin Huairu were included. Su Nian was different. As an officer, he would naturally receive allowances and likely had saved a considerable sum. Once he secured employment, his income would undoubtedly surpass that of Jia Dongxiu. It was evident that Su family's lifestyle would be far superior to that of the Jia family, with the added benefit of familial support among parents and siblings. However, at present, she felt utterly unreachable. Not only did the Su family harbor a poor impression of her, but their displeasure was palpable. Simultaneously, Sun Yan's demeanor towards her was as cold as that of a stranger. What could she do? Sun Yan felt helpless yet refrained from calling Lu Wanqiu back. They were, after all, strangers, and misunderstandings had already arisen, despite his attempts to clarify. If she did not believe him, could he forcibly convince her otherwise? Even if he desired her physically, he would not stoop so low. Hu Jiming and his wife sighed, casting a disappointed glance at Sun Yan before departing. It was unclear whether they lamented the loss of a promising match or mourned the impending loss of the matchmaking reward they had anticipated. In this era, the monetary gifts for matchmakers are not abundant. Typically, they range from 5 to 8 yuan, or occasionally, a couple of jin of meat. Nevertheless, there remains a considerable number of dedicated matchmakers. After all, securing 4 or 5 successful matches in a month can yield a substantial income. Particularly during the months leading up to and following the new year, matchmakers find themselves tirelessly on the move. Outside the home of Old Su, the neighbors from the quadrangle are engaged in idle chatter in the small courtyard. It is early in the morning, and one wonders where they find the time. Do they not need to prepare breakfast for their children? Yet, it is evident that the allure of gossip far surpasses the mundane chore of cooking. The neighbors were also unaware that Su Moon Yan, who had just returned a few days prior, had brought back such a stunning girl. Moreover, the other girl he had met for a potential match was equally beautiful. A perfect pairing indeed. Suddenly, Jia Dongxiu emerged from the hallway, eager to join the lively conversation. Upon hearing the neighbors mention that Su Moon Yan's girlfriend was Qin Huairu, he momentarily froze. Stealing another glance at the Su household, he found himself completely immobilized, struck by astonishment. Chapter 4. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? A few days prior, when the matchmaker proposed a union, Jia Dongxiu had caught a glimpse of Qin Huairu's photograph. Though it depicted a youthful girl in black and white, it was evident that the real-life version was far more enchanting. However, the girl who was supposed to be his potential match now stood years behind him. How could this be? Enraged, Jia Dongxiu stormed into the home of the Zus. Sun Yan, I curse your lineage. One of life's 3 unpardonable grievances is the betrayal of a beloved. Though Qin Huairu had yet to become his wife, Jia Dongxiu could not endure this affront. Inside the house, upon witnessing Jia Dongxiu's abrupt entrance, Zhou Hongmei and the others gasped in astonishment. Sun Yan reacted swiftly, delivering a decisive strike that sent Jia Dongxiu crashing to the ground. Though a skilled worker, his strength paled in comparison to that of a veteran soldier. Bang! As Jia Dongxiu lay sprawled on the floor, neighbors at the door widened their eyes, joining the startled reactions of the household, including Lao Su, Zhou Hongmei, and Su Danian. Sun Yan disdainfully remarked to the fallen Jia Dongxiu, if you intend to throw a tantrum, do so outside. This is my home, not yours. From the moment he rescued Qin Huairu earlier that day, Sun Yan understood that some matters were unavoidable. Indeed, trouble was incessant. Nevertheless, he was prepared to bear the consequences. After all, returning to the courtyard, he had been yearning for an opportunity to establish his authority. A target for his wrath had conveniently presented itself in the form of Jia Dongxiu, and he would face no repercussions for striking him. Just as he contemplated further action, neighbors, including the elder gentleman at the door, began to shout, Dongxiu, stop this at once. Are you seeking death by challenging someone you cannot defeat? Held back by the neighbors, Jia Dongxiu huffed like a bull, glaring menacingly at Sun Yan, his mouth spewing profanities without pause. Had it not been for the neighbors intervening, Sun Yan would have surely delivered a lesson in humility. Meanwhile, in the Jia household, Jia Zhangshi was preparing to wash clothes when a meddlesome neighbor interrupted. Aunt Jia, your son Dongxiu is in the front yard, nearly being beaten to death by Sun Yan. You must come quickly. What? The wooden basin slipped from Jia Zhangshi's hands, scattering clothes across the floor. With a piercing scream, she dashed outside. Upon reaching the front of the Su residence and parting the crowd, she beheld her son, one side of his face swollen grotesquely. In that instant, the world spun, and she erupted into a wailing fit. Who struck my son? You heartless fiends! How can you be so cruel? We are but a widow and her orphan. Neighbors attempted to soothe Jia Zhangshi, but she was unyielding. Although Zhou Hongmei disapproved of her third son's defense of Qin Huairu, she could not stand idly by while Sun Yan faced injustice. However, before she could act, Sun Yan stepped forward. Silence! He bellowed, and the room fell eerily quiet. Having served in the military for many years, Sun Yan had faced foes and bore a fierce aura capable of intimidating the average person. Listen up, This is the Xu family, not a place for your antics. Leave at once. I will not depart. Qin Huairu is my betrothed. How dare you covet my fiancée? I shall end you. Jia Dongxiu, consumed by rage, appeared almost deranged. Neighbors craned their necks, peering through windows and doorways, unwilling to miss the unfolding spectacle. As for work, that could wait until the drama concluded. The Xu family, too, was in a frenzy, their disdain for Qin Huairu intensifying. Zhou Hongmei hastily grasped Su Nian's arm, urging him to endure the situation. Yet Su Nian was no coward. With Jia Dongxiu having come to confront him, how could he simply let this slide? You claim she is your fiancée, Su Nian. Calming his mother, Zhou Hongmei let out a cold laugh and urged Qin Huairu to speak. The latter, sensing the gravity of the situation, realized she needed to distance herself quickly. After the commotion, her disappointment in Jia Dongxiu deepened, and any lingering guilt dissipated entirely. You speak nonsense. I do not know you. I merely heard from a matchmaker that I was to meet someone named Jia Dongxiu. I have yet to see him. I am Jia Dongxiu. I am the one you are to meet, not Su Nian, this beast. In a fit of agitation, Jia Dongxiu received a resounding slap from Su Nian, leaving him looking quite the spectacle. Have I ever acted beastly towards anyone? How dare you slander me? The crowd gasped as Jia's family, realizing the turn of events, prepared to retaliate against Su Nian. Yet he swiftly kicked one aside, preventing them from approaching him. The neighbors, exhilarated, witnessed Su Nian's formidable prowess. Jia Dongxiu, you and your mother truly deserve a reckoning. One seeks to defame me while the other attempts to strike me. Do you think you are worthy? With another derisive laugh, Su Nian continued, Qin Huairu is not your fiancée. She has no ties to me. Are you satisfied now? Jia Dongxiu, supporting his mother, retorted angrily, you lie. How can she have no connection to your family? You two must have conspired. The neighbors murmured in disbelief, while the three elders remained silent, observing the scene with cold detachment. Su Nian, however, chuckled. So, Jia Dongxiu, are you my grandson? You are my grandson. Silence. I have no ungrateful offspring like you. You are no relation of mine. How did you end up in my home? A sharp intake of breath followed, leaving Jia Dongxiu momentarily speechless. Is military service meant to enhance one's eloquence? Not only is your physical prowess commendable, but your verbal skills are equally impressive. The neighbors reveled in the exchange, the women in the crowd feeling enlightened, taking notes for future verbal confrontations. Though you may be physically unattractive, your thoughts are equally base. Jia Dongxiu, if you are so remarkable, why not ascend to the heavens? After delivering the scathing retort, Su Nian finally began to usher everyone away. Everyone, please disperse. It is nearly 7:30. Do none of you have work to attend to? The neighbors heading to work swiftly dispersed in a flurry. Old Su and his two sons hastily gathered their belongings along with a few steamed buns, making a quick exit. If they lingered any longer, they would surely be late for work. In no time, the Su household felt significantly emptier. However, a number of neighbors remained at the entrance, observing until Su Nian cast them a pointed glance, prompting their casual dispersal. Yet, they did not venture far, still keeping a watchful eye from a distance. The spectacle was far from over, and it was indeed thrilling. Yuzhu caught sight of Qin Huairu, her figure and the weight of her burdens captivating him entirely. Inside, Su Nian sat nonchalantly on a small stool, consuming his breakfast with an air of indifference. Zhou Hongmei and the others were at a loss for words, their minds in disarray. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu, oblivious to the concept of propriety, accepted Su Nian's invitation without hesitation and began to munch on the steamed bun. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Hongmei's frustration mounted. If only she were literate, a phrase would undoubtedly spring to her mind. A beautiful woman brings disaster. Chapter 5. The bus and the ticket seller having finished breakfast, Qin Huairu took the initiative to tidy up the dining table without needing any prompting from Zhou Hongmei. Her adeptness in household chores left many in awe, particularly the eldest and second sisters-in-law. While the lazy eldest sister-in-law was a given, the second sister-in-law was rather efficient in her tasks. However, without comparison, there would be no sense of inadequacy. Coming from the countryside, Qin Huairu had been accustomed to domestic work since childhood, and her desire to please the Su family fueled her diligent efforts. Zhou Hongmei pulled Su Nian aside and cautioned, "You must not marry her, otherwise I shall not stand for it." "All right, I will heed your advice, mother," Su Nian replied with a smile. In truth, he found Qin Huairu quite satisfactory. At least she was not as aggressive as Lu Wanqiu. When it came to choosing a wife, aside from her rural background, Qin Huairu was remarkably perfect in every other aspect. Yet, Zhou Hongmei and the others were oblivious to this fact. Humans, by nature, are creatures that seek advantage and shun harm. They tend to focus on the immediate rather than the long term. Despite his satisfaction, Sun Yan was not bound to Qin Huairu alone. After all, he was still young, with countless possibilities ahead of him. Why should he hasten to entomb himself in the grave of marriage? Qin Huairu, I shall escort you later, he offered. At the moment, while washing pots and pans, Qin Huairu froze at his words, her expression dimming. However, she remained silent and did not respond. Zhou Hongmei, on the other hand, promptly interjected with a firm no, drawing everyone's attention in surprise. Duoduo, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I will take her home later. Undoubtedly. His mother intended to limit his interaction with Qin Huairu. This was agreeable to Sun Yan, who welcomed the opportunity for leisure. Strolling outside, he watched his nieces and nephews play, and he felt a profound nostalgia for electronic devices such as phones and computers. Just then, Yin Buggui from across the street stepped out with a fishing basket and rod. Witnessing this, he realized how he could spend his idle time. Thus, he rummaged through his home in search of a fishing rod, only to discover that no such item existed. Duoduo, what are you looking for? Mom, do we have a fishing rod? I want to go fishing, he inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoqian and the other children exclaimed in unison, Third uncle, I want to go fishing too. The eldest and second sisters-in-law quickly reprimanded the children, while Zhou Hongmei stated that there were no fishing rods at home and suggested, if you want to fish, simply make one yourself. Hearing this, Sun Yan felt a surge of realization and smacked his forehead. Of course, if there is no fishing rod, I can make one. He then began to rummage through the house for tools to commence his project, using slender iron nails for hooks. He had no shortage of such materials, as his father was a blacksmith. The three children squatted nearby, watching with keen interest as he worked. In no time, he fashioned the fishing hooks, while the fishing line would have to be purchased at the department store. As for the rod, a thin wooden plank would suffice. Oh, I should also wear gloves to avoid injuring my hands while reeling in the fish. Once prepared, he set off, with Su Shaoqian and the other children eagerly following suit. Though their mother disapproved, it was of no consequence, for their grandmother had given her consent. 9-year-old Su Shaoqian carried a wooden bucket, while 5-year-old Su Xiaoman held the hand of 3.5-year-old Su Weidong, trailing closely behind. In the 1950s, venturing out relied heavily on the number 11 bus. And with no navigational aids to speak of, they were left to ask for directions. Fortunately, Nanluoguxiang was not far from the department store, and after a 20-minute walk, they arrived. It was summer, and the mall was bustling with children. Upon entering, the trio's gaze was instantly drawn to the shelves adorned with white rabbit cream candies. It had been many years since they had indulged in such treats, partly due to their mother not carrying much money that day, and partly because they were already sufficiently spoiled at home. This indulgence had left Su Shaoqian with rather unsightly teeth. Acquiring fishing line was a simple matter. A mere exchange of money sufficed. Aside from the rather lackluster demeanor of the sales staff, no receipts were demanded. In those times, purchases typically required a receipt, but not all items necessitated one. With a clear objective in mind, Su Xiaoyan swiftly procured the fishing line and led the three children away from the department store, boarding the bus that would take them out of the city. The outskirts of the capital were rich in waterways, with the Yongding River, Chaobai River, North Canal, and Juma River among the numerous fishing spots available. The bus was quite rudimentary. Upon boarding, they were halted by the ticket collector, who insisted on selling tickets rather than allowing passengers to simply insert coins or swipe cards, a real inconvenience. Which stop? The ticket collector asked, as if owed a fortune, exuding an air of superiority with a distinctly lackadaisical tone. Guangming, how much? During the early years of the Republic, public transportation across the nation was operated manually. Fares were tiered based on distance, with tickets priced at 3 cents, 5 cents, and 10 cents. Before the bus departed, the ticket collector would fetch tickets from the ticket office, carrying a small bag. The ticket collector before them swiftly extracted a stack of tickets from the bag, which included denominations of 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents, and 20 cents. With practiced ease, they handed over 2 tickets priced at 15 cents, and with a deadpan expression, declared, 30 cents, go find a seat at the back. Children also need to pay? Su Xiaoyan exclaimed in disbelief, yet the ticket collector offered no explanation, curtly replying, if you don't want to pay, get off and don't block the others. Goodness, the level of service in this era was simply astounding. Disgusted by the encounter, Xu Xiaoyan resolved to avoid the bus in the future. After reluctantly extracting 30 cents from his pocket, he took the ticket and led his niece and nephew to the back of the bus. In this era, few people took the bus. Most preferred to walk, making a bus ride a rare luxury. The three children, thrilled by the experience, chattered excitedly the entire half-hour journey. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the sluggish bus arrived at Guangning. Disembarking, Xu Xiaoyan promptly guided the three children toward the nearby riverbank. Be careful, everyone. The river is quite deep, so make sure not to fall in. With that, he offered the necessary admonitions once they arrived. Fortunately, the children were well-behaved and did not cause any trouble. Uncle San, shall we dig for earthworms? Xu Xiaoqian and the others were familiar with fishing. After all, their neighbor, Uncle San, had often boasted about it. Sun Yan contemplated for a moment and shook his head, saying, "No, you all stay by the shore and watch while I gather some bait." He carried a bamboo scoop, a common tool in rural areas used for transferring kitchen ashes. This implement proved to be versatile in the countryside, a necessity for every household. With the scoop in hand, he began to rake through the water weeds by the riverbank. In no time, he managed to catch several fish smaller than his little finger. Despite this, Xu Xiaoqian and the others remained curious about what Uncle San was actually doing. In the next moment, two loaches appeared in the scoop, prompting a delighted smile to spread across Sun Yan's face. Chapter 6. The extravagant fishing method. More than 10 minutes had passed, and Sun Yan had managed to catch nearly 5 or 6 loaches along with some small fish the size of a finger. On the riverbank, Xu Xiaoqian and her two siblings shouted in excitement. The loaches, thick as a finger and 2 fingers long, looked incredibly tempting. However, these were merely bait. "Uncle, why did you kill the little fish?" The three children were heartbroken as they watched Sun Yan skillfully chop the small fish from the wooden bucket into a paste. "These are bait. To catch fish, one must prepare the ground. Do you understand?" But the children had no comprehension of such matters. It didn't matter. They could pretend to understand. Sun Yan scattered the fish paste into the water, then took out a small knife and cut a loach into several pieces. He then threaded each piece onto the iron fish hooks and cast them into the river. In total, he fashioned about 10 hooks, all tied with thin wooden strips. "Come, Xiaoqian, each of you take 3 hooks. Just keep an eye on the fishing line. If it moves, call out to me. Understood?" "Understood, uncle," the children responded eagerly, taking the wooden strips and immersing themselves in the great endeavor of fishing. The 4 of them lined up in a row, crouching by the riverbank, waiting for the fish to bite. With more than 10 hooks spread across the 10-meter stretch of the river, the chances of catching something were quite favorable. Before long, Sun Yan was the first to have a catch. "Uncle, is it a big fish?" The 3 children watched with envy, unable to move, only able to stare wide-eyed. Soon, Sun Yan pulled the fish up, a 2-pound crucian carp. Upon seeing the sizable fish, the children were overjoyed. "You all keep your eyes peeled. Today we are going to catch big fish." He placed the crucian carp into the wooden bucket, grinning with delight. The bucket was not very large, and the 2-pound crucian carp could only curl up inside. "Yes, we are going to catch big fish." Just as Xu Xiaoman exclaimed, she gasped, for the wooden strip in her hand was moving. Sun Yan quickly shouted for her not to panic, then hurriedly placed the wooden strip on the ground and pressed a large stone on it. He rushed over to help the children pull the fishing line. Indeed, it was a large fish, weighing at least 2 to 3 pounds. After a struggle, he finally managed to pull the fish onto the shore. It was a nearly 3-pound snakehead. In the river, the most common fish are typically grass carp, snakeheads, whitebait, crucian carp, and carp, among others. However, catching a snakehead was quite unusual. The 3 children squealed with delight, their little faces flushed with excitement. What a splendid start with a 3-pound fish. Unfortunately, luck did not continue. After nearly half an hour of waiting, they only managed to catch 3 fish weighing around 2 or 3 tails, with no further success. Sun Yan realized that the swift current at the river bottom had likely swept away much of the bait he had scattered earlier. He had no choice but to continue chopping the few small fish he had just caught, each weighing about 3 tails. The children's faces were filled with reluctance, for these were the fruits of their labor. "Today, Uncle Sam will teach you a lesson. One must give up to gain. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it now, just remember it." He tossed the chopped fish meat back into the river and replaced the bait on the fishing hooks. In no time, the hooks were abuzz with activity. Out of the 5 hooks that had been stripped of their bait, the remaining 8 had all caught fish, 5 fish weighing around 1 gene, including whitebait and carp, 2 crucian carp weighing over 2 gene, and one large grass carp weighing about 5 jing. In this flurry of activity, the wooden barrel was nearly overflowing. During the sweltering summer, any dead fish would quickly spoil. Thus, Sun Yan had dug a small pit just a few meters from the bank. He filled it halfway with water drawn from the barrel before placing the fish from the dustpan inside. "Uncle San, can I watch the fish? I'm afraid they escape." 3.5-year-old Xu Weidong's small face was brimming with anticipation. After all, watching the fish in the little pit was far more interesting than monotonously guarding the fishing hooks. "Haha, you little rascal, go ahead." Upon receiving permission, the little one cheered and dashed over to squat by the pit to observe the fish. The largest, a 5-jing grass carp, filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Su Shaoqian and her sister frequently glanced back, their thoughts drifting away from fishing. This left Sun Yan somewhat helpless, but soon the thin pieces of wood began to stir. From just after 8 in the morning until nearly 11, the pit had expanded slightly and was now filled with quite a few fish. Villagers passing by watched with curiosity. Their children gathered around. Many villagers, seeing Sun Yan chop up the small fish and toss them into the river, lamented over the wastefulness. However, upon witnessing him pull up several large fish, they exclaimed in admiration. It seemed they understood, and many villagers secretly thought to emulate his method next time. The lively scene naturally attracted numerous passers-by and vehicles to stop. Among them was a truck driver who parked to join in the excitement. "Hello, comrade. Are you selling these fish?" The fish in the pit were freshly caught and quite appealing. The driver's mouth watered at the sight, prompting him to consider purchasing a fish to satisfy his craving. He also recalled that the team leader at the factory had mentioned recently feeling sick from eating too many vegetables. It was time to improve their meals. If the price was reasonable, he thought, why not buy all the fish in the pit? That should be enough to eat, right? "You want to buy?" "Sure. Which one do you fancy?" "It's 1 mao 3 for a G." Sun Yan turned and replied with a smile, casually quoting a price upon noticing the man was a driver. In these times, fish prices weren't steep. At the supply and marketing cooperative or the market, fish typically sold for around 1 mao 5 per jing. Thus, his quoted price was quite reasonable. Naturally, the nearby villagers wouldn't spend money to buy fish. Not only did they lack the funds, but even if they had them, they wouldn't waste money when they could catch fish themselves. Why spend money unnecessarily? "Is it possible for me to purchase all of them?" Upon hearing this, the driver burst into laughter. At such a reasonable price, he would indeed buy them all. The onlooking villagers gasped in astonishment. Though the small pit seemed modest, it contained dozens of fish weighing around 1 to 2 pounds each, not to mention the larger ones weighing 3 to 4 pounds. "No problem," said Sun Yan, momentarily taken aback before placing down a thin wooden piece and approaching. The other party had tools and a small scale in their vehicle. After some commotion, they weighed the catch, revealing a total of 38 pounds. At the price of 13 cents per pound, the total came to $4.94. Before the driver could hand over the money, Su Shaoqian and her companions presented another catch, a robust 8-pound head fish. The driver was astonished and requested this larger catch from Sun Yan as well. "Why not let me keep this one?" Sun Yan hesitated to sell, thinking it would be delightful to savor a spicy fish head dish instead. Chapter 7. The carp and the black fish. The villagers, gathered around, repeatedly urged Sun Yan to sell the fish, exclaiming how beneficial it would be to exchange it for money. Yet, Sun Yan firmly replied, "No, this 8-pound bighead carp is for my own consumption. Is there any problem with that?" He reiterated that money could always be earned, but such a large fish was indeed a rarity. "It would be perfect for making spicy fish head," he added, savoring the thought. The driver's eyes widened in astonishment before he suddenly interjected, "How about I buy it for $2? Does that sound fair?" At a price of 13 cents per pound, the 8-pound fish would typically be valued at just over $1, making his offer an exorbitant one. Clearly, this driver was a true foodie. However, Sun Yan rolled his eyes and replied, "Comrade, please find me the money. I intend to keep this bighead carp for myself, as my family is large enough to enjoy it." The driver, undeterred, raised his offer to $2.50, an increase of 50 cents. "Comrade, I understand that bighead carp is delicious, and you could continue fishing. Perhaps you might even catch another one. But I cannot." The driver was quite persistent and prone to boasting. The villagers, captivated by the unfolding scene, found their breaths quickening, calculating the potential profit. Sun Yan could earn a total of $7.40. Some children had already dashed home to prepare fishing hooks, eager to join in on the activity. Before Sun Yan could object, Su Shaoqian and the other 2 children persuaded their uncle, suggesting he sell the fish. Yes, $2.50. Just think of how many big white rabbit candies that could buy. Faced with the children's enthusiasm, Su Nian reluctantly agreed to sell the fish to the driver. Lifting the 40-plus-pound fish, along with the water, onto the truck was quite a laborious task. After the hustle and bustle, the villagers dispersed. Who would want to earn $7 from a day of fishing? With the money tucked away, Su Nian instructed the 3 children to continue fishing. The excited children quickly returned to their posts by the thin wooden planks. Before long, they caught another fish, but this time it was merely a small one. As noon approached, Su Nian decided it was time to pack up and head home. Although there were only a few small fish, they could be fried into delightful little morsels, making for a delectable dish. Uncle, one of the wooden planks has drifted away. At that moment, Xu Duoduo accidentally let go of the plank as a large fish from the river yanked it fiercely. Su Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew this must be a big fish. Without a moment to comfort the child, he leaped into the water, vigorously paddling to chase after the drifting plank. In no time, he retrieved the plank, then turned to swim back to shore, instructing the children to stay out of the water and quickly gather the fishing hooks. Soon, drenched from head to toe, he emerged from the water, still grappling with the struggle against the large fish. Wild fish are known for their ferocity, and a wild big fish is even more formidable. The 3 children, eager to help, were called aside by their uncle to tidy up the fishing hooks and buckets, as that was indeed their proper task. The large fish in the water struggled for nearly 5 to 6 minutes before finally being pulled up by Su Nian. Uncle San, what kind of fish is this? It's so big and black. The 3 little ones stood on tiptoe, eager to have a better look at the massive black fish on the surface. It was indeed enormous, resembling the plump-head fish they had seen earlier. This is a black fish. Xiao Qian, quickly fetch the dustpan. Uncle San will scoop it up. Black fish typically weigh around 6 to 7 pounds, with the largest reaching nearly 20 pounds. The one before them weighed at least 11 or 12 pounds, undoubtedly a behemoth in the freshwater realm. Under normal circumstances, black fish travel in groups to forage. Thus, after Su Nian caught this large black fish, he placed it in a small pit to continue fishing. The reason he had asked the little ones to put away their fishing rods earlier was to prevent them from accidentally hooking another ferocious black fish that could harm them. Black fish are quite formidable and must not be taken lightly. However, after another 10 to 20 minutes, Su Nian only managed to catch 4 smaller black fish, each weighing 2 to 3 pounds, without encountering any more large ones. Realizing this, he decided to pack up his fishing rod and head home, including the smaller fish. They had caught at least 20 pounds in total. Uncle San, can we take these little fish home to raise? Why? Because I want to grow them big. Just like this black fish. Xu Duoduo was a bit playful yet naively optimistic. His 2 sisters laughed at him, questioning how it was even possible to keep them alive. Of course, 5-year-old Su Xiaoman merely echoed her sister's laughter. All right, as long as you like it. Thank you, Uncle San. Drenched, Su Nian carried the wooden bucket and dustpan while the 3 children boarded the bus, heading straight to the city. Earlier reluctant to take the bus, he found himself on it now, a swift turn of events. Fortunately, no one was aware of this change, and Su Nian sat comfortably. On the bus, several passengers observed them, and 2 elderly women even attempted to get a free black fish from him, only to be met with a sharp retort. Ultimately, a few male passengers and the driver ended up purchasing the smaller black fish. Su Nian earned an additional 30 cents, bringing his total earnings close to 9 yuan. As for the large black fish, he decided to keep it for himself. After more than half an hour, the bus arrived punctually at the station near Nanluoguxiang. The group of 1 adult and 3 children attracted the attention of their neighbors upon returning to the courtyard. Across the way, Buggui had arrived home early, today. He was not part of the Air Force and had caught 2 carp weighing over 2 pounds each. The elderly women of the courtyard had gathered at his doorstep to watch. Meanwhile, on Su's side, Yi Zhonghai was sitting at the entrance with the wives of the eldest and second sons, sewing clothes. Inside the kitchen, Qin Huairu was busy preparing dinner. Earlier that morning, Yi Zhonghai had contemplated sending Qin Huairu back to the countryside. But the latter had silently grabbed the wooden bucket used for washing clothes and headed to the water basin in the courtyard to help with the laundry. This unexpected action left Yi Zhonghai quite flabbergasted. Su Nian's sister-in-law, Hu Meifeng, naturally found this amusing. Due to the fact that she has 2 children, the laundry she has to wash each day exceeds that of the family of her second brother-in-law. Now that assistance is available, how could she possibly refuse? However, her sister-in-law Fan Zhaodi, despite her penchant for small gains, is quite astute when it comes to calculations. Why is that? Compared to Qin Huairu, who has married the third brother for many years, it is undoubtedly in her best interest to introduce her cousin from the Fan family. Thus, she hurriedly retrieved her family's laundry to wash it herself, so as to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude to Qin Huairu, which would complicate her own plans later on. Once Qin Huairu had finished washing and drying the clothes, it was time to prepare lunch. She did not play the victim. Instead, she naturally took over the responsibility of cooking. Consequently, Zhou Hongmei found herself unable to dismiss Qin Huairu. It can only be said that Qin Huairu's direct approach of sparing few words and getting straight to work is rather formidable. As for the family of the second brother-in-law, could the third brother's family possibly catch a significant fish like Teacher Yin did? Fan Zhaodi shook her head, suggesting that the fish in the river are quite cunning. They are not so easily caught. Ultimately, Sun Yin arrived in the front yard with 3 little ones, along with a large black fish and a small bucket of little fish. Chapter 8. The Art of Calculation at the entrance of the Yin family's courtyard. The neighbors fell silent as they observed Sun Yin's large black fish, which he triumphantly carried in a dustpan. Yin Buggui, his eyes widening in astonishment, awkwardly inquired, "Su family's third son, where did you acquire such a sizable black fish? It must weigh at least 10 kilograms. His immediate conclusion was that it must have been purchased. After all, where else could one catch such a magnificent fish? The neighbors, enlightened, began to murmur in admiration. Even if it had been bought, such a hefty fish must have cost a considerable sum. Su Laosan, a retired soldier, must be quite affluent. However, Su Shaoqian and her companions loudly proclaimed, "It's not bought. We caught this big black fish ourselves. In fact, we caught over 50 kilograms of fish and sold them for 87 yuan. Their demeanor was one of pride as they boasted to their grandmother and mother. Zhou Hongmei noticed that her son was drenched and nearly dry, sparking her concern. Qin Huairu, who had been in the kitchen, emerged at the commotion but remained silent, her eyes reflecting her worry. Sun Yin was puzzled. What was happening? Hadn't he gone home? Instead of asking his mother directly, he retreated to his room to change clothes. In the courtyard, the neighbors surrounded the large black fish, expressing their admiration in hushed tones. Yin Buggui, with a darkened expression, took his 2 large carp home, slamming the door behind him. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. How could the Su family's third son be so inconsiderate to bring home a 10-kilogram black fish? Wasn't he that a slap in the face? After all, he had barely avoided a career in the Air Force, only to find himself overshadowed. Naturally, he was irked. Emerging in fresh clothes, Sun Yin glanced at the onlookers and the boastful Su Shaoqian, then squatted beside his mother, quietly asking, "Mom, what is going on? Didn't you say you were sending her home this morning?" Zhou Hongmei, exasperated, recounted the events of the morning, candidly admitting her own embarrassment. "Why didn't you just be a bit firmer and send her back?" Sun Yin retorted, "Isn't this the very definition of inviting the gods and struggling to dismiss them?" This was, after all, a mess of her own making, and Zhou Hongmei, who found it difficult to confront the situation, decided to shift the burden onto Sun Yin. What a scoundrel! Sun Yin rolled his eyes but refrained from further comment. After all, she was his mother, and he bore the responsibility for the trouble he had caused. Given Qin Huairu's disposition, the morning's events were indeed trivial. She had always longed to marry into the city for better provisions. With her hopes of marrying Jia Dongshu dashed, she could not afford to miss out on Sun Yin. Moreover, after spending the entire morning with the Su family, she realized their circumstances were far better than she had initially imagined. Hearing from the neighbors in the courtyard, Sun Yin had joined the army at the tender age of 17. After serving 5 years, he had recently returned home, having been honorably discharged less than a week ago. They spoke highly of him as an exemplary officer, receiving a monthly allowance of 60 yuan. In other words, even if Sun Yin had only served as an officer for a year, he would have accumulated a salary of 720 yuan. Moreover, there were the allowances from the preceding 4 years and other miscellaneous compensations, which undoubtedly amounted to a considerable sum. Just this fact alone made Sun Yin far superior to Jia Dongshu. Hence, it was only natural for her to eagerly volunteer for tasks, hoping to win the affection of Su Laosan. However, despite her understanding, Sun Yin was not inclined toward marriage just yet. For one, there was no house. For another, he wished to enjoy a few more carefree years. Moreover, having arrived in this new world, he harbored a desire to explore it further. Of course, to achieve the dream of retirement, one must first attain financial freedom. But alas, it was the 1950s. What a farcical notion of financial freedom. Being able to eat and stay warm was already a substantial achievement, not to mention that as a time traveler, he lacked any golden opportunity. Third uncle. It's time for dinner. What are you lost in thought about? Su Shaoqian waved her hands in front of him several times, and upon receiving no response, she finally called out loudly. It turned out that Qin Huairu had prepared lunch and was beckoning everyone to take their seats. The dining table was laden with steamed buns, shredded potatoes, Shanghai greens, and a few other dishes like tomato and egg. The buns were reserved for dinner, as neither old Su nor his two sons ate lunch at home, and it was a stipulated rule that they could only enjoy buns during the evening meal. If Sun Yin managed to allocate his tasks efficiently, it was likely that the Su household would soon enjoy steamed buns at every meal. However, with the addition of Qin Huairu, that certainty was thrown into question. Life is a blend of hardships and joys, yet the true pleasure lies in filling one's belly. Why ponder so much? Satisfying hunger is the most paramount concern. I must say, Qin Huairu's culinary skills were quite commendable, though devoid of any fancy seasonings. Her mastery of timing was impeccable. Just by observing Su Shaoqian and her siblings, who were fully engrossed in their meals, one could tell. After lunch, Sun Yin turned to Qin Huairu and said, "Please tidy up. I will escort you back shortly." Without waiting for a response, he then addressed Su Shaoqian and her siblings. "You three should accompany third uncle as well. On our way back, we can go fishing in other places." The three little ones readily agreed, their faces alight with joy. However, just as he finished speaking, his second sister-in-law suddenly interjected, "Third uncle, you made quite a bit selling fish this morning. Shouldn't we share some of that? The household expenses are running a bit low." "Mother, is there no money at home? Didn't I give you 100 yuan on the day I returned? How could it be spent so quickly?" Zhou Hongmei's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glare at Fan Zhaodi and hastily explained, "Don't listen to your second sister-in-law's nonsense. The family has money, enough to spend." "Mother, I'm not talking nonsense. Now that third uncle is back, shouldn't our household provisions improve? With his high salary, he should contribute more to the food expenses." "Right, elder sister-in-law?" Hu Meifeng feigned ignorance, pretending not to have heard. How could she be unaware of the temperament of the second family? However, she too was rather indolent, and generally had little to say to Fan Zhaodi. Yet, when it came to offending others, she had no intention of being the scapegoat. Sometimes, laziness is a form of wisdom. After all, no matter how things were divided, her family would always reap the most benefits. Noticing the silence from the other party, Fan Zhaodi, feeling exasperated, turned to the Su sisters and said, "Shaoqian, do you wish to change your school bag for the upcoming semester? If you do, you'll need to mention it to your third uncle." Before Su Shaoqian could respond, Hu Meifeng interjected, "No need, my school bag is still quite good. I don't want to change it." Fan Zhaodi, once again at a loss, could only sulk in frustration. Having sold fish for 8 yuan and 70 cents that morning, she certainly hoped to receive a share of it. How could she afford to be stingy? With only 3 rooms in the house, she didn't even dare to consider having another child. Therefore, saving money for a house was essential. The matter of dividing the family could wait. But preparations for housing must be made promptly. Sun Yin let out a sigh of relief. This second sister-in-law was indeed straightforward, fixating on such a trivial amount of money. In that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the meticulousness of people in this era. Chapter 9. The reluctant Qin Huairu was the scheming of sister-in-law influenced by the cunning of the neighbor, Yin Buggui. Regardless, Sun Yin had long since ceased to dwell on such matters. However, one thing was clear. He shared the same sentiment as his sister-in-law. Acquiring a home was imperative. Their current residence was undeniably insufficient, whether or not he intended to marry, with winter approaching. It was evident that the existing conditions would not afford him a comfortable night's sleep. In truth, even in the present, he found himself quite unaccustomed to the situation. Why? The household boasted but a single bathroom for bathing, devoid of a toilet. In this era, one had to resort to public latrines for such needs. Having endured that experience during childhood, he harbored an intense aversion towards public latrines. Not only were they odorous, but one also had to endure long queues. The swarms of flies and mosquitoes in summer, coupled with the bitter cold in winter, particularly at night, rendered the act of using such facilities a daunting task. Shortly after lunch, as Qin Huairu finished washing the dishes, Sun Yin urged her to gather her belongings and return home. Qin Huairu hesitated, reluctant to depart. With a quick glance, she contemplated her chores. Yet, under Sun Yin's frosty demeanor, she could only dawdle as she packed her things. Regardless of her procrastination, there was little to pack. Ultimately, She followed Su Nian obediently. Duo, make haste and return swiftly, urged Zhou Hongmei from behind, her concern evident. Mother, could you refrain from calling me Duo next time? Would it be too much to call me the third instead? Su Nian replied with a hint of exasperation, turning to discuss it quietly with his mother. It was not that he was unwilling to reconcile, but rather, the matter was akin to his distaste for cilantro, stinky tofu, and durian. While some found delight in such things, others simply could not appreciate their allure. All right, I shall say no more, Zhou Hongmei replied with a resigned smile. As Su Shaoqian and the others stifled their laughter, and even Qin Huairu could not suppress a faint smile. Su family's third. Are you sending your wife back to her parental home? Queried Yin Buggui from across the way, readying his fishing gear with a basket in hand. His lack of subtlety was apparent, and the Su family wore expressions of discontent, while Qin Huairu appeared bashfully pleased. She secretly wished this misunderstanding would transform into reality. Teacher Yin, I made it abundantly clear this morning that there is no relationship between Qin Huairu and myself. As a public educator, how could you unjustly tarnish the reputation of a young lady? Su Nian explained earnestly, causing Yin Bugui's face to flush as he awkwardly shifted the conversation. An apology from him was clearly out of the question. Where did you go fishing this morning? Perhaps we could fish together this afternoon? We're neighbors after all, and it's good to look out for one another, he suggested. In that moment, Su Nian grasped the situation. Yin Bugui had likely been prepared well in advance, waiting at home for him, eager to take advantage of his prime fishing spot. Fishing was not merely about location, but rather about skill and technique. Certainly, we spent the morning fishing by the river in Guangning. However, I must first escort Qin Huairu home, which may take us on a different route. Yin Bugui instantly brightened with joy, clearly youthful and unaware of the significance of prime fishing spots. Ah, no worries. Take your time. I shall depart first, he said, hurriedly leaving. He was eager to reach Guangning to secure a favorable position, determined to catch several large fish this afternoon. In fact, to hasten his venture, he even sprinted to the bus stop. Prepared to spend the extravagant sum of 1 dime and 5 cents on a bus fare, quite a luxury for a frugal man like him. Once aboard and having received his ticket, he felt a pang of regret, yet he had no choice. It was a necessity. Observing Yin Bugui's hurried figure, Su Nian smiled quietly, but said nothing. As the group of 5 departed the courtyard, Qin Huairu lagged considerably, progressing at a snail's pace. In contrast, Su Shaoqian and the others moved ahead, urging the adults to quicken their pace. Despite her reluctance, Qin Huairu ultimately boarded the bus with Su Nian, initially intending to walk home to avoid spending unnecessary money. However, Su Nian insisted on covering the fare, as he was pressed for time to go fishing. Su Nian, may I accompany you to fish? She inquired. No, my primary responsibility is to ensure your safe return home, and fishing comes second. What a preposterous notion. How could I possibly take you along? She continued, there are rivers nearby my home, teeming with fish. Yes, I understand, Su Nian replied dismissively, his gaze wandering to the scenery outside. Beijing in the 1950s offered little to admire. At least Qin Huairu was far more appealing than the cityscape. The latter lowered her head in self-doubt, her eyes reddening, unable to contain her emotions. It was undeniably distressing. This morning, her purity had been nearly compromised. And after encountering the gallant Su Nian, she had hoped for a turn of fate, believing she had met her true match. Yet, it was clear that her origins destined her to miss this romantic opportunity. Despite her unwillingness to accept this fate, she felt a tinge of greed. Her complex emotions tangled, making restraint a challenge. Fortunately, she maintained composure, refraining from weeping or causing a scene. Otherwise, her standing in Su Nian's eyes would have further diminished. If even he were to disdain her, Qin Huairu understood that her chances would vanish entirely. Soon, over half an hour passed, and the bus arrived in Fengshan. Qin Huairu was genuinely reluctant to part ways, or rather, reluctant to relinquish the chance of marrying into the city and enjoying a better life. Nevertheless, after bidding her farewell as she entered the village, Su Nian departed with his niece and nephew. Nearby Fengshan flowed a river named Shaoqinghe, where he deliberately chose a relatively spacious spot on the water's surface to commence his fishing endeavors. Drawing from the experiences of the morning, Su Shaoqian and her companions had mastered the task at hand, effortlessly managing to complete their duties without the guidance of their uncle. From a little past 2 in the afternoon until after 5, the quartet managed to reel in over 50 pounds of fish within a mere 3 hours. It was not merely the abundance of fish in the river that accounted for their success, but rather their generous investment of effort, with a well-prepared fishing spot. The absence of fish was never a concern. "Uncle, with so many fish, how shall we transport them back?" Su Xiaoqian and her friends inquired, gazing anxiously at the small pool filled with their catch. Unlike the morning, this area was not near a road, and thus, no one was around to assist with the sale of the fish. "How else can we manage? We shall place them in snakeskin bags and carry them home. You all must share the burden. Xiaoqian, you shall carry 7 pounds, Xiaoman, 3 pounds, and Xiaodong, just make sure you don't get lost," came the response. The 3 little ones were momentarily taken aback, especially the 2 sisters, Su Xiaoqian and her sibling. They were expected to endure some labor? What? Do we still get to share the profits? Upon hearing of the potential earnings, the children's spirits were instantly lifted, brimming with excitement and renewed energy. Chapter 10. The dark-faced man. As the 4 of them boarded the bus, the fish in the wooden tub and the dustpan immediately caught the attention of the other passengers. These were freshly caught fish, still lively and not yet lifeless. "If you wish to buy them, I can sell. I was originally taking them to the National Cotton Mill No. 2, where my distant relative does the purchasing for the canteen. However, if you're interested, I am open to offers. How about 15 cents per pound? Although this price may seem a tad steep, anyone capable of affording a bus fare can surely manage it." With years of practice persuasion, they quickly sold over 20 pounds of fish, netting around 3 to 4 yuan. Passengers boarding and alighting from the bus could not resist the temptation to purchase the fresh catch. Of course, there were some who detested the pungent smell of fish. But that was simply the way of the world in this era. Not only were there fish in wooden tubs and dustpans, but some also brought along chickens and ducks. Half an hour passed, and the bus reached its destination. When Sun Yin and his companions disembarked, the wooden tub and dustpan were both empty. Just as fate would have it, they encountered Yin Buggui before they reached the courtyard. "Oh, Teacher Yin, what a coincidence. Did you not catch any fish this afternoon?" Yin Bugui's fish basket was completely empty. Not even a whisper of the northwesterly breeze dared to pass by. Yin, turning around and noticing Sun Yin's empty wooden tub and dustpan, allowed a smile to break through his previously darkened expression. He feigned indifference before directing his gaze back to the stark emptiness of their vessels. "We are all in the same boat, after all. By the way, where did you fish this afternoon?" "Teacher Yin, we fished at the Little Qing River and managed to sell our catch for 76 cents. Su Xiaoqian, who walked at the front, chimed in cheerfully, completely oblivious to the increasing darkness on Yin Bugui's face. "We had over 50 pounds of fish, and we were initially worried about how to sell them. But you know what, Teacher Yin? On the bus ride back, the passengers were clamoring to buy our fish for just 15 cents a pound. It was quite the frenzy." Yin Bugui's lips twitched uncontrollably, his heart bleeding with envy. Why was there such a vast disparity between people? I am a scholar, not one to sully my dignity by engaging with the likes of you." Irritated, Yin Bugui departed hastily, leaving Sun Yin and the others puzzled. Why did Teacher Yin leave so abruptly? Su Xiaoqian inquired, perplexed. Perhaps he is simply upset. Sun Yin replied with a grin. "Xiaoqian, your eloquence is truly remarkable, akin to that of a storyteller. Don't exaggerate. He is not as splendid as you claim," she retorted, her spirits lifted. "Look at you, nearly puffing up with pride. Let us hurry. If we linger any longer, we'll find ourselves without dinner." With that, he took off running, prompting the 3 children behind him to exclaim in surprise and hasten to catch up. The joyous atmosphere lingered until they reached home. At the entrance, Lao Nyang Zhou Hongmei engaged in conversation, observing the 4 individuals returning with empty wooden buckets and dustpans. She cheerfully remarked, "You didn't catch any fish, did you? I told you, the fish in the river are quite clever. They are not so easily caught." "Not at all, Grandma. The fish we caught have all been sold." The 3 little ones chimed in, their faces brimming with a desire for praise. Lao Su peeked his head out from the room, and Su Danian, along with his younger brother, did the same. The trio of Su Xiaoqian, reminiscent of performers of comic dialogue, boasted animatedly, drawing a crowd of neighbors into the small courtyard in front of the Lao Su residence. Just moments earlier, Yuzhu, Su Damao, and Yi Zhonghai had returned from outside and paused to witness the commotion. The neighbors' exclamations echoed across to the Yin family's residence, nearly causing Yin Laosher's dignified demeanor to falter. At this moment, 17-year-old Yin Jieqing felt a surge of envy along with a perplexing question. "Mom, didn't you say that Su's 3rd son is a fool? How did he manage to catch so many fish? He seems more skilled than Dad." Yin Dama was at a loss for words, while Yin Bugui could no longer contain his frustration. You insolent boy. Your father merely let his guard down. It's all that Su's third son's fault for claiming there are fish in the river by Guangning. In this era, it was not uncommon for fathers to scold their sons. Much like old Lu from the backyard, who believed a day without discipline was a day wasted. After being chastised by his father, Yi Zhonghai fell silent, as he was still young and unemployed, hesitant to argue back. The lively atmosphere in front of the Xu home soon dissipated. Everyone was well aware of one thing. Su's third son was indeed an exceptional fisherman, far exceeding the capabilities of Yan Buggui, who was only half knowledgeable. Moreover, it was known that fishing could yield over 10 yuan a day, surpassing the earnings of many laborers. In the courtyard, upon returning home, Jia Dongshu plopped down angrily on a stool. Not only had Su's third son stolen his future bride in the morning, but he also witnessed him basking in glory that evening. How could he find balance in his heart? Yet what could he do? The other party was earning a legitimate income through skillful means, leaving him without grounds to complain. However, upon hearing this, Jia Zhongshi insisted on causing a scene, asserting that everyone should share in the spoils. Yet, Jia Dongshu restrained his mother, stating simply, "Mother, you are no match for Su's third son's mother. Besides, they have so many people. No matter how we stir things up, we cannot compete." His reasoning was sound, leading to a cessation of further discussion. Jia Zhongshi sulked beside him, feeling frustrated with the helplessness of the situation. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Xu Duoduo expressed wonder as he conversed with his parents about the happenings at the Xu residence. Although sharing the same surname, the two families had no familial ties and rarely interacted, much like any other neighbors. Is fishing in that river really so easy? Xu Duoduo's inquiry remained unanswered. Across the way, old Lu was once again reprimanding his child as part of his daily routine. Although the children of the Lu family are still quite young, old Lu wields his stick without the slightest hesitation. They only know how to indulge in flesh and squander money. Why don't they learn from Su Shaosan? Isn't it all the rage now for individuals to earn their own money and spend it as they please? If you are so capable and boastful, go out and earn it yourselves. Infuriated by his son's complaints about the lack of meat, old Lu nearly exploded. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu exchanged glances and resolved to go fishing the next day, determined not to be underestimated by their father. After all, news of the Xu family's fishing venture, which netted over $20, had spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, Sun Yan was in the midst of preparing a big black fish in the front yard, intent on showcasing his culinary skills that evening. As the saying goes, to avoid bland dishes, one must rely on scallions, ginger, and garlic. Wow, uncle, your knife skills are incredible. The fish slices are so thin. The three little ones surrounded their uncle as he filleted the fish, showering him with praise, truly the epitome of sycophants. Zhou Hongmei initially watched with keen interest, but when Sun Yan began to pour a copious amount, 2 ladles full, of peanut oil into the pan, she gasped in shock, exclaiming, "You reckless spender! How can you use so much oil for a stir-fry? Are you even trying to live frugally? Who wastes oil like this?" In this era, many families scrimp on oil when cooking. A single oil tank could last 3 generations. The emptiness of the tank after its owner's departure is a stark reality. If Sun Yan continued this way, the Xu family's meager oil ration would surely be exhausted within a month. "Mom, just this once, please. I was just feeling peckish," Sun Yan pleaded. In the grand scheme of things, 2 ladles of peanut oil seemed trifling compared to the hefty black fish weighing 11 jin. The sizzling oil in the pan filled the kitchen with a rich aroma, much to the delight of Su Shaoqian and her siblings, including the youngest, Su Wumei, who was thrilled at the prospect of a delicious dinner. As soon as Sun Yan finished preparing a dish of sauerkraut fish and placed it on the table, old Su and the others returned home. The tantalizing aroma prompted old Su to forego scolding Sun Yan, diving straight into the meal. The children, who had long been salivating over the spread, eagerly picked up their chopsticks and dug in. Meanwhile, the neighbors, including the miserly Yin family and others from the central courtyard, secretly derided the Su family for their excessive indulgence. As the family enjoyed their meal and engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere gradually shifted from harmonious to oddly tense. The primary cause of this disquiet was the meddling of second sister-in-law Fan Zhaodi, who was intent on claiming a share of the spoils. Old Su's face darkened as he glared at his second son, Su Shijian, stating, "I'm not dead yet, and you're already plotting to take charge, are you?" Chapter 11. The tense trio. Fan Zhaodi is the wife of the second son. Old Su finds it challenging to express his feelings directly, yet he can certainly reprimand the second son. Su Shinian, filled with exasperation, repeatedly conveys his sentiments. Is he unaware of his wife's subtle thoughts? To be honest, he yearns to purchase a home himself. However, the exorbitant prices and meager salary, compounded by the obligation to support a family, leave little room for savings. Were it not for his wife's frugality, their small household treasury would hardly amass 132 yuan. After a prolonged silence, Xu Xinian suddenly spoke, second sister-in-law. Your words hold merit. Everyone glanced at him curiously, and Fan Zhaoti's face lit up with delight. Indeed, Xiao Qian and her friends have aided me significantly. Yet Xiao Dong has been more of a hindrance than a help. At this remark, Fan Zhaoti's expression froze instantly. She shot a fierce glare at her son Su Weidong, preparing to argue with his uncle. Yet, Xu Xinian continued, therefore, I will allocate 80 cents to Xiao Qian, 50 cents to Xiao Man, and 20 cents to Xiao Dong. However, I have one condition. You must agree to it before I distribute the money. What condition? The elder sister-in-law, initially detached, perked up upon hearing that her two daughters could receive such a substantial sum, totaling over 1 yuan and 30 cents, more than their father earns in a day. Fan Zhaoti's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her unfortunate son seemed to have contributed nothing, yet could still receive 20 cents. Although it may be meager, it is still something. As for any feelings of inequity, receiving money is already a blessing. What more could one desire? Zhou Hongmei kicked Xu Xinian playfully, exclaiming, what is the point of giving them so much? Meanwhile, Su Wumei, who had been silent, kept her head down while eating, her eyes darting around. She had spent the day out with her classmates and returned home in the evening, completely unaware of the significant happenings at home. Had she known her third brother's fishing skills were so impressive, she would have surely joined him. If Xiao Qian could receive 80 cents, surely, as a 13-year-old middle school student, she deserved even more. The condition is simple. This money must remain with them. You adults are not permitted to touch it. Upon hearing Xu Shinian's words, old Su was the first to object. He rebuked him sternly. Is this how you, as their uncle, behave? What use do children have for so much money? Zhou Hongmei supported old Su, and Su Daji and the others sided with him, condemning Xu Xinian. The consensus was clear. Children should not possess such amounts of money. The three little ones, whose eyes had just brightened, instantly dimmed. Lacking the power to voice their opinions and fearing punishment for disobedience, they could only remain silent. Xu Xinian, unhurried, took a few bites of his meal. Once their reprimand subsided, he slowly articulated, this money is given by me, as their uncle. I will distribute it as I please. And I will teach them how to manage their finances. It matters not that they are young and naive. Is it not our duty as adults to guide them? Shall we control their lives indefinitely? The tone may be gentle and the volume low, yet the reasoning is profoundly sound. Both sister-in-law Hu Meifeng and sister-in-law Fan Zhaoti nodded in agreement, signifying their support. Once the funds are secured, will they not rightfully belong to them? The others fell silent. The third brother's remarks left them without a counter-argument. Sisters-in-law, since you have consented, you must follow through. Sun Yin smiled knowingly. Directly exposing their ulterior motives, the money will be handed directly to the three of them, and I shall meticulously account for every cent they spend, noting the time, place, and items purchased with precision. Should any of this money go missing or be stolen, my first inquiry will be directed at the two of you to reclaim it for my nieces and nephews. Goodness, are you a devil? The third brother's actions rendered their scheming futile, as that money was indeed intended solely for the children. Moreover, why should they be held accountable if the funds were lost? Could it not simply be that the children mismanaged the money? Observing the expressions of the two sisters-in-law, Sun Yin felt a sense of satisfaction within. It was imperative to discipline these two, one lazy and indulgent, the other greedy for trifles. While it may seem inconsequential now, what of the future? Sun Yin pondered the possibility of having to clean up after his elder brothers before he could enjoy his retirement. Thus, he understood the significance of these seemingly trivial matters. The bonds of kinship are undoubtedly among the most steadfast and robust relationships in existence, and Sun Yin found himself unable to remain aloof. Even in a world where familial ties may have weakened, one must still lend a hand when siblings are in need. The two sisters-in-law bore grim expressions, and in a fleeting moment of lowered heads, they subtly signaled their husbands with a twist of their feet or waists. It is your turn to intervene. The eldest brother's mouth twitched in discomfort, his foot in pain, yet he persisted, urging the third brother. The children are too young. Handling such a sum of money and spending it frivolously is not a good habit. Brother, Xiao Qian will be in the 3rd grade next semester, where she will begin learning arithmetic and diary writing. Isn't it beneficial to expose her to these subjects sooner rather than later? Sun Yan's rebuttal left the eldest brother momentarily at a loss for words. Frustrated, Hu Meifeng cursed inwardly while Fan Zhaodi felt a pang of realization. Soon, the second brother chimed in, and unsurprisingly, he echoed the sentiments of a mere parrot. Brother, you are quite stingy. Little Dong is 3 years old. Is 2 dimes for pocket money too much? Goodness, just 2 dimes as pocket money? With that, the matter reached its conclusion. The 3 children erupted in cheers, for their parents had been skillfully managed by their uncle. Uncle, you are amazing. I really like you. Just don't kiss me. You all just ate garlic. Sun Yan chuckled as he played with the children, then pulled money from his pocket. He distributed the appropriate amounts to each child, advising them to safeguard their finances and to refrain from discussing these matters with their friends. Furthermore, he instructed them to keep a record of every expenditure and to consult an adult whenever they were uncertain. Uncle, what should Xiaodong and I do if we can't write? 5-year-old Su Xiaoman and 3.5-year-old Su Weidong. These 2 little rascals only know how to play. Writing is far from their minds. Well, starting tomorrow, let your older sister or your little aunt teach you. Sun Yan paused before continuing. However, if your little aunt is the one to instruct you, you must understand the importance of offering a token of appreciation. Do you comprehend? With that, the 2 children promptly tucked their money away, their faces betraying a look of vigilance. The money they had painstakingly saved now seemed destined for someone else. They thought better of it. They would learn on their own. Ah, such ambition. I truly admire your courage and spirit. However, I hope that once you spend your money and I find your efforts lacking during my inspection, you won't weep when I confiscate all your pocket money. Upon hearing their uncle's words, the expressions of the 3 children turned tense. Uncle, please have mercy. With such a stipulation, how could they dare to spend their money? Chapter 12. The 8-cent bun. As the golden sun ascended from the east, the jade rabbit had already fled from years of slumber. A new day dawned, and naturally, the pursuit of fishing commenced anew. Early in the morning, Su Wumei and her companions, Su Shaoqian and others, eagerly awaited at the doorstep. Also waiting for many years were Yan Buggui across the street and the Lu brothers, Lu Guangtian, in the backyard. The previous day's fishing venture had yielded over 10 yuan, deeply motivating everyone. Hence, they rose at the crack of dawn, determined to follow Sun Yan closely, sharing in his bounty. He would feast on meat while they savored the soup. Was that too much to ask? However, after breakfast, Sun Yan remarked that they were being rather excessive. His second aunt, Fan Zhaodi, inquired, "Are you going fishing today?" Seeing Sun Yan set down his bowl and prepare to depart, she pondered that if the day turned out like yesterday, her mischievous son might earn a mere 20 cents. Earning 20 cents daily would accumulate to a sum comparable to her husband's daily wage after several days. The 3 generations of the Su family worked at the steel factory, though only old Su held the rank of a secondary worker, while the eldest and second eldest were merely primary workers. In those times, a primary worker's wage hovered around 32 yuan, while a secondary worker earned approximately 37 yuan. The family's monthly expenses for sustenance and other necessities were modest, rarely exceeding 40 yuan. Yet, the Su family found themselves in dire financial straits. Years prior, the second son had spent over 1,000 yuan to secure his position at work. Additionally, during the previous years, substantial amounts were spent on medical care for the children, including prescriptions for Zhou Hongmei, leading to significant financial strain. Consequently, the Su family had only recently settled their debts and currently possessed little savings. To purchase a home would likely necessitate several more years of waiting. As for Sun Yan's personal finances, the family had refrained from inquiring. "No, I intend to inquire at the neighborhood office about my job status," Sun Yan replied. After Su Shaoqian had spread the word, it would be unwise for him to go fishing directly, as that would be inviting trouble. Surely at this hour, the banks of the rivers in the outskirts of the capital were teeming with anglers, were they not? The others were taken aback, but Sun Yan had already stepped outside, leaving them to ponder their questions in silence. At the entrance, upon noticing Sun Yan's departure, Su Wumei and her 3 companions promptly followed with their wooden bucket and broom. Coincidentally, Yan Buggui also appeared. "What are you all following me for?" "I am not fishing. I am going to the neighborhood office to inquire about my job," he stated. "What?" Yan Buggui exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Even Su Wumei and her companions were bewildered, but chose to follow nonetheless. After all, even if he had secured a job, he would not start working today, would he? In that case, after inquiring about the job, they could still go fishing. Sun Yan cast a glance at Yan Buggui, who hastily averted his eyes, offering no greeting as he retreated into his home. Exiting the courtyard, the Liu brothers were already crouched nearby. Upon seeing them, Sun Yin hurried to join them. Alongside the brothers, other neighborhood children trailed behind, all sharing the same hope. While they dared not speak of striking it rich, who wouldn't wish for a little fortune? However, as everyone followed along, they were left dumbfounded. After all, many had gone directly to the street office. Surely, one could not go to the street office merely to fish. Could they? Inside the office, many encountered Director Wang. In this era, finding a job is exceedingly challenging. High school graduates or those with higher education are generally assigned by the state, while veterans from the military also have their jobs arranged. However, many had served as a regular officer before retirement, and even if they were demoted upon discharge, they would at least be assigned at the level of a squad leader. In terms of administrative ranks, that translates to level 23, with a monthly salary of 50 yuan. Yet, such positions are not easily allocated. After all, there is one vacancy for each person. It is not as simple as it seems. Director Wang appeared troubled and could only ask many to continue waiting. Nonetheless, the grain certificate could be processed first, as the general rank would not change. If there were any discrepancies later, adjustments could be made. With Director Wang's assurance, many finally left the street office. Upon exiting, Lu Guangtian and his group of youngsters had already vanished. Let us go fishing. Many and his companions cheered joyously. However, on their way to the bus station, they noticed many directly inquiring at the breakfast shop and purchasing 10 large steamed buns. Brother San, why are you spending so much money? If mom and dad find out, they will surely scold you for being wasteful. Gazing at the pristine white buns, many and his companions couldn't help but swallow their saliva, yet they still urged him. These buns aren't cheap. They cost 8 cents each and require grain coupons. Prepared, many pulled a clean cloth from his pocket to wrap the buns. We want to be eating at home for lunch. Isn't fishing for profit meant to allow us to eat better? If you don't mention it, how would mom and dad ever know? Recently, at home, they had been eating cornmeal buns, which weren't bad, but they were unaccustomed to them. Last night, they had finally enjoyed a meal of pickled fish, only to be lectured by Zhou Hongmei. Now that he was the eldest, he wanted to buy whatever he pleased. Holding the large bun, soft and fragrant, it was simply delicious. The 3 little ones shared 2 buns, with each sibling taking one. Eat well, so when we arrive, we can work hard, understood? As a result, many nearly overindulged and couldn't finish his bun. The remainder was consumed by Su Shaoqian and her 2 siblings. Subsequently, they boarded the bus, incurring an expense of 45 cents, which made many wince at the cost. That is all money. Calculating the expenses before even seeing any catch, they had already spent so much. If the fishing yield was poor today, wouldn't they incur a loss? Cough, cough, cough. What a jinx I am. Minnie's mind raced with thoughts, but soon he was enchanted by the novel experience of riding the bus. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the Yongding River, and Minnie let out a sigh of relief, for there were few people around. Had he ventured to Guangning or Shaoqing River from yesterday, there would certainly be a crowd by now. Upon arrival, the years began to assign everyone tasks. With a dustpan, they undertook the arduous task of capturing loaches, small fish, and shrimp, a duty shared by him and his younger sister. Meanwhile, the trio of Su Shaoqian and her companions busied themselves with chopping the small fish and shrimp, preparing for the fishing expedition. Simultaneously, they needed to dig little puddles to ensure the freshness of their catch. During this sweltering season, if they did not keep the catch alive, it would undoubtedly spoil by afternoon. Next came the process of baiting hooks, establishing fishing spots, and commencing the fishing itself. Remarkably, with Su Wumei's presence, their efficiency had markedly improved compared to the previous day. By the end of the morning, the small puddles overflowed. In this era, fish in the rivers were plentiful. It was estimated that it would be the advent of the 1970s and 1980s, alongside the proliferation of electric fishing tools, that would bring calamity upon the fish in the streams and rivers. "Third brother, with so many fish, we shall surely prosper today," Su Wumei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Whether from sheer joy or the harsh sun remained uncertain. "Auntie, is this all?" Yesterday, Su Qian began to boast again, only to be met with a playful slap on the back of her head from her third uncle. "The board has come loose. Do you not realize you've hooked something?" Chapter 13. The Old Man for Many Years. The midday meal for the 5 of them consisted solely of steamed buns, simple yet convenient. As the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, the small waterhole had expanded once more, and the fish within were estimated to weigh over 80 pounds. An elderly gentleman passing by made his way to the riverbank to inspect their catch. He lingered there for over half an hour, witnessing firsthand how they hauled in fish weighing 7 or 8 pounds, leaving him utterly astonished. It seemed as though the fish in the river were as if they were raised by them, continuously biting the bait. However, the old man uttered not a word, nor did the others pay him much heed. Before leaving, he inquired when they would be heading back. Probably around 5 o'clock, if we stay out too late. We might miss the bus, came the reply. Are you not worried that these fish might not sell? Asked Su Shaoqian and the other children, straightforwardly recounting their impressive feat of selling fish on the bus the day prior. Without saying another word, the old man turned and hurried away. Did we say something wrong and upset him? The children asked, somewhat bewildered and pouting. No, don't overthink it. Come help your uncle with the fishing spot. Sun Yan reassured them, instantly brightening their spirits. As the clock approached 4:30, the old man returned, accompanied by 3 burly men who jogged towards the riverbank. The sight startled Su Wumei and her friends, who instinctively hid behind Sun Yan. However, they soon realized their anxiety was unfounded. For the old man immediately expressed his desire to purchase fish, and he intended to buy them all. My friends, you are truly skilled. Is this truly your catch for the day? Remarkable. The 3 men behind the old man were visibly excited, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the fish in the small waterhole, saliva nearly dripping from their mouths. Noticing Sun Yan's confusion, the old man began to explain. He was a retired worker from a nearby machine repair factory, and the 3 burly men were factory workers, one of whom was his son. The factory was a significant establishment in the capital, typically well supplied with resources. However, there had recently been some issues with the procurement department, and the old man's son, newly appointed, was struggling to navigate the purchasing process. As a result, the fish brought back were often not fresh, and the quality was subpar. Complaints from the factory workers were rampant, and the situation was dire. In a bid to assist his son, the old man had been frequently venturing out lately, hoping to find a stable source of supply or at least some emergency provisions to help them through this challenging period. To his surprise, today he had indeed stumbled upon a solution. Without a doubt, Sun Yan's fishing skills were exceptional. There are many anglers in the capital, but the old man had never encountered anyone quite like Sun Yan, who had nearly exhausted the river's bounty. The fish in the small waterhole were remarkably fresh, exactly what the machine repair factory needed. Thus, he had hurried home to fetch his son, bringing along some assistance as well. Upon grasping the situation, Sun Yan let out a sudden exclamation of realization after many years. However, Su Wumei and her companions became exhilarated. If the elderly gentleman were to simply remove the fish from the small puddle, there would be no need for the arduous task of transporting them to the bus. Thus, you wish to purchase the fish from the puddle? Yet, the old man shook his head, stating amidst Sun Yan's frown and the displeasure of his niece and others, aren't you supposed to fish until 5 o'clock? It is not yet 4:30. Continue fishing, and we shall take as much as you manage to catch. Sun Yan was taken aback by the old man's generosity. There are at least 100 pounds of fish in this puddle. Do you think you can consume it all? Indeed, even if it were 200 pounds, the machinery factory could manage it, replied the old man's son with a grin, boldly suggesting that if they returned to fish in the coming days, they could take more. Generally, once river fish are caught and brought ashore, they do not survive for long. However, the machinery factory, with its numerous workers, could easily consume 50 pounds of fish in a single day. Although fish priced at $1.50 per pound is not exceedingly cheap, it is half the cost of pork, which is $3 per pound. Even though people today prefer pork over fish, who among them would choose a vegetarian diet if they could have meat? The workers at the machinery factory, engaged in strenuous labor, would likely find it difficult to work without meat. Wow, sir, you are quite generous. Sun Yan commended, giving them a thumbs up, and Su Wumei and her friends cheered in agreement. Indeed, you are truly generous. Moreover, during the fishing, they assisted in pulling the fish hooks. As 5 o'clock approached, the small puddle was completely filled with fish. Ultimately, through the collaboration of all, they weighed the fish from the puddle, totaling 122 pounds, a figure that exceeded everyone's expectations. Regarding the price, Sun Yan was prepared to negotiate. Yet the old gentleman decisively set the price at $1.50. This price would leave his son with no profit whatsoever. Nevertheless, the old man's son did not object. After all, their primary concern was to overcome their current difficulties rather than seek a profit through exploitation. Receiving $18.50 from the old man's son, Sun Yan was filled with reflections. The fish caught today would not bring less than 1,000 or 2 in the future. Su Wumei and her companions gazed longingly at the money, unable to suppress their fantasies even once it was tucked away. Earning such a substantial income in a single day led Su Wumei to naively muse, "Third brother, if we could do this every day, wouldn't we strike it rich? Are you dreaming? There aren't that many fish in the river for you to catch." Sun Yin responded bluntly, dispelling her illusions with the harsh truth. If it were truly possible to make a living by fishing, those coastal fishermen would not be enduring such hardships. One only witnesses the thief feasting, never the thief being punished. Assisting the elderly gentleman and his companions in transporting the fish back to the vehicle by the roadside, the old man made arrangements with Sun Yin to meet the following day for another fishing excursion, as he had recently retired and yearned to join in the activity. Sun Yin, far from refusing, accepted the proposal. On their journey home, Sun Yin inquired with his sister about where he might procure some meat. Having some money in his pocket, he felt a strong desire to treat himself. "Third brother, you'll need to rise at 5 in the morning. There's pork available at the supply and marketing cooperative," she informed him. "What about beef or lamb?" he asked. "I'm not sure. We've never had any," she replied, leaving Sun Yin quite disheartened. The scarcity of provisions made it exceedingly difficult to indulge in something delectable. However, at that moment, through the bus window, he caught sight of a sign for a roast duck shop, and his stomach betrayed him, growling in anticipation. Following his gaze, Su Wumei and the others couldn't help but salivate at the thought. Chapter 14. The idea of separation as early as the Republican era. The Baiyanyufang roast duck restaurant had established 30 outlets in the capital. This brand was immensely renowned in the vicinity of Beijing, Tianjin, and Tangshan for many years. When individuals alighted from the bus, they would make a beeline for the roast duck shop, crossing the street and arriving at the entrance of the alley. Many would directly inquire about 2 roast ducks to take away. The money would be placed on the table, leaving the waiter momentarily at a loss for words. Young patrons, often ostentatious, preferred to overlook such encounters. Nestled at the narrow mouth of the alley, the roast duck shop was flanked by gray bricks and tiled roofs, with crumbling walls and narrow pathways. A glance around revealed a popsicle cart, the tinkling of a tinker-as tools attracting a gathering of elderly women and young wives, while children squatted in the corners, salivating at the sight of the roast duck shop. My sister, Xiaoqian, and the others, while waiting, also gazed longingly at the roast duck shop, captivated by the fragrant aroma wafting through the alley. After nearly 20 minutes, the roast duck was ready. "Thank you." Taking the duck, Sun Yin expressed his gratitude before departing with his sister and niece. "Let me carry it, uncle," Xiaoqian eagerly offered, hoping to be closer to the delectable scent. As she spoke, the 2 little ones, Xiaoman and Xiaodong, chimed in, vying to help. Even his sister was not an exception. "No need, I can manage it myself," Sun Yin declined without hesitation. "You might fumble and drop the duck, and we'd end up with dirt-roasted duck." "How could that happen?" "Uncle, I'm very steady," yet no matter their protests, Sun Yin remained resolute. They could only trail behind. Enraptured by the aroma of the roast duck, even the little Su Weidong scampered along, dramatically inhaling the scent. Amused yet somewhat reflective, Sun Yin pondered how, in the future, when material wealth abounds, even the finest roast duck would lose its allure, never to be as coveted as it was now. It seemed his retirement life would stretch on interminably. Upon returning to Nanluoguxiang, the children playing at the courtyard entrance were all drawn by the enticing aroma. The freshly roasted duck indeed smelled divine. "Xiaoqian, did your uncle buy roast duck? It smells amazing." "Smell has nothing to do with you. What are you staring at? Off you go." The exchanges among the little ones were simple and direct. "I'm just sniffing. It's so fragrant. We shouldn't waste it." A few children ingratiated themselves with Su Xiaoqian, their eyes fixated on the roast duck in her uncle's hands. As Sun Yin stood at the threshold of the courtyard, he felt a pang of discomfort. Yet, there was nothing he could do. Even if he could, he would choose not to act. The principle of benefiting the world, Dazai Jian Ji Tian Xia, is rooted in the foundation of acting within one's means. Yet, he lacked even the qualifications to act within his means. In the front yard, at the entrance of the old Su family home, the courtyard was particularly tranquil today, devoid of neighbors engaging in idle chatter. Perhaps, it was simply because the workers had yet to return home. However, as Sun Yin and his 4 companions returned, the courtyard erupted into a fervor akin to oil boiling in a pan. The aroma of roasted duck attracted the local children from nearby tenements. Zhou Hongmei, astonished, could hardly close her mouth. She quickly pulled Su Nian aside, inquiring about the day's earnings and what they had eaten for lunch since they had returned home. Her words brimmed with concern. Ersaw also leaned in to listen, rather than attending to her own children. Let us not discuss it now. There are too many people. And it's best to remain discreet, she suggested. As the ancients wisely stated, wealth should not be flaunted. Yesterday's circumstances were unavoidable. Carrying a hefty 10-pound black fish home, Su Shaoqian and the others had inadvertently revealed too much. Yet, before returning today, he had already instructed his sister and her daughters to maintain a unified front, insisting that they should downplay their catch and refrain from discussing their profits. But why did you buy roasted duck then? What a waste of money, Zhou Hongmei pointedly remarked, to which Su Nian nodded in understanding before replying. Earning money is meant to elevate our standard of living. Otherwise, what is the point of all this hard work? He glanced outside, pondering the cost of moving to a detached house, contemplating the numerous obstacles to achieving his dream of retirement, chief among them, the necessity of splitting the family. Living with his elder brothers would certainly thwart any aspirations for a tranquil retirement. But how could they divide the family? Even in the nascent years of the Republic, many people's mindsets remained rather conservative. Not to mention 5 generations under one roof. Even 4 generations together with children at their feet was common. Old Su was quite stubborn. Otherwise, Su Dan and Su Shinian wouldn't have been living together for so many years, still sharing communal meals. Thus, the notion of division seemed daunting. Before he could unravel his thoughts, the courtyard grew even livelier. It turned out that the workers had just returned home from the steel mill, most arriving around this time. Some walked briskly, while others strolled leisurely. Who bought roasted duck? Is it from the cheap duck shop? Su Laosan must be splurging. Old Su. Aren't you going to say something? They speculated if Su Nian had made a handsome profit from fishing again. The foolish Zhu and his companions soon learned that the roasted duck was purchased by Su Nian, as the children's excited chatter revealed the truth. In the crowd, Jia Dongshu gritted his teeth and, with a cold huff, returned home. Old Su, with a disdainful glance at Yi Zhonghai, turned and strode into the house. Is buying roasted duck a sign of extravagance? And should I oversee the children? Not a chance. Shaoqian, come back for dinner. With Zhou Hongmei's call, Su Shaoqian's 3 children dashed into the house. The door swung shut, effectively sealing the delightful aroma of roasted duck inside. Nevertheless, the children outside were reluctant to leave, only dispersing when their parents called out a few times. Even neighbors from other tenements, separated by several walls, could easily hear a loud summons. No matter how unruly the children may be, should they refuse to return home for dinner, they shall soon find themselves not merely called, but rather served with braised pork cooked with fine shoots. On the other side, Yin Jieqing, parched, lifted a ladle from the family's large water tank, gulping down water greedily. It was inevitable, for the aroma of the roasted duck wafting from next door was simply irresistible. He could hardly contain himself. At 17, a young lad in the throes of growth, he could devour several dumplings in one sitting. How could he withstand such temptation? Moreover, the meals prepared by the miserly Yin Lao were strictly rationed. Did Yin Jieqing truly believe he could indulge in meat buns? It was likely a fanciful notion. Merely being able to fill his stomach was already a considerable achievement. Meanwhile, in the old Su household, as the tale of how they sold fish for 18 yuan and 15 cents today unfolded, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Good heavens, how could they have earned so much? Is fishing truly that lucrative? Su Dan and Su Shinian, the 2 brothers, fell into silence, their eyes flickering with disbelief. They toiled in the factory, barely scraping together 32 yuan a month, while the youngest brother's daily earnings equated to half of their monthly income. The disparity between individuals is staggering. One might even question if they shared the same parents. Chapter 15. A reunion with Qin Huairu that evening. The members of the Lao Su family pondered a singular question before retiring for the night. How had the 3rd son become so remarkably adept? The first day of fishing had yielded over 10 yuan, which had certainly taken everyone by surprise. They speculated that perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. However, as the days turned into years, not only did the catch not diminish, but it seemed to increase exponentially. In the household of the 2nd son, Fan Zhaodi discussed with her husband the possibility of accompanying him fishing the following day. The prospect of quick and substantial earnings was undeniably tempting. Yet, Su Shinian firmly dismissed the idea, insisting she remain at home. When pressed for an explanation, he warned her that if she could not articulate her reasoning, she might as well return to her mother's house with their child, leaving him to go alone. Must you always threaten to return to your mother's? He retorted. Does your family even have a place for you both to stay? Besides, you are no longer a young maiden. How would it sound for you to accompany your child's uncle fishing?" At this, Fan Zhaodi laughed heartily, realizing that he was merely feeling jealous of his younger brother. Su Shinian, momentarily taken aback, wondered why she was laughing instead of arguing. But soon enough, he grasped the situation, his face flushing with embarrassment. Regardless, he remained resolute in his decision. After a brief quarrel, with Su Shinian steadfastly refusing to relent, Fan Zhaodi found herself at an impasse and ultimately conceded. They understood that their modest savings would require patience and time to accumulate. As dawn broke, Su Shinian, having just risen, prepared to go for a run. Upon stepping outside, he unexpectedly encountered Qin Huairu. What a surprise! His eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing her. Instantly, he donned a stern expression and said, "Qin Huairu, what brings you here again? Are you not afraid of attracting the attention of unsavory characters so early in the morning?" Initially feeling shy and apprehensive, Qin Huairu blushed upon seeing Su Shinian, her heart swelling with joy at his concern for her. "I came to deliver clothes. This is my sister-in-law's long-sleeved shirt, freshly washed." Her gaze fell shyly, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks as if she dared not meet his eyes. Su Shinian, momentarily taken aback, realized he had misjudged her intentions. "Wait a moment, sister-in-law," he corrected her, suddenly cautious. "That is my sister-in-law, not yours. Please clarify the situation, do you understand? Furthermore, return the clothes to her yourself. It's rather inconvenient for me, and I must go for a run now." With that, he swiftly departed, leaving Qin Huairu momentarily stunned by his abrupt exit. But soon, she burst into laughter, her beauty radiating with that single expression. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongmei, who was preparing to start cooking at the Lao Su household, also found herself momentarily taken aback by Qin Huairu's presence. "Auntie, allow me to help with the cooking," she offered. After a brief explanation of her visit, Qin Huairu set the clothes aside and quickly began her tasks. This is not the first time, so her speed in completing tasks is indeed remarkable. If it weren't for Zhou Hongmei's assurance that this was her home, one might easily assume that the true mistress of the house was Qin Huairu. It is undeniable that the latter is exceedingly familiar with the arrangement of every item in this household. At the entrance, Fan Zhaodi, who had risen a bit late, strolled in while yawning. Upon seeing Qin Huairu busily engaged in her chores, she couldn't help but tease. "Oh, sister-in-law, you're up so early today. I thought the sun had risen in the west." However, when Qin Huairu turned around, she was momentarily taken aback and instantly became fully alert. "Ah, it's you. Xiao Qin, what brings you here?" To be fair, although Qin Huairu came from a humble background, Fan Zhaodi genuinely appreciated her diligence. Nevertheless, despite her fondness for her, she remained opposed to Qin Huairu marrying Su Laosen. By the way, with Qin Huairu visiting again today, could it be that she is eager to marry her child's uncle? It seems she should hasten back to her family to introduce her cousin to the boy's uncle. If she could indeed facilitate a union between her child's uncle and her cousin, it would be a win-win situation. Who knows? Perhaps her child's uncle could also assist in securing a loan for a house. Such a brilliant scheme. Why hadn't it occurred to me last night? While exchanging pleasantries with Qin Huairu, Fan Zhaodi's mind was particularly sharp, and she quickly sorted through her thoughts, determining what she needed to accomplish that day. The last to rise, Hu Meifeng, was also somewhat bewildered. Upon noticing that Qin Huairu had already completed all the chores, she merely smiled and returned to her slumber. With Qin Huairu's presence today, it was evident that the responsibilities of washing clothes and preparing meals would not fall to her. Naturally, this suited Hu Meifeng just fine, as she preferred to avoid work. Sun Yan, who had just returned from a run, glanced at the peculiar atmosphere in the kitchen but remained silent, heading straight to take a shower. Running in the sweltering summer heat, drenched in sweat, a shower was imperative. This young body had just completed 8 kilometers and hardly felt fatigued. Was it not somewhat wasteful to begin contemplating retirement with such abundant vitality? After changing into clean, refreshing clothes and returning to the kitchen, the family was already seated, ready for breakfast. Su Xiaoqian and her 2 siblings leaned closer to Qin Huairu, whispering, "Are you going to become our third aunt?" Even Su Wumei, a curious 13-year-old middle schooler, was intrigued. Qin Huairu's face flushed with joy. Yet when confronted by Zhou Hongmei's stern expression, she quickly lowered her head in silence. "So many delectable dishes can't seem to keep your mouth shut, can they?" Zhou Nian reproached her nieces, who immediately fell silent, behaving like obedient quails at the table. Old Su remained taciturn, his thoughts unspoken. Matters of marriage are no trifling concern. However, Qin Huairu's situation is indeed quite troubling. It seems she is set on Su Laosan. What a do. After breakfast, Qin Huairu took the initiative to gather the dirty clothes, picked up the wooden bucket, and headed directly to the water basin in the courtyard to wash them. Zhou Hongmei found herself unable to halt the unfolding events, unless she opted for a course of action that would embarrass everyone involved, which would surely provide fodder for the neighbors' amusement. Once Qin Huairu departed, old Su set aside his utensils and inquired, "Third brother, what are you truly contemplating?" Although old Su was notoriously stubborn, he understood that the customs of arranged marriages held little sway over third brother, who had spent so many years in the military. Furthermore, old Su himself had not received a substantial education and was ill-equipped to admonish him after all these years. "What are you thinking?" Years of feigned ignorance passed through Su Nian's mind, yet upon receiving a stern glare from his elder brother, he realized the gravity of the situation. "Father is asking you about that girl from earlier. What are your intentions? Do you wish to marry her?" Aside from her background, Qin Huairu was replete with virtues. Should she enter their family, Hu Meifeng would undoubtedly be the most elated, as it would likely afford her a life of ease. If it came down to a choice between Qin Huairu and Lu Wanxiu, I would undoubtedly select Qin Huairu. After some contemplation, Su Nian expressed a tentative stance, yet swiftly added, "However, I am not yet ready for marriage. At the very least, I wish to wait another year or two until I have secured a home and a car." Chapter 16. The issue of housing marriage in 2 years? Such a rebellious notion. In this era, which elder does not yearn for their descendants to flourish? Although the law stipulates that men may marry at 20 and women at 18, is it not customary for families to wed their children at the tender age of 16 or 17? After all, those who manage to attain a high school education are a rarity, and university students are even more scarce. Nowadays, most children begin their education at 7, spending 5 years in elementary school and 3 years in middle school. Even upon graduating from middle school, they are merely 14 or 15 years old, making marriage at 17 or 18 the prevailing norm. Yet, Su Laosan is already 22, verging on being an old man, and he is expected to wait another 2 years? Who would still consider marrying him then? In no time, Su Nian found himself the target of harsh criticism from Lao Su and Zhou Hongmei, leaving the elderly couple quite agitated. When the grandparents became incensed, Su Shaoqian and her companions swiftly made their escape. "Have we not raised you with great effort?" Zhou Hongmei lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she recounted past grievances. The Su family did not consist solely of Su Nian and his 3 siblings. They had a total of 10 children, of whom only 5 remained. After Su Shinian, there were 3 brothers named by Nian, Qian Nian, and Wan Nian, all of whom were elder than Su Nian. The year 1937 is vivid in the memory of the descendants of the dragon, as it was a time marked by war, famine, and a series of calamities that claimed the lives of Bai Nian and his brothers, along with Su De Mei and Su Er Mei. Su Nian's younger sister, Su Si Mei, has now become the eldest sister, while Su Wu Mei, born much later and initially named Su Wu Mei, was renamed by the local officials to Su Wu Mei for a more melodious appeal. Once a thriving family, only Su De Nian and his 2 brothers, along with Su Si Mei, remain. Currently, the old Su family, apart from the 3rd-generation male, Su Wei Dong, eagerly awaits Su Laosan's return from military service to marry and start a family. Given that the eldest daughter-in-law, Hu Meifeng, is rather indolent, all hopes rest upon Su Laosan. Upon hearing Zhou Hongmei's words, Su Nian felt as though his head was spinning. Just as Sun Wukong dreaded Tang Seng's recitations, Su Nian found himself equally apprehensive of his mother's incessant reminders. This was an unparalleled tactic he could hardly withstand. He hastily reassured Zhou Hongmei, promising to marry soon, while deftly redirecting the conversation towards housing. The old Su family has a total of 3 rooms, accommodating 11 individuals. Should Su Laosan marry, the household would swell to 12. How could they sustain such a life? This predicament weighed heavily on Lao Su and Zhou Hongmei as well. Even before Su Nian's return from the military, they had begun searching for a house, yet finding one in these times was no simple task. A standalone courtyard was exorbitantly priced, starting at no less than 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Moreover, in this era, there were no notions of a 30% down payment. All transactions were conducted in cash. As for a shared courtyard with single rooms, prices varied based on size and layout, ranging from 2 to 300 to 5 or 600 yuan. The most daunting challenge was not the lack of funds, but the scarcity of available and suitable housing options. Observing the distressed expressions of the elderly couple, Su Nian quietly slipped out of the kitchen. If I do not make my escape soon, I shall inevitably face the relentless pressure of marriage proposals once more. Having returned from military service, and after bestowing 100 yuan upon his mother, Zhou Hongmei, he finds himself with a total of 1,080 yuan and 2 jiao, alongside several hundred jin of food stamps. This constitutes the entirety of his savings. However, the prospect of a comfortable retirement seems utterly unattainable. In this day and age, one would need at least 100,000 yuan for a peaceful retirement, not to mention that he is only 21 years of age. If he were to live until 80, he has a further 60 years ahead of him. By then, post-millennium, 100,000 yuan would seem trivial. In fact, 1,000,000 might not suffice. What a futile endeavor it is to ponder such matters. He lightly tapped his forehead, realizing that he had wandered far enough. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when Su Shaoqian and the others caught up with him, brandishing a dustpan. "Third uncle, wait for us." With his 3 nieces in tow, he could hardly afford to be idle before their work was done. For the next couple of weeks, Xu Duoduo immersed himself in the art of fishing. An elderly gentleman from the machinery repair shop appeared punctually by the riverbanks in the outskirts of Beijing each day, waiting patiently. From the Yongding River to the North Canal, and onto the Juma River, Xu Duoduo had scoured nearly all the rivers in the vicinity. The fish he caught were primarily sold to the repair shop, earning him nearly 200 yuan in fishing income during this time. This windfall significantly boosted the little treasury of Su Wumei and Su Shaoqian. Since the last time Qin Huairu returned Fan Zhaodi's long gown, she had not graced Nanluoguxiang again. Conversely, during several fishing trips on the North Canal and Juma River, Qin Huairu had been quite helpful. Consequently, Xu Duoduo rewarded her with 15 yuan and 20 jin of food stamps for her assistance with their midday meals. Indeed, throughout the past few weeks of fishing, their lunches had predominantly been arranged by Qin Huairu. Otherwise, they would have gone without a hot meal at midday. This singular kindness had endeared Qin Huairu to Su Wumei and the others. In other words, should they have the option to choose a third aunt or sister-in-law, they would undoubtedly select Qin Huairu. Even Xu Duoduo himself found himself leaning towards her. Once again, aside from her rural origins and lack of rationed staple grains, Qin Huairu far outshone Lu Wanxiu. As for work, there were still no developments. Director Wang from the street office indicated that they must continue to wait as arrangements were still being coordinated. In light of this, one day after returning home from work, Old Su approached him with news that the Li family from the courtyard was preparing to move. At the dinner table, everyone was taken aback. "What is going on?" they asked, and Old Su proceeded to recount the entire story. It turned out that Old Li had received notification today that his eldest son was thriving in the south and wished to bring the entire family back with him. Being a native of the south himself, Old Li was overjoyed at the prospect of returning to his roots. Since they were leaving, it was inevitable that they would sell their house. As luck would have it, Old Su had been on the lookout for a place, and being neighbors, everyone was well aware of the situation. Today, I have already discussed this matter with Old Su, and we have come to the conclusion that the house will be sold for 600 yuan. The property belonging to Old Li in the central courtyard may not be particularly impressive, yet it boasts 2 rooms with a usable area of 37 square meters, which is quite spacious. However, the 600 yuan fee rendered Su Duoduo and Su Shinian speechless, as they simply do not possess such funds. Fan Zhaodi felt an overwhelming sense of despair, a sentiment echoed by Hu Meifeng. Securing those 2 rooms would be a tremendous boon for their modest families. Old Third, your mother and I have only managed to save 200 yuan. Your eldest and second brothers should have a little as well. Please check how much you have yourself. Your parents cannot assist you much. Old Su finally spoke, causing Fan Zhaodi and Hu Meifeng's eyes to widen in disbelief. How audacious of him to covet our private savings. Chapter 17. The eldest and second eldest brothers, truly shameless. How could they demand money from her hard-earned savings just because the third brother is getting married? Absolutely not. Father, we have no savings. Indeed, Xiaoqian's tuition and miscellaneous fees, and the eldest's indulgences in smoking and drinking, everything requires funds. For many years, the 3 brothers had remained silent, but their wives had already begun to lament their financial woes. The crux of the matter was singular: no money to spare. Yet their lives were at stake. Upon hearing this, Old Su trembled with rage. What a misfortune for the family. Su Duoduo and Su Shinian, the 2 brothers, were equally taken aback, hastily intervening to restrain their respective wives. Yet, they were met with fierce rebuttals from their spouses, leading to internal discord. The dining table was in disarray. Initially, Su Wumei and Su Shaoqian, who were merely spectators, found themselves flustered. Eldest brother, second brother, please cease your quarrel and be silent. This chaotic scene was utterly vexing. Su Danian attempted to speak, but no one heeded his words as the clamor escalated without resolution. In the face of self-interest, even familial bonds proved to be fragile. Bang! With a forceful slap on the table, silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to Su Danian. What is this commotion? Our parents are still present. What is there to argue about? Can't we discuss this amicably? The funds for purchasing a house need not come from the two sisters-in-law. Nor do I require our parents' retirement savings. A hush fell over the crowd. Although everyone was aware that Su Danian might possess wealth, his silence had left them ignorant of the extent of his fortune. The second and eldest sisters-in-law gaped, momentarily rendered speechless. Old Su and Zhou Hongmei were equally astonished, staring blankly at their third son. It was merely 600 yuan, hardly a fortune, and there was no need to jeopardize family harmony over such a trivial sum. The two sisters-in-law, as well as our parents, only wish for my well-being and, more importantly, for the unity and tranquility of this family. We, as children, must set a commendable example before the younger generation, rather than. After this heartfelt discourse, Hu Meifeng and Fan Zhaodi were left blushing, filled with shame. Zhou Hongmei and Old Su exchanged gratified smiles, while Su Wumei and her peers looked on with admiration. In this household, the loudest voices typically belonged to Hu Meifeng and Fan Zhaodi. In the past, Su Danian seldom dared to utter a word, and Su Er was similarly reticent, embodying a modest demeanor. Old Su and Zhou Hongmei often found themselves at a loss with them. Yet today, the third uncle had spoken in a manner that left their mothers speechless. Truly remarkable. Eldest brother, second brother, there is a saying, when brothers unite, their strength is formidable. Su Danian cast a glance at the eldest and second brothers before continuing. Regardless of whether the house in the central courtyard is intended for my wedding, we are a family and should engage in discussions rather than initiating conflict before matters are settled. After delivering a reprimand to the eldest and second brothers, he finally ceased his speech. Zhou Hongmei, unable to contain her curiosity, eagerly inquired, "Third son, where did you acquire such funds? Was it not said that the allowances from the military had yet to be received? Mother, have you forgotten that I've recently made quite a sum from fishing?" The crowd gasped once more, intrigued by the prospect of significant earnings. How much exactly? Ever since Su Wumei joined our fishing expeditions, Su Nian has imposed a strict silence upon the four of them, forbidding any discussion of this matter with family members. Moreover, on several occasions, he refrained from bringing Su Shaoqian and her two companions along, leaving everyone in the dark about the actual amount he had earned. After all, the household's meals had been exceptionally lavish for the past month and a half, and even Su Wumei and the others had noticeably rounder faces. With such considerable expenses, even if the income from fishing was substantial, it was unlikely that much could be saved. Observing the expressions of those around him, Su Nian felt a sense of exasperation. "Oh, never mind, Mom and Dad. I'm off to the courtyard to discuss matters with Old Li about transferring the house in a few days." With that, he stepped outside. At Old Li's residence in the courtyard, specifically the north wing adjacent to Yuzhu's room, the finest dwelling in the entire compound belonged to Shaju. Occupying the main house in the middle courtyard, which was also the tallest structure, Nanluoguxiang is a quintessential three-entry Siheyuan, with 5 rooms in the northern wing, while the ear room is located on the eastern side, with a corridor on the western side. Old Li's home, the ear room of the northern wing, comprises 2 spacious and well-lit rooms. However, when Su Nian entered Old Li's house, it was already bustling with several individuals. Su Laosan is here too. Are you interested in purchasing this house? The voice belonged to Su Damao, seated in the main hall alongside Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Shaju. Su Damao spoke, while Shaju remained silent. "I'm just here to join the fun, Uncle Li. I heard you're selling the house." Su Nian chuckled, neither confirming nor denying his intentions. Yet, Yi Zhonghai and the others quickly grasped the situation. Old Li was indeed crafty, gathering everyone to drive up the price. Who wouldn't he desire Old Li's house? Lu Haizhong had no need for further explanation, as he had 3 sons, and it would be years before they reached adulthood. However, wouldn't it be better to prepare in advance? As for Su Damao, the situation was even more pressing. Though the western wing of the backyard consisted of 2 rooms, he lived with his parents. The issue of housing was indeed a significant factor in his marriage. As for why Yi Zhonghai and Shaju were present, Sun Yin was less certain. Didn't your father mention it? You can acquire my 2 rooms for 600 yuan. Didn't you know? Upon hearing this, Su Dama and Lu Haizhong's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, 600 yuan? They trembled at the thought. This was truly an outrageous sum. Old Li's greed was astonishing. For that dilapidated house of his, even 400 yuan would be excessive. Did he genuinely believe he could sell it for 600? Ridiculous. Indeed, such a fine house. I have no worries about selling it. You're only offering 450 yuan. I'm afraid that is quite regrettable, Old Li retorted, prompting a flicker of uncertainty in Sun Yin's gaze. Regarding the intentions of the aforementioned neighbor, I cannot articulate a sense of aversion. Yet there lingers an undeniable discomfort within me. Has he resorted to such tactics? However, operating within the bounds of legality renders me somewhat speechless. As for the bids placed by Su Damao and Lu Haizhong, I must admit that Sun Yin finds them rather contemptible. Do they aspire to seize an opportunity? This truly resembles a tortoise attempting to attend classes outside its shell. Uncle Li, I have no qualms about your pricing. However, I am rather disinclined towards the method you employed to summon everyone for bidding. Despite my discomfort, Sun Yin, though not lacking in finances, resolved to teach Old Li a lesson. Uncle Li's misstep is not to be taken lightly, Su Laosan. Old Li offered a sheepish smile and promptly issued a dismissal to Su Dama and the others. Chapter 18. The stamped flatbread. Su Dama was instantly displeased, and Lu Haizhong was equally irate, puffing his cheeks and glaring. However, their frustration was futile, for Old Li was about to leave the capital and would no longer be their neighbor. Naturally, the matter of offending him became inconsequential. After Su Damao and the others had left Old Li's residence in a huff, Old Li turned to Sun Yin with a smile, inquiring about the process of handling the property transfer. Since there was no intermediary involved, there would be no need to pay any agency fees. However, while the absence of a fee was advantageous, it meant that the requisite paperwork would need to be managed by themselves. In this era, property transactions were relatively straightforward. One simply needed to register at the local street office and re-register at the property registration office, with a nominal fee of 50 cents. As long as one sought assistance from these institutions to facilitate the change of property ownership, the transaction would be completed. With all the paperwork in order, it would likely take merely half a day to finalize. Of course, if the previous documentation was incomplete or difficult to locate, it might take a bit longer. Uncle Li, there's no rush on this. I have no issues purchasing the house for 600 yuan, Sun Yin stated calmly, only to suddenly amend his statement to reveal that he had only 530 yuan in cash. He lamented that he did not possess the full amount. Initially, he had contemplated borrowing money from Uncle Yi Zhonghai, but he hesitated to approach him after Old Li had summoned him. Why not just call him over again? Old Li urged, but Sun Yin shook his head. Uncle Li, if you go to call him now, he surely won't lend me the money, as this matter is unrelated to him. Why would he be inclined to assist with something that doesn't concern him? Well, if you offer him some interest, wouldn't that resolve the issue? Old Li suggested. Uncle Li, you truly have a way with words. You speak as if it's so simple. But you would have to cover the interest for me, Sun Yin retorted without hesitation, leaving Old Li visibly flustered. Are you buying or not? Old Li pressed. Yes, I intend to, but I currently only have 530 yuan. If you agree, I can accompany you to complete the transfer tomorrow. So you mean to say you wish to purchase my house for 530 yuan? Old Li's face darkened entirely. Su Laosan, you scoundrel. Not only do you ruin my carefully laid plans, but now you also wish to haggle? This is sheer folly. Get lost. Thus, the two parted on unfriendly terms. As Sun Yin left Old Li's home, he remained convinced that Old Li would come seeking him again. In the front yard, Old Su and Zhou Hongmei awaited good news. But Sun Yin merely expressed that there was no hurry and that they should take their time. The atmosphere at home remained somewhat awkward. Both the elder and second sister-in-law harbored grievances towards Sun Yin, their third brother. However, they dared not express their discontent in his presence, instead venting their frustrations to their respective husbands. Just look at our third brother. He truly has a way about him. He clearly has money but refuses to disclose how much, even deceiving our parents by claiming his subsidy has yet to arrive. It's embarrassing for us in front of mom and dad. How will we carry on in the future? In response to this, both Su Laoda and Su Laoer provided a remarkably unanimous answer. How much savings do we have that Lao San is not aware of? Subsequently, both brothers faced a reprimand from their wives. How could it be the same? The brothers felt aggrieved and wronged. How could it not be different? The household was quite tumultuous, yet for now, it seemed manageable. As for when they would separate in the future, that remained uncertain. Given the fierce personalities of Hu Mei Feng and Fan Zhaodi, a division might not be far off. The next day, Sun Yin rose early to go for a morning run. The nearest primary school to Nanluoguxiang, Dongshi Tiao Street Primary School, was approximately 2 kilometers away. The school boasted a standard 400-meter track, constructed according to Western standards during the Republic of China era. Thus, he would run directly to the school, covering 6 kilometers before returning home, totaling 10 kilometers. On his way back today, he fortuitously encountered his nieces, Su Shaoqian and her sister, who were out to buy fried dough sticks and steamed buns. "Oh, I wondered why you two have been eating so little for breakfast these days. Turns out you've been sneaking off here to buy breakfast, haven't you?" Caught in the act by their third uncle, the sisters turned pale with fright. However, they quickly adopted a charming demeanor, saying, "Uncle, since we've been so good to you, you wouldn't tell our parents, would you?" "Of course not." The two children immediately brightened, nearly jumping with joy. But the next moment, they heard their uncle add, "However, I will inform your grandparents so they can spank you." "Oh, uncle, how could you treat your lovely and obedient nieces this way?" Seeing their faces turn white, Sun Yin understood it was time to ease the tension, saying, "All right, I won't tell your grandparents or parents about this incident, but you must promise me not to do this again. Understand?" "Understood," Su Shaoqian replied, but Su Xiaoman hesitated, biting her lip, and said, "But uncle, what if I get tempted? What else could happen?" "You'll get spanked." "Ah." The two children were startled, yet they recognized their uncle was merely jesting, and they laughed as they ran off. However, after running less than 10 meters, they suddenly realized their buns had fallen from their hands. Just 2 buns, and they were both gone. When they turned back to search for the buns, a more sorrowful sight awaited them. They saw a car passing by, with their buns rolling right under its wheels. Once the vehicle had moved on, they beheld the flattened remnants of their buns. With a cry, they burst into tears. Yet their uncle, unperturbed, chuckled and remarked, "Concrete roads cannot yield wheat." The imprint of buns on the pavement is the most fervent love for the street. In the capital, the roads were already paved with concrete, solid and enduring. Although the buns were now unrecognizable, the children still intended to retrieve them, only to be stopped by Sun Yin. When they looked up, they saw 2 scruffy little kids had already snatched them away. Those 2 little rascals swiftly snatched up the bread stamps and vanished at the mouth of the alley. Seemingly fearful that Su Shaoqian and her companions would come seeking the return of their stamps. "Come on, remember what Uncle San said. If you crave something in the future, you may buy a little to enhance your life, but you cannot indulge in daily purchases. With the meager amount of money you possess, can you sustain such a habit?" "Understood, Uncle San," the nieces replied readily. However, they inquired once more about whether they would continue fishing in the future. While fishing could provide some pocket money, Uncle San would soon be heading to work, leaving them unable to go fishing. Even if they did venture out, the catch would likely be scarce. They should abandon such hopes. Moreover, the riverbank is perilous. If they frequently consume those foolish fish they catch, they too might grow to be foolish in adulthood. The outskirts of the capital are dotted with numerous rivers, each stretch offering different catches. Alas, most areas have been depleted over the years. It is worth noting that he had once managed to haul in over 100 pounds daily, and on some days, even more than 200 pounds, nearly emptying the river of its bounty. Chapter 19. The Revenge of Jia Zhong. Thus, it can be surmised that the waterways on the outskirts of the capital are likely to be teeming with only the smallest of fish. Accompanied by his 2 nieces, Sun Yin entered the courtyard and was immediately greeted by the lively commotion emanating from the central courtyard. The little ones dashed off to join the fray, neglecting their breakfast entirely. In this era, the raucous exchanges between neighbors could be likened to a live broadcast of a television drama, far surpassing even the most riveting of e-commerce live streams. This form of entertainment has undoubtedly been passed down through generations and deserves to be cherished. For many years, Sun Yin had refrained from indulging in such spectacles, despite lacking modern conveniences like smartphones for entertainment. However, he had gradually acclimatized to his current way of life. This leisurely pace was, after all, reminiscent of his dream retirement. Savoring a humble meal of cornbread accompanied by stir-fried potatoes, pickled radishes, and a bowl of millet porridge, he found his breakfast to be no less delightful than those of future generations. By the time he finished his meal, Su Shaoqian and her companions returned. "Third uncle, it is such a pity you missed the show. You have no idea." "Indeed, third brother, you should have seen how fierce that Jia was." Su Wumei chimed in, having witnessed the entire unfolding of events, which was nothing short of spectacular. Oh, really? Pray, do tell me more. Instantly, Sun Yan's interest was piqued. The happenings in the central courtyard were indeed quite captivating. It all stemmed from the recent hot topic circulating within the courtyard. The Li family was selling their house. Initially, this matter bore no relevance to Jia Zhang, as she had only one son, Jia Dongxiu, and the two of them resided in separate rooms. Even should her son marry, there would be sufficient accommodation. Nevertheless, the sale of the Li residence piqued the interest of their neighbors, and Jia Zhang was particularly eager to seize an opportunity. Just last night, when Sun Yan and his family visited the Li household, Jia Zhang was found lurking at their doorstep. Not long after, Lu Haizhong and his group departed in anger, and when Sun Yan left, old Li slammed the door shut with a fierce finality, as though bidding farewell to unwelcome guests. Consequently, Jia Zhang ventured to engage in casual conversation with the Li family. Upon discovering that Sun Yan was only willing to offer 530 yuan, Jia Zhang hastily declared that she would contribute 531 yuan to acquire the Li residence. Was this not akin to rubbing salt in old Li's wounds? While one might have witnessed opportunistic behavior before, such brazen attempts to exploit a situation were truly unprecedented. As anticipated, old Li vehemently refused her offer. Enraged, Jia Zhang stormed out, and, upon returning home, her anger festered, igniting a desire for retribution. Thus, the following morning, as the Li family rose to open their door, they were met with the unanticipated sight of a large heap of foul-smelling refuse at their threshold. Infuriated, the Li family erupted in curses. It was evident that a neighbor was responsible for this, and the prime suspect was none other than Jia Zhang, especially since she had left the previous night hurling insults. Consequently, old Lin approached the west wing and began to vocally chastise the Jia family. Initially, Jia Zhang refused to acknowledge her culpability, but as time progressed, the mounting evidence pointed squarely in her direction, yet she remained obstinate in her denial. She possesses an audaciously thick skin, impervious to the concerns of others. The yellowish and white remnants, albeit discernible in color, reveal the recent dietary habits of their owner. Unfortunately for Jia Zhang, she had recently indulged in black fungus, which her digestive system struggled to process. Coupled with the inherent toughness of the fungus, she failed to thoroughly chew her food, leaving visible remnants behind. This provided a decisive blow to Jia Zhang, yet she stubbornly refused to acknowledge it, leading to a protracted standoff. Ultimately, the matter was smoothed over by the three gentlemen, Yi Zhonghai and his companions, leaving it unresolved. Upon hearing Su Wumei's tantalizing gossip, Sun Yan felt grateful that he had already partaken of breakfast. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to eat now. Strangely enough, Jia Zhang's antics inadvertently aided Sun Yan significantly. Her actions likely hastened old Li's eagerness to sell his house. As fellow residents of the same courtyard, old Li was undoubtedly aware of who the true buyer of his property was. Without a doubt, Yi Zhonghai, being the highest paid individual in the courtyard without the burden of children, was the most financially capable. However, Yi Zhonghai already possessed a home and was more interested in finding a suitable candidate for retirement than in acquiring another property. In contrast, Lu Haizhong and Xu Duoduo were both affluent and in need of housing. Lu's family had 3 children, while Xu Duoduo lived with his parents. Thus, marriage necessitated purchasing a home. Yet, both of them were notoriously frugal, and even a price of 500 seemed exorbitant to them. Consequently, amidst the entire courtyard, Sun Yan emerged as the most capable and in dire need of a residence. The urgency of the old Su family in the front courtyard far surpassed that of Xu Duoduo's family in the back, with 11 individuals residing in 3 rooms. And at the age of 22, though Sun Yan only acknowledged being 21, he had been actively seeking a life partner for over half a month. However, without a home, bringing a bride into his life would be futile, as evidenced by the failed pursuits of Lu Wanqiu, Qin Huairu, and his cousin Fan Zhaodi. Old Li, far from being foolish, was quite astute. Presently, he found himself in a competition with Sun Yan to see who could endure the longest. Though he felt somewhat disheartened by Jia Zhang's outburst that morning, he quickly regained his composure. As he passed by the front courtyard, he glanced toward the old Su residence but did not catch sight of Sun Yan. At that moment, Sun Yan had already departed the courtyard and was heading to the street office for his daily check-in. Upon seeing him, Director Wang shook his head in exasperation. "Director Wang, I merely came to check on you and have a brief conversation, not to discuss work," Sun Yan replied, smiling at the director's expression. Director Wang was certainly the most patient among them, had it been anyone else. Dealing with Su Nian's daily visits would have led to either frustration or a stern demeanor. He had no connections, only a shadow. However, a job has been delayed for such an extended period, and if there were no ulterior motives involved, it would be hard to believe after so many years. With a tranquil mindset, he did not delve deeper into the matter. Accepting his own mediocrity with composure was quite sufficient. Just as he currently relishes his present state of life, the principle remains the same. Even in the absence of a golden opportunity or employment, he would not succumb to despondency or pessimism. Time, akin to a poison, can render all your struggles and efforts futile, ultimately leading one to apathetically accept the unfolding of events. After chatting with Director Wang for a while, he calmly departed from the street office and strolled nearby. In later years, Nanluoguxiang itself became a tourist attraction. He walked along the outer Diamond Street to the inner Diamond Street, passed by Jingshan Park, and proceeded south along Beiqizi Street before arriving near Tiananmen. Nowadays, entry to the Forbidden City requires a ticket. Today, there were quite a few people, and one had to queue to purchase tickets. "Hello, comrade, one admission ticket, please." He handed the ticket seller a dime and received back 5 cents along with the ticket. Gazing at the 5 cents in his hand, this coin had, in later years, become merely a digit in the hundredths place during supermarket transactions, seldom seen otherwise. After passing the ticket check, he entered the Forbidden City, where the crowd was even denser. Since he was wandering alone, he truly was just meandering. After spending more than 2 hours exploring the Forbidden City, he finally returned home for lunch. Chapter 20. The Art of Negotiation in the Following Days. Su Nian spent his time meandering outdoors, neglecting fishing in favor of pure enjoyment. Several times, he encountered the Air Force personnel or the elderly Yin, who was returning home with a few small fish. To be honest, Su Nian mused that perhaps this was the true essence of being a fisherman. Unlike himself, who boasted a haul of at least 100 pounds each time he fished by the river, such luck seemed almost supernatural. One day, after a delightful stroll, he returned home to find Old Li seated at his doorstep, conversing with the current occupants, including Hongmei. Upon seeing him, Old Li rose and exclaimed, "Speak of the devil. And he appears. Nian, just in time for us to discuss the matter of the house." "Uncle Li, what do you intend to discuss?" Su Nian chuckled as he settled onto the steps. Noticing the pack of Qianmen cigarettes that Old Li offered, he feigned exaggerated surprise, saying, "Oh, Uncle Li, you are far too gracious. We are merely neighbors, and this is quite excessive." Though he did not smoke, he accepted the cigarette, bringing it to his nose to savor the aroma, praising, "A boxed pack of Qianmen. They sell for 40 cents a pack at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. You truly are generous, Uncle Li." In 1958, a pack of unfiltered Zhonghua cigarettes cost 60 cents, Mutin 52 cents, Kuning 47 cents, Qianmen 40 cents, while Dazhong produced the cheapest at 32 cents. Considering that a pound of flour was 18 cents, a chicken egg 5.5 cents, and a pound of pork 30 cents at that time, the price of cigarettes at 40 cents was quite steep. This generosity from Old Li suggested he might be yielding under pressure. Thus, Su Nian gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the exaggerated performance, which Old Li appreciated. Truth be told, Old Li had found himself in a tight spot. In recent days, Su Nian had completely forgotten about the house purchase and was often out and about, making it difficult for them to meet. The opportunistic Lu Haizhong and Su Demao had raised the price to 460 yuan, yet it remained far from satisfactory. Therefore, he hoped to negotiate more favorably with Su Nian. "Ah, how could I possibly compare to you?" Old Li humbly remarked, alluding to Su Nian's impressive fishing achievements from some time ago. Then, shifting the conversation, he stated, "As you mentioned last time, I've been contemplating. After much thought, we have been neighbors for over a decade, and you are well aware of my house." Transitioning to the topic of the house, Old Li raised its value once more, reiterating the advantages he had outlined a few days prior. Although it was a modest residence, it boasted an impressive 37 square meters. "It is filled with natural light," he added, also referencing recent transactions of nearby properties. Why mention these details? Although Old Li worked at a steel mill, he was astute, and with these past few days of reflection, he had come to understand many things more clearly. Firstly, his house is of exceptional quality. Had it not been for the urgency of the Lao family to relocate to the south, and had he not been averse to paying the intermediary fees to those who solicit buyers, he would undoubtedly have had more options and could have sold it at a higher price. Secondly, based on the transaction circumstances of nearby courtyards, selling his house for 600 yuan is, in fact, not exorbitant. Furthermore, After extolling the virtues of the property, Lao Li continued, "Moreover, Uncle Li, congratulations are in order." The unexpected congratulation left Su Nian momentarily bewildered, but upon regaining his composure, he quickly inquired about the reason. "Your mother just told me that you must settle down this year, which is why my house is the most suitable for you." The older generation tends to refer to parents as father and mother, while the younger folks use dad and mom, and eventually, the preference may shift to papa and mama. However, terms of endearment vary across regions. In today's Beijing, most residents of the courtyards are not native Beijingers, making such differences in address quite normal. Indeed, Lao San, you are no longer a child. It's time to purchase a house and start a family, Xu Duoduo chimed in, albeit delivering a sharp remark to Su Nian's heart. "Your father and I are getting older. If you have children now, we can help take care of them. However, if you wait a few more years, we may not be able to assist you." True to form, the seasoned employee's flattering words left Su Nian feeling somewhat anxious. Nevertheless, Su Nian was not naive enough to be easily manipulated by Lao Li. "Mom, I understand. I will definitely have several plump little ones for you to dote on, Pa." "What do you mean for me to dote on? You're being quite irreverent." Laughter erupted, with Zhou Hongmei playfully scolding her son. "Mom, Xiao Qian and the others are hungry. Please go prepare dinner." Once Zhou Hongmei was occupied, Su Nian turned to Lao Li and softly said, "Uncle Li, you are correct. I truly need to purchase a house, and I am even considering your property at this statement." Lao Li's confidence blossomed into a triumphant smile. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze. "However, my job situation is still uncertain, and I noticed that the house next door is filled with clutter." I consulted Director Wang from the street office, and it turns out that the adjacent house belongs to the steel mill. I've inquired, and it can be purchased outright for a mere 300 yuan currently. I don't have enough money on hand, so I plan to dam. Although the adjacent house lacks natural light, its size is reasonable. Once the debris is cleared and it undergoes renovation, it could indeed be livable. As for the lighting issue, a skylight could easily remedy that. Goodness! Upon hearing Su Nian's words, Lao Li was left speechless. Su Nian had turned the tables on him, rendering his earlier remarks into a mere jest. So, Su Nian hadn't sought him out these past few days because he was contemplating the adjacent house. If this matter were to truly come to fruition, what would become of the two side rooms belonging to the old Li family? Would they be sold off at a pittance to Su Damao or Lu Haizhong? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Old Li, in a state of panic, could no longer maintain his composure and hastily exclaimed, "For many years, the rear room has indeed been good, yet it is shadowy and damp, certainly not comparable to my two side rooms. Moreover, if you are to clear out the clutter, where will everyone place their belongings? Furthermore, renovating would undoubtedly incur expenses, would it not? However, my two side rooms differ. Once you purchase them, you could inhabit them immediately. Thus, when all is considered, it would indeed be wiser to directly acquire my family's two rooms." Su Nian shook his head, saying, "Uncle Li, one cannot articulate matters in such a manner. Your property is priced at 600 yuan. 530, no need for 600. Let us settle on the price you mentioned last time." At that moment, Old Li dared not uphold any pretensions. Even with a sudden drop of 70 yuan, he found himself at a loss. The train ticket heading south had long been secured, and the schedule was unchangeable. "Uncle Li, the rear room along with the renovations would amount to no more than 400 yuan. With Su Nian's declaration, Old Li found himself once again at a disadvantage. Chapter 21. Deposit and earnest money. Could Su Nian really hope for a price reduction after all these years? Old Li's countenance darkened significantly, his temper flaring. Was it truly the case that he must part with his house at such a pittance? "Su Lao-san, please provide Uncle Li with a definitive answer. Do you still wish to purchase my home?" Upon hearing this, Su Nian couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, are you still maintaining your dignity, my dear elder? Uncle Li, I truly wish to buy, but you are aware of my situation. I spent 400 yuan on a back room, and with only 130 remaining, how can I afford a bicycle for fetching the bride? You see my predicament, don't you? Moreover, your asking price of 530 yuan is exorbitant. Your son is thriving in the south. There is no need for you to quibble over a mere few dozen yuan. It hardly befits your stature." With these words, Old Li fell into deep contemplation. It was evident that he had been deftly maneuvered by Su Nian, leaving no room for rebuttal. Perhaps the outcome had been predetermined from the moment he first purchased the property. Had he not divulged the impending move of his family to the south, he might not have found himself in such a precarious position. After a prolonged silence, Old Li sighed in resignation Nian, tell me, how much can you offer? Uncle Li, I assure you, I'm not trying to shortchange you. How about 480 yuan? The reduction from 600 to 480 was a staggering 120 yuan, a concession that Old Li struggled to accept. 500 yuan is the lowest I can go. Any further reduction, and I shall sell to the neighborhood office. The neighborhood office or the steel plant could indeed take such a property, but their offers would be far from generous, and the speed of payment would not compare favorably. Nevertheless, it was a secure option, guaranteeing a sale. The back-and-forth negotiation between the two was nearing its conclusion. After some idle chatter, the beleaguered Old Li finally capitulated. The ear room in the courtyard was ultimately sold for 495 yuan. Very well, here is a 100 yuan deposit. Please provide me with a receipt. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to the neighborhood office and the property registration office for the transfer. Once the arrangement was settled, Su Nian did not linger. Opting for a swift resolution, Old Li was equally decisive, though he wished to have a witness present. Fortuitously, Buggui from across the way happened to be home. Having already observed the discussion between Su Nian and Old Li, and was aware they were negotiating about the property. Thus, as their conversation neared completion, he quickly approached. Old Li, has the house been sold? Such a joyous occasion surely warrants a celebratory drink, doesn't it? One must seize an opportunity when it arises. Before Old Li could respond, several individuals entered through the courtyard gate, led by Yi Zhonghai and Old Su. The steelworkers had finished their shifts. Oh, what a lively gathering today. Instantly, the front courtyard buzzed with excitement, although neither Old Li nor Su Nian mentioned the house sale. Instead, it was Buggui, ever the opportunist who, unable to contain his curiosity, revealed the details to the crowd. The front yard was suddenly abuzz with excitement. Old Su, have you purchased a house? This was indeed remarkable. Old Li's property was quite impressive. I had always suspected that among all in the courtyard, only Old Su possessed the means to acquire Old Li's home. After all, he was an esteemed veteran, distinct from us ordinary folk. While there were many who spoke with a sardonic tone, there were also numerous compliments. Yet most people could hardly distinguish the true scoundrels from the hypocrites. Amidst the commotion, Old Li pulled Yi Zhonghai aside and whispered a few words. The latter, with a look of surprise, cast a glance at Su Nian and then nodded in agreement. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback by Su Nian's boldness in negotiating the price down to 495 yuan, especially considering that Old Li's property was genuinely quite fine. Consequently, Yi Zhonghai drafted a receipt stating, "This certifies that Li Baohua has received a deposit of 100 yuan from Su Nian on July 25, 1958. This is hereby confirmed." The date and Li Baohua's seal were clearly marked in the bottom corner. Upon seeing the term deposit written by Yi Zhonghai, Su Nian couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle, your wording here is rather incorrect." "Oh, what seems to be the issue?" In response to Yi Zhonghai's inquiry, Old Su, Old Li, Lu Haizhong, and Buggui leaned in curiously. Just then, Yuzhu returned from outside. Upon witnessing the ruckus in the front yard, he squeezed through the crowd in astonishment. "Ah, Su Nian, you have indeed bought Old Li's house?" Faced with Su Nian's suddenly piercing gaze, Yuzhu awkwardly appended an extra Nian. In the courtyard, few dared to call Su Nian Duoduo anymore. Only Zhou Hongmei occasionally slipped up, having grown accustomed to the nickname. However, even that had diminished considerably. Su Nian ignored Yuzhu and pointed at the receipt, stating, "Uncle, the term deposit you have used signifies an agreement wherein one party provides a sum to the other as a guarantee for a debt. However, the deposit cannot exceed 20% of the total contract value. Given that the house's total price is 495 yuan, the deposit should be 99 yuan. Furthermore, this deposit is non-refundable." Yi Zhonghai was caught off guard and felt a wave of embarrassment. Yet Old Li interjected, "Nian, isn't it still essentially the same? Do you not wish to purchase my house?" The gathered neighbors gasped in unison, realizing that Su Nian had secured Old Li's house for a mere 495 yuan. Hadn't it been stated that it would be sold for 600 yuan? Moreover, Jia Zhashir had previously offered 531 yuan for it. "Uncle Li, of course I wish to buy it. However, I have other options as well. Therefore, the term deposit must be amended to reservation fee." Su Nian was resolute in his stance. Although he harbored no intention of breach, residing in a Siheyuan necessitated a certain vigilance. Moreover, in this era, 100 yuan, nay, 99 yuan, equates to approximately 15,000 yuan in 2023. To default would mean incurring a significant financial loss. The neighbors found themselves perplexed by the usage of the terms deposit and earnest money. Upon hearing the discourse, enriched by years of experience, they felt an awakening of sorts, gaining much insight and agreeing with Manyear's practices. It was only then that Lao Su and Zhou Hongmei comprehended the complexities involved. Consequently, their gazes towards Yi Zhonghai shifted dramatically. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai felt utterly wronged. After all, his actions were not deliberate. Just then, Jia Zhongshi emerged from the courtyard, eager to join the fray. Upon overhearing the neighbors' discussions and learning the general outline of the matter, she stormed into the center of the crowd, exclaiming, "Li Baohua, why won't you sell the house to me? I am willing to offer 496 yuan for it." Chapter 22. Borrowing money. As the most notorious troublemaker in the courtyard, Jia Zhongshi possessed not only remarkable prowess in conflict, but also an unparalleled talent for mischief. The neighbors watched with wide eyes as Sun Yin crossed his arms, observing the unfolding drama with a nonchalant demeanor, as if it bore no relevance to him. Oldly, his face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, "Jia Zhongshi, step aside. Even if I were to sell my house at a loss, I would never sell it to you. So stop dreaming. You truly are ungrateful. My offer is significantly higher. If you sell to me, you could earn even more." Jia Zhongshi continued to scheme, believing that the highest bidder would prevail. She thought that if she could deceive Li Baohua into signing the property sale contract, she would simply resell it for a handsome profit. Though she lacked sufficient funds, she reasoned that once the house was sold, she could transfer the money to Li Baohua later. However, her devious intentions were as transparent as daylight. Li Baohua, well aware of Jia Zhongshi's financial limitations, firmly declined her offer. After years of being neighbors, everyone knew each other's circumstances all too well. "I'm not interested in your nonsense," Old Li retorted dismissively, urging Yi Zhonghai to promptly rewrite the receipt for the deposit. As for the deposit itself, he felt there was no need to dispute it further. Yet, Jia Zhongshi was not ready to concede. "Old Li, how about I add an extra 50 cents? Isn't that generous enough? If that doesn't work, I can add another 50 cents, making it 497 yuan, 2 yuan more than his offer." She raised 2 fingers, but Li Baohua ignored her completely. Taking the red ink pad, he pressed his thumb down, finalizing the receipt. "Look at this receipt after many years. Does it suffice?" Sun Yin, upon receiving it, noted that it had been amended to reflect a deposit, though the 100 yuan remained unchanged. He had no objections to this. "Very well. We shall proceed with the transfer tomorrow." Thus, the matter of the property transaction reached a conclusion. Among the crowd, Lu Haizhong and Xu Duoduo remained silent. The price of 495 yuan was still too steep for them. Meanwhile, Jia Zhongshi seethed with frustration, feeling her efforts had been in vain. As Sun Yin secured the receipt, she felt a pang of envy. "Sun Yin, you ought to be grateful to me. Without my intervention, you would never have stumbled upon this bargain. Therefore, you should compensate me with 50 yuan, and we shall be even." With the deal sealed, Li Baohua's house had been sold to Sun Yin, leaving Jia Zhongshi with no opportunities left. Hence, she arrogantly revealed her scheme, aiming to make Sun Yin feel indebted. However, she realized that cashing in on such a sentiment was the most prudent course of action. The neighbors, upon hearing her confession, gaped in astonishment. Lu Haizhong and Xu Duoduo regretted their inaction. Had they known, they too could have employed clever tactics to compel Li Baohua to relent. Now, it is all too late. Li Baohua trembled with rage. She actually admitted that the yellow and white substance at his doorstep that day was her doing. In her relentless pursuit to persuade him to sell the house for a mere 531 yuan, Jia Zhongshi truly resorted to all means possible. Sun Yin, grinning widely, revealed his 8 gleaming white teeth. "Am I to give you 50 yuan? Jia Zhongshi, with such an unappealing appearance, your aspirations are rather extravagant. It was just about to get dark. You should hurry to bed, for in dreams, anything is possible." Haha. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter, their mirth echoing like the sounds of pigs. They had previously witnessed Sun Yin's sharp tongue. He never uttered a vulgar word, yet his remarks were laced with scorn. Old Li, who had been quite furious, found himself laughing at the misfortune of others. Only Jia Zhongshi's face turned ashen with anger, contemplating throwing a tantrum and resorting to underhanded tactics against Sun Yin. However, upon encountering Sun Yin's cold gaze, a shiver ran through her, and she instantly felt a sense of retreat. It was not worth the trouble. The events of the past half-month were still vivid in her memory. Just then, Old Yin spoke up. "Old Li, since you're selling the house and planning to head south in a few days, shouldn't we have a few drinks?" Let it be a farewell banquet. What do you say? Hearing Yin Bugui's words, Jia Zhongshu's eyes lit up. Indeed, since Li Baoguo had secured a sum of money, inviting all the neighbors to a meal would be a fitting way to honor the bonds built over the years. Thus, she joined in the cheer, and Lu Haizhong along with Xu Duoduo followed suit. Yes, you've made some money. Treat everyone to a little something. Despite their reluctance, they felt obliged to contribute to old Li's discomfort. However, Sun Yin showed no interest in their antics. After dinner, he made his way to the courtyard and knocked on Yi Zhonghai's door. Uncle Yi, Auntie Yi, are you having dinner? The Yi couple was quite surprised to see Sun Yin at their doorstep and quickly welcomed him, with Auntie even fetching blankets and tea. Auntie Yi, there's no need to fuss. I just came from dinner. We are all neighbors, no need for such formality. Moreover, I'll be moving to the ear room soon, so I'll be troubling you even more then. After some pleasantries, Sun Yin did not leave Yi Zhonghai guessing but directly stated his purpose. He needed to borrow money. The essence of survival within the courtyard lay in knowing when to conceal one's strengths. Although he had money in his pocket, he could not act recklessly. Recently, through fishing, the entire courtyard was aware that Sun Yin had undoubtedly earned a substantial amount. Moreover, being an esteemed veteran officer, he must have received a handsome severance pay. While he had previously deflected inquiries about his finances with the excuse that his severance had not yet been disbursed, leaving others in a state of uncertainty regarding his wealth, he remained the affluent individual of the courtyard. Once wealth enters the equation, envy is easily provoked. The greatest weakness of human nature, to resent what you have, to mock what you lack, to disdain your poverty, and to fear your prosperity. Do not speak of the plastic neighbors in the courtyard, for even those duplicitous relatives are scarcely any better. Just before dinner, was it not the case that Li Baoguo found himself the target of envy from Yin Buggui and others, compelling old Li to treat them to a meal? Such is life in the courtyard. When it comes to borrowing money, within the entire courtyard, the only one capable of lending substantial sums for many years is Yi Zhonghai. As for Lu Haizhong, while he may possess wealth, he is infatuated with authority and has an insatiable appetite for indulgence. For the time being, old Lu is not the primary target. As for whether Yi Zhonghai would be willing to lend me money, I feel quite confident after many years. Why, you may ask? Because I only need to borrow 500 yuan, with an annual interest of 10 yuan. This sum is not insignificant, equating to a 2% annualized interest rate. Currently, no bank offers such a high annualized rate. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai inquired with curiosity, has your veteran's compensation not yet been disbursed? Chapter 23, Su Laosan is a bad seed, Uncle Yi. My job has yet to materialize, and my veteran's compensation hasn't been disbursed. Is it not reasonable that I am without funds? Sun Yin shrugged his shoulders, feigning helplessness. If the money had come through, I wouldn't wish to trouble Uncle Yi at all. His words assuaged Yi Zhonghai's doubts, and with the allure of a mere 10 yuan in interest, it was indeed tempting. But why not borrow for a month or half a year instead of a whole year? Yi Zhonghai pondered. The uncertainty of when he would receive his veteran's pay, coupled with his upcoming expenses, which were quite considerable, weighed heavily on Sun Yin's mind. After hearing his explanation, Yi Zhonghai harbored no further reservations and prepared to lend him the money. However, Sun Yin was meticulous, insisting that they draft a loan agreement, with 2 copies made. Exactly. Sun Yin has indeed considered everything thoroughly, Yi Ant chimed in, only to be met with a sharp glare from Yi Zhonghai. Complimenting another was merely a veiled criticism of his own lack of attention to detail. How can she be so tactless? He thought, wondering where her loyalties lay. Half an hour later, Sun Yin emerged from Yi Zhonghai's home, pocketing a signed loan agreement and 50 crisp bills. Across the street, Jia Zhongshu observed the scene through the window, muttering under her breath, that scoundrel has lingered at Uncle Yi's for far too long. He must be up to no good. Jia Dongxiu, who was soaking his feet nearby, responded casually, Mother, who are you talking about? Who else could it be? That scoundrel Su Laosan from the front yard. She snapped, followed by a string of less than civilized remarks. What could he possibly want at Uncle Yi's? He just bought 2 small houses, and his veteran's pay has yet to arrive. Surely, he must be there to borrow money. The notion of borrowing money struck Jia Zhongshu like a bolt of lightning, igniting a flurry of excitement within her. Of course, why didn't I think of that? I could borrow money from Yi Zhonghai too. If Li Baoguo sells us the house, we can flip it for a profit. Upon hearing his mother's daydreaming, Jia Dongxiu felt a headache coming on. This echoed the saying, a chicken feather on a flagpole, such audacity. Though not particularly astute, he recognized that the house had already been sold, What could they do? Moreover, their family was currently at odds with the Li family. It was highly unlikely they would sell to the Jia family. What reason would Uncle Yi have to lend us money? Jia Dongxu reasoned. His mother's discontent was palpable. I can overlook what others say, but you, my son, are supposed to support me, not add to my troubles. Are you really being sincere? Isn't it natural for a disciple to borrow from their master? Mother, they've already sealed the deal. The house will be transferred tomorrow. What can we do? Jia Dongxu responded helplessly. If there were a way to thwart Su Laosan's schemes, I would gladly embrace it, but alas, we are left with no options. How can there be no options? Solutions are merely what people conceive. At this moment, Jia Zhongxi felt her brain cells rapidly fading, her CPU nearly overheating. After a frantic whirl of thoughts, she suddenly recalled Qin Huairu, and her eyes brightened. Of course, how could I have forgotten her? Dongxu, do you remember that Qin Huairu? Naturally, I do, mother, but why do you bring her up? She has resolutely decided to be with Su Laosan. Even if I were to offer myself, she would not be swayed. Such a lack of ambition, mother tells you. Indeed, Jia Zhongxi had just conceived a brilliant plan that would certainly vex Sun Yan, allowing him to experience a taste of heartache. The following morning, after breakfast, Jia Zhongxi hurriedly set out. She took a bus to Qinjiago, spending a mere 15 cents, thus resolving to accomplish her mission come what may. Upon her arrival around mid-morning, she found the village quiet, with few inhabitants at home. In July's northern climes, the busy farming season had passed, yet the villagers remained industrious. With the end of July approaching and the harvest of spring wheat just a month or two away, farmers were busy inspecting fields or venturing into the mountains to hunt wild boars, ensuring that the wheat remained unharmed. Additionally, they were occupied with planting vegetables, including various radishes, okra, and cabbage, particularly the latter, which was essential for winter. Every household would stockpile hundreds of pounds before the onset of cold weather. Thus, from mid-July to early August, farmers had little respite. In the sparsely populated Qinjiago village, Jia Zhongxi adeptly located Qin Huairu's home. You must be Sister Qin, correct? Here's the thing. Upon meeting Qin Huairu's mother, Jia Zhongxi began to ingratiate herself. Having gained a modicum of trust, she started to weave tales of Sun Yan's misdeeds. Isn't your daughter, Xiaoru, courting that Sun Yan from our courtyard? Sister Qin, let me tell you, you have no idea how despicable Su Laosan is. He has already purchased a house. I doubt he mentioned this to Xiaoru, did he? You wouldn't know, of course, because Su Laosan is playing both sides. Taken aback, Qin Huairu's mother was startled. If true, the urban Su Laosan was indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing. But that is not all. Everyone speaks of him as an exemplary veteran. Yet, Sister Qin, do you know where he acquired the funds for the house? Where did they come from? Qin Huairu's mother asked, intrigued. Borrowed. Jia Zhongxi proclaimed with satisfaction, her face contorting with disdain. Pa. They call him an exemplary veteran. But what has he truly been up to? If he were genuinely a veteran, how could he lack money? Where did he borrow from? Who would lend him money? Qin Huairu's mother remained relatively clear-headed, her thoughts unclouded, not swayed by Jia Zhongxi's insinuations. However, the latter was well prepared, knowing that disparaging Sun Yan would surely yield impactful revelations. Among the neighbors of our courtyard, the wealthiest is undoubtedly Uncle Da. He is quite frugal, both in his diet and attire, which has allowed him to amass a considerable fortune. Uncle Da is a kind-hearted individual and serves as a mentor to my son, Dongxu. His inherent goodness is what led him to fall victim to the deceit of Su Laosan. Through our conversation, what initially seemed to be vague rumors about Su Laoyan swiftly transformed into a vivid portrayal of a despicable con artist, one whose malice runs deep, engaging in both financial and emotional deception. The blend of truth and fabrication in these claims is remarkably sharp, making it challenging to discern reality from falsehood. As I stood at the entrance, I saw Qin Huairu returning from her toil in the fields, and the sight of the last person she wished to encounter left her visibly flustered. After all, it was just over 2 weeks ago that she had witnessed Su Laoyan deliver a decisive kick to Jia Zhongxi and send Jia Dongxu sprawling with a couple of swift slaps. Yet, embarrassment soon gave way to indignation as she realized the audacity of Jia Zhongxi, who had come personally to malign Su Laoyan. Leave. You are not welcome in our home, she exclaimed. Oh, why can't you recognize a good heart? I assure you, you and my son are a perfect match. Unlike that Su Laoyan before Jia Zhongxi could utter another word, Qin Huairu brandished a broom, driving her away in a fit of fury. This reaction was, however, entirely anticipated by Jia Zhongxi. After departing from the Qin residence, she happened to pass by the village's gossip hub, where an ingenious idea struck her. Had she been educated, she might have recognized her strategy as spreading rumors, exploiting human nature to exact revenge on Su Laonian. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Qin household. Qin Huairu remained unconvinced of Su Laosan's malevolence, yet her mother was filled with trepidation, asserting that it was better to believe in the possibility of his wrongdoing than to dismiss it entirely. Chapter 24. The house acquired before dawn had fully broken. Sun Yan had already risen to go for a run. Once accustomed to this form of exercise, one could easily become addicted. Running 7 to 8 kilometers daily rejuvenated him. Upon returning home, breakfast remained monotonously the same: pickled radish paired with cornmeal porridge. Delicacies such as fried dough sticks and soy milk were mere fantasies. The children, somewhat listless, gazed at the food on the table with little appetite. Recently, there had been a bounty from fishing, and meat had appeared sporadically at home. However, it had been nearly a week since they had last seen any meat. Su Shaoqian and her siblings had accompanied Su Wumei to the river to fish. But only tiny fish, the size of a pinky finger, had been caught. The larger fish had not been seen for quite some time. "Uncle, when will you take us out for something delicious? Isn't there good food at home? Can't you keep your mouth shut?" The children, with their insatiable cravings, were prone to developing picky appetites, a fact Sun Yan was acutely aware of. In later years, countless parents would devise numerous methods to ensure their children could enjoy a proper meal. Yet, for the children, no matter how fragrant or hygienic the home-cooked meals were, they paled in comparison to snacks or the gourmet offerings from outside. "Oh, eating this every day has become tiresome." The 3 children grimaced in unison. While Su Wumei slowly ate her meal, her gaze expectantly fixed on her elder brother. "Am I the only one who hasn't grown weary of it?" Sun Yan chuckled, then remarked, "If you don't want to eat, then you can spend your own money to buy buns, since you all have money." Well, that is like saying nothing. Those funds, though in their possession, were not for their use. Not only did their uncle scrutinize their expenditures, but their parents often reminded and checked on them as well. Now that their income had ceased, the money was limited. Should it dwindle, their parents would undoubtedly notice. Not long after breakfast, Li Baohua and his son arrived in the front yard, carrying documents. "Mom, where's the household registration book?" "Oh, found it." The household registration regulations had been implemented in January of this year, so Sun Yan's copy was still quite new. He had returned directly to the capital after receiving his discharge papers. Thus, bringing the household registration book was certainly the right decision. "Uncle Li, Brother Li, shall we set off?" The trio departed from the courtyard, walking to the neighborhood office. They first obtained the necessary documentation, changed the property registration name, and then proceeded to the property registration office to update their records. A double layer of assurance. The management system of the new society was rather intricate, but fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly without any unexpected incidents. In the afternoon, holding the freshly minted property documents, Sun Yan exited the property registration office. "Now, we are all settled, Sun Yan. In the next couple of days, we will tidy everything up and leave you a clean and orderly house." Old Li, having received the payment, felt a mix of joy and complexity. After all, the home he had lived in for so long was now someone else's. To claim he felt no pangs of loss would be disingenuous. "Thank you, Uncle Li. Many years have passed with joy. It has been nearly a month since I arrived at the courtyard, and I finally have the pleasure of residing in my own house. Although it is modest, measuring only 37 square meters, it is nonetheless my cherished abode. By the way, should I leave the 8 immortals table and the long benches at home for you?" "No need, Uncle Li. You may handle them as you see fit. After decades of use, they have become quite worn, and I have no desire for them. Once you move out, I intend to renovate the house, so keeping them would serve no purpose. You might as well gift them to your relatives." "All right, I understand." Upon hearing this, Li Baohua's expression grew even more melancholic. "It is likely that as soon as their family departs, I will commence renovations without delay. Uncle Li, Brother Li, please return first. I have a few matters to attend to and want to accompany you." After bidding farewell to the Li family, I parted ways at the street corner. At the street office, the sun was nearing its descent. "Director Wang, I come to trouble you again." Upon entering, I sweetly announced, holding a small bag of sunflower seeds, worth merely 20 cents. "Director, I'm here to bother you, haha." And who, seated by the window, chuckled, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Director Wang shot me a glare and retorted grumpily, "Spare me the frivolities. I have no money for your snacks. Just tell me what you need. The work hasn't been finalized yet, and your urgency 1T hasten it. Almost every time I visit, I bring a few snacks or fruits, never exceeding 50 cents in value. The saying goes, a soft hand is at the mercy of the giver, and eventually, Director Wang pressed 2 yuan into my hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed herself. This matter has been dragging on for almost a month with no news, and she too was anxious. Director, these are truly insignificant. I'm not here to inquire about work. I quickly clarified my intentions. It was quite simple. I sought her assistance in finding a suitable renovation craftsman. I understood that Director Wang, being a native of the city, was well acquainted with everything around the street. Moreover, her position is pivotal. She interacts daily with individuals from all walks of life, from the elite to the commoners. In essence, she is the one who holds the latest information from both the legitimate and the underworld. Seeking her assistance would be a wise choice. You're looking for a craftsman? Doesn't your old man know anyone? Old Wu from the next courtyard is quite skilled. Director Wang expressed her surprise. I shrugged helplessly, saying, Director, Old Wu is nearing 80 years of age. Can he still manage? His children are all half-hearted and difficult to communicate with. Old Wu's children have fared poorly. If he were truly skilled, how could he have waited until nearly 40 to marry? They say dragons beget dragons and rats produce burrowing offspring. However, that adage does not apply to Old Wu's family at all. Are you referring to the old leisure room that requires renovation? What level of craftsmanship is necessary for such a task? Director, as you can see, this is the architectural blueprint I have meticulously prepared for the house renovation. Without further ado, I unfurl the plans that have long been in readiness upon the desk in front of the director. In a previous life, I personally designed and oversaw the renovations of my family's home. Therefore, despite its current dilapidated state, this residence represents my first acquisition in this world. Moreover, with July drawing to a close, we are left with less than 4 months until the onset of winter in November. Considering the frigid winters of the capital, enduring without a cozy and warm home would certainly be a considerable hardship. Chapter 25. The Blueprint and Gossip. Director Wang gazed vacantly at the blueprint, which was meticulously crafted and aesthetically pleasing. As Aunt Hu and Aunt Song organized materials, they noticed Director Wang's prolonged silence and curiously approached her. Oh, my little Sue, did you draw this blueprint? Despite their lack of expertise, their interest in the drawing was unabated. You didn't buy this from some bookstore to fool us, did you? Su Manyear explained with a hint of amusement, yet their skepticism persisted. Consequently, he picked up a nearby sheet of paper and a pen, and began to sketch directly on the blueprint. This display left Director Wang and the others utterly astonished, and they began to believe in Su Manyear's artistic prowess. Accountant Zhao, busy calculating, was distracted by the commotion from Director Wang's side. Rising from her seat, she approached and observed Su Manyear sketching on the blueprint. Her mouth agape in disbelief. Little Sue, did the army teach you how to draw blueprints? She inquired, regaining her composure. In the office, everyone was aware that Su Manyear was a veteran who had returned from military service, and prior to that, he was merely an ordinary middle school dropout, a local mischief maker. In other words, his academic performance had been mediocre, and he hardly seemed cut out for intellectual pursuits. Yet, the precision of the printed-like drawings and characters before them was striking, creating a stark contrast that left everyone bewildered. I taught myself, Su Manyear replied nonchalantly. Director, could you please recommend a few reliable masons? They need to be skilled craftsmen, otherwise, my blueprint would be in vain. Adhering to the principle that excessive talk leads to mistakes, Su Manyear refrained from disclosing details about his military background. According to the memories of the original owner of his body, he had indeed been diligent and eager to learn during his time in the army. However, he certainly did not possess the impressive drawing skills he exhibited now. All right, give me a day. Leave the blueprint with me, and I will help you find some decorators. How does that sound? Director Wang suddenly recalled something and said this. Su Manyear felt puzzled but did not press further, as he could recreate the blueprint at any time. Had it not been for the need to facilitate understanding and persuade Director Wang to assist him, he wouldn't have needed to draw it. After all, he had numerous design ideas in his mind. For that 37-square-meter ear room, he could devise dozens of schemes. However, considering the scarcity of materials in this era and the necessity for discretion in the courtyard lifestyle, his choices of design were limited. All right, thank you, Director. I appreciate your help. I will come by tomorrow. Let's say the day after tomorrow morning. I may not be able to find someone for you tomorrow. I understand, Director. I will take my leave now. Go on, go on. as Su Manyear left the office, and Hu and the others immediately began to chatter amongst themselves. They had not anticipated that Su Manyear was such a treasure, a talented artist with beautiful handwriting, surpassing many professionals. Director, I recall that little Su is still unmarried, isn't he? Suddenly, Aunt Song spoke up, pondering whether to introduce her niece to Su Nian. Don't you recall the previous incident? Why ask me? Director Wang retorted, carefully stowing away the blueprint he held. Director, what are you doing? Someone inquired curiously, unable to comprehend why Director Wang treated a mere blueprint with such reverence. Akin to a priceless masterpiece. My old man works at the Design Institute and often boasts about his calligraphy prowess. Today, I intend to show him what true talent looks like, she chuckled. The room erupted in laughter, yet Aunt Song swiftly redirected the conversation. Perhaps you should reconsider. The young ladies Su previously met during blind dates were all exceptionally beautiful, yet none captured his attention. Indeed, I know Lu Wanxiu from the flour mill. Her looks and figure are remarkable, and her job is commendable. She is well suited for Su, yet he overlooked her, they chimed in. The office ladies were thoroughly engaged in their gossip, the atmosphere lively and spirited. Although Aunt Song felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she relented upon hearing the consensus. To speak candidly, Lu Wanxiu is indeed a fine girl. I've heard her doorstep is nearly worn down by matchmakers, yet she has not encountered a suitable partner. Then there is Qin Huairu, whom no one has met, but neighbors from the courtyard claim she is quite lovely. Additionally, there is the Jia family from the central courtyard. Jia Dongxiu has even visited Fangshan several times, apparently unable to forget Qin Huairu. However, their discussion was short-lived as work hours came to an end. Upon returning home, Su Nian found himself surrounded by his sister, niece, and nephews. Third uncle, may I see your property deed? I've never seen it before. Before Su Nian could present the document, old Su interjected, what are you looking at? What if you damage it? Hand it to me. Old Su's double standards elicited a smile from Su Nian, who promptly passed the paper to him. Su Shaoqian and the others eagerly tiptoed closer to their grandfather to examine it closely. In truth, there was little of interest, just basic information such as the property's size, location, ownership details, dates, and seals, none of which were particularly captivating. Did Li Baoguo mention when he plans to move out? Zhou Hongmei, standing nearby, asked the question that piqued everyone's interest. Sister-in-law Hu Meifeng and second sister-in-law Fan Zhaodi cast their attentive gazes, especially the former. Her two children, with Su Shaoqian already 9 years old, were eager for their third uncle's move to the new home, which would allow her to occupy his current bed. Fan Zhaodi harbored her own intentions concerning the prospect of a second child. With the addition of more space in their home, they could consider expanding their family. Perhaps Su Weidong could stay in his third uncle's current residence or even sleep on the floor of the new house. They still had a couple of days before the move would take place. Many years later, he smiled and remarked, however, I must renovate those 2 rooms. And it may not be until September that I can move in. His words astonished everyone. The elder Su Danian could not help but exclaim, a month is needed for a simple renovation? Building a new house is far quicker. Nowadays, one can complete a house in a month. Digging the foundation takes 5 or 6 days. Erecting the main structure and roofing can be done in no more than 10 days, and tasks such as plastering the walls and leveling the floors, along with installing doors and windows, would take at most another 7 or 8 days. So, in total, it amounts to just under a month, doesn't it? Brother, it's not the same. I plan to install a bathroom in the room, which requires digging a septic tank. The height of that room is a staggering 4 meters and 50 centimeters. I need to fully utilize the space. In a traditional old Beijing courtyard, the northern section typically comprises 5 rooms, 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms. However, the courtyard where he lived was unconventional. The west side room had been transformed into a corridor for copying manuscripts, while the east side consisted of 1 main room connected to a side room. In other words, the main room occupied by Yuzhu's family actually consists of only 2 rooms, not 3. Furthermore, it was unclear how the He family had come to occupy the 3 east wing rooms, 2 of which were sold to Yi Zhonghai. Though perhaps it was not a sale in the strictest sense, as many years was uncertain about the specifics at that time. The remaining east wing room is where He Yushui currently resides. The 2 side rooms on the east side include one with a height of 4 meters and 50 centimeters, and another approximately 3 meters and 80 centimeters high. Regardless, they are both spacious enough to be divided into 2 levels, thereby increasing the living area significantly. Chapter 26. Qin Huairu's visit as the family listened to his plans. They were rendered speechless by their astonishment. A bathroom? A septic tank? 2 stories? These were all notions they had scarcely dared to contemplate. What an exorbitant cost this would entail. However, according to his assertions, they would no longer need to rely on public restrooms in the future. At this revelation, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. I heard you borrowed 500 yuan from Yi Zhonghai. What if you can't repay him later? Now you are renovating, which will only increase your expenses, won't it? Old Su suddenly interjected, his voice heavy with concern. Let's not hire outside help for the excavation of the septic tank and the renovation. With so many of us in the family, we can lend a hand. Indeed, third brother, both your second brother and I can assist. Just purchase the materials directly. Su Danian added his voice in agreement. Hu Meifeng and Fan Zhaodi also chimed in, expressing their support. Money is hard-earned, so it is prudent to save where possible. Besides, once the work is done, the children could sleep on the floor of the new house. And Su Danian would be hard-pressed to refuse that, wouldn't he? Su Danian shook his head, saying, Father, it will certainly cause you trouble in the end. However, for the specific renovations, we must hire professionals. Otherwise, the desired effect will not be achieved, and the money will be wasted. He had already prepared a budget for the renovation materials and had inquired about their prices. The estimated cost for sand, cement, steel bars, tiles, and other materials would be around 120 yuan, with labor costs approximating another 120 yuan, including the cost of lunch. The total would amount to just over 240 yuan. Certain expenses were unavoidable. Constructing 2 stories required prefabricated templates and load-bearing columns, all of which were costly. If savings could be made, Su Danian would certainly welcome it. Yet, this was building a house, not playing house. Safety was paramount, hence the necessity of hiring professionals. He was unwilling to enlist even the masons from the neighboring Old Wu's house, as he simply did not regard their skills highly enough. Thus, it was inconceivable to proceed without any hired help, relying solely on familial labor. Zhou Hongmei furrowed her brow and remarked, with your father, your 2 brothers, and yourself. That makes 4 people. Is that not sufficient manpower? Are you so eager to squander money, as if you have an abundance to burn? Mother, I just mentioned the load-bearing columns. Do father and my elder brothers know how to construct them? How should the steel bars be tied? Su Danian, caught between amusement and exasperation, explained gently, just as I do not understand the work your father does, each profession has its own specializations, and that is precisely the point. This labor cost cannot be eliminated. At this, the family fell silent, rendered speechless. Observing that old Su and the others were still deep in thought while Zhou Hongmei continued to murmur about wastefulness, Su Danian, feeling helpless, hastily shifted the topic to mealtime. At the dining table, Su Shaoqian asked, Uncle, when the bathroom is finished, may I use the restroom at your place? Of course. But you will be responsible for cleaning it from now on. What? Uncle, how can you say that? You use the bathroom too. Why must I bear the responsibility alone? Do you even use it? Zhou Hongmei swiftly delivered a slap, insisting that they disregard the nonsensical ramblings of their third uncle and that he should henceforth be responsible for cleaning the bathroom. Hooray! Then I shall also visit my third uncle's house to use the restroom, exclaimed one of the children, witnessing their grandmother reprimanding their uncle. Su Xiaoman and Su Weidong found the courage to join in the commotion. If you wish to use the bathroom, you must first tidy up, they teased. Not me. Grandma said it's your third uncle's responsibility, came the retort. With the trio of children laughing and joking, the atmosphere in the home brightened considerably, a stark contrast to the earlier silence that had enveloped the 3 little ones. The next day, Sun Yin had just returned from a run when Qin Huairu arrived home. Third uncle, third aunt is here, preparing breakfast in the kitchen, shouted Su Shaoqian and her friends, who were playing by the gate. Their voices drew Qin Huairu's head out from the kitchen door, and the nosy neighbors from the Yin family across the street peered through their windows, eager for the latest gossip. You're here again. Why are you cooking? Sun Yin greeted with a smile, yet an air of helplessness lingered within him. In his previous life, he had never experienced such pursuit from a girl. Qin Huairu was indeed the first. However, he still leaned towards the idea of marrying a bit later. At not yet 22, it felt too soon. Given the norms of their time, marriage often led to children, much like Lao Su and Zhou Hongmei, who had already become grandparents before reaching 40. In contrast, in later generations, many remained single well into their 30s. I am not skilled in much, only cooking. I hope you do not mind, Qin Huairu said, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she turned to enter the kitchen. She had come today to confront Su Nian about his alleged dual affections. In her heart, she believed herself to be Su Nian's already, thus she felt entitled to inquire. However, upon seeing him, her earlier grievances dissipated entirely. Su Nian, tall and handsome, had just returned from his run, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, exuding a vigorous masculinity that filled her heart, leaving her too bashful to think of anything else. After washing up and changing clothes, Su Nian joined his family at the dining table, ready to partake in breakfast. With Qin Huairu joining them, everyone was polite, particularly the younger ones. Su Wumei and Su Shaoqian, who called her third aunt as if she were already a part of their family. It was no surprise, as during the fishing trips over the past few weeks, Qin Huairu had often prepared lunch for them, making her quite familiar. Even though Su Nian had advised them against calling her that to protect her reputation, the children paid little heed to such concerns. In short, having a nurturing figure was paramount. Names like Lu Wanxiu and the girls from the Fan family were unfamiliar to them and did not appeal to their tastes. Only Qin Huairu had won their affection. Lao Su remained silent, while Zhou Hongmei whispered quietly with Hu Meifeng and Fan Zhaodi. Su Danian and Su Shinian, the two brothers, were equally reticent. It was left to the younger ones, chattering away with Qin Huairu, to fill the unusual silence that had settled over the household. With Su Nian also choosing to remain silent. Given the current circumstances, the probability of Qin Huairu marrying into the family is quite substantial. Zhou Hongmei and Fan Zhaodi are the most opposed to Qin Huairu's union with the family. However, the latter's subtle yet effective approach proves to be quite unassailable. Although they have only met Qin Huairu a few times, the familiarity that Su Wumei and the others now possess with her is evidently far beyond mere acquaintanceship. Additionally, years of tacit approval may suggest that he himself is perhaps more inclined to choose Qin Huairu. After breakfast, the Lao Su family departed for work, while Su Nian prepared to go out for materials, but was halted by Qin Huairu. I wish to have a word with you. Chapter 27. The girl with $4.50 all right. Go ahead. Well, would you like to discuss? Su Nian smiled as he spoke in the kitchen. Su Wumei and the others immediately fell silent, eagerly straining to listen. Qin Huairu shook her head. I would like to speak with you privately, if that is all right. Of course, he replied. I need to go buy some construction materials shortly. If you don't mind, you can accompany me, and we can talk along the way. Although he had yet to find a mason, he considered them merely a tool. He possessed the design blueprints, and his recent strolls had not been fruitless. The house had been secured yesterday, and today he could procure the necessary materials. Once the mason was arranged tomorrow, they could commence work. In fact, they could even begin excavating the septic tank today. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could move in, thus avoiding the foul stench of the communal restroom. Before Qin Huairu could respond, Su Shaoqian interjected, Third uncle, I want to go too. I can help you carry bricks. Me too, third uncle. I can carry bricks as well. Me. Third uncle, I want to go. The three little ones eagerly raised their hands, vying for the chance to accompany him. Su Wumei also looked on with anticipation at her elder brother, though she remained silent. You all stay at home. I'm going to work, not to play. Then why can third aunt go with you? Su Nian shot an annoyed glance at his eldest niece. I've told you not to call her third aunt. How old is little Qin? You're making her sound ancient. All right, go play elsewhere and don't cause a ruckus in front of me. After shooing away the children, Su Nian turned his attention back to Qin Huairu. She shyly nodded and followed him out of the courtyard. Once outside on the street, they walked side by side, maintaining a distance of about a meter, definitely a stranger's social distance. In this era, it was rare for people to hold hands in public, except for the young rascals. Didn't you have something to say to me? Why the silence? After walking for a while, Qin Huairu buried her head in her heavy satchel of grain, trudging along and appearing far from talkative. Qin Huairu's cheeks flushed crimson, and then she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Did you borrow money from someone? I have $4.53 saved up. You can have it. I know it's not much, but owing money to others is not good. As she spoke, she pulled out a floral coin purse from her pocket and produced a stack of neatly folded, worn-out banknotes. The highest denomination among these bills was 50 cents, while the smallest was merely 1 cent. Looking at the money in her hand, Su Nian was rendered speechless by the weight of her affection. $4.53 felt light, yet the sentiment behind it was profoundly heavy. In his past life, he had heard many love stories from the 1950s and 60s, described as pure and exceedingly simple. Now, he was experiencing it firsthand. Although Qin Huairu had never uttered words like I like you or I love you, her actions consistently echoed the sentiment, of I love you. Many years were unaware that just yesterday, Jia Zhang had spoken ill of him to the Qin family in the valley. Although a confrontation loomed, Qin Huairu seemed to completely forget the purpose of her visit, expressing instead her pure affection and concern. In later generations, it would be rare for anyone, regardless of gender, to relinquish all their savings to their partner. Yet, the sum of $4.53 represented all of Qin Huairu's wealth. Such a profound love. How could many years remain indifferent? With a sigh, he returned the money to her, only to see her pallid face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Once I renovate the house, I will marry you, all right? Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu was momentarily struck dumb, her tear-streaked face staring at him in disbelief. You don't agree? Then let it be. From today onward, I shall pursue you until you consent. How does that sound? I agree. I am willing to marry you. After regaining her composure, Qin Huairu mustered the courage to respond, then shyly lowered her head. At that moment, her heart raced wildly. Witnessing her bashful demeanor stirred many years' emotions as well. Fortunately, being in public kept him composed, preventing any embarrassing display. All right, let us go buy the materials. With her cheeks flushed, Qin Huairu followed closely behind him, feeling considerably more at ease than before. Outside the city, at a joint venture sand pit, many years procured 2.5 cubic meters of sand from the staff. The sand pit did not handle transportation, thus the price of sand was remarkably low, merely 40 cents per cubic meter. The receipt for the sand was issued by the street office, which also provided certificates for the steel and cement. While purchasing the sand was straightforward, the challenge lay in transporting it back. Fortunately, this era was not devoid of capable individuals. Sand destined for the city was primarily transported by human-drawn carts. Approximately 1 cubic meter weighed around 1.4 to 5 tons. And an ordinary cart could carry a quarter cubic meter at a transportation cost of 4 cents per trip. Therefore, transporting 2.5 cubic meters required 10 trips, resulting in a total transportation fee of 40 cents. Cement was similarly uncomplicated, but procuring steel bars posed a greater challenge. Steel was scarce in the market. In fact, this era saw a limited production of iron and steel as the nation had only been established for less than a decade. Thus, acquiring steel was no easy feat, fortunately. Many years had the necessary approval documents, allowing him to purchase the steel bars, albeit at exorbitant prices, far exceeding those of sand and cement. By the time he completed the steel procurement, it was already well past noon. Come, let me take you for a delicious meal. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu quickly insisted she was not hungry and suggested they return home instead. It's too far to go home. Let us dine out. Unable to resist many years' insistence, Qin Huairu reluctantly accompanied him to a modest eatery. However, upon glancing at the menu prices, she was so astounded that she promptly took hold of many years and fled. The latter was rendered speechless. As a grown man, he was unexpectedly pulled out of the restaurant by her, demonstrating considerable strength. Eventually, the duo stumbled upon a bun shop, where they purchased 3 steamed buns and accompanied them with the water they had brought along, thus resolving their midday meal. Despite this, Qin Huairu remarked that the buns were rather expensive, yet undeniably delicious. After their simple lunch, they continued their quest for other supplies, specifically some lumber. This time, Sun Yan did not seek new timber but ventured into a second-hand market, or rather, a recycling station. At the end of last year, the Beijing Municipal Commission issued a joint report regarding the inspection of existing dismantled ancient building materials and handling suggestions, accompanied by a directive from Vice Mayor Zhang Yuyu. Following the demolition of notable structures such as the Choingmen and Guangemen Gate Towers, these materials were entrusted to various departments, including the Real Estate Management Bureau, Road Management Bureau, and Finance Bureau. Beyond these prominent city wall gates, there were also ancient structures, and Sun Yan sought out the materials that had been discarded. For instance, various building materials such as lumber, glazed tiles, rafters, bricks, and eaves could be found in the second-hand market or recycling station, all at remarkably low prices. Comrade, would you fancy some gold bricks? Amidst the refuse, Sun Yan, accompanied by Qin Huairu, was prepared to embark on a treasure hunt, only to be discreetly pulled aside by a staff member who began to softly promote their offerings. Chapter 28. A wooden plank in the distance. Qin Huairu perked up her ears, catching a whisper of the words golden bricks. Though the staff spoke in hushed tones, she managed to overhear them. Covering her mouth with her hand to stifle any sound, she quickly shook her head at the staff's suggestion of purchasing golden bricks. She exclaimed, Gold is so expensive. How could we possibly afford that? Only the aristocrats of the past could indulge in such luxuries. Haha, little Rue, you've misunderstood. The golden bricks they refer to aren't bricks made of gold, Su Nian explained, amusement dancing in his eyes, as he took the opportunity to enlighten her. Golden bricks, or imperial kiln bricks, are treasured items from traditional brickmaking. They are high-quality paving bricks specifically used for significant structures like palaces. Their fine texture produces a sound akin to metal when struck, hence the name golden bricks. In the past, this term was often used to describe someone wealthy. So, they are not actually bricks made of gold. Ah, so that's what golden bricks means. Qin Huairu exclaimed, her eyes widening in admiration as she gazed at him. Brother Nian, you know so much. Yes, let's get back to work. The sand must be nearly transported back to the courtyard by now. Although Su Nian relished the admiration from Qin Huairu, the pressing matter of their housing took precedence. The two strolled through the junkyard for half a day, unearthing a plethora of useful materials. In truth, the available materials were abundant, primarily remnants salvaged from the old city towers, tiles, timber, and more, all of which Su Nian procured at a fraction of the cost of new items. These materials were well preserved, but the challenge lay in transportation. Thus, they relied on a cart for their needs. In this era, not everyone residing in the city could afford to consume commercial grains. The laborers who pulled carts could only earn meager wages through their toil, which they exchanged for living necessities in the black market, pigeon markets, or the outskirts. Su Nian summoned 5 cart-pulling craftsmen to assist in transporting their collected items back to the courtyard. During the transportation process, a few young men observed from the sidelines. As Qin Huairu placed a wooden plank onto the cart, one of them spoke up. Excuse me, could you please set the plank down for a moment? I'd like to take a closer look. Yes, gently now. Oh, be careful. Luo Yuan felt a pang of distress, especially as he watched Qin Huairu carelessly drop the plank, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. He crouched beside the wooden board, examining it meticulously, causing Qin Huairu, Su Nian, and the cart drivers to exchange puzzled glances. After a moment, Luo Yuan lifted his head and stood a short distance away from Su Nian, inquiring, Comrade, this plank you purchased, was it indeed yours? It was a wooden panel of an archway, adorned with exquisite floral carvings and intricate depictions of beasts. For many years, it was precisely its delicate artistry that captured my admiration, leading to my choice of this piece. Regrettably, one corner of the panel had been damaged, resulting in a loss of some of its aesthetic appeal. Seeing this, Su Nian nodded in understanding, and Luo Yuan spoke up. Comrade, I am quite fond of this wooden panel. Would you kindly consider selling it to me? How much did you pay for it? I will reimburse you. The former shook his head, replying, I apologize, but I do not intend to sell it. I too have taken a liking to this panel and plan to use it to adorn my staircase. With that, he picked up the panel and continued loading his vehicle. The scrapyard was abundant with such panels. The capital city was vast, and over the past year, countless old city structures had been dismantled. The number was beyond counting. However, while Su Nian remained indifferent, in Luo Yuan's eyes, this panel held significant value. Please, comrade, I can offer more. How about 1 yuan? Su Nian looked at him in surprise, but still shook his head in refusal. It was Qin Huairu who, thinking she had stumbled upon a treasure, stood directly in front of the panel. To an observer, it would seem as though she stood before a fortune. 1 yuan 50 cents, comrade. That is quite a fair price. Luo Yuan's tone carried a hint of intimidation. I believe you can understand what I am saying. I will not sell it, as I too have taken a liking to it. Do you require me to repeat myself? Su Nian responded coldly, his expression darkening. Qin Huairu felt a twinge of desire, as she had only spent 4 yuan and 80 cents on the panel moments ago. In the blink of an eye, it could be sold for 1 yuan 50 cents, a lucrative profit. However, with Su Nian's refusal, she could only watch regretfully. Very well, you have some nerve. Luo Yuan inhaled deeply, glaring at Su Nian as he coldly declared, I will offer you 2 yuan for this panel. Do not refuse me again. My patience is limited. And should you provoke me, you may find yourself facing consequences you cannot bear. Today, I genuinely wish to see how you intend to make me bear such consequences. Go ahead, show me what you've got, Su Nian replied, unfazed, feeling a surge of courage. Not only was Qin Huairu standing beside him, but even if she were not there, Su Nian had lived once already. He could not allow himself to be bullied as he had in his previous life, merely enduring in silence as a middle-aged employee. Thus, he felt compelled to stand his ground. To his surprise, Qin Huairu did not attempt to mediate. Instead, she stood beside him, rolling up her sleeves, ready to join the fray. Yet, Su Nian, deeming her fighting prowess inadequate, pushed her behind him. Luo Yuan, visibly angered, had several young men at his side, all eager and awaiting his command. Clearly, this group looked to Luo Yuan as their leader. What are you doing? If you wish to fight, take it outside. Do not cause trouble here. Do you think I am merely a decoration? A commanding voice echoed from a distance, resonating within the ears of the crowd. Instantly, Luo Yuan and his companions deflated. With a fierce declaration, he said, "We will be waiting for you at the entrance." Just as a few of them departed, the cart driver remarked, "Comrades, do not fear those ruffians. They only bully the weak and cower before the strong. With us around, they cannot prevail. Indeed, brethren, if they dare to lay a hand on you, I shall confront them myself." Qin Huairu raised her petite fists, speaking with fierce determination. Su Nian felt a mix of appreciation and bemusement. Rest assured, I have yet to regard them as a threat. Let us finish our task, and then confront them. United in purpose, they toiled for some time longer, eventually loading all the timber, bricks, and other materials onto the cart. Upon arriving at the entrance of the rubbish dump, they indeed encountered Luo Yuan and his group of young men. Upon spotting Su Nian and the others, the adversaries grinned menacingly and charged forward without so much as a greeting, launching into an immediate attack. Chapter 29. Qin Huairu vigorously rebukes Jia Zhongshi. Su Nian charged forth with the swiftness of the wind and the precision of a blade. In a fleeting moment, one assailant was struck in the throat, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, while another, blinded and in agony, clutched his head, weeping for his parents. Subsequently, Luo Yuan was unceremoniously sent flying by Su Nian's kick. Afterward, Su Nian absorbed a punch from an opponent, retaliating with a deft shoulder throw that sent the assailant sprawling. The last adversary, brandishing a wooden stick, approached with a blend of trepidation and ferocity. Yet Su Nian evaded the attack with ease, executing a sweeping leg maneuver that felled him as well. In this skirmish, Su Nian held nothing back, unleashing his full strength. His overwhelming power rendered Luo Yuan and his companions incapacitated, unable to rise even now, their fighting spirit extinguished by Su Nian's prowess. Behind him, Qin Huairu and the cart drivers stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle unfold before their eyes. Was this not too ferocious? Even Qin Huairu, well aware of Su Nian's formidable combat abilities, did not anticipate such an extraordinary display of strength, far surpassing the power he exhibited when he rescued her previously. "You incompetent fools dare to provoke me? You ought to open your eyes and learn humility," he declared dismissively as he crouched down to pat Luo Yuan's face before rising and departing. The cart drivers regarded Su Nian with newfound respect and kindness. They had encountered many skilled fighters, yet none possessed the remarkable efficiency of Su Nian, who single-handedly vanquished 5 men in less than 2 minutes while maintaining such humility. Many young individuals, like Luo Yuan and his ilk, took pride in their numbers and brute strength, often bullying others without restraint. It was only through the harsh lessons of society that they would mature and become more composed. As the 5 carts departed from the refused site, Qin Huairu gazed at Su Nian with admiration and affection throughout their journey back. Upon arriving at the courtyard, the atmosphere was lively. The spacious central courtyard, bustling with activity, felt ample even with hundreds gathered for a meeting. Near the ear room entrance, a pile of sand lay, and a row of cement was positioned in the corner. Steel rebar and small stones had also been delivered, indicating that all construction materials were in place within a single day. Zhou Hongmei, Hu Meifeng, and Fan Zhaodi were directing the cart drivers in unloading the materials, while even Wu Mei and her eldest niece pitched in with tasks within their capabilities. This was the advantage of having a large family. Everyone could lend a helping hand. Numerous neighbors gathered to watch, with a few assisting, albeit not many. When Su Nian and Qin Huairu entered the courtyard, the crowd's attention was instantly captured. The protagonists had arrived. Upon seeing Qin Huairu, Jia Zhongshi's ire flared, particularly at the evident affection and charm in Qin Huairu's gaze directed towards Su Nian, nearly causing her to grind her teeth in frustration. Had all her efforts in the Qin family ditch yesterday been in vain? Zhou Hongmei, having experienced similar situations, noted Qin Huairu's expression and paused momentarily, inwardly sighing at the unfolding drama. If Qin Huairu were truly to marry into the family, the household sustenance would barely suffice. In a few years, as the children multiply, there may not be enough to eat. How troubling. Fan Zhaodi sighed inwardly, lamenting her niece's lack of ambition, feeling helpless in the matter. Only Hu Meifeng remained serene and untroubled, embodying a carefree disposition. After years of assuming command, she organized all the bricks, timber, and other materials in a little over an hour. All construction supplies were placed in the courtyard, with no concern of them being pilfered. For the neighbors adhered to an unwritten rule: doors were to remain open. The courtyard had been recognized as a model courtyard for several years, a testament to the enforcement by the three elder gentlemen, Yi Zhonghai and his cohorts. As it stood, all appeared satisfactory. Once the tasks were completed, the sun had already begun its descent. "Xiaoru, please tidy up. I shall escort you home." The living quarters were limited, and since she had yet to marry into the family, it would not bode well for her to stay there. Upon hearing Sun Yan's words, Qin Huairu responded cheerfully and then, swaying her hips, happily followed to the washing trough to cleanse her hands. Like a flirtatious vixen, so beguiling. "Humph. My son would never be interested in a woman of such loose morals." Observing the intimate exchange between Sun Yan and Qin Huairu, Jia Zhongshi could not restrain herself from cursing. Coincidentally, this was overheard by Aunt Yin nearby. "Are you referring to Qin Huairu?" "Indeed, I speak of her." A young woman with no self-respect, utterly shameless. Jia Zhongshi spat with palpable disdain, her voice rising. Zhou Hongmei suddenly became furious. Although she was not particularly fond of Qin Huairu, her third son had taken a liking to her. Thus, it seemed that Qin Huairu had become a quasi-member of the family. "Aunt Dongxiu, have you been feasting on dung? How can your words be so foul? What has little Qin done to provoke you? Is she not entitled to express herself?" Jia Zhongshi, invigorated, retorted fiercely. The exchange of insults soon attracted the attention of the neighbors, who gradually gathered around, becoming spectators to the unfolding drama. The courtyard, though modest in size, merely a dot on the map of the capital, was nonetheless a hub of daily gossip. From Jia Dongxiu's previous romantic interest being rescued by Sun Yan, to Sun Yan's profitable fishing exploits, to Li Bao's unfortunate encounter with a blocked entrance, and Jia Zhongshi's various antics, the daily roster of news was ever-changing, yet consistently captivating. Just as Sun Yan was preparing to escort Qin Huairu home, he overheard the battle of words and leaned in to listen. As a man, he felt it inappropriate to intervene in the skirmish between the women. Otherwise, it would seem as though he were taking advantage of the situation. However, he did not anticipate that Qin Huairu, in a fit of rage, would step forward and confront Jia Zhongshi directly. "What grievance have I caused you? Is it merely because I did not previously court your son? Must you resort to such despicable tactics? Dear neighbors, I do not fear your mockery. Do you know what she did yesterday? She came to my home and told my mother that Sun Yan is deeply in debt and is not even a veteran. Furthermore, she claimed he is two-timing and urged me not to marry Sun Yan, but rather to wed Jia Dongxiu. How outrageous!" Qin Huairu was exceedingly angered, her heavy heart tumultuous. Yet, at that moment, her thoughts were remarkably agile, her speech flowing effortlessly, and her enunciation impeccable. Her words instantly stirred a tempest. Leaving the neighbors gasping in astonishment, their gazes towards the Jiazhong family transformed entirely. "So, this is the true nature of the Jiazhong family. For the sake of your son, Jia Dongxiu, you truly go to great lengths. Such a tarnishing of character. How could someone as virtuous as An Yin be as wretched as you depict? I trust my own eyes over your beguiling words. Let me warn you once more. Should you dare to speak ill of me again, I shall not hesitate to silence you." Chapter 30. The Art of Hypocrisy and Evasion. After receiving a scathing rebuke from Qin Huairu, Jia Zhang's fury surged, her ample face flushed with indignation. "You are nothing but a cunning vixen, a treacherous little wretch." The enraged Jia Zhang, her fighting spirit soaring, hurled insults at Qin Huairu. Although the latter's voice lacked the same volume, Jia Zhang's relentless tirade proved effective. Before long, Qin Huairu found herself at a loss for words, forced to cease her retorts. "Vixen, vixen, so bewitching, so beguiling." Jia Zhang grew more emboldened, her shouts echoing to the heavens. The neighbors watched with great delight. Had this been a theatrical performance, they would have willingly paid for admission. Initially, Qin Huairu had exuded confidence, and Jia Zhang's momentum seemed to falter. However, to everyone's astonishment, Jia Zhang mounted a remarkable comeback. With her incessant repetition and elevated volume, she managed to reclaim the narrative. At this point, Qin Huairu was reduced to tears, feeling utterly humiliated and frustrated at being outmatched by a hefty matron. Many onlookers, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, approached Jia Zhang and patted her shoulder. Yet before Jia Zhang could unleash another tirade, one of the bystanders, Sun Yan, swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack reverberated through the courtyard, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. Such a noisy, foul-mouthed individual should certainly brush her teeth more often, Su Nian remarked. The crowd gazed at him in stunned silence, a hint of fear glimmering in their eyes. The indignant Su Wumei and Su Shaoqian were nearly moved to applause, especially as they witnessed Jia Zhang's face redden and swell at an alarming rate, a sight that brought them immense satisfaction. At that moment, Jia Dongxiu, Su Domao, and Yi Zhonghai emerged from the inner quarters, bearing witness to Su Nian's outrageous act. Jia Dongxiu, consumed by fury, rushed forward, parting the crowd to reach his mother. However, Jia Zhang had already rolled on the ground, wailing dramatically, "I cannot live any longer. They bully us, a widow and her orphan child. Heaven, come to our aid and deliver justice upon this vile wretch." Her lamentations were truly a testament to her prowess in the art of dramatics. Jia Dongxiu, caught in a wave of embarrassment, glared at Su Nian. "Why have you struck my mother? What has she done to provoke you? Look at how brutally you have assaulted her." In the past, he would have retaliated without hesitation, but after their previous encounter, he now hesitated to confront Su Nian directly. It seemed preferable to engage in a war of words than to suffer another one-sided beating. The neighbors internally marveled at the unfolding drama, reveling in the escalating tensions. Today's spectacle was indeed a feast for the senses. The only disappointment lay in Jia Dongxiu's cowardice. Instead of confronting Su Nian physically, he resorted to bluster, unwilling to engage in a true confrontation. In the midst of the fray, Lu Haizhong, with an air of authority, confronted Su Nian with a stern admonition. "Su Nian, why have you struck an elder once more? Did Dongxiu's mother provoke you yet again? Is there no law left to uphold? Do not abuse your strength. I must remind you that this is not a military environment, nor a place for your reckless behavior." "But, father," Su Nian countered, "it was she who first insulted Sister Qin, causing her to weep. It was only then that I intervened." To everyone's astonishment, Lu Guangtian, who had been observing, suddenly rose to defend Su Nian. "Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking," Lu Haizhong exclaimed, furious, raising his hand as if to strike his own son. Yet, Lu Guangtian swiftly retreated to safety. In contrast to Lu Haizhong's indignation, Yi Zhonghai adopted a more insincere and conciliatory approach. "Su Nian, how can I express my thoughts on your actions? We are all neighbors. Why can we not sit down and discuss our issues? We are a model community. We should promote love and mutual support." Su Nian, who had been waiting for Jia Dongxiu to take action, felt disheartened by the lack of response from his adversary. He had little inclination to engage with the two elders, one who relished his authoritative tone, and the other who preferred to engage in verbal sparring. Pointing at the writhing Jia Zhangshi, he remarked, "Gentlemen, observe for yourselves. It is she who has instigated this chaos with her relentless insults. Moreover, she ventured to Kanjiaga yesterday, slandering me with accusations of infidelity. Tell me, gentlemen, if someone were to insult you with such vitriol, attempting to sow discord between you and your spouse, would you not be infuriated?" The neighbors, now thoroughly entertained, relished Su Nian's bold sarcasm directed at the two elders. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong's expressions darkened. "Speak your piece without dragging us into it," they retorted. "But, gentlemen, did you not advocate for unity and support? I am merely clarifying the situation, not stirring the pot. The fault lies with Jia Zhangshi, who deserves her comeuppance." Su Nian articulated clearly and deliberately, leaving the elders speechless. He turned his focus to Jia Zhangshi, demanding she apologize. "Apologize? Absolutely not." Jia Zhangshi seethed, sitting defiantly on the ground. "That slap was excruciating. I demand compensation, at least 5 yuan, or I shall not rise." A buzz of conversation erupted among the onlookers. "How absurd. You expect 5 yuan for a mere slap?" shouted Zhou Hongmei. Jia Dongxiu chimed in. "Indeed, Su Nian is quite strong. He might have injured my mother. 5 yuan would barely cover the cost of medicine. I demand 20. The crowd erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the demands. "Perhaps you should remain seated, then." To conserve resources, they jested. For many years, Su Nian had not indulged the other party. Casually, he remarked, and then turned to Qin Huairu, saying, "Xiaoru, let us depart. I shall escort you home. None may leave without compensation. None of you can go." Jia Dongxiu urgently shouted, rushing to block Su Nian's path. "Are you resolute in your demand for compensation?" Su Nian's gaze turned icy. Jia Dongxiu instinctively recoiled, lowering his head to behold his mother's swollen visage. Before raising it once more to declare, "Yes, Compensation. Very well, let us calculate. Your mother ventured to the Qin family's residence yesterday to malign my character, tarnishing my reputation and wishing for me to remain single for life. In turn, I shall demand compensation from your mother for emotional distress, the burden of being unmarried, and various other grievances. Let us say, a total of 200 yuan. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as everyone involuntarily inhaled sharply. Qin Huairu, momentarily setting aside her feelings of injustice and anger, widened her eyes in astonishment and confusion at Su Nian's profile. The two elder gentlemen were suddenly unsettled, pondering whether they would still be able to enjoy dinner amidst such turmoil. Chapter 31. Negotiation impossible. There's simply no way. Do you expect us to compensate you 200 yuan? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Jia Dongshu exclaimed, incredulous and furious. Just because you claim it's impossible, does that make it so? Did your mother visit Kinjaigu yesterday and speak ill of me? Do you think the police won't gather evidence? Su Nian sneered. What goes around comes around. Those who commit numerous wrongs will face dire consequences. At that moment, Jia Zhongshi suddenly stood up. You're the one who will face dire consequences, you deceitful scoundrel. Slap. Before Jia Zhongshi could finish her tirade, Su Nian delivered another swift slap. In a flash, he struck again, leaving everyone momentarily stunned as Jia Zhongshi fell to the ground. Your words are truly foul. You should go brush your teeth. After the altercation, Su Nian disdainfully washed his hands at the nearby basin and explained to the two elders, Look, elders, you both witnessed that this is not my fault. Who told her to be so mouthy? You need to discuss how to make amends, and once you've come to an agreement, I'll head to the police station to report it. The two elders were rendered speechless, and Jia Zhongshi's cries abruptly ceased. Report to the police? The actions she had taken would not withstand scrutiny. If the authorities got involved, matters would escalate dramatically. However, just as she prepared to flee, Yi Zhonghai intervened. What is the need to report anything? This is merely a spat between neighbors. No need to escalate it. Just apologize to each other, and we can consider this matter resolved. Su Nian was left utterly speechless. Elder, if anyone should apologize, it should be her. I have done nothing wrong. In fact, I am the most innocent victim here. He had usurped someone else's prospective bride, yet he dared to claim victimhood? Of course, he alone knew that in the original timeline, Qin Huairu was Jia Dongshu's wife, while others remained oblivious. Dongshu's mother, where are you going? Hurry and apologize to Su Nian. Lu Haizhong seized the opportunity to cast judgment on Jia Zhongshi. Unlike Yi Zhonghai's conciliatory demeanor, old Lu's tone was authoritative, yet he was devoid of any real forcefulness. And no one paid him any heed. Consequently, the matter concluded with Jia Zhongshi retreating home in disgrace. Su Nian then beckoned Qin Huairu to leave the courtyard, while Zhou Hongmei and the others also returned home to prepare dinner. The neighbors, satisfied, returned to their kitchens as well. Today's gossip was both plentiful and delightful, a gratifying indulgence. The two elders were left speechless, yet powerless against Jia Zhongshi, and thus the matter was left unresolved. In the front courtyard, old Su and his companions were famished. Upon seeing Zhou Hongmei and the others return, they pointed angrily at the empty pot. Where have you all been? Are you trying to starve us three to death? We brought back building materials. We were helping unload. Zhou Hongmei defended herself, just as Qin Huairu snatched the opportunity to take over the cooking. The latter was originally supposed to return to the Qin family in the evening, but with darkness approaching and public transport ceasing operations, there was no way back. Thus, they decided to spread out on the floor for the night. After all, there was still space in the kitchen dining area where they could lay down. Consequently, she began to help with the cooking. Lao Su and the others stared in astonishment at Qin Huairu, wondering if she was to be invited to stay overnight. Su Nian, seated on a stool, chuckled and said, Father, I plan to marry her once the house renovations are complete. What do you think? The kitchen fell into a sudden silence. The younger girls, including fifth sister and the eldest niece, exchanged silent smiles but dared not cheer. Busy with her tasks, Qin Huairu momentarily froze in her movements, her entire being stiffening for an instant, before she perked up her ears to eavesdrop. You've already made your decision, so why ask me? Lao Su replied, his tone tense, his hand holding the cigarette unsure of where to rest. His youngest son had always been strong-willed and tended not to heed family advice. The last time they urged him to marry, he insisted on waiting a few more years, turning down several blind dates. Lao Su was so incensed he nearly grabbed a broom to hit him, but with Su Nian's sturdy build and quick reflexes, he was always out of reach. Now, Su Nian was making decisions on his own, buying a house and materials, Even the matter of marriage he approached with a sense of freedom. It seemed he no longer regarded his father. Father, I'm merely discussing this with you. Isn't starting a family early also your wish? Is that a discussion? You're merely informing me. Lao Su retorted, his irritation palpable. Don't be angry, father. You want me to be happy and have a fulfilling family. And I understand your good intentions. Sun Yin attempted to placate him with kind words, avoiding further provocation. After a while, Lao Su's expression softened considerably. You've grown up and can make your own decisions now. Once you've confirmed something, live well and don't take advantage of little Qin. Although Lao Su was somewhat clumsy with words, he understood the situation well. His youngest son's nature required a woman to keep him grounded, otherwise, he would remain a free spirit. However, in this case, it was little Qin who pursued his son, and after marriage, she might face challenges. That was why he had been cautioning his son earlier. Sun Yin listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. At that moment, Su Wumei and the others had already joined Qin Huairu, assisting her while quietly sharing joyful thoughts, seemingly dreaming of the future. Qin Huairu felt an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement, her body feeling lighter as she worked. When conversing with Su Wumei and the others, her tone was exceptionally cheerful, while their household radiated warmth and harmony. The atmosphere in the home of Uncle San across the way was bleak and gloomy. Taking advantage of the summer break from classes, Yin Buggui went fishing outside the city almost every day, but he often returned empty-handed. Even on the rare occasions he did catch something, it was merely small fish, with the instances of landing larger catches weighing several pounds being exceedingly rare. Today, Yin Buggui returned home quite late, not only empty-handed but also having missed the opportunity to witness a spectacle. Adding to the misfortunes, our household's provisions have run dry, leaving us with nothing for dinner but sweet potatoes. Father, do you see that woman across the street? Exclaimed Yin Zhiqing, suddenly filled with excitement as he pointed towards the window. In the dim light of the kerosene lamp, the figures of Qin Huairu and Su Wumei bustling about at the entrance of the Lao Su's home could be seen quite clearly. Enough. All you do is dwell on these trivial matters. If you have time, go find a job instead of idling about all day. Old Ko, burdened with worries about the family's livelihood, felt a surge of frustration at his son's lack of seriousness and promptly delivered a sharp reprimand to Yin Zhiqing. The four younger ones, including Yin Jiefeng, scurried away like quails, seeking refuge in the corners. Why are you hitting me? Do you think I don't want to find work? There simply are no jobs available. Yin Zhiqing protested, feeling wronged. Isn't Su Laosan also unemployed? And what about Wang or Matzi from the neighboring courtyard? I'm not the only one without work. Does your scolding and hitting do any good? Chapter 32. The weeping fifth brother. While Yin Zhiqing felt merely aggrieved, the Lu brothers, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, endured a severe beating, their faces bruised and swollen as they stood in punishment at the entrance of their home, deprived even of dinner. In contrast, Yin Zhiqing found himself in a relatively fortunate position. Lu Haizhong was accustomed to striking his sons. A day without punishment left him restless. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, and Lu Guangtian daring to retort, it was inconceivable for old Lu to overlook such defiance. The anguished cries of the Lu brothers echoed throughout the courtyard, causing Yin Zhiqing to instinctively retract his neck in fear. Who was chastising the children? Qin Huairu inquired, raising her head in surprise and whispering to Su Shaoqian beside her. The latter, delighted, leaned in closer and began to share secrets in hushed tones. As they chatted and prepared the meal, Qin Huairu worked with remarkable efficiency. In just over half an hour, she had completed the preparations for a feast for 12, including herself. Her speed was indeed impressive, and the sought-edged shredded potatoes, cabbage, and green beans were particularly commendable. The family relished the meal, showering praise upon Qin Huairu's culinary skills. She smiled modestly, yet her heart was as sweet as honey. After dinner, while bathing posed no challenge, the dilemma lay in arranging sleeping accommodations. Her two nieces persistently invited Qin Huairu to share a bed with them. Although their bed was small, Su Shaoqian assured that she could squeeze in with her younger aunt, Su Wumei, who also expressed her willingness to accommodate Qin Huairu. Observing the affection and popularity Qin Huairu commanded, Lao Su and Zhou Hongmei felt their grievances dissipate significantly. Despite Qin Huairu's rural origins, lacking a grain quota or share in commercial goods, her industriousness and charm had won the hearts of the four children. Little Qin, why not share a bed with Xiaomei? Zhou Hongmei suggested, acknowledging the inappropriateness of sleeping arrangements in the eldest brother's room. No trouble at all. I often share a bed with my cousin at home, Qin Huairu sincerely replied. Moreover, Having already taken a step into the Xu family, she felt joy rather than discomfort. The 13-year-old fifth brother suddenly cheered, causing Xu Shaoqian and Xu Xiaoman to wilt. Third brother, you mustn't overstep the boundaries or peek behind the curtain tonight, Xu Wumei playfully admonished her elder brother, prompting Qin Huairu to blush deeply, eliciting laughter from everyone. The beds of the third and fifth brothers were not bunk beds, but rather separated by a curtain. In recent times, the curtain had remained untouched. Were it not for Xiaomei's teasing, he might not have given it a thought. Speak not of frivolities. For you shan't expect any pocket money from me next time, he quipped. Ah, third brother, I was wrong, Xu Wumei said, kneeling and clutching her brother's arm, playfully pleading. Please forgive me, or else I might just lift the curtain a little for you tonight. After many years, he tapped her forehead with a hint of irritation, questioning the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. How could you think so poorly of what your third brother envisions? It's truly a waste of affection for you. Third brother. It hurts, she lamented, clutching her forehead in despair. Qin Huairu shot him a disapproving glance, gently massaging Xiaomei's head and blowing on it for comfort. Third brother, I no longer require your affection. I have third sister-in-law to pamper me, she retorted playfully. The others chuckled softly, while Sun Yin chose to remain silent, unwilling to engage further. In this era, nightlife was virtually non-existent, with only the occasional drunkard gathering for a few sips. Even a single additional cup was deemed excessive. Alcohol was costly and difficult to procure, requiring special tickets, with numerous restrictions and scarce channels, compelling drinkers to conserve their supplies. That night, as Qin Huairu lay in bed, her heart raced, preventing her from drifting into slumber for quite some time. Across the room, Sun Yin's snoring, though not overly loud, resonated clearly in the stillness. It harmonized with the snoring of their father, Lao Su. Listening to the rhythmic sounds, Qin Huairu felt a blend of excitement and fatigue, eventually succumbing to a muddled sleep filled with pleasant dreams. But by dawn, she was startled awake by the faint sounds of Xiaomei's sobs. Xiaomei, what troubles you? Qin Huairu exclaimed, quickly sitting up to see Xu Wumei at the bedside, pointing at a dark stain on the cooling mat, tears streaming down her cheeks. Third sister-in-law. Am I gravely ill? Am I on the brink of death? Oh, Xiaomei, what has happened? Do not panic. Tell me what this is and where you feel unwell. Qin Huairu replied, flustered as she encountered such a situation for the first time. Sun Yin, just waking and preparing to rise, overheard the commotion. Shiru, Xiaomei, what is happening? Third brother, I'm going to die. Xu Wumei wailed, unable to contain her distress. What has transpired? Xiaoru, may I come over? Sun Yin's heart sank, sensing something was amiss, yet he refrained from rushing in. Come take a look, he urged. Qin Huairu, a picture of confusion and anxiety, was at a loss for how to comfort Xiaomei. As Sun Yin lifted the curtain, he beheld his sobbing sister and the flustered Qin Huairu. Before he could speak, his sister lunged at him, weeping uncontrollably. In the adjoining room, Lao Su and Zhou Hongmei were roused by the noise, hastily preparing to investigate. What is happening? At that moment, Sun Yin recognized the dark stain on the bed and surmised the situation. He instructed Qin Huairu to check if his sister's trousers had also changed color. Upon seeing her nod, he understood the gravity of the matter. Father, mother, it's fine now. You may return to sleep. I'll have Xiaoqin take care of this. Though he said this, how could Lao Su and Zhou Hongmei possibly rest easy? Moreover, with the dawn approaching, sleep was no longer an option. For many years, Sun Yin offered a few words of comfort to Xiaomei, gently releasing her small hand and instructing her to wait on the bed for a moment. He then led Qin Huairu outside, whispering a few hushed words. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. It turned out that it was merely the arrival of her menstrual cycle. What a fuss over nothing. Recently, the family's meals had been quite satisfactory, providing ample nutrition. At 13 years of age, Xu Wumei had officially entered puberty. Based on Zhou Hongmei's experience, girls typically began this phase around 14 or 15. So she had refrained from mentioning it to Lao Wu. After all, in this era, many individuals suffered from severe nutritional deficiencies. It was not uncommon for some girls to begin their puberty as late as 15 or 16. Once Qin Huairu clarified the situation to Xu Wumei, the latter's face flushed a deep crimson, embarrassedly covering her head with the blanket. Meanwhile, Sun Yin stood at the door, laughing heartily, which only incited her indignation further. Third brother, do not go too far. I shall have third sister-in-law deal with you, humph. Chapter 33. Planning for spring plowing during breakfast. Zhou Hongmei found it difficult to comprehend why the fifth child had entered puberty so swiftly, and she insisted on taking him to the hospital for a checkup. Sun Yan hurriedly intervened, stating, "Mother, please refrain from unnecessary fuss. Xiaomei is undoubtedly in excellent health. Just look at her these days, eating well, drinking well, and bouncing around. She hardly appears unwell. Moreover, during my time in the military, I perused medical texts and developed a rapport with the military doctor, often seeking his knowledge. The situation with the fifth child is perfectly normal. With adequate nutrition, puberty can indeed arrive earlier. If elder brother and sister-in-law consistently provide sufficient nourishment for Xiaoqian and Xiaoman, it is certain they will also enter puberty around 11 or 12. Such nonsense. Do you think you know better than a doctor?" Zhou Hongmei retorted, unconvinced. Hu Meifeng and Fan Zhaodi supported this perspective, advocating for a visit to the hospital for safety's sake. Even Su Wumei expressed her desire to go for a checkup, and Qin Huairu concurred, noting that it wouldn't cost much. Faced with their insistence, Sun Yan had no choice but to remain silent. "Then you can accompany mother for the visit and compare what I say with what the doctor advises," he said, dismissing their stubbornness as he set down his utensils and rose to leave. "I'll stop by the street office to finalize the renovation crew, and upon my return, I will commence digging the cesspool. Third uncle, I want to join you." "I want to go too," they chimed in. "Stay at home. Are you going to cause trouble by following me?" As they exited the house, Yan Jieqing stealthily approached Sun Yan and whispered, "Nian, are you heading out?" "Isn't that obvious?" "What is it?" Sun Yan replied. "May I ask you how to fish?" Yan Jieqing inquired. "Isn't your father, Teacher Yan, an expert fisherman? Why not ask him instead of seeking me out?" Sun Yan responded. "Humph." Yan Jieqing scoffed disdainfully. "My dad is an Air Force officer. You, however, are a master angler. That's entirely different. I'm currently renovating my house and lack the time to teach you. Figure it out on your own," Sun Yan replied, shaking his head. This boy had no sense of propriety, asking for advice in such a direct manner. Even if he had the time, he wouldn't engage. Watching Sun Yan walk away, Yan Jieqing felt a pang of resentment and turned to head to the riverbank to fish. In truth, he had attempted fishing before, but like his father, he was a high-ranking officer in the Air Force. In recent days, the family's meals had dwindled, and his hunger had become unbearable, prompting him to swallow his pride and seek Sun Yan's guidance. Yet, the latter had completely ignored him, seeing Qin Huairu carrying a wooden bucket to the wash basin. Sandama also stepped outside. Walking alongside her, Sandama cheerfully inquired, "Little Qin, congratulations. When shall we celebrate your wedding?" Qin Huairu blushed, smiling shyly as she shook her head, replying, "Oh, that's not happening." Even if she knew, she would remain silent on the matter, for it was something that could only be revealed by Sun Yan. "Little Qin, you were rather elusive. Were you not spending the night at Old Su's house last night? If Old Su's place was not arranged, would you have been able to stay there?" Aunt Yin chuckled, her curiosity aflame. "Pray tell. What progress have you made with Su Laosan? It seems he hasn't purchased a bicycle, a watch, or a sewing machine, has he? How then could he possibly marry you?" "Little Qin, do not be shy. Aunt promises to keep this a secret." However, Qin Huairu chose to ignore her, focusing intently on washing clothes. Being young and still a maiden, she felt ill-equipped to contend with these older women. Thus, silence was golden and proved to be the most prudent approach. Before long, a number of older ladies had gathered around the washing basin. In less than 5 minutes, the news of Qin Huairu's overnight stay at Old Su's had spread among them. Consequently, lively discussions erupted. Yet, Qin Huairu remained reticent. Their idle chatter quickly lost its allure, and they soon shifted the topic elsewhere. At the street office, Sun Yan had just entered the office when Aunt Song spotted him and exclaimed, "Here comes little Su." Director Wang and the others turned to look, and a middle-aged individual, donned in a Zhongshan suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, also gazed up at Sun Yan. "Little Su, come here. This is Director Ji Chunj from the Design Institute." "Hello, Director Ji, I am Sun Yan. I hope to receive your guidance." Acknowledging the authority of the situation, Sun Yan did not wait for an extended hand, promptly bowing slightly and extending his own as a gesture of respect. "You are little Su? My spouse has spoken highly of you, mentioning your exceptional skills in painting and calligraphy. Is that true?" Director Ji maintained an air of authority, appearing gentle yet concealing a sense of pride. Fortunately, Sun Yan did not expect an overly warm reception, as only those truly in high positions can remain grounded and close to the people. The current Director Ji was evidently an academic, as evidenced by his meticulous attire, which suggested he felt the need to uphold a certain decorum at all times. You flatter me, director. I am merely an ordinary individual. That's quite all right. No need for humility. Just write something here for me to observe. To Su Nian's surprise, Director Ji directly requested him to write on the spot. Seeking assistance, he glanced at Director Wang, who merely encouraged him to proceed. Thus, he confidently picked up a pen and began to write on the paper. Like the day before, he opted for regular script, one of the most aesthetically pleasing forms in the context of the college entrance examination. Particularly for the Chinese essay, examiners tend to appreciate regular script, leading to a higher likelihood of favorable scores. In his past life, he had relied on his exquisite handwriting, consistently achieving scores above 55 in Chinese essays throughout high school. Even with the advent of the intelligent era, he embraced new technology while continuing to practice his penmanship. Alas, with no one to appreciate his efforts, it became a solitary pursuit, a means of cultivating his own spirit. Director Ji nodded repeatedly, acknowledging Su Nian's commendable penmanship, and inquired, apart from regular script, "What other styles do you master?" "Song type." For many years, I would blurt out, only to quickly correct myself. "My apologies, esteemed leader. I meant the semi-cursive and running script styles, as well as the cursive and clerical scripts, which I write rather modestly, so I shall refrain from embarrassing myself." "No worries. Please write them for me to see." Upon hearing the words of many years, Ji Chun's interest surged. He could hardly believe that the youthful many years could render each script with such fluidity and ethereal beauty. After all, human capability has its limits. Moreover, many years was merely in his early 20s. Even if he had been practicing since infancy, it seemed implausible for him to master every script to a level of expertise. However, in the next moment, many years proceeded to demonstrate 4 distinct scripts, each brimming with personality, yet equally exquisite. Chapter 34. The work of the Design Institute. Ji Chun found himself momentarily entranced. Could it be that a true genius existed? The characters before him, whether in semi-cursive or running script, were imbued with such vitality that they seemed to penetrate the very paper, showcasing a mastery akin to iron and silver strokes. Exquisitely beautiful. Even the commonly regarded clerical and cursive scripts, often deemed mediocre by many, danced across the page like ethereal clouds and startled dragons, captivating in their elegance. Though Director Wang and Aunt Song were mere laymen, they could discern that Su Nian's writing indeed brought a sense of comfort. "Is this cursive script?" Ji Chun mused, finding it reminiscent of cryptic symbols yet undeniably appealing. Accountant Zhao, while unable to appreciate cursive script, lavished praise upon the semi-cursive and clerical styles. Regaining his composure, Ji Chun uttered several complimentary phrases, his gaze towards Su Nian filled with admiration and wonder. "Xiao Su, have you ever considered joining our design institute? We are in dire need of young talent such as yourself." The prospect of working at the Design Institute was indeed tempting for Su Nian, who found himself currently unemployed. He yearned for a retirement lifestyle that, prior to the reform and opening up, seemed unattainable. With 2 decades stretching from now until the 1980s, he knew he must secure employment, lest he struggle to support himself, let alone his entire family. If work was inevitable, then a position that closely resembled retirement in terms of ease, or one that he genuinely enjoyed and found less strenuous, would naturally emerge as his top choice. That leader. "You see, I've only just returned from military service and am currently awaiting assignment from above." He felt uncertain whether any favorable positions awaited him. Yet it was imperative to communicate this clearly. "I understand that they are likely to assign you to either the police station or the security department, where you would be engaged in trivial matters." Ji Chun nodded, his tone tinged with disdain. "To undertake such work would be a waste of your talents. Our design institute specializes in the design of large national buildings. Many of the new structures you currently see were conceived by our team." However, upon hearing Ji Chun's words, Su Nian's heart immediately rejected the notion. The work at the Design Institute might appear leisurely, yet he suspected it would be far from it. Just the other day, while meandering around Tiananmen, he noticed that the Great Hall had yet to commence construction, although its location had already been determined. Thus, he surmised that construction would likely begin within the next couple of years. He mused that such a role seemed less appealing than serving as a junior officer in the security department or police station. "Director Ji, I would certainly love to work at the Design Institute, but as you know, if the leadership above has any plans, I cannot simply defer them." Su Nian did not outright reject the offer, but instead used the leadership's decisions as a diplomatic excuse. Ji Chun, being the astute individual that he was, could easily perceive the underlying implications in Su Nian's words. Frustrated by the apparent lack of ambition, he admonished, "What are you afraid of? Which organization could possibly be superior to our design institute? Our street office is far superior to your design institute, old G. Not everyone considers your design institute a treasure." Director Wang retorted, leaving Ji Chunj momentarily speechless, devoid of any argument. Noticing the peculiar gazes from many, he irritably remarked, "Come if you wish. It's truly ridiculous. Our design institute has recently secured a substantial project, and we have a vacancy that requires at least a level 2 technician. Given your drawing abilities, achieving level 2 is more than sufficient. You could even qualify as a level 1 technician or a level 9 engineer without issue. You know how much a level 1 technician earns?" Many nodded in honest ignorance, as this fell within his realm of uncertainty. While he was well aware of the salaries of ordinary workers, due to the presence of numerous level 1 to level 7 workers in the courtyard, he had heard that technician salaries varied by region, yet the discrepancies were not significant. The salaries for level 9 engineers and level 1 technicians intersect, with the former earning 102 yuan monthly, while the latter receives 99 yuan, a mere 3 yuan difference. Ji Chunj smirked in triumph, doubting that many would not be envious of such wages. Between the latter half of 1956 and the first half of 1957, a nationwide salary standardization and adjustment took place, categorizing the country into 11 regions based on wage levels. Class 1 regions have the lowest wages, while the highland areas of Class 11 have the highest. Notably, the capital and northeast Shenyang fall into the 6th wage category. Indeed, many felt a stir of desire. 100 yuan salary, adjusted for a price increase of 150 times, equates to a monthly salary of approximately 15,000 yuan in 2023. However, earning 15,000 monthly is feasible only in cities ranked 3 or 4, while 2023 housing prices range from 10 to several tens of thousands. Yet, in 1950, housing prices in the capital were merely a few hundred to several thousand yuan. Acquiring an independent courtyard would cost around 1 to 1,800 yuan. For example, Minnie's 37 square meter ear room only cost him less than 500 yuan. In other words, he could purchase an independent courtyard within a year. Conversely, in 2023, a monthly salary of 15,000 would scarcely afford a restroom. Thus, a 100 yuan monthly salary in this era is comparable to a monthly income of 50 to 60,000 yuan in 2023. Thank you for your kind consideration, Director. I believe I can give this job a try, Minnie stated earnestly, as if the individual who had just declined the job was not himself. The slap of reality came swift, like a tornado. However, for Minnie, devoid of any golden finger, facing such a high salary temptation still proved difficult to remain composed. Upon hearing this, Ji Chunj gleefully smiled at Director Wang and continued, "No problem. Come to the Design Institute tomorrow to see me, and I will introduce you to Director Shen." "Understood, Director." Thus, the matter was settled. Before departing, Ji Chunj offered a few final reminders and then left. Once he departed, Director Wang led Sun Yan to meet the 3 skilled masons, Fan Guiming, Zhong Jinbiao, and Wang Changyuan. These gentlemen, renowned in the capital for their craftsmanship, were all in their early 50s and each had apprentices of their own, though none accompanied them on this occasion. Upon meeting Sun Yan, the trio appeared rather reserved, speaking with utmost caution. To them, it was evident that anyone capable of summoning Director Wang personally was no ordinary individual. Little did they know that Sun Yan was just an ordinary man. The title of a former soldier held little weight in Director Wang's eyes. Had it not been for the persistent delays in job assignments from higher-ups, Sun Yan would not have become familiar enough with Director Wang to request his assistance. After a thorough discussion, Sun Yan presented the blueprints and engaged them in conversation for nearly half an hour before finally deciding to employ their services. The renovation plans were clear and concise, yet for those unacquainted with the trade, they could be quite perplexing. Having secured the mason's services, Sun Yan expressed his gratitude to Director Wang and returned to the courtyard. Initially believing he could commence digging the cesspool upon his return, he was met with yet another setback. The piece of wood he had salvaged from the dump had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 35. The overprotective second aunt in the courtyard of the Nanluoguxiang Siheyuan, Qin Huairu, with a sorrowful expression, recounted her plight to the police. Seeing her pitiable demeanor, the 2 officers felt a mix of sympathy and exasperation. Although Qin Huairu was still a young maiden, possessing both beauty and an admirable figure, she was on the verge of marriage. Nearby, Zhou Hongmei and others expressed their determination to capture the thief, deeming such lawlessness intolerable. A mere wooden plank, astonishingly valued at 2 yuan, left the neighbors astounded. Such an item typically bore little worth. The timber used for crafting tables and chairs merely cost a few cents. And even a completed 8 immortals table fetched less than a yuan. Yet, the idea that a common piece of wood salvaged from a refused site could command such a price piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. According to Qin Huairu, someone had obstructed Su Nian the previous day, insisting on purchasing the plank solely for its exquisite craftsmanship. The officers, lacking expertise in the matter, deemed it prudent to apprehend the perpetrator given the circumstances. As it was morning and the third uncle was absent from the courtyard, no one hindered Qin Huairu's decision to report the incident. Additionally, Su Shaoqian and her friends volunteered to accompany her to the police station, directly inviting the officers to the Siheyuan. Upon Su Nian's return, the police had already completed their report. Seeing him, Qin Huairu instantly appeared reassured. Resembling a distressed young wife as she stood before him, her head bowed in self-reproach, willing to endure his admonishments. "Enough, this does not concern you. Do not blame yourself," he said, gently ruffling her hair. As she blushed and retreated behind Zhou Hongmei, Su Nian cast a glance at the neighbors, momentarily pausing on the faces of Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, before shifting his gaze with a faint smile. He then nodded at the officers, who, after a brief exchange, departed swiftly. Once the police left, Su Nian summoned Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu to him, leading them to a nearby corner, and softly inquired, "Now, tell me, to whom did you two sell my wooden plank?" The young brothers, inexperienced and taken aback by Su Nian's intensity, quickly divulged the details. From their account, Su Nian deduced that it was Luo Yuan behind the mischief. "How much did he pay you?" The brothers each produced 2 10-cent bills from their pockets, revealing a paltry total of 40 cents for the plank. "You two are truly something else," Su Nian remarked incredulously. "That piece of wood was worth far more than 2 yuan. How could you settle for just 40 cents? He sighed, rubbing his forehead, yet refrained from reproaching the children too harshly. After all, they were merely 8 or 9 years old, and one couldn't expect much maturity from them. Moreover, the situation stemmed from his own negligence in casually leaving the plank in the courtyard. Had he stored it properly or stacked it at the bottom, the brothers would have had no means to take it. Nevertheless, he pocketed the 40 cents, unaware that this action would incite the ire of the distant second aunt. "Stop right there. Su Nian, how dare you deceive my children out of their money? How could you be so heartless? Have you lost your mind? Would you dare to deceive your own children?" The voice of second aunt rang out, drawing everyone's attention once more. Qin Huairu cast a worried glance, while Su Shaoqian and her companions moved closer to their third uncle, seemingly aligning themselves with him. Su Nian, who initially wished to keep the matter discreet, was now repulsed by the imposing demeanor of second aunt as she pulled Lu Guangtian and his brother behind her, extending her hand demandingly for money. "Second aunt, I admire your protective instincts," Su Nian remarked, shaking her head with a cold tone. "However, such indulgence will only lead your children astray. Perhaps you should inquire what mischief they have been up to. I care not for what they have done. I only see you taking their money. Return it." Second aunt had firmly resolved on her stance, refusing to entertain any other perspective. In response, Su Nian stood her ground, hands in her pockets, urging the brothers to confess their actions. Yet, the boys stammered, too intimidated to speak. Why frighten them? What harm can such small children possibly do? "Hurry and return the money," second aunt insisted vehemently. "Lu Guangtian, Lu Guangfu, if you do not speak, I shall summon the police. Or perhaps I should take you there myself to confess." Upon hearing Su Nian's words, the Lu brothers trembled, eventually mumbling, We sold the wooden board." "To whom? For how much?" Silence ensued as the brothers hesitated, but the neighbors began to murmur among themselves. The audacity of Lu Guangtian and his brother was astonishing. They had dared to steal and even sell the stolen goods. How remarkable! Yet, these revelations left second aunt utterly speechless, her disbelief palpable. The very thought that her own sons could engage in theft was a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shaking her head in a frenzy, she implored, "My sons would never steal. Xiao Tian, Xiao Fu, tell your mother that you did not take that board, did you?" The brothers stared blankly at their mother, too frightened to utter a word. Their childish greed had led them to believe that taking a single board would go unnoticed. They had never anticipated the situation would escalate to such proportions. Trembling, their legs quaked in fear. It was merely a stolen board. Yet their mother was in a frenzy. Why was this happening? Witnessing this scene, Su Nian offered a cold smile, choosing not to say anything further. Given their tender age, even if they were taken to the police station, it would only result in a lesson rather than any real punishment. After exchanging a few words with Qin Huairu and her group, she proceeded to a vacant area in front of the ear room, preparing to mark the location of the septic tank. The courtyard was expansive, and the lighting in the ear room was exceptionally good. Thus, in the corners of the ear room and the east wing, there exists a vacant space approximately 3.5 meters long and 3 meters wide. This area is also considered part of the central courtyard. However, it has been utilized as a latrine for many years. Initially, this space was intended for construction, and although the light was not ideal, it could have served as a kitchen or a storage area without issue. Given the large number of family members, efforts were made over the years to design the latrine to be more spacious, and it was excavated to a greater depth. Otherwise, it would easily become full, making the task of cleaning quite cumbersome. In this era, there were indeed workers in the capital who specialized in latrine cleaning, and there were quite a few of them. However, hiring such workers required payment, with fees varying from several dimes to a yuan, depending on the size of the pit. Chapter 36. The wild beast walks alone, while cattle and sheep gather. Mother, elder sister, second sister, Xiaoru, please begin digging along the white line I've marked. I will attend to the matter regarding that wooden board, Su Nian instructed. After sketching out the layout for the cesspool, he spoke up. Go ahead, third son. Do take care of your safety. Zhou Hongmei nodded, assuring him that there was no need for him to worry about home, encouraging him to resolve his matters swiftly and return promptly. Women can indeed support half the sky, Zhou Hongmei asserted, leading her 2 daughters-in-law and Qin Huairu. Digging the cesspool was a task they could manage quite easily. I understand, mother. The soil here isn't too hard, but once we reach about half a meter, we must be cautious. After reiterating his advice, Su Nian finally departed from the courtyard. At the entrance of an alleyway in Beijing Bridge, Su Nian strolled over casually. This place was merely separated from Nanluoguxiang by a fragrant bait alley, quite close indeed. A group of young men gathered at the alley's mouth, engaged in various activities. Some played chess, while others participated in military simulations, creating quite a lively atmosphere. These youths were what one might call the local rascals. They idled away their days, spending their time either eating or wandering the streets, occasionally passing judgment on the crowds that passed by, particularly the attractive young women, as if they had tasted the essence of the sea. Ah, isn't that General Su? I hear you've been back in the capital for over half a month without coming to see us. What's the matter? Are you planning to make a comeback? As Su Nian arrived, Jiang Yuanbing, who was brandishing a wooden toy gun, momentarily paused in surprise before responding with a hint of amusement. Li Jingquan, El Xiong, Zhang Lehu, and others also displayed expressions of surprise, quickly followed by a mix of excitement, mockery, and resentment. These individuals were the local rascals from the vicinity of Nanluoguxiang. 5 years prior, Su Nian had also been one of them. However, in 1953, before he turned 18, he enlisted in the military. He was gone for 5 years. Upon his return, Su Nian emerged as an exemplary veteran officer, while Jiang Yuanbing and his companions remained aimless drifters. Apart from their aging, they seemed little changed. Yet, what Jiang Yuanbing and the others could not tolerate was Su Nian's return without seeking them out. It felt as if he had completely forgotten his former companions. In their youthful arrogance, Jiang Yuanbing and his friends had grown older, but their tempers had only intensified. Several times, they had spotted Su Nian from afar on the streets and refrained from greeting him, engaged in a silent contest of wills, each waiting for the other to break first. Now, Su Nian had chosen to approach them. Consequently, a sense of pride swelled within Jiang Yuanbing, their expressions betraying their smugness, and their tones steeped in mockery. Listening to their juvenile banter, Su Nian maintained a serene demeanor. In the face of these former friends still caught in their rebellious phase, he was assured of the correctness of his choices. The wild beast has always traversed alone, while cattle and sheep flock together. In the realm of adulthood, exchanges are often driven by interests rather than clear distinctions of right and wrong. Moreover, these old acquaintances were not truly his friends. You must know Luo Yuan, correct? Where is he now? Ah, you seek out a figure as illustrious as Master Yuan. Truly, General Su holds us in disdain, does he not? Or perhaps we are no longer considered his friends. Zhang Lehu sneered, his expression unyielding despite the years. If you remain in ignorance, then so be it. I shall inquire of others. Wait, What business do you have with Master Yuan? Lu Xiong abruptly halted him, while Zhang Lehu and his companions cast a baleful glare in his direction, as if to accuse him. You traitor! Did we not agree to ignore Sun Yin for good? Why stoop so low? Are you delivering something? Do you know where he is? Sun Yin turned, revealing a broad, amiable smile. Indeed, I am well aware. Allow me to escort you, Lu Xiong responded eagerly. He yearned to escape his current predicament. Who would not desire a life of financial freedom, unencumbered by constraints? After 5 years apart, Sun Yin, an esteemed veteran, might possess connections to secure him a job, at the very least. Aligning with Luo Yuan could pave the way for future success. However, Sun Yin shook his head, stating, there is no need for such formality. Simply inform me where he is, and I shall seek him out myself. If I intend to teach Luo Yuan a lesson, I certainly do not wish to drag you into it. That would only bring misfortune upon you. Although the distinctions between a guide and a messenger may be negligible, especially among those who dwell in the shadows like Luo Yuan, as long as Sun Yin remained silent. It was unlikely that Luo Yuan could discern who had betrayed his hiding place. With a mixture of reluctance and resignation, Lu Xiong replied, Master Yuan is likely at Dongkodai, Hudong near Shikahai. I just came from there not long ago. They should still be present. Thank you. Please, continue your revelry. Sun Yin expressed his gratitude and turned to depart. Not long after he left, Lu Xiong found himself encircled by Jiang Yuanbing and the others. Traitor. Collaborator. You scoundrel. Have you lost your honor? How could you grovel before them, only to be spurned? Does it not sting? After enduring their scorn for some time, Lu Xiong finally retorted with a cold smile. I am indeed pained, yet enduring your company day in and day out is far more excruciating. Yes, I am the one who offers warmth to their coldness. I am base. I am no man. But do any of you dare to thump your chests and claim you are true men? With those words, Jiang Yuanbing and his companions could no longer contain themselves, each hastily asserting their own masculinity, only to be met with Lu Xiong's scathing ridicule. We are all in our 20s now, no longer the naive adolescence of a few years past. Sun Yin is but 21, a discharged officer, with romantic prospects among the lovely factory workers, living without want. Yet what of us? Lacking both skill and education, we are reduced to begging our families for money, imitating Sun Yin's fishing exploits, or aspiring to collect antiques like Master Yuan. When have we ever achieved anything? Is merely drifting through life enough to earn us the title of man? After this harangue, Jiang Yuanbing and his companions were left utterly bewildered. You may not be aware, but many years ago, he had already purchased a house. I know what you are thinking. The money he used for the purchase was all borrowed. With a self-deprecating smile, El Xiong continued his sardonic remarks. We could also open our mouths to borrow money. But the question is, who would be willing to lend it to us? How would we repay it? 5 years ago, we watched as many of our peers enlisted in the military, and we missed a crucial opportunity. Now, 5 years later, as we observe them buying homes and marrying, you remain indifferent, yet still wish to keep dreaming. I apologize, but I refuse to be that kind of man. With that, El Xiong turned and walked away. Humans are creatures driven by self-interest, avoiding harm. It is undeniable that seeing friends thrive evokes feelings of envy and jealousy. However, while Jiang Yuanbing and others did not contemplate deeply, El Xiong pondered extensively and began to take action. Today marks a farewell to the past. Having spent many years in Dongkodai Hudong, he was unaware of the events that transpired after his departure. At the entrance of the alley, he spotted his former companion, Luo Yuan's sidekick, Min Sanner, squatting by the roadside. Remarkably, he was the only one El Xiong had not struck the day before, as he refrained from hitting women. The moment Min Sanner looked up, he locked eyes with Sun Yin, who, momentarily taken aback, quickly turned and fled. Sun Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Run? Could he possibly outrun him? Chapter 37. The pursuit of Min Sanner. Min Sanner dashed into a large courtyard, stumbling and knocking over numerous items, provoking a chorus of angry shouts from the neighbors. Yet, Min Sanner paid them no heed, for she was acutely aware of Sun Yin's relentless pursuit. If caught, she knew there would be no mercy. Just yesterday, she had endured a beating, and this very morning she had managed to purchase a wooden board, only to find herself in peril less than an hour later. She fled, he chased. There was no escape for her. Despite Sun Yin's imposing stature, he was remarkably agile and extraordinarily quick in his reactions. Navigating through the crowd and obstacles, Sun Yin steadily closed the distance between them. Run, Yuan Gu. Su Laosen is coming. Run, Yuan Gu. Su Laosen is coming. Run, Yuan Gu. Su Laosen is coming. As she entered the courtyard, Min Sanner shouted desperately while glancing back. The sight of Su Nian, a mere 2 meters away, nearly sent her into a panic. Her expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost. In the next instant, Su Nian tackled her to the ground. Her clothes made intimate contact with the earth. Fortunately, the ground was merely hard mud, not unforgiving concrete. Otherwise, she might have ended up disfigured. Nevertheless, her arms, abdomen, and legs throbbed with pain. You certainly can run. Can't you? Su Nian chuckled, quickly rising to his feet and seizing Min Sanner, blocking the exit for Luo Yuan and his companions. At that moment, Luo Yuan and the others turned pale, torn between the desire to rescue Min Sanner and the fear of confronting Su Nian. Cowards! Yuan Gu, run! Min Sanner continued to struggle and shout, but Su Nian, irritated by her noise, stuffed her mouth with her own clothing. After a brief struggle, she expelled the fabric and began to gag. In dramas, one can only make muffled sounds when their mouth is stuffed. But surely her clothing had not been washed in quite some time. Otherwise, how could she retch? Su Nian turned to Luo Yuan, taking a deep breath, and remarked, Yuan Gu, your methods are quite brazen. Resorting to coercion and theft, it seems my words have fallen on deaf ears. Since that is the case, I must impart a lesson you will not soon forget. At that moment, an elderly man with a white beard emerged from behind Luo Yuan and his companions. He bore the appearance of a cultured individual, dressed in a thin long gown and wearing scholarly glasses, yet a long, conspicuous scar marred the left side of his face, creating a strikingly contradictory impression. Ah, guests have arrived. It appears you have come to seek justice? The old man grinned, revealing a more sinister demeanor. I see the buyers have already been found. Su Nian frowned, then smiled broadly, saying, if I had arrived any later, you might have already divided the spoils. With an air of audacity, one might exclaim, how bold you are to dare touch my belongings. The lesson I imparted yesterday seems insufficient. The wisdom passed down from our ancestors rings true. Men perish for wealth, and birds for food. After expressing my astonishment, I turned to the white-bearded elder and declared, I do not know who you are, nor do I wish to. However, I have come today to reclaim an item. My family has already notified the authorities about this matter. Let us proceed, shall we? I trust one need not formally invite you. The police are already aware and have documented the incident. Thus it is better to resolve this through official channels. While a private settlement is not out of the question, it is fraught with the risk of losing one's standing. Moreover, these individuals dwell in the gray areas of society, familiar with all manner of unsavory characters. My only connection is with Director Wang, and my influence in the capital can be described as negligible. Hence, pursuing the official route is most suitable for me. Yet, the white-bearded elder merely stood there, arms crossed, offering no response. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan stepped forward, approaching Su Nian with a tone of desperation. Brother, could you possibly grant me a favor? This situation is a result of my mismanagement, and I promise to make amends afterward. Would that be acceptable? Su Nian replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Have I not offered you face? I made my position abundantly clear yesterday, and I verified my words with you. It appears you have not grasped my meaning. It seems you are the one lacking in respect. Do you truly wish to call me your brother? I would prefer not to have a brother like you, for fear that one day, a bolt of lightning might strike and take me as well. Will you come with me willingly, or must I resort to physical means and drag you to the police station? At that moment, one of Luo Yuan's underlings, Chengtu, emerged from within the building, brandishing a crude firearm, aiming it menacingly at Su Nian, his countenance twisted in rage as he bellowed, You scoundrel! Can you move faster than my weapon? Release Ming Sen immediately, or you shall meet your end. Everyone was taken aback, and Su Nian was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was commendable, and his reflexes sharp. As Chengtu made his move, he had already discreetly shifted his position, thereby obstructing the firearm's aim with Luo Yuan's body. Such recklessness among the youth is bewildering, acting without regard for consequences. This is the capital, where firearms may not be prohibited, yet wielding one for nefarious deeds will inevitably lead to incarceration. Luo Yuan's expression soured as he swiftly turned to Chengtu, reprimanding. Who permitted you to brandish that? Are you intent on endangering us all? Put it away, now. The elder also took a step back, distancing himself from Chengtu. Despite his bravery, he feared the young man wielding the firearm. Such individuals are fearless, and, if they claim to shoot, they will indeed do so. Chengtu, gritting his teeth, hesitated, muttering, but He was hastily urged by Luo Yuan to return the weapon, which he reluctantly did. I apologize, brother. His judgment is somewhat impaired. Please do not take offense. With Chengtu having stowed the firearm away, Luo Yuan finally offered his apologies to Sun Yin. The latter, rendered speechless, coldly remarked, "If apologies were of any use, what need would there be for the police? Come, accompany me to the station." "Brother, don't." Luo Yuan reached out, intending to stop Sun Yin, only to receive an elbow strike from the latter, causing him to clutch his abdomen in pain, his face paling considerably. "I shall repeat myself. Come with me, do you understand?" Just as Luo Yuan found himself in a predicament, an elderly man with a white beard suddenly spoke up. "Comrade, the events have already transpired. Perhaps we could resolve this privately instead of involving the authorities?" Sun Yin, without casting a glance at the elder, remained fixated on Luo Yuan, gripping the collar of the latter's clothing as if holding a small chick. In that moment, Luo Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of regret, pondering why he had provoked this immovable, obstinate individual. "Brother, I can offer you 10 yuan. Let us consider this matter closed, shall we?" The more generous the offer became, the more determined Sun Yin was to reclaim that piece of wood. As for whether this would offend Luo Yuan, had they not already established a deep-seated rivalry? Chapter 38. The Dark Wood. Alas. Under the indifferent gaze of many years, Luo Yuan was compelled to relinquish any thoughts of provoking his adversary. The formidable combat strength accumulated over the years rendered it unwise to deeply offend the opposing party. According to the scale's perspective, exchanging a barrage of bullets for the life of many years seemed far too trivial. Furthermore, that wooden plank, merely a carving of dark wood, was worth just over 20 yuan. To sacrifice one's life for a mere 20 yuan would be exceedingly foolish. "Very well, I shall return the plank to you." Luo Yuan bowed his head. A true man knows when to yield. If this transaction cannot be completed, then let us seek another opportunity. The scale and his several underlings gasped in astonishment, and even the stout San heir wore a face of disbelief. Why had Brother Yuan suddenly submitted? At this moment, the white-bearded elder, upon hearing this, hastily interjected, "Young brother, I do indeed fancy that plank. How about this? I shall offer you 15 yuan for it. You would not be at a loss, would you?" Many years cast a cold glance at the elder, took the plank, and then turned to leave. After walking a few paces, he suddenly turned back, fixing his gaze on Luo Yuan. "I do not wish to repeat myself, but should you dare to provoke me again, feel free to come at me. You are well aware of where I reside." With that parting remark, he exited the courtyard, disregarding the elder's calls from behind. The plank in his hand was not large, yet it felt somewhat heavy, significantly denser than ordinary wood. Initially, he had paid little attention to it, but on the way back, he began to examine it closely. Remarkably, the wood exhibited peculiar characteristics. While he possessed limited knowledge of wood materials, he had encountered varieties such as golden silk nanmu, rosewood, and wangwali, both in raw form and as crafted furniture. However, this particular plank, especially where a corner was missing, appeared profoundly dark and enigmatic. It seemed to be blackwood, or as it is known, dark wood. In folklore, there exist two popular sayings regarding dark wood. A box of jewels cannot compare to a piece of dark wood. A fortune in gold sent to the underworld is exchanged for dark wood to honor the heavens. During the era of feudal dynasties, high officials and cultured scholars regarded furniture crafted from dark wood or art pieces carved from it as treasured heirlooms, protective charms, and talismans against evil. Previous emperors even designated dark wood as exclusive to the royal family, prohibiting its use by the common people, which rendered it increasingly rare. Thus, it was reasonable that Luo Yuan and the white-bearded elder persistently raised the price of the dark wood carving to 15 yuan. As for why this valuable plank had been discarded in a garbage dump, it was likely that the workers dismantling the city wall simply did not recognize dark wood. Yet, who would use such precious dark wood to adorn a gate? Many years found this puzzling, but had no intention of delving deeper. Upon arriving near the courtyard, he first visited the police station to explain the situation and requested the case be dismissed. Naturally, he clarified to the authorities that it was Luo Yuan and his group who had bribed the two children from the backyard of Uncle Heir to steal the dark wood. "Do you claim it is worth 15 yuan? Inside the police station, several officers stared in disbelief at the wooden board in Sun Yinyan's hand. "Surely, I have no reason to deceive you," Sun Yinyan replied with a resigned smile, continuing, "This is a police station, and I am a veteran. I would not dare to boast. If you doubt me, I can take you to find Luo Yuan right now. We believe you." Although you have decided not to pursue this matter further, it is still necessary to bring Luo Yuan and his associates in for a statement. Oh, and those 2 children from your courtyard as well, Captain Chao Chenghui mused. The rationale behind this was twofold. Firstly, to broaden the horizons of the officers present, ensuring they do not underestimate the significance of rare woods. Secondly, to issue a warning to Luo Yuan and his group. The term socially unstable elements aptly describes individuals like them. If these individuals maintained legitimate occupations or engaged in lawful activities, societal stability would be greatly enhanced, and there would be fewer disturbances. I have no objections. However, I cannot summon Luo Yuan and his crew, as they possess homemade firearms. Upon hearing Su Nianyan's words, Chao Chenghui and the other officers grew solemn. Are you certain they possess firearms? Chao Chenghui inquired with intense seriousness, to which Su Nianyan nodded earnestly, confirming he had been threatened at gunpoint. Then, Chao Chenghui suddenly bellowed, "Assemble, let us act." In the imperial city, there are those audacious enough to privately possess firearms and ammunition, even if homemade. He turned to Su Nianyan, saying, "Comrade Su, as a returning veteran, you may be unaware of the stringent firearm regulations in the capital. I do not hold it against you. However, you must remain vigilant in the future. In the city, anyone possessing a firearm without a proper permit is committing a criminal offense." Grateful for Chao Chenghui's counsel, Su Nianyan humbly accepted it. After all, as a soul from a future era, he understood that it was only after the 1980s that firearms were comprehensively prohibited and private ownership was forbidden. However, he was less informed about the regulations that existed prior to that time. Half an hour later, Luo Yuan and his group were brought back to the police station. His subordinate, Qing Tu, cast a resentful glare at Su Nianyan upon seeing him. The other subordinates, along with Men Sanner, also glared at Su Nianyan with indignation and fury. However, he remained unfazed, confident that Captain Chao and his team could manage the situation. In contrast, Ant Air, accompanied by Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, 2 unfortunate children, arrived at the police station, weeping. At that moment, the once proud Ant Air was a mere shadow of her former self. Earlier, when the police came to their courtyard intending to take the Lu brothers away, Ant Air nearly fainted from fear. Although stealing the wooden board was wrong, and they had only sold it for 40 cents, the revelation that it was worth 15 yuan changed everything. It was now a serious case. Moreover, when Luo Yuan and his companions were brought into the police station, Ant Air caught sight of the firearms, intensifying her fear. For ordinary citizens, firearms wield a significant deterrent power. After revising the record, the police requested a confirmation of the specific value of the wooden board before allowing Su Nian to take it back. Upon returning, he was advised to keep it safe and not to lose it again. "Rest assured, I shall cherish it as a family heirloom," Su Nian replied with a smile. Though in his heart, he added a silent thought, "What a joke." The board, despite its considerable worth, felt like a hot potato in his hands. If given the opportunity, he would prefer to part with it for a suitable price. However, lacking connections to any collectors, he could only put this idea on hold. As for why he did not wish to sell it to the old man with the white beard, Su Nian simply had no desire to engage with such a character. Chapter 39. A blind cat meets a dead mouse. Upon returning to the courtyard, the neighbors gathered around, inquiring about the progress of the case after so many years. What could be said? I retrieved the wooden plank, and thus the matter is concluded. Observing him raise the plank in his hand, he pushed through the crowd and headed towards the side room, leaving the neighbors feeling quite disappointed. Shouldn't the case be filled with twists and turns? How could it be resolved so swiftly? They had hoped for further developments, yet it was all over in less than half a day. TCH. Setting the plank aside, Su Nian greeted Zhou Hongmei and the others, accepting the tools from his sister's hands, and began to work. "Wow, you all work quite quickly. In just over 2 hours, you've unearthed so much. Not too impressive. I recall the days when, while idly chatting." Su Nian briefly recounted the details of the wooden plank case to his family. When he mentioned that the plank was valued at 15 yuan, Zhou Hongmei and the others gasped in astonishment. With a clang, Zhou Hongmei dropped the tool she was holding and hurried over to seize the plank that Su Nian had casually placed in the corner, cradling it as if it were a family heirloom and inspecting it closely. As she examined it, she chided Su Nian for not cherishing such a valuable item. "How could you just leave it lying around?" Sisters-in-law Hu Meifeng and Fan Zhaodi gazed at the plank with wide eyes, as if by merely looking at it longer, its worth might appreciate even further. Qin Huairu glanced between Su Nian and the plank, then bowed her head to continue her work. "Third brother, Did you choose this plank, or did third sister-in-law pick it? Su Wumei, who had been shooed away by Zhou Hongmei when she attempted to touch the plank, pouted in grievance and ambled over to gossip with her third brother. Su Shaoqian and her siblings were not spared either, as their grandmother chased them away, citing concerns that they might damage the plank with their clumsy handling. They squatted nearby, guarding the plank while casting glances at their third uncle. The sisters-in-law were all ears, listening intently as Su Nian struck the ground with a shovel, displacing a large clump of earth. Guess what? His sister rolled her eyes. If I could guess. Would I even need to ask? The neighbors drew closer, just as the second aunt, accompanied by the Liu brothers, hurriedly made their way to the backyard, heads down. However, their observant neighbors took note of them. The neighbors' calls were met with a rather indifferent response from the second aunt, who then hastily disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Before long, the sounds of the Liu brothers weeping filled the backyard, a sorrowful scene. Soon, the neighbors learned of the wooden plank's true worth of 15 yuan, drawing a curious crowd. Third brother, how did you know this plank was worth so much? Auntie asked, her curiosity piqued. Could it be that you learned such things during your time in the army? Indeed, Senaire, you are quite remarkable. You can earn a couple of 100 yuan from fishing, and even purchasing materials from the junkyard yields a profit of 15 yuan. The elder lady is curious, wondering how you manage it. Aunt Wang from the front yard adds her voice, her eyes revealing a mix of envy and admiration. Before Su Nian could speak, Zhou Hongmei smiles and suggests that it must be sheer luck. If he truly understood these matters, he would have already struck it rich. It is indeed Zhou Hongmei who can engage in conversation with these ladies. She fears her son might foolishly blurt out the truth, failing to grasp that this is merely banter, which could lead to future troubles. It's akin to the incident when Lao Wu first encountered his aunt's visit. Although he spoke as the doctor advised, his words were far too candid. Doesn't he care about appearances? My mother was correct. It's just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Pure chance. Su Nian chuckles to himself, unable to comprehend the situation, let alone share it with them. Could this be a perk of being a reborn individual? They likely wouldn't understand, and besides, he must have lost his mind to think such thoughts. Amidst their idle chatter, noon soon arrives. Lunch is prepared not by Qin Huairu, but by the elder and second sisters-in-law. Compared to cooking, digging a cesspool is evidently more laborious. Tasks they would typically shy away from, they now eagerly undertake. Observing Qin Huairu's work ethic, nearly on par with the men, the neighbors offer Zhou Hongmei their admiration, commending her for having found a fine daughter-in-law for her youngest son. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi, who seldom leaves the house, grows increasingly agitated upon hearing this and decides to skip lunch, shutting herself away to take a stroll, preferring the absence of sight to alleviate her annoyance. Originally her daughter-in-law, she now feels as if she belongs to another family. It would be strange for Jia Zhangshi to be happy about that. At lunch, Su Nian sits at the table, gazing at the rather bland dishes before him. Mother, starting tomorrow, the house renovations will officially commence. I've hired 3 craftsmen to assist, each bringing along 2 apprentices, which should expedite the process. I'll need to provide a meal for the craftsmen and their apprentices. They can eat directly at home. Since he has an interview at the Design Institute tomorrow, he must make these arrangements in advance. Zhou Hongmei, along with the elder and second sisters-in-law, will take charge of lunch, and Su Nian will cover the grocery expenses for her. No need for you to spend any money. You just returned and have that 100 yuan. I haven't touched it yet, so there's no rush. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongmei immediately declines without a second thought. You just bought a house and now plan to renovate. Expenses are accumulating. Be frugal, don't spend extravagantly as if your money grows on trees. Su Nian feels a wave of gratitude but insists, Mother, the craftsmen are coming to help us build our house. It's essential they have a good meal. At the very least, there should be 2 meat dishes. Surely we can't serve them only vegetables? His words leave everyone in the room in stunned silence. What kind of family considers 2 meat dishes for a single meal? Even during the new year, no one would dare to be so lavish. Su Wumei and Su Shaoqian, those little ones, were salivating at the thought. No. This proposal was met with vehement opposition from Zhou Hongmei. It seemed utterly extravagant. One must consider that with 3 masters and 6 apprentices, a total of 9 individuals, and at least 2 meat dishes, a single meal would inevitably cost around $1.50. Given that pork is priced at 30 cents per pound, for such a large group, at least 2 pounds would be necessary. When adding steamed cornbread and various vegetable accompaniments, $1.50 truly stretched the limits of reason. According to Su Nian's long-established plans, The home renovation would take a minimum of 1 month. In other words, the expenditure on lunch alone would amount to $45 over the course of a month. Quite alarming. Qin Huairu glanced at Su Nian, shaking her head, and timidly suggested, "Brother Nian, perhaps we should just prepare 1 meat dish instead. 2 meat dishes are simply excessive. In our village, even during the New Year, very few can afford such a feast." The latter was momentarily at a loss for words before softly replying, "Mother, Xiaoru, I have a job interview tomorrow. So please do not worry about the finances." "You have a job interview?" Zhou Hongmei exclaimed with delight, immediately bombarding him with questions. "What job is it? Where is it? What is the salary?" Chapter 40. The silver bracelet and gift-giving. The decision has yet to be made. We shall defer it until after tomorrow's interview. Sun Yin smiled, choosing not to divulge too much. Otherwise, it would not take long for the entire compound to be informed. After lunch, the excavation of the latrine resumed in the afternoon. The Li family had already managed to sort out most of their belongings. As the clock approached 4, they loaded their luggage onto a cart, bid farewell to their neighbors, and made their way to the train station to head south. Once the old Li family departed, the house was utterly vacated, not leaving a single item behind. After more than a decade of acquaintance, Sun Yin was surprised to discover how frugal old Li could be. Wandering through the empty rooms, Zhou Hongmei murmured her thoughts aloud. Sun Yin busied himself with marking the house, preparing for the craftsman's arrival the next day to commence work. There were not many areas requiring demolition in the 2 rooms, as Li Baoguo had merely used some timber for partitioning, sparingly utilizing bricks, which would otherwise encroach upon the usable space of the rooms. As Sun Yin was on the verge of dismantling the partitions, he inadvertently cut his arm during the process. The wound was minor, and the amount of blood was negligible, prompting him to pay little heed. After wiping away the blood, he noticed it continued to flow, trickling towards the silver bracelet on his wrist. This bracelet had been placed on him by Zhou Hongmei before he enlisted in the army. At that time, he was adamant about refusing it, for no man would wear such an accessory. It was a trinket meant for girls, and he feared it would render him the subject of ridicule. However, Zhou Hongmei insisted, and he ultimately had no choice but to wear it. Throughout his 5 years in the military, he had never donned it once. Upon returning home, he could no longer conceal it. Wearing it became a necessity. Sun Yin did not notice that the bloodstains had vanished from the bracelet, or more accurately, had been absorbed by it. After a bustling afternoon, when he glanced at his arm again, a thin scab had formed over the wound. As dusk approached, Sun Yin decided to cease his labors and prepare to escort Qin Huairu back home. She had already spent 2 days in the city and was due to return. Exiting the courtyard, Qin Huairu appeared somewhat bashful, maintaining a distance of several inches from him. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Sun Yin asked her to wait a moment while he purchased a small gift. "There's no need for gifts. You'll need money for other things. And we have more than enough at home," she replied, brushing off the idea. Upon hearing this, she quickly grasped his arm, only to realize her actions, her cheeks flushing crimson as she released him. Taking a small step back, she firmly insisted that he should not buy any gifts. What a waste of money. How can one visit for the first time without bringing a gift? Sun Yin chuckled. But Qin Huairu grew anxious. "Didn't you say you would hire a matchmaker to propose? You're not keeping your word." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, ready to spill over at the slightest provocation. "Is there any conflict in me buying a gift myself? This matter is entirely different. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." After saying this, Sun Yin had not explained anything to her for many years. Now that he had decided to marry her, he would treat her well. Inside the supply and marketing cooperative, Sun Yin had the sales clerk fetch 2 packets of Daqianmen, 5 mao worth of peanuts and melon seeds, along with 10 jin of wheat flour. The flour cost 1 mao 8 fen per jin, totaling 1 kuai 8 mao for 10 jin. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The flour required ration tickets. Most importantly, there was a limit to this item. Non-agricultural residents relied on state-supplied grain, also known as commercial grain, under a fixed quota system. Generally, an adult was allotted 27 to 30 jin of grain per month. For those engaged in heavy labor, such as foundry workers or steel bar workers, the monthly grain quota was 43 jin. Thus, while 10 jin of wheat flour seemed inexpensive, it was, in fact, quite challenging to procure. Besides flour, Sun Yin also wished to purchase other items, such as pork. However, it was afternoon, and the cooperative had no meat available, so he had to abandon that idea. When Qin Huairu saw him exiting with his hands full, she gasped and rushed forward to stop him. "Quick, go back and return it." How adorable. Seeing her anxious expression, Three words sprang to Sun Yan's mind. Returning it was out of the question. She seemed about to say more, but Sun Yan urged Qin Huairu to hurry. Otherwise, they would miss the bus. At that moment, the buses in the capital resembled inner-city coaches of 2023, with few passengers. However, once they boarded, Sun Yan and Qin Huairu realized that quite a number of people were on the bus. It appeared that regardless of the era, there were still many affluent individuals. Seated at the back of the bus, Qin Huairu whispered in Sun Yan's ear, "Why are you wasting money like this? A bus ride costs 1 mao 5 fun, which is 3 mao for both of us. That could buy a jean of pork. If we walked back, the energy we would expend would far exceed that of a jean of pork." Their playful banter elicited laughter from other passengers who had been eavesdropping. Qin Huairu's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully pinched his waist. In the next instant, her small hand was enveloped by a larger one, deepening her blush. Fortunately, as they were seated in the last row of the bus, no one noticed their little antics. Otherwise, she would have hesitated to act so openly in public. She struggled to retract her hand, but to no avail. After a prolonged struggle, she finally resigned herself to the situation. Just then, Sun Yan softly remarked, "You want me to lower my guard so you can escape, don't you?" Caught in the act, Qin Huairu rolled her eyes dramatically and turned away, refusing to engage with him any further. Yet, in her heart, she cherished their time together. However, the bus eventually reached their stop, and they reluctantly released their hands as they disembarked. After escorting Qin Huairu to the village entrance, Sun Yan suggested she return home alone. "You're at your doorstep. Want you come in for a glass of water before you leave?" Qin Huairu found it quite peculiar. Was her home a den of dragons and tigers? Why was he so apprehensive? "No need for that. I haven't prepared adequately for a visit, so it would be inappropriate. You should return quickly." Sun Yan waved his hand, ready to bid her farewell. "Well, I shall come to see you early tomorrow," she replied. Like many young lovers ensnared by the enchantment of first love, Qin Huairu was reluctant to part ways. As she approached the village entrance, she turned back every few steps. Once she had entered the village, Sun Yan set off, his feet swiftly carrying him towards the city. Upon his arrival home, he found that old Su and the others had long returned, and Yi Zhonghai along with the others had gathered at his doorstep, curious to witness something extraordinary. Old Su, unable to remain idle, took a stroll around the inner room before heading over to assist with the digging of the cesspool. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Lu Hai raised his stick once more, and the cries of Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu echoed, pleading for their mother. Chapter 41. The delayed space the courtyard was bustling with activity. The townsfolk had grown accustomed to old Lu's discipline towards the children. "Father, elder brother, second brother, third brother, dinner is ready," Su Wumei called out as she dashed from the front yard, summoning them home for supper. Ordinarily, upon their return, the family would sit down to eat without delay. However, this time was different. They were required to assist in digging the latrine pit. "Father, cease your labors for now and join us for dinner," urged the three brothers, who had set aside their tools, while old Su toiled away, seemingly endowed with boundless energy. Without turning his head, he responded to Sun Yan's call. "I shall be there shortly." Yet, shortly translated to several more shovelfuls of work. Upon returning home and washing their hands, the family gathered to share their evening meal. The conversation meandered through various topics, predominantly revolving around the renovations and Sun Yan's work. The latter piqued old Su's interest, as he was eager to offer his support and gain further insight. However, Sun Yan merely touched upon it briefly before redirecting the discussion back to the renovations. Old Su promptly dismissed Sun Yan's proposal regarding a meal standard of 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes for the laborers, asserting that a maximum of $1 per day was already exceedingly generous. Even Su Danian and Su Shinian chimed in, expressing that they would consider becoming bricklayers for a meal standard of $1.50. The tradition of providing a meal for laborers had been upheld for ages, and it was rare for anyone to challenge such customs. Nevertheless, Sun Yan's suggested standard was indeed excessive. Faced with unanimous disapproval, he chose not to press the matter further. After discussing the renovations, they turned their attention to the wooden plank, currently resting in the corner by the kitchen. It commanded attention. A plank valued at $15 was certainly too precious to be carelessly placed. The 3 men expressed their astonishment and admiration, and even after dinner, they made a concerted effort to examine the plank, though it was ultimately a futile endeavor. Later that evening, just before bed, Sun Yan picked up the plank again, positioning it beneath the kerosene lamp for closer inspection. The carvings were exquisitely detailed, the mythical creatures intricately rendered. Despite the passage of time, they retained their vividness and allure. However, after an extended examination, he could not discern its significance, leading him to abandon his inquiries. Yet, a frown creased his brow. While the plank was not overly large, it felt vulnerable within the confines of his home, susceptible to theft. After the morning's uproar caused by the Liu brothers, he understood the necessity of safeguarding the plank. However, keeping it at home meant it could not be monitored continuously, though there were always people around. The commotion in the central and front yards that morning had not prevented it from being stolen. Damn it! Others in their reincarnations possessed spaces or systems. Why was he left with nothing? Nearly a month had passed since his rebirth, and surely the heavens had not forgotten to grant him his golden finger? He silently grumbled for a moment, yet his determination remained unshaken. In his mind, he recited various incantations, uttering each one without any response. It was not until he unexpectedly whispered a command that the wooden board in his hand truly vanished. To his astonishment, his initial reaction was not one of concern, but of elation. The long-awaited golden finger had finally manifested. However, his joy quickly turned to bewilderment, for the wooden board did not reappear. He was unsure whether the incantations he had silently recited were flawed or if some other reason was at play, but it simply would not return. What infuriated him further was that he could not access the so-called golden finger. He had no idea what it entailed. He only knew that the wooden board had indeed vanished without a trace. Could he be considered the most unfortunate of all transmigrators? After fiddling with the situation for quite some time, and with no sign of the board, the elderly Su called from within, urging him to sleep. As he needed to rise early the following day, reluctantly, he decided to wait until morning to investigate further. If he could not locate the wooden board, he would have to accept its loss. Just as he extinguished the kerosene lamp and settled onto his bed, he silently recited the incantation once more, and to his surprise, he felt a weight in his hand. The wooden board had indeed reappeared. Remarkably, it had worked. A wave of joy flooded through him at the prospect of regaining something lost. After testing it several times, he finally discovered he could summon and dismiss it at will. The board appeared and disappeared in his hand, an enchanting phenomenon. At that moment, he pondered whether he could enter the so-called space. However, there was no reaction whatsoever. Rather than feeling disheartened, he collected the thin bedsheet beside him and stored it within the space. After playing with it for a while, he was now almost certain he possessed a golden finger as well. Yet, the dimensions of this space, its location, and the types of items it could contain remained a mystery to him. He placed the wooden board into the space, covered himself with the bedsheet, and contemplated the nature of the space before drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, the first thing he did was confirm whether the space still existed. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the wooden board in his hand, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After getting up and washing up, he ventured out for a morning run. Today, a master craftsman was coming to their home to work, necessitating his earlier departure. Upon completing his run and returning home, drenched in sweat, he found Qin Huairu already bustling in the kitchen. He greeted her briefly and then squatted down to assist Zhou Hongmei in preparing vegetables. "Mom, how much meat did you buy today?" 1 pound of pork, along with these eggplants, peppers, green beans, cabbage, and potatoes. Rest assured, it did not exceed $1. With so little food, I worry the craftsmen won't be full. If they are dissatisfied, it could delay the work, he said, frowning. Zhou Hongmei immediately widened her eyes in disbelief. You want others to be full? If they actually are, will they have the strength to work? Eating just enough is sufficient. We need not concern ourselves with their fullness. Those individuals are utterly incompetent. Even if you were to present them with another table laden with such cuisine, they would undoubtedly consume it all. It is entirely natural for a mason to have a hearty appetite given the strenuous nature of their labor. Moreover, when served with bland fare devoid of richness, their consumption of staple foods becomes even more astonishing. Upon hearing her remarks, Su Nian fell silent. At that moment, Su Shaoqian and her 2 companions returned from outside, each clutching a large white rabbit candy. "Third uncle, look, this is the candy Aunt Sen gave us," the 3 children exclaimed with pride. Su Nian offered a faint smile and responded perfunctorily, then shifted his gaze to Qin Huairu, casting her a pointed look. It was unnecessary to elaborate. She was the one who had brought back the candy he had purchased yesterday afternoon. Fortunately, she had not returned with the 10 kilograms of flour. Otherwise, Su Nian might have begun to doubt her intentions regarding their marriage. In truth, at the Qin household, aside from 2 bags of Deqian men, nothing else had been disturbed. Qin Huairu shyly lowered her head, smiling as she resumed her work. Chapter 42. After having breakfast. The esteemed director Shun was graced by the punctual arrival of master masons Fan Guiming, Zhong Jinbiao, and Wang Changyuan, accompanied by 6 apprentices who bore their tools on their backs, their faces adorned with sincere smiles that radiated authenticity. Masters Fan, Zhong, and Wang. This is the house set for renovation. Su Nian led them towards the courtyard's ear room, meticulously comparing the blueprints while offering explanations. Numerous neighbors peered curiously from their homes. The door of Yuzhu's residence swung open, and he emerged, standing at the entrance of the ear room. Su Laosan, I must inquire why the commotion begins so early in the morning. Are you to deprive anyone of their slumber? He bellowed. It's already quite late for you to still be asleep. Su Nian retorted, continuing his discourse with the masters. Unbeknownst to him, Yuzhu's ire escalated, his voice growing louder. As a cook at the steel factory, he was accustomed to rising only after the sun had reached its zenith. However, Su Nian remained unperturbed. Masters, are we all clear on the task at hand? Master Fan and the others nodded in agreement, rolling up their sleeves to commence work. Outside, the primary focus was on the septic tank, while inside, they aimed to excavate a foundation in the center for a load-bearing column. Today's efforts would primarily involve these tasks. Should time permit, they would also construct walls and plaster the septic tank. After all, a mere excavation would not suffice. Proper impermeability measures were essential, lest the nearby well become contaminated. Speaking of the well, Su Nian was determined to install plumbing in his home. Yet the cost of pipes during this era was exorbitant, and they were scarce in availability. Nonetheless, he was resolute in acquiring plumbing for the convenience of water use. In the absence of plastic pipes, he resolved to procure iron ones instead. Su Nian, do you possess any sense of public decency? Have you not heard me speaking? Yuzhu, fuming with indignation, was particularly incensed by Su Nian's disregard. Surely, you must be aware of the time. After all this shouting, you must be tired and hungry. Go prepare breakfast. This is a construction site, devoid of a kitchen for your culinary endeavors. On the eastern wing, Yuzhu, having risen not long ago, squatted on the steps, observing her brother's outburst. Upon hearing Su Nian's retort, she couldn't help but laugh. Su Nian glanced at the siblings, exchanged a word with Zhou Hongmei and the others, and then departed. Feeling slighted by the indifference shown, Yuzhu simmered with frustration but was left with no recourse. He stormed back into his room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. The neighbors whispered amongst themselves, relishing the unfolding drama. The Design Institute was situated approximately 5 to 6 kilometers from the courtyard, and Su Nian chose to walk, eschewing public transportation. Lacking a bicycle rendered excursions rather inconvenient. However, even with money, a bicycle ticket was unattainable. Upon reaching the Design Institute, he found only an elderly gentleman stationed at the entrance. Strangers seldom visit, so it was unexpected for Su Nian to have an interview today. The elderly gentleman could not even locate the registration form. After a considerable half-hour of confusion, Su Nian was finally granted access. The Design Institute is situated at the southern end of Nanluoguxiang Road, where a 5,000 square meter I-beam-shaped design building, also known as the Crystal Palace, has been erected. Following the elders' directions, Su Nian found the office of Ji Chenggu. Director Ji, I have arrived. Ji Chenggu, who was preparing tea, looked up and, upon seeing Su Nian, greeted him with a warm smile. Welcome, please take a seat. Dean Shun is likely still occupied. You'll have to wait a moment. And then I will escort you over. Ji Chenggu was exceedingly cordial. As soon as Su Nian settled in, Ji Chenggu presented several artworks for his critique. The Design Institute's designers predominantly hail from an artistic background, capable of writing beautifully and creating impressive paintings. From traditional Chinese paintings to Western art and daily life depictions, Ji Chenggu was well-versed in conversation. Su Nian had to concede that the artworks before him were indeed remarkable, likely crafted by Ji Chenggu himself. Given that these were the works of a superior, praise was certainly in order, yet it should not be excessive. Otherwise, he would appear as a sycophant, and the interview would lose its integrity. Thus, he offered genuine compliments without mentioning the creator's identity. Ji Chenggu, pleased with the feedback, remained oblivious to any insincerity, thanks to Su Nian's adeptness in conversation. Come, I will take you to meet Dean Shen. As time drew near, Ji Chenggu hastily stood and walked toward the exit, advising. Dean Shen is our institute's great hero. He has made significant contributions during the war. So, when you meet him, remember to show him respect. Su Nian glanced at the watch on Ji Chenggu's wrist, noting it was a foreign brand. He wondered when it had been purchased, suspecting it must have been quite costly. Having been in this world for nearly a month, he still lacked a bicycle, a watch, or any tools, which left him feeling somewhat disoriented. As a soon-to-be retiree, he had previously adhered strictly to a schedule. With a cell phone to check the time, he never found a watch particularly useful. Now, he realized that the concept of time had become ingrained in his very being. The absence of time was indeed quite disconcerting. Understood, Director. Upon reaching the door of the dean's office, Ji Chenggu instructed Su Nian to wait briefly while he entered first. The Design Institute operated with minimal administrative staff, resembling a straightforward establishment. Su Nian did not wait long before Ji Chenggu called him inside. Dean Shen appeared relatively youthful, likely in his 40s or 50s, and exuded vitality. Knowing that Dean Shun had previously engaged in underground work, Su Nian felt a deep-seated respect for him. Without individuals like Dean Shun, who had fought on the front lines for the liberation of their homeland, there would be no current peace, let alone the prosperous era that followed. You were previously serving in the military, young man? Which unit were you with? Why did you retire? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dean Shun initiated the conversation. The conversation was imbued with an unmistakable air of interrogation and pressure, which had been palpable to Su Nian for many years. While he bore a bitter smile within, he nevertheless responded with a composed demeanor. He answered truthfully, divulging everything he could, save for matters bound by confidentiality. After reminiscing about the past, Director Shun produced a sheet of paper and instructed Su Nian to move to the nearby desk to fulfill the assignment he had been given. We are currently deliberating the construction of an expansive conference hall. Based on the specifications outlined on this paper, you are to design an edifice that meets the criteria within 2 hours. Upon examining the requirements inscribed on the page, Su Nian realized with astonishment that they were indeed the specifications for a grand assembly hall. Could this not be considered a witness to history? Chapter 43. Work permit and medical certificate. Without delving into whether he could pass the interview, he certainly did not wish to be overly familiar with the plans of the Great Hall. In pursuit of his goal of early retirement, he had obtained numerous certifications. In his previous life, he attended university in the 1990s, a time when studying abroad was exceedingly popular. Foreign trade was also flourishing, leading to a significant demand for translation talents. Thus, he earned the certifications of English Proficiency Level 8 and Japanese Level 1. During that decade, the relationship between the mainland and Japan was quite amicable, with Japan being the mainland's largest cooperative partner, while the mainland was Japan's second-largest partner. As the millennium approached, he became acquainted with the real estate sector and learned about the lucrative career of a registered builder. Consequently, he tirelessly pursued qualifications, beginning as a designer, progressing to a second-level builder, and ultimately spending 3 years to acquire the prestigious title of a first-level registered builder. As the first decade of the new millennium passed, he had amassed a considerable fortune, yet he remained far from his retirement goal. Then came the rapid development of the internet, during which he invested his funds in the stock market, only to become an unfortunate victim of market volatility. Eventually, he had to extinguish his other ambitions, concentrating solely on his original profession, methodically earning a fixed salary and enduring the passage of time. It was precisely due to these experiences that he possessed a profound understanding of the construction field. Each time he visited the capital, he invariably made it a point to visit landmarks such as Tiananmen Square, the Great Hall, and various museums, all of which were essential sites. As a builder, witnessing these renowned structures inevitably compelled him to seek out relevant information. Currently, the design requirements set forth by Director Shun did not specify the capacity. However, he was well aware that a great leader once stated that it must accommodate more than 10,000 people. Thus, he referred to the Great Hall he had seen in later years and meticulously recreated it on paper. Ji Chuanguang did not linger in the office. He had his own tasks to attend to. Director Shun was also preoccupied with his own affairs, paying little attention to Su Nian. As a result, an hour and a half passed, and Su Nian had completed the design work, documenting the specifics of the Great Hall's main architectural plan on paper. Noticing that Director Shun was still engaged, he refrained from interrupting him and continued his writing and sketching. The requirements for the Great Hall were exceedingly high and stringent, involving extensive discussions regarding the design drawings, construction materials, and the subsequent construction team. This building had garnered significant attention in the capital over the past couple of years. Observing Su Nian's unwavering focus, Director Shun shook his head in disappointment, realizing that 2 hours had elapsed without the fulfillment of his expectations. How could he still hope to address that gap? Although the Design Institute resembled a bureaucratic entity often overlooked by higher authorities, it would only be appreciated when truly needed, revealing that it was not merely a trivial organization. Those with superficial knowledge would do well to avoid the notion of infiltrating the Design Institute. It seems that old Ji merely appreciates the young man's exquisite calligraphy. Shaking his head, Shenbo, also an artist, naturally harbors a fondness for those who possess such skill. Ji Chunj is even more enamored with calligraphy and painting. On most days, he diligently writes 2,000 to 3,000 characters and completes a painting. The time consumed by such extensive brushwork is considerable, not to mention the hours spent on creating art. However, after 2 hours, Sun Yin remains engrossed in his work, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. At 11:05, Shenbo stood up and approached Sun Yin from behind. Upon seeing the papers, he was momentarily taken aback. The drawings were exquisite, with solid and dashed lines rendered with clarity, detailed thickness distinctions, and pertinent annotations. An impressively comprehensive design blueprint, clear and articulate. Unconsciously, he picked up the sheets to examine them, only to discover that Sun Yin had filled 7 or 8 pages. The internal and external designs were meticulously noted. After reviewing the work, Shenbo couldn't help but express his astonishment. This young man surpassed the capabilities of other designers in the institute. In terms of drawing and design prowess, he might even eclipse Shenbo himself, the director. Remarkable. Wonderful design drawings. Xiaoxu, what inspired you? As he gazed at the drawings, Shenbo grew increasingly fond of them, his tone softening considerably, addressing him as Xiaoxu instead of merely the young man. Sun Yin understood that his superior had tentatively acknowledged his abilities. Director, this is the design blueprint you requested earlier, tailored to the specifications for this conference hall. Designed for a capacity of 10,000. It's merely a rough draft, hardly worthy of your praise. You are being overly modest. This blueprint is impressive, though I sense you have yet to complete it. Shenbo paused before continuing. You have passed the interview. I will arrange for your onboarding shortly. And once you are familiar with your duties, please provide me with a comprehensive design blueprint. Is that acceptable? Is that it? I've passed the interview? Sun Yin felt a swell of joy. Securing employment meant a safeguard for his livelihood. In the 1950s, jobs were exceedingly difficult to find, but once obtained, they provided a stable future. Thank you, Director. Subsequently, Director Shen offered some encouraging words and called upon a colleague, Xiao Lin, instructing him to assist Sun Yin with the onboarding process. Xiao Lin, a personnel officer, specialized in handling such administrative tasks. Following Xiao Lin to the HR office, Sun Yin was seated, while the remainder of the formalities were managed by Xiao Lin alone. After waiting for over half an hour, Xiao Lin returned, carrying a box filled with various items. Here are your work and medical identification cards. Please keep them safe. If lost, you will need to pay a 50-cent fee for replacements. Sun Yin accepted the 2 small red books, each embossed with a seal and inscribed with the words Beijing Construction Design Institute. The position held is that of the leader of the 5th Design Office, with a professional rank of Level 1 architectural designer. Apart from this work certification and medical certificate, there exists nothing else. After perusing the documents, he solemnly stored them away. At that moment, the other party gestured towards a cardboard box and said, inside, you will find your work uniforms, liberation shoes, water bottle, lunchbox, paper, and pens, as well as larger items such as a ruler, which you will need to collect from me once you commence work. After stating this, Xiao Lin urged him to count the items to ensure nothing was missing. The latter thought to himself, if anything was missing, only you would know. Nevertheless, he diligently examined the contents, discovering 2 sets of black summer attire that closely resembled the outfit Xiao Lin was wearing. There were also 2 pairs of liberation shoes, a standard configuration of this era. Next came the most crucial items. Chapter 44, Various tickets according to Director Shen's arrangement. Your monthly salary is currently disbursed in accordance with the standard for a Level 9 engineer, amounting to 103 yuan. Here are your grain tickets and various other vouchers for the month of August, which include 37 jin of assorted grain tickets and 3 meters of fabric tickets. Upon receiving these various vouchers from Xiao Lin, Sun Yin's face lit up with a broader smile than in years, and he expressed his gratitude with a few words of thanks. Xiao Lin replied that no thanks were necessary, as it was part of his job. Although 3 meters of fabric tickets are scarce, they accumulate over time, and there is still a considerable amount. Comrade Lin, are these fabric tickets issued every month? Fabric tickets are categorized into several types. door-opening fabric tickets, special fabric tickets, military fabric tickets, and remittance fabric tickets, among others. The door-opening fabric tickets were issued several years ago and are no longer available. The fabric tickets in Sun Yan's possession are military fabric tickets, printed and issued by the National Commercial Department, with the salient feature of being universally accepted across the nation. The implication of universal acceptance elevates their significance beyond that of ordinary items. Although our Design Institute does not frequently visit construction sites, there are occasions when it is necessary to conduct work on-site, which leads to considerable wear on clothing. Shaolin, sensing Sun Yan's curiosity, smiled and continued. Do you know which unit designed these tickets? The fabric tickets in his hand were exquisitely crafted, prompting Sun Yan to exclaim in surprise. Could it possibly be designed by our institute? Shaolin looked at him with surprise, then proudly affirmed, Indeed, you are quite perceptive. These tickets were indeed designed by our Design Institute. No wonder they are so beautiful. Sun Yan thought to himself, this Design Institute seems a bit unfocused. However, with the nation having been established for less than a decade, there are numerous challenges to address. Currently, there is a scarcity of architectural design work. Instead, there is a plethora of design tasks in other areas. Thus, it is quite normal for the responsibility of designing tickets to fall to the Design Institute. After chatting for a while, Sun Yan neatly gathered the vouchers and then picked up a cardboard box to leave the Design Institute. He was set to begin formal work tomorrow, but today he intended to take care of some personal matters. For instance, he needed to visit the neighborhood office to report his newly secured job. If he did not clarify his situation, it would be troublesome if another organization assigned him work and he failed to report for duty. During his conversation with Shaolin, Sun Yan mentioned that he was a veteran. The transition for discharged soldiers is typically arranged by the local military transition placement office, with most being assigned to either police stations or factory security departments. Many individuals from his batch of discharged personnel exist, and given his status as an officer, finding a suitable position is not straightforward. Now that he has secured a job at the Design Institute, it certainly alleviates concerns for those in higher positions. Upon returning home with a cardboard box, Su Shaoqian and her companions surrounded him, expressing their indignation. Third uncle, the wooden board has vanished. It must have been stolen. Grandma has already reported it to the police. This is outrageous. They even steal from our home. Those thieves are simply intolerable. Sun Yan, upon hearing this, smacked his forehead in frustration. After going for a morning run, he had forgotten to inform his family about this matter. What a blunder. All right, do not worry. It was I who took it. I hid the wooden board, so it is understandable that you could not find it. It is entirely my fault for forgetting to mention this to you this morning. I apologize. Third uncle, is that true? The three little ones instantly ceased their anger, though skepticism lingered in their eyes. They had scoured the house thoroughly all morning, leaving no corner unchecked, yet the board remained elusive. Where could third uncle have hidden it? Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? Well then, we believe you, third uncle. Reluctantly, they accepted his explanation, soon becoming captivated by the contents of the cardboard box in his hands. Inside were new clothes, shoes, lunchboxes, and more, all looking splendid. Third uncle, did you buy these? Before Su Weidong could finish his question, Su Shaoqian suddenly exclaimed, her eyes shining as she gazed at the receipts in the box. Wow, third uncle. There are so many receipts here. 1 jean of grain tickets, 2 jeans of grain tickets. All right, do not touch those receipts. They are freshly collected by third uncle. Third uncle, you passed the interview, didn't you? Yes, they have issued my work uniform. By the way, Shaoqian, can you read this? The 9-year-old Su Shaoqian took the work ID and declared, this is third uncle's name. This is the work ID. Impressive. You recognize so many characters. You are truly remarkable, Shaoqian. Your schooling has not been in vain. She had started school at the age of 7 and had just completed the 2nd grade. After the September term, she would enter the 3rd grade. Indeed, third uncle, I can recognize over 1,000 characters. The little one proudly lifted her chin, speaking with unabashed pride. Her younger sister quickly chimed in, asserting that she could recognize over 100 characters too, while Su Weidong stood by, utterly bewildered. Since the year Su Shaoqian began her studies, the nation had already begun promoting simplified characters, easing the learning burden for elementary school students. Third uncle, may I take the work ID to share the good news with Grandma and the others? Suddenly, Su Shaoqian recalled something, her eyes widening with anticipation. Do not lose or damage the work ID. Go ahead, I will follow shortly. Yay! With third uncle's approval, the three little ones dashed towards the courtyard. However, upon reaching the hallway, they encountered Zhou Hongmei and her companions. Grandma, third uncle has a job now. Look, this is his work ID. Zhou Hongmei gazed at the work ID in the little one's hands with delight, happily accepting it for a closer inspection. Although she could not comprehend it, the phrase many years was still familiar to her. Xiao Qin, take a look, Qin Huairu said, shaking her head and smiling, though her eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy. With an education limited to a literacy class, she could be considered semi-illiterate, capable only of writing her name and her family members' names, while the rest of the characters had long been returned to her teacher. Third aunt, uncle has brought back so many receipts. Xu Weidong, with his short legs, trailed behind, but as soon as he spoke, he was met with a sharp glare from Zhou Hongmei. Be quiet, what receipts are there? Hurry back to Grandma, she has candy for you. The principle of not flaunting wealth was lost on the little ones, yet she, having lived for decades, understood all too well. Among the neighbors of the courtyard, had it not been for Yi Zhonghai being the eldest, known for his subdued demeanor, there might have been discord among them. After all, Yi Zhonghai was the highest paid individual in the courtyard. If he maintained such a low profile, then it was prudent for Xu Weidong to do the same. Feeling wronged by his grandmother's reprimand, Xu Weidong was on the verge of tears, but the mention of candy instantly lifted his spirits. Chapter 45, Fan Zhaoti's reprimand in the courtyard of the intermediate court. Sun Yan engaged in conversation with Fan Guiming and others for some time before inviting them to lunch. Qin Huairu and her companions had long since prepared the meal, catering to a total of 8 individuals, including 4 adults and 4 children, alongside 9 apprentices, making a total of 17 for lunch, a considerable undertaking. As they gathered at the kitchen door to dine, the neighboring family of Aunt San endured their own trials. The alluring aroma of meat wafting from across the street, though scant, left Yan Jiefeng and the other children yearning with envy. On the table, the steamed buns were not a matter of contention. As each person received 3, this was a fixed allocation. The only meat dish was a pork and cabbage stew, while the rest were vegetarian offerings. The apprentices of Zhong Zhenbiao and Wang Chuanyuan remained silent, focusing on their meals, resembling the act of feeding pigs. Only the 3 masters, including Fan Guiming, occasionally exchanged a few words with Sun Yan. Their appetites were indeed substantial. 3 buns seemed scarcely sufficient. The homemade buns were quite large, certainly enough for Su Shaoqian and her companions, who required only 1 each. Within 10 minutes, Fan Guiming had finished his meal, leaving no remnants in his bowl. The 9 individuals leaned back, contentedly expressing their fullness, praising Sun Yan for his generous hospitality and delicious fare. Observing their genuine satisfaction eased Sun Yan's concerns. He feared that if they left unsated, they might engage in unproductive antics while working. Although he possessed a keen understanding of the construction industry, readily discerning flaws and deficiencies, he dreaded the possibility of their lethargy causing delays, which would necessitate higher wages. Having spent considerable time with the workers, he recognized the wisdom in not being stingy with small gestures of kindness. Perhaps spending a little extra to ensure they were well-fed and hydrated was far more advantageous than any other measure. However, the modern mindset contrasted significantly with the prevailing era. Master Fan, take a break. We shall resume work at 1 o'clock this afternoon, Sun Yan suggested. Fan Guiming and the others nodded in agreement. In truth, their renovation tasks did not lend themselves easily to idleness. Zhou Hongmei and her colleagues were assisting, effectively serving as overseers. Even if the workers were to slack off, Zhou Hongmei would certainly notice. Once Fan Guiming and the others retreated to the courtyard, Sun Yan turned to Zhou Hongmei and the others. Mother, I must step out again this afternoon. I have matters to attend to at the street office and also need to visit the police station to resolve the misunderstanding from this morning. Very well. You can rest assured with me at home, she replied. Additionally, regarding my marriage to Xiao Qin, could you kindly assist in finding a matchmaker? I intend to bring some gifts to formally propose. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Huairu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in silence. Meanwhile, Su Shaoqian and the other children giggled around Qin Huairu. Zhou Hongmei sighed, recognizing her son's soft-hearted nature. Casting a disapproving glance at Sun Yan, she admonished. What need is there for a matchmaker? That would be an unnecessary expense. In a couple of days, we can procure suitable gifts, and I will accompany you to make the proposal. Save your money for the 3 essential items. In this context, the 3 essentials referred to a watch, a bicycle, and a sewing machine. The three essential items for weddings in rural areas are a wash basin, a spittoon, and a thermos. It was only during the 1970s and 1980s that these rural essentials began to align with urban standards. For many years, the protagonist felt helpless, as his mother was excessively frugal, yet he had to concede that in that era, there were indeed fewer pretensions. He did not argue further, however. Zhou Hongmei suddenly interjected. By the way, give me the money so I can help you procure gifts. Otherwise, you'll just spend it aimlessly. After all, he had to work, making this the most sensible course of action. Once these arrangements were settled, his sister-in-law, Fan Zhaodi, finally spoke up to inquire about his salary. The wages haven't been paid yet, so I'm uncertain how much it will be, he replied evasively, not eager to discuss such matters. The topic of salary was somewhat sensitive. Although they were family, they could be quite gossipy. Moreover, Fan Zhaodi herself was keen on separating their household, aligning with his own thoughts. If she were to learn that his salary was a mere 103 yuan, it might extinguish her desire for independence, which would be disastrous. Additionally, if it became common knowledge that his salary surpassed that of Yi Zhonghai, it would surely lead to further complications. For instance, would relatives from both sides come knocking for loans? He decided to remain vague. If pressed for details, he would simply claim it was only a few dozen yuan. This wage level was consistent with his identity as a retired serviceman. And given that he was now employed at a design institute rather than a police station or security department, a decrease in salary was entirely reasonable. Upon hearing this, Fan Zhaodi appeared somewhat dissatisfied but refrained from pressing further. Instead, she smiled at Qin Huairu, saying, "Little Qin, you will be fortunate in the future. Your child's third uncle's salary must be well over 50 yuan. The receipts on those boxes are quite numerous. Even if you were to separate households, you and your small family would still have enough to eat." Before she could finish, Zhou Hongmei forcefully interrupted her. "What nonsense are you spouting about separation?" The former's expression darkened. Although Fan Zhaodi had hinted at this before, it had always been suppressed. Little did she know, Qin Huairu had yet to step inside, and trouble had already begun. If Qin Huairu entered, wouldn't it only escalate? Fan Zhaodi's smile instantly froze, yet she held her tongue. Su Weidong, ever dutiful, clung to his grandmother's arm and sweetly pleaded, "Grandma, please don't be angry, and don't scold my mother, all right? I will be good." Zhou Hongmei gently ruffled the young boy's hair. "You are such a good child. Grandma isn't scolding your mother. You are quite the clever one." The little boy was the only male heir of the Su family's third generation and was dearly cherished by Zhou Hongmei, ensuring she doted on him. Having narrowly avoided a confrontation, Fan Zhaodi felt an increasing sense of helplessness. Yet, as she observed Qin Huairu in deep thought, her resolve strengthened. If they did not separate households, having a second child would be exceedingly difficult. Only through separation could she seize control of the family's finances and plan for the future. For many years, Su had been acutely aware of the subtle maneuvers of his second sister-in-law, yet he chose to remain silent. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he joined Fan Guiming and others in excavating the septic tank, estimating that they would reach the desired depth in about half an hour. By 2 o'clock, they began laying bricks for the tank. These tasks were relatively straightforward. However, the intricacies lay in the embedded piping, and Su had yet to procure the necessary water pipes. As he departed from the courtyard, he pondered the dilemma of how to address the water pipe issue. Upon arriving at the street office, Director Wang was already informed of the news and greeted Su with congratulations on achieving his aspirations. It was essential to seek more of Director Wang's endorsements. "You say you bring gifts every time you visit. If you continue this way, I may have to show you the door," he jested, referring to the trivial offerings of peanuts and sunflower seeds. Politeness is never a fault. Su consistently upheld this principle. Chapter 46. The enraged old Su peanuts and sunflower seeds can be purchased for merely 2 or 3 dimes, which is quite ample, particularly the sunflower seeds. With just 30 cents, one can enjoy them for an entire afternoon. Cultivating a good rapport with the local street committee is undoubtedly advantageous, much like how he serendipitously found employment this time. Naturally, after receiving his salary, he would surely prepare thoughtful gifts to visit Director Wang's residence. Navigating the intricacies of social relationships is essential. One cannot neglect such matters. After all, both Ji Chenggu and Director Wang have been more than willing to assist him, not merely out of goodwill, but also in admiration of his abilities. Yet, he must not disregard the nuances of human interactions. After a brief conversation with Director Wang and her colleagues, Sun Yin took his leave. At the police station, with Chao Chenghui absent, He informed the other officers about the situation. With the case dismissed, the matter was considered resolved. As he bowed in apology, the officer responsible for the case's registration softened his demeanor. There is a saying, "It is better to provoke the king of hell than to offend a minor devil." Although the incident involving the dark wooden board was trivial, should any future complications arise for the Xu family, it could become problematic if the police were not amenable. Su Nian was astute enough to recognize these subtleties. Moreover, unlike the street committee, he felt it inappropriate to bring gifts to the police station. Therefore, he had to ensure that his demeanor was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Stepping out of the police station, he realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. Perhaps it is best not to visit the supply and marketing cooperative. The salesperson's gaze towards him was rather unsettling. Just as he was about to head to the cooperative to purchase cigarettes, a sudden thought caused him to change direction. Recently, he had been quite generous while shopping at the cooperative, which likely attracted the salesperson's attention. They probably spent time discussing his lineage during their idle chatter. As a local resident, it was inevitable that they would eventually learn who Su Nian's family was. At the department store, Su Nian, armed with cash and receipts, procured a pack of filter-tipped Zhonghai cigarettes along with 2 packs of Deqianmen. Cigarette coupons do not hold the same value as food coupons. And since Su Nian himself does not smoke, he still possessed a considerable number of cigarette coupons. After acquiring the cigarettes, he made his way to the steel mill, as it was the first place that came to mind for purchasing pipes. However, just as he reached the entrance of the steel mill and was about to greet the security officer, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. "Hey, it's really you. I spotted you from afar and thought you looked familiar. I didn't expect it to be you after all." A face resembling a shoehorn, coupled with an effeminate smile, nearly startled Su Nian. The person was Xu Duoduo from the back courtyard, whose enthusiasm today was quite unexpected. This individual was selfish, hypocritical, and possessed an extreme sense of jealousy, embodying the essence of a true hypocrite. In Xu Duoduo's eyes, he was the center of the universe, treating others with cold indifference and pursuing victory at any cost. "Su Nian, what brings you to the steel mill? Are you here to report for duty?" Upon hearing this last question, Su Nian instantly understood that this was the reason behind Duoduo's sudden eagerness to mend their relationship. After all, during the previous encounter in purchasing Li Baogui's house, Xu Duoduo had not been particularly amiable towards Su Nian. "Duoduo, aren't you supposed to be at work? What brings you back so soon? And what is that you are carrying?" Su Nian replied nonchalantly. Their ages were not dissimilar, and due to their limited interactions, they addressed each other by their first names. "Oh, this is a projector. I've become a movie operator, haha." Seeing his self-adulation, Su Nian merely curled his lip but refrained from interrupting the performance, instead offering a few words of flattery. The two continued their conversation while strolling, which eventually allowed Su Nian to seamlessly infiltrate the steel mill. Even more fortuitously, they happened upon old Su, who was heading to the restroom. Upon seeing old Su, Su Nian felt an immediate sense of relief and casually mentioned his own need to relieve himself. "What are you doing here at the steel mill? Laughing and joking with someone like Xu Duoduo? What are you up to?" Old Su maintained his stern paternal demeanor, his tone serious and accusatory. "Father, I merely came to inquire if there are any water pipes for sale." "Water pipes? What on earth do you need water pipes for?" Water pipes were hardly a rare commodity. Old Su had encountered them in his previous factory long before the liberation. The first municipal waterworks in the mainland was reported on March 31st, 1875, in the Shenbao, initiated by foreign merchants Grom, Lidell, Wasi, and Xiuyujiji, who raised 30,000 taels of silver to construct a waterworks on 115 mu of land in Yangshipu, Shanghai. By 1910, the capital boasted its first state-level waterworks. The Dongxiamen Water Tower built by this waterworks was only demolished last year, in 1957. "Father, the house I am renovating absolutely must have running water, otherwise it would be rather inconvenient." Upon hearing Su Nian's words, old Su's expression shifted dramatically, and he raised his hand in anger, exclaiming, "I will thrash you, you prodigal son. Do you even comprehend how expensive running water is? It seems you have no desire to live a decent life and wish to indulge in a life of corruption." Su Nian, feeling utterly speechless, couldn't fathom the disconnect in the conversation. After a considerable pause, old Su, having refrained from striking the boy yet still seething with frustration, finally halted. Panting heavily, he pointed at Su Nian and shouted, "You better get lost. If I hear you mention water pipes again, I swear I'll punish you." "Father, could you please let me finish speaking?" Su Nian implored. "No way. Old Su's obstinacy flared up, rendering him impervious to reason. Just then, the workshop director, Chen Shiji, happened to walk by and inquired about the commotion. "You better hurry home. I'll deal with you tonight when I return," Old Su yelled at Sun Yan, before quietly explaining the situation to Chen Shiji. "Oh, I just overheard something about water pipes. Su's boy, come here for a moment. May I ask what you need those water pipes for?" Chen Shiji was quite curious. Currently, there is a scarcity of steel in the capital, yet numerous steel mills continue to operate. Times call for frugality, as no household is particularly affluent. During this period, the water pipes, primarily made of cast iron, are crafted through intricate processes to serve as conduits for tap water. They are exceedingly costly, rendering them unaffordable for the average person. It is no wonder that the elderly Su reacted with such ire upon hearing the term water pipe, as he has harbored resentment for many years. Water pipes, after all, are essential for the flow of water. "I do not require much. Approximately 50 meters would suffice." Upon hearing many years, both Chen Shiji and the elder Su exchanged incredulous glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. "Is that truly not much? 50 meters of water piping would cost at least 50 yuan, wouldn't it? Does your courtyard not have a well? What further need do you have for pipes? How do you intend to utilize them?" Chen Shiji remained puzzled, and Su offered little clarification. Chapter 47. Bamboo and the Grand Front Gate. He mentioned that the water pipe is used for transporting water, and with the water pipe, there is no need to draw water from the well. But how can one facilitate the water to flow automatically from the depths of the well into the house? Chen Shiji grew increasingly curious. Did you intend to purchase a pump? Such a decision would undoubtedly lead to exorbitant electricity bills each month, rendering the endeavor unworthy. Sun Yan, with an air of mystery, smiled and replied, "Though electric pumps are advantageous, they are not suitable for my needs. As for my approach, I possess my own clever strategies, and I shall refrain from revealing them." "Dad, it suddenly occurred to me that we need not use iron pipes. Bamboo could suffice. I shall return home now, farewell." He suddenly remembered the possibility of using bamboo pipes. While bamboo may lack durability, it is less ostentatious than iron pipes, clearly offering greater convenience and significant cost savings. The bamboo in the north differs from that in the south. Due to climatic conditions, northern bamboo does not grow as large and is generally inferior to its southern counterpart. Watching Su Nian dash away, old Su was momentarily taken aback, and Chen Shiji shook his head. Indeed, youth often lacks patience. It is fortunate he ran swiftly, otherwise, Chen Shiji would have surely found a way to ensnare Su Nian today. Purchasing water pipes is undeniably a corrupt practice, and one could easily face repercussions for it. Upon exiting the steel mill, Sun Yan wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, nearly losing his composure. Fortunately, old Su's vehement reaction, coupled with Chen Shiji's inexplicable demeanor, jolted him back to reality. This era is fraught with pitfalls. To him, such matters seem ordinary, yet in this time, they are astonishingly outrageous. He had forgotten that iron, as a resource, was exceedingly scarce in the first 2 decades following the establishment of the nation. Given its scarcity, purchasing it would be subject to stringent restrictions. While constructing a house might be acceptable, acquiring pipes truly bordered on corruption. There exist bamboo groves in the suburbs of Beijing, wild and untamed. Recently, he had explored several rivers in the capital and knew precisely where to find bamboo. Thus, without hesitation, he hurried to the nearby bamboo grove to assess the bamboo. Subsequently, he ventured into a nearby village and inquired at the cooperative about borrowing a machete. At that moment, his work permit proved invaluable. The village chief and several elders, upon scrutinizing Su Nian's work permit, underwent a complete change in attitude. They even wished to return the 3 cigarettes Su Nian had previously gifted them. As to Qianmen is an excellent and expensive brand. In fact, when the village chief learned of Su Nian's intention to cut bamboo, he waved his hand grandly, offering to take care of it all. Since Su Nian only required a modest quantity of bamboo, just 20 pieces in total, he had no opportunity to object. Within half an hour, the village chief, accompanied by others, swiftly felled 10 well-chosen bamboo stalks. Each was of uniform size and sufficiently straight, measuring approximately 3 to 4 meters in length. Thus, 20 pieces of bamboo together amounted to a staggering length of 60 to 70 meters. After removing some unusable bamboo, it is estimated that the usable length of bamboo should be around 50 meters. In truth, this is merely a rough calculation. The precise amount will need to be measured again later. However, it should be fairly accurate. I appreciate your hard work. And I feel rather embarrassed for not bringing anything with me. Please accept these 2 packs of cigarettes as a token of gratitude. Sun Yan, feeling somewhat awkward after so many years, wished to present the 2 packs of Diqianmen to the village chief, who hesitated to accept. They are too expensive. We haven't done anything to deserve your cigarettes. How can you say that you haven't done anything? You helped me chop down this bamboo. It's just 2 packs. Please accept them. After some back and forth, the village chief finally accepted the open pack of Diqianmen, refraining from taking the unopened one. A pack of Diqianmen costs 4 mao, while a pound of pork is merely 3 mao. They had only assisted in cutting down 20 bamboo stalks, which hardly warranted such a reward. If they were to take 2 packs of Diqianmen from Sun Yan, that would indeed be quite greedy. As Sun Yan carried the 20 bamboo stalks away, he reflected on the simplicity and kindness of people in this era. The bamboo was heavy, given its considerable length and moisture, weighing over 100 jin. For a young and robust individual like Sun Yan, it was not overly burdensome. The only inconvenience lay in transporting it from the outskirts to the city, which proved to be quite troublesome. Along the way, many passers-by eyed him curiously, and a group of children playfully chased after him. By the time he returned to the Siheyuan, over an hour had passed. Relying solely on his feet to traverse the distance inevitably slowed his pace. Wow, third brother, how did you manage to carry back so much bamboo? You must be exhausted. Quickly set it down. In the front yard, at the kitchen door, Su Wumei stood up in surprise upon seeing her brother, rushing forward to assist him while expressing her concern in a mildly reproachful tone. Hearing the commotion, Qin Huairu hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Sun Yan bearing such a heavy load of bamboo, her worry deepened. Don't move, I can handle it. These bamboo stalks need to go to the central courtyard, not stay here. After directing the 2 women to one side, Sun Yan continued toward the central courtyard. The sun was close to setting, and over by the ear room in the central courtyard, Fan Guiming and the others were nearing the end of their day's work. In summer, dusk descends slowly, leaving the sun lingering on the horizon. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongmei and others engaged in idle chatter with neighbors and the bricklayer, lending a hand as they conversed. It was only when Sun Yan brought the bamboo into the yard that curiosity piqued among everyone. Where on earth did you go to chop down so much bamboo? Indeed. Third uncle, what do you need all this bamboo for? Is it to serve as support columns for templates? They seem rather slender. Could they possibly be used as water pipes? As the saying goes, 3 women create a drama. The yard was bustling with more than just 3 women, creating a lively chatter. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi, who had been enjoying some sunflower seeds at the doorstep, maintained a relatively pleasant mood. After many years of bearing bamboo, an elderly face darkened, and he turned back into the house. Out of sight, out of mind. For many years, he simply pretended not to see, offering little explanation to others. He neatly stacked the bamboo before proceeding to inspect the craftsmanship of Master Fan and his crew at the septic tank's entrance. To speak candidly, they were exceptionally skilled masons, renowned for their outstanding plastering and wall construction abilities. A mere glance sufficed for him, without the need for a level. He confirmed that everything was in order. The progress was commendable, and it was estimated that the septic tank would be completed the day after tomorrow. The cover for the septic tank was to be fashioned entirely from precast concrete panels made with molds, which would be placed directly atop when the time came. These tasks were relatively straightforward. The more challenging aspects lay within the house, particularly the load-bearing column and the exposed concrete pouring on the second floor, which demanded a higher level of technical expertise. Chapter 48. Murderous Intent. As evening approached, nearing 7 o'clock, Fan Guiming and his team concluded their work for the day. Sun Yan surveyed the newly excavated cesspool and took a brief tour of the premises before announcing the end of the workday. Curious neighbors gathered around to observe the renovations, questioning whether such a large pit would soon render the yard unbearable with its stench. Some recognized it as nothing short of a public toilet's pit. Just as Yuzhu arrived home, he overheard a comment and rushed over to inspect the site, exclaiming to Sun Yan, "Old 3, this is quite inconsiderate. Digging such a large cesspool right at our doorstep? Our yard will surely reek. You must fill it back in." Before Sun Yan could respond, Lao Su, ready to lend a hand, boldly interjected, "Fill it back in? So just because you bellow loudly, you think you're in the right, huh? Let me tell you. Even your father wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Now, pray tell, what do you mean by fill it back in?" Yuzhu immediately wilted under the pressure. While he could muster a few retorts against Sun Yan, he dared not utter a word to Lao Su. However, an elderly woman chimed in, Lao Su. Your old 3's digging of this cesspool is indeed inconsiderate. It's not just you who will suffer the smell, but the entire yard. This is simply unfair. Her words garnered unanimous agreement from the onlookers. Even the deaf old lady from the backyard voiced her opinion, asserting that the cesspool should indeed be filled back in, as such a situation should not be tolerated. Normally the most vocal, Jia Zhashi remained silent today, merely observing the scene. Su Nian lit a torch and methodically roasted the post, seemingly indifferent to the neighbor's remarks, leaving the matter in Lao Su's hands. Before the concrete could be poured, the bamboo needed to be properly embedded, thus requiring careful handling. Were it not for the exorbitant cost of plastic piping, costlier than steel, Su Nian would have insisted on using it without hesitation. As early as 1921, the Shengdesai Xinjiang factory in Shanghai began the industrial production of synthetic plastic products, marking the material's official entry into the mainland. By 1930, unplasticized polyvinyl chloride, PVCU, pipes started being utilized in sanitary drainage systems, yet the mainland had yet to adopt them. Before 1949, the Shengdesai factory, using imported thermoplastic resin polystyrene as raw material, significantly reduced costs and became the first domestic factory to produce thermoplastic products and create its own molds. It later expanded into pipe manufacturing, experiencing rapid growth and enjoying robust sales both domestically and internationally. In 1956, Shengdesai factory and Xinjiang factory underwent a public-private partnership, rebranding as Shengda Plastic Factory, continuing the production of plastics. However, the distance between the capital and the bustling metropolis posed significant logistical challenges, making it exceedingly difficult for Su Nian to procure affordable plastic pipes, not to mention the uncertainty of finding suitable pipes for potable water. Old 3, aren't you going to say anything? Su Shinian observed his brother's silence and noticed their father single-handedly contending with the elderly woman and others. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he nudged Su Nian. The latter glanced up briefly before returning his focus to his task, stating, "It has already been dug. What is the point in discussing it further? Instead of wasting time and energy, we should be working harder. Are you not the least bit concerned about father's sour mood? Very well, I shall have a word with him." Su Nian sighed and addressed old Su. "Father, why do you engage in such lengthy conversations with them? Come, assist me in roasting these bamboo sticks. Once we are done, we can return home for dinner." At this utterance, the women, including Auntie Yi, Auntie San, and Auntie Wang, erupted in indignation. "Do you look down on us?" they exclaimed. "Old Su, just look at your third son. How rude he is. It's a disgrace, especially considering that your elder brother lent him money, and he has now turned his back on him, a veritable ingrate." Auntie Yi, with her sharp tongue, glanced at Yi Zhonghai, who was spectating, and continued her tirade against Su Nian. Auntie San and the others joined in, chiming in with their criticisms. Only Jia Zhang and Auntie Air remained silent, while the other neighbors vociferously berated Su Nian. At that moment, Zhou Hongmei, accompanied by Qin Huairu and her companions, pushed through the crowd, glaring angrily at Auntie Yi and the others. "Auntie Yi, whom do you consider to be impolite? How has my third son displayed any rudeness? How has he become an ingrate?" The exchange rapidly devolved into mutual insults, creating quite a commotion. Su Nian beckoned Qin Huairu closer, whispering into her ear, "Do not emulate my mother and the others. There is no need to confront these neighbors in such a vulgar manner. It is the most foolish of approaches." The latter felt a surge of shyness, as their proximity in such a public setting felt overly intimate. Yet, she reveled in the moment. Her cheeks flushed as she cast her gaze downward in silence. The attention of the onlookers was primarily focused on Zhou Hongmei and Auntie Yi, leaving Su Nian and Qin Huairu largely unnoticed. However, this did not extend to Jia Dongxiu, Yuzhu, and Su Domao, who were acutely aware of the situation. Particularly for Jia Dongxiu, witnessing Qin Huairu in the courtyard stirred a profound resentment within him. The notion that Su Nian's marriage to Qin Huairu was akin to pouring salt into an open wound tormented him repeatedly. Observing the intimacy between Su Nian and Qin Huairu, and recalling his own single status, his anger threatened to boil over. After a while, the bamboo was finally roasted, and Su Nian rose to prepare for dinner. "Surely the food at home has grown cold? Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, let us return home to dine. You shall not leave. You are obligated to fill this cesspool today, otherwise you shall not depart." Auntie Yi was now the most incensed of all. Jia Dongxiu suddenly interjected, "Indeed, Su Nian, you ungrateful wretch. My master lent you money, and you have turned your back on him. It is outrageous that you are digging a cesspool at my master's doorstep. You exhibit no filial piety, don't you? S word struck true. Third son. What you are doing is truly unbecoming. Just days ago, I had no inkling that you were digging a cesspool. Now that I am aware, you must promptly fill it in. Otherwise, how can anyone continue to reside in this courtyard? At that moment, Xu Duoduo also chimed in. They may not have dared to confront Yi Zhonghai, but could they not contend with Sun Yan? The latter cast a glance and remarked, Auntie, you may not be educated, and I do not hold that against you. However, Jia Dongshu and Xu Duoduo, surely you cannot be illiterate as well? Do you not comprehend what a septic tank is? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably, and both Xu Duoduo and Jia Dongshu grew increasingly incensed. Who are you calling illiterate? They retorted. You are the true illiterate. Do not presume that your military service renders you exceptional. I am now a first-class worker. Do you understand what that entails? Jia Dongshu, filled with fervor, confronted the situation, while Xu Duoduo maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at his opponent with indifference. Indeed, a first-class worker, quite impressive. Congratulations. However, that does not obscure your ignorance. If you truly do not understand the concept of a septic tank, perhaps you should wait for Master Fan and his team to arrive tomorrow and seek their guidance. TSK. Chapter 49. The Revenge of Jia Dongshu. The final two hisses almost caused Jia Dongshu to erupt entirely. There is no greater form of mockery than the sound of those hisses, their impact and derision reaching an apex. Particularly with Sun Yan standing beside the delicate Qin Huairu. Jia Dongshu's fury intensified. With a roar, he could no longer contain his inner rage, swinging his powerful fist towards Sun Yan. The onlookers were taken aback by Jia Dongshu's audacity, gasping in surprise. Qin Huairu, filled with concern, attempted to intervene. But her reflexes could not match the swiftness of Sun Yan. In an instant, Sun Yan countered, blocking Jia Dongshu's formidable punch and retaliating with a swift blow to his abdomen. In terms of strength, 10 Jia Dongsus combined would not equal Sun Yan's might. Thus, with a single punch, Jia Dongshu was sent reeling backward like a cooked shrimp, stumbling several meters. An unfortunate neighbor who could not evade in time was crushed beneath him, letting out a cry of distress. Ignorance is one thing, but overestimating oneself is truly unfortunate. Afterward, Sun Yan cast a glance at Yuzhu and Xu Duoduo before leading Qin Huairu back to the front yard. Upon receiving Sun Yan's gaze, Xu Duoduo felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating that should Sun Yan land a punch on him, he might not survive the encounter. Unlike Jia Dongshu, who was more robust, he was considerably frilier. Yuzhu sneered, feeling somewhat unconvinced, yet refrained from further provocation, instead pondering the peculiar situation surrounding the cesspit. Was it truly different from others, perhaps even fragrant? No one knew the answer, nor did anyone pursue the matter further. Only Jia Zhongshi could be heard lamenting and cursing Sun Yan, but her cries fell flat. Jia Dongshu sustained no significant injury. Sun Yan had been careful with his strike, inflicting little more than superficial damage. The deaf old woman observed the departing neighbors, and, once they had left, beckoned Yuzhu to come closer. Old lady, did you call for me? Yuzhu inquired. The selectively deaf old woman spoke plainly. Once everyone is asleep, you must fill that cesspit in the dead of night, lest our entire courtyard be engulfed in a foul stench. How can we continue to live like this? Yuzhu hesitated, but, madam, isn't that inappropriate? If I fill it, won't Su Laosen kill me? Besides, the soil isn't enough. The majority of the earth that had been excavated was already outside the courtyard. What remained was merely the shallow soil layer that had been unearthed. But there are bricks, stones, and sand. What do you have to fear? The old woman urged, frustrated by his reluctance. Yet, Yuzhu still shook his head. Although he was simple-minded, he was not truly foolish. He believed he could not withstand Sun Yan's earlier punch. Moreover, the Lao Su family had 4 men, while his own family had only 1 male. It was not worth the risk. In that era, whether in the city or the countryside, a household with many males was seldom bullied. A greater number of men served as a strategic deterrent, akin to a nuclear weapon. As Yuzhu continued to shake his head, the elderly woman, infuriated, nearly retreated into herself. If you won't fill it out, I shall, she declared, attempting to rise. However, Yuzhu firmly restrained her, offering a wry smile. Madam, please, let us wait until tomorrow to consult Master Fan and the others for their opinions. Besides, if that cesspool truly reeked, wouldn't it be Master Su who would bear the brunt for many years? If he is unafraid, surely it cannot be that foul. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman was left speechless, huffing her way back to the courtyard. Shaju, wishing to assist her, was met with her irate rejection. In the east wing, Yi Zhonghai silently consumed his meal, while Auntie Yi remained agitated. Sitting beside him, she vented her frustrations. I have been bullied, and yet you remain silent. Are you a turtle? Why pretend to understand what you do not? Why rush to the front? Has Su Nian acted like a fool for so many years? If that cesspool were truly malodorous, would he dare to excavate it? Would he invest so much in bricks, sand, cement, and steel? Yi Zhonghai calmly concluded his thoughts, returning to his silent contemplation, leaving Auntie Yi in a state of bewilderment. Could it really not be stinky? Yet, if that cesspool were indeed foul, why would Su Nian go through such arduous efforts? Observing Su Nian, she could hardly believe him a fool. If he were, how could he possibly become an officer? Across the way, Jia Dongxiu felt no physical pain from his injury. The anguish within far outweighed any external wounds. He yearned for revenge, determined not to allow Su Nian to continue his arrogant ways. Mother, do you recall the girl who was introduced to Su Nian last time? Upon hearing this, Jia Zhongshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rest assured, my son, I will inquire tomorrow and ensure the matchmaker speaks highly of you. That girl is quite lovely, and importantly, she hails from the city. I hear she works at the flour mill. If my son were to marry her, our family could enjoy steamed buns made from fine flour every day. In the front yard, Su Nian remained oblivious to the schemes of Jia Dongxiu and his mother regarding Lu Wanqiu. Were he to become aware, he would remain indifferent. Merely a passerby in their lives, not worth his concern. At the dinner table, Su Danian sought to evade the discussion regarding the odor of the cesspool, only to be nearly silenced by a slap from old Su. If you won't eat, then get out. I still have my meal to enjoy. Old Su's anger was palpable, rendering Su Danian mute with fear. It served him right. Amidst the communal meal, why would he bring up such matters? Zhou Hongmei, too, felt her appetite waning in light of the tension. Su Nian said nothing, focusing solely on his food. Life is a blend of bitter and sweet, and joy is found only in the act of eating. He was embodying this sentiment. Yet, old Su was relentless. You, today, went to the steel factory, hoping to purchase iron pipes. Do you think you can ascend to the heavens? Look at you. Ever since buying the house, there has been no peace in this home. Su Nian remained silent, and after a few more unenthusiastic remarks from old Su, the conversation dwindled. Grandfather, today Uncle San passed the interview. He even brought back a plethora of clothes, shoes, a water bottle, and a cup. Su Shaoqian, feeling a pang of sympathy, noticed her grandfather's demeanor softening. So she deftly shifted the conversation. I doubt it's a commendable job. He must have caused some trouble during his time in the army, displeasing his superiors. Otherwise, why would the job take so long to secure? Upon hearing old Su's words, Su Nian's lips twitched involuntarily. Indeed, he had hit the nail on the head. From the memories of the original owner, it becomes evident that the reason this young man left the army was not due to a longing for home, but rather a clash of wills with his superiors, culminating in his impetuous decision to resign. Chapter 50. Cement pipes at dawn. Su Nian's biological clock awakened him punctually. By the time he returned home, drenched in sweat, Qin Huairu had already prepared breakfast and tidied his clothes. Wipe your sweat and take a moment to rest before you shower. Here, drink some water. Handing him a towel adorned with a crane motif, Qin Huairu brought him a cup of water. The cup was the same one Su Nian had brought back yesterday, and Qin Huairu had washed it thoroughly for him to take to work later. Thank you. After gulping down a mouthful of water, Su Nian smiled at her and said, When is my mother going to buy the gifts? I'll ask at work today about when I can take a break, and then I'll come to propose. And we'll settle this matter. Qin Huairu's complexion blossomed even more, radiant like the rosy clouds of the evening before. When she shook her head, indicating she was unsure, Su Nian suggested that he would nudge her during breakfast. During breakfast, without needing to prompt, Zhou Hongmei spoke up, stating that she would visit the supply and marketing cooperative this morning to purchase the gifts, and in a couple of days, when the third brother had a day off, they would go to propose. In truth, with Qin Huairu already living in the household, this marriage was inevitable. If it were the Jia family, they might not have treated it so ceremoniously. The elder and second sisters-in-law showed no particular reactions. After all, the decision had already been made. And Su Nian's marriage was beyond the influence of even Lao Su and Zhou Hongmei, let alone them. Then I'll have to change how I address you. I'll call you third sister-in-law from now on, Su Wumei said with a smile directed at Qin Huairu. Zhou Hongmei rolled her eyes in response. You've always called her third sister-in-law. What is there to change? Third aunt. Third aunt. When are you and third uncle going to hold the banquet? I can't wait for the feast, Su Shaoqian said, her face full of anticipation, while her sister and Su Weidong's eyes sparkled with excitement. I see you're just eager for the food. Don't run. The eldest sister-in-law, Hu Meifeng, raised her hand, and Su Shaoqian darted away in a flash. Outside, Fan Guiming and the other masons had already arrived. Having eaten their fill, Sun Yin greeted Fan Guiming and then proceeded to the courtyard. Master Fan, Master Zhong, Master Wang, you can all understand the blueprints, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. By the septic tank, Sun Yin pointed to the nearby bamboo and explained. These bamboos will serve as water pipes, but they cannot be laid directly, hence the need for a layer of cement pipes. The prefabricated cement pipes will effectively protect the bamboo from damage. More importantly, when it comes time to replace them with iron or plastic pipes, there will be no need to dismantle the floor or walls or relay the water pipes. After all, the prefabricated cement pipes can be easily removed to install the plastic water pipes again. One merely needs to create an opening at the joint and reassemble it. The several masters, all skilled craftsmen, understood the plans clearly with Sun Yin's explanations. Not long after their discussion began, Yuzhu, Su Damao, and Wang Dama came over. Inquiring of Fan Guiming and the others, will the septic tank truly not smell when it's finished? Haha, how pungent. Who do you think would be the first to detect such an odor? Master Wang Changyuan laughed heartily at the remark. His rhetorical question left Yuzhu and the others momentarily speechless. Furthermore, have you seen these blueprints? Do you truly believe that Master Su would overlook the concerns you just raised? Subsequently, Wang Changyuan presented Su Dajiao's designs once more, rendering Yuzhu and his companions utterly speechless. However, Su Dajiao was not one to easily concede. He stubbornly retorted, what if the cesspool leaks? What if it overflows? Su Dalian shot him a sidelong glance and snapped back. What else can be done? Of course, we would call for the sanitation worker to clean it up. Do you expect me to do it for you? A burst of laughter erupted from Qin Huairu, Zhou Hongmei, and the others, while an elderly woman sitting on the steps, along with other neighbors, couldn't help but chuckle. It must be said, Su Dajiao truly has a remarkable talent for being obstinate. Why is he so intent on making a fool of himself? Who would help you clear out the cesspool, Su Laosan? Are you dreaming? Su Dajiao, in a fit of rage, stormed off, not wanting to lose face any further. As for the foul odor from the cesspool, no one could ascertain its potency. However, the stench from the public restroom outside was undeniably overwhelming. Surely, you cannot deny that? Upon seeing Su Dajiao flee, Su Dalian scoffed and turned to Yuzhu, who stood with his arms crossed, grinning foolishly. Yes, it is quite foul. What of it? Do you have any thoughts? No thoughts at all. I merely caution you not to create trouble for me. Su Dalian had intended to elaborate further, but reconsidered. The neighbors in this courtyard were all peculiar characters, and it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Cut it out, Yuzhu echoed, turning to retreat indoors for some rest. Meanwhile, from the Jia household, Jia Dongshu emerged, casting a glance filled with animosity and satisfaction. This hostile gaze irked Su Dalian. What is this? Is he itching for a fight? Jia Dongshu, provoked, shot a venomous look before slinking off to work. In contrast, Jia Zhongshi was quite bold, glaring fiercely at Su Dalian before departing. What schemes are this mother and son concocting? Su Dalian felt a slight twinge of wariness, but dismissed it. At that moment, cries erupted from the backyard. Lu Guangtian's brothers seemed to be in trouble again, prompting the second uncle to intervene. One might say these brothers were 50 pounds of flesh with 49 pounds of rebellion. Otherwise, the second uncle wouldn't discipline them daily. Before long, the second uncle passed through the courtyard on his way to work. In these times, no one in the courtyard owned a bicycle. Everyone took the number 10 bus to the steel mill outside the city. Thus, it was essential to leave early to avoid tardiness. In contrast, Su Dalian, working in the city, enjoyed a more fortunate situation. Uncle, can we give you a ride to work? Seeing Su Dalian preparing to leave, Su Shaoqian and her companions hurriedly rushed over. Are you not trying to send me off to work, but rather to indulge in leisure? For many years, I have bluntly confronted them without a hint of mercy. Go enjoy yourselves, and do not disturb my work. The Design Institute is approximately 5 to 6 kilometers from the courtyard, making it quite feasible to walk to work. Alternatively, one could take the bus, though that seems unnecessary. In the summer of Beijing, the sky is a brilliant blue, and the air is refreshingly crisp. The only downside is the considerable heat. Upon arriving at the Design Institute, I was already perspiring profusely. Fortunately, I had brought a towel. Otherwise, the office lacks tissues for wiping away sweat. Welcome. I am just in time to familiarize you with your duties. Chapter 51. Joining the Design Institute at the steps of the Design Institute. Sun Yan looked back after many years and saw comrade Lin Xiaochuan, who had assisted him with his onboarding procedures just yesterday. Thank you ever so much. Sun Yan expressed with genuine delight, having worried about not having anyone to guide him. In a workplace, a sweet tongue is essential. Uttering a few kind words is far superior to being a mere bookworm. No need for thanks. My name is Lin Xiaochuan. You may call me Xiaolin or Xiaochuan. He introduced himself with a warm smile, exuding a sense of camaraderie. You were personally recruited by Director Shun, which signifies your exceptional professional abilities. Keep it up. Our Design Institute needs talents like you. Brother Xiaochuan, you flatter me. I merely had good fortune. Sun Yan thought it unwise to address him as Stalin, for such familiarity might invite disdain. Indeed, the endearment Brother Xiaochuan brightened Lin Xiaochuan's smile even further. Our Design Institute is a public institution directly overseen by the Municipal Planning Bureau. 6 design studios managed by Director Ji are located here. The odd-numbered studios, 1, 3, and 5, are on the southern side, while the even-numbered studios 2, 4, and 6 are on the northern side. The eastern wing on the first floor houses the Survey Institute, which specializes in topographical surveying and geological exploration. However, they were located 2 years ago. Following Lin Xiaochuan, Sun Yan attentively absorbed the information. The Capital Design Institute is expansive, encompassing personnel from several units, including the Civil Architecture Design Institute of the Ministry of Construction, which merged last year, as well as the Design Studio of the 2nd Local Industrial Bureau and the Landscape Bureau's Design Studio. This has significantly augmented the Institute's technical prowess. With a workforce of 1,099 individuals, among whom 841 are engineering and technical personnel, complemented by nationally renowned technical authorities and 8 chief engineers serving as technical leaders. Thus, the Design Institute not only stands as a pillar in the capital but also boasts the strongest technical capabilities and largest scale within the nation, enjoying an esteemed reputation. Come, Sun Yan, let me introduce you to your colleagues in your group. Lin Xiaochuan guided Sun Yan into the 5th design studio. The chatter among the staff came to an abrupt halt as they turned their attention to Lin Xiaochuan and Sun Yan, their expressions tinged with curiosity and intrigue. In such a workplace, news travels swiftly, especially in a design institute. The 5th design studio had recently been without a group leader, a position that was interviewed for by Director Shin yesterday and successfully filled. Consequently, everyone was eager to uncover the background of this remarkable individual who had managed to pass Director Shin's interview. Prior to this vacancy, the leadership had arranged for numerous candidates, yet none had succeeded in securing the position, leading to an awkward situation. In anticipation of the 10th anniversary of the founding of the nation, the central government decided to renovate Tiananmen Square and construct 10 significant buildings in the capital. 8 of these projects are to be undertaken by the Design Institute, underscoring the immense workload and responsibility it bears. It is within this context that the position of team leader in the 5th design office assumes exceptional significance. Greetings, everyone. This is your new team leader, Sun Yan, a gifted individual personally interviewed by Director Shen. Lin Xiaochuan, an eloquent speaker, swiftly addressed the matter at hand. Fully aware that several technicians within the 5th design office coveted the leadership role. Perhaps these individuals lacked superior technical skills, yet their capacity for mischief was undoubtedly formidable. The fact that a talented individual was appointed by Director Shun would serve as a wake-up call to many technicians. Hello everyone, I am Sun Yan, and I look forward to working alongside you all, Sun Yan expressed, delivering a series of courteous remarks while keenly observing the expressions of his colleagues. The team graciously applauded, signaling their welcome. Thus, the first step of his induction concluded splendidly. However, before he could settle in and engage in casual conversation, a notification for a meeting was announced. Lin Xiaochuan promptly urged, Team Leader Su, come with me. You must attend the meeting as well. Several individuals from adjacent design offices also emerged, all of whom were team leaders. Without further contemplation, Sun Yan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and together they proceeded to the conference room. Upon their arrival, as soon as Sun Yan and the others took their seats, Director Shen, along with leaders such as Ji Chunj, arrived expeditiously. With time constraints and heavy responsibilities at hand, the project for the Grand Auditorium had already been tentatively confirmed. Director Shen wasted no time in his address, having personally overseen this project. He presented the topographical and geological survey data procured by the Surveying Institute, stating, "It has been mandated that our design institute produce a set of drawings within half a month." He then inquired, "By the way, is Sun Yan here?" Suddenly, Director Shen's gaze swept across the conference room. Sun Yan quickly raised his hand, replying, "Director Shen, I am here." Director Shen introduced him. "Allow me to introduce you to Sun Yan, who interviewed yesterday and has been assigned to the 5th Design Office. Your group will be responsible for the hand-drawn diagrams for the Grand Auditorium project. Is that understood? The task of producing hand-drawn diagrams is no trivial endeavor. It demands not only creativity, but also satisfaction from the leadership." Director Shen had previously mentioned that the entire Grand Auditorium encompasses a total construction area of 70,000 square meters, making the undertaking both challenging and labor-intensive. "Director, may I inquire when you require the drawings?" "I wish to estimate our progress," Sun Yan asked. "The sooner, the better. The upper management has specified a deadline of half a month. Ideally, you should aim to complete it within 10 days. Should you fail to meet the deadline, we will have opportunities for remediation," Director Shen candidly replied. Sun Yan nodded in agreement, affirming, "Understood, I will ensure the task is completed." There was no hesitation regarding this formidable responsibility. He recognized that with his employment commenced, further idleness was out of the question. The remainder of the meeting bore little relevance to Sun Yan, serving primarily as an opportunity to listen, as he would need to collaborate with other departments in the future. After the meeting concluded, more than half an hour had elapsed. Carrying a water cup, he returned to the 5th Design Studio, where a group of technical designers immediately turned their gazes toward him. "Comrades, a task has arrived. Today marks my first day at work, and as we are not yet well acquainted, I will take a more casual approach to task allocation. Feel free to choose for yourselves." He divided the hand-drawn blueprints of the Grand Auditorium into 8 segments, as the entire team comprised only 8 individuals. "Team Leader Su, how do you intend to divide it into 8 parts?" inquired one bespectacled team member, Zhang Qiansheng, with a cheerful grin. The other members cast curious glances, seemingly questioning whether the team leader would be exempt from the workload. "Within 10 days, you are to complete the task. Do not inquire as to why. Simply get to work." Chapter 52. A lunch for many years. Sun Yan's nonchalant demeanor had irked his team members, particularly Zhang Qiansheng. Was he not being excessively arrogant? Sun Yan observed the shifting expressions of his colleagues, yet remained indifferent. As a newcomer, he was entirely unfamiliar with them. There was no pretense of goodwill. Rather, he intended to use this assignment to gain insight into his teammates, facilitating future interactions. His workstation was conveniently situated by the window, offering a panoramic view of the office and the entrance, while the wall stood behind him, an ideal location. Although he was unaware who had appointed him as the team leader, he felt a sense of gratitude. After glancing around the office and then outside, Sun Yan stood up and exited the room. As soon as he left, his team began to whisper animatedly amongst themselves. However, within 2 minutes, Sun Yan returned, having stepped out to retrieve blueprints, drawing tools, paint, and rulers. Once back, he delved into his work, and the office fell silent. The only sounds were the occasional coughs and the gentle rustle of his drawing. By noon, Sun Yan surveyed the numerous sketches he had nearly completed, nodding in satisfaction. After a brief pause, he gathered the drawings, locked them in a drawer, and secured it. The Design Institute was a public entity without stringent confidentiality measures, yet Sun Yan remained cautious, wary of potential theft of his efforts. After locking the drawer, he took several blank sheets of paper, tucked them into a book, and left his desk. His team remained silent, absorbed in their tasks, until a while later when they collectively exhaled in relief. How could team leader Su remain so still? For 3.5 hours. He had not shifted an inch. He was far too serious. Despite his youth, he bore an expression akin to that of an old curmudgeon, a visage that was rather intimidating. Had he truly intended to complete the entire hand-drawn project on his own? The hand-drawn illustrations comprised both overall renderings and detailed component drawings, requiring at least 100 sheets to fulfill the task. The 8 team members chattered amongst themselves, yet none dared to approach Sun Yan's workstation. The Design Institute had its own cafeteria, but Sun Yan chose not to queue. Instead, he went directly home. Although the workplace had designated hours, many were currently working overtime due to the heavy workload. As a result, the cafeteria often ran out of food. Unaware of these circumstances, Su Nian returned home to find Qin Huairu had prepared a meal. During lunch, Zhou Hongmei inquired when he would be free. Mom, perhaps the day after tomorrow? I will ask my supervisor tomorrow and request a day off. All right, just remember this. By the way, how was your first day at work? Are you tired? Everyone was curious about his experience, and Su Shaoqian and the others listened intently as they ate. However, Su Nian had merely begun his tenure at the Design Institute. Having not explored the surroundings at all, he had directly taken on his responsibilities, and after sitting for half a day, his backside was still sore. Upon hearing his remarks, Zhou Hongmei glared at him and said, "The kind of work you possess is coveted by many. Look at your father and your elder brothers. They toil daily, engaged in labor-intensive tasks while you sit here, complaining about this and that. Indeed, your third uncle, such a position is reserved for intellectuals. Xiaodong, learn from your third uncle, aspire to have an office job in the future, understand?" Second sister-in-law Fan Zhaodi chimed in, patting Su Weidong's little head as she imparted her wisdom. The little fellow, with his round face tilted upward in admiration, declared, "Yes. I want to have a job like third uncles in the future." Su Shaoqian and Su Xiaoman, the two sisters, were not to be outdone and eagerly proclaimed their desire to emulate their third uncle. "You should not aspire to be like me. I am merely an ordinary person. You must aim to become scientists in the future." Su Nian shook his head, correcting them. "What is so commendable about being a designer? Scientists command true respect." "Third brother, what does a scientist do?" At this point, the conversation took a turn. The family listened intently as he recounted stories of the esteemed Qian Lao, a scholar of the highest caliber, of whom Zhou Hongmei and the others had no inkling due to their lack of exposure to such heights. In truth, Su Nian had little access to such knowledge either. However, being a time traveler, he possessed a wealth of information. In his previous life as a translator, he had often perused the works of esteemed scholars like Qian Lao. "Humph, third uncle, that country with the bald eagle is utterly despicable. How could they confine Grandpa Qian for 5 long years?" Upon hearing of Qian Lao's 5-year house arrest by the country represented by the bald eagle, Su Shaoqian and the others expressed their indignation. "Thus, you must strive to learn. Only when we become strong will others dare not bully us. Even if they do, we shall not fear, for we can utilize our knowledge to defeat our enemies and drive them away." After lunch, the children were stirred to fervor by Su Nian's words. Following their meal, they rushed back to their rooms to study. Though it remained uncertain how long this fervent enthusiasm would last, Zhou Hongmei eyed him suspiciously, sensing a significant change in her son compared to 5 years ago. "Third son, where did you learn all this? Are there truly scientists like Qian Lao? 5 years ago, he was a mere rascal, returning from 5 years of military service, adept in both literature and martial arts, excelling in fishing and drafting blueprints. Now, he had secured a position at the Design Institute with his impressive drawings and a mind brimming with knowledge. It was rather perplexing. Is this truly my child? There is a library in the army, filled with newspapers, many published articles on that event from 1955. How could it be false?" Su Nian provided an explanation, then rose to head to the courtyard. Master Fan and the others had already finished their meals and were resting at the construction site. After surveying the surroundings, Su Nian felt content. The craftsmanship of Master Fan and his team was commendable, faithfully adhering to his blueprints. After exchanging a few casual words with Master Fan, Su Nian returned to the Design Institute to continue his work. Upon returning to the office, Zhang Qianqing cheerfully inquired, "Team Leader Su, did you not have lunch in the cafeteria? We did not see you." With just over 1,000 individuals in the entire Design Institute, encountering acquaintances can be both challenging and effortless. "Well, I had some matters to attend to at home and returned for a bit during lunch." "What is the matter?" Su Nian casually responded while making his way to his workstation. Team Leader Su, do you happen to have any extra meal tickets? I was hoping to borrow some from you, if that is permissible. Is it even possible to borrow meal tickets? Besides, I would imagine that working at the Design Institute affords you a sufficient salary. Is there perhaps a financial difficulty at home? Chapter 53. Trivial matters. Do you face any difficulties at home? If so, please confide in me, and I shall relay your concerns to our superiors. Su Nian, having just joined the company today, feigned ignorance of many matters but assured that approaching leadership in times of need was undoubtedly the correct course of action. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianqing hastily interjected, "There's no need to bother the leaders, Team Leader Su. The situation is as follows. My family is quite large, and my salary alone is insufficient for our sustenance. I heard you've just returned from military service, so you must possess a considerable number of ration tickets. Would it be possible for you to share some with me? The other team members, engrossed in their tasks, nonetheless perked up, their ears attuned to the unfolding dialogue. Sun Yin regarded Zhang Qiansheng with a bemused expression, recognizing that the young man had come prepared. Since he was aware of Su's recent return from service, he must have also gleaned that Su's family was not small, and that he was on the cusp of marriage, having recently purchased a home that was currently undergoing renovations, leaving him rather cash-strapped, even borrowing from neighbors. Despite their unfamiliarity, Sun Yin would not entertain the notion of lending money, for these times were challenging for everyone, and they must endure together. I'm afraid I truly have no resources to spare. I apologize for the intrusion, Zhang Qiansheng replied awkwardly, retreating to his workstation. However, if you genuinely find yourself in need, I can inquire with the leaders on your behalf, Sun Yin feigned concern, which prompted Zhang Qiansheng to fervently shake his head in refusal. Elevating the matter to leadership would only tarnish his standing further, complicating any aspirations for advancement. After all, Sun Yin was new and unfamiliar with his circumstances, but surely the leaders would be aware. Redirecting his focus, Sun Yin chose not to delve deeper into Zhang Qiansheng's request for ration tickets, instead concentrating on the architectural drawings before him. The office once again fell into an eerie silence. Throughout the afternoon, Sun Yin remained diligently focused on his blueprints, only taking a brief excursion to the restroom. As the workday drew to a close, he finally completed the design work. The auditorium, a grand structure, carried numerous aesthetic demands, such as solemnity and perfection. The project encompassed over 100 drawings, including various perspectives, front, top, and rear views, yet notably excluded the internal structure. Pondering the black and white renderings, Sun Yin discerned the oddity and refrained from making further changes. It was nearly time to leave. He resolved to transform the front elevation into a 3D representation the following morning for a more vivid depiction. Securing the drawings in a cabinet, he prepared to head home. On his way down, he encountered Ji Chenggu, greeting him warmly and seeking to arrange a dinner invitation. You ought to focus on your work. When you have time, send me a few calligraphy samples. Don't emulate others, understood? Ji Chenggu admonished sternly. In response, Sun Yin repeatedly acknowledged his misstep, though inwardly he had no intention of sending calligraphy to him. The closeness others exhibit towards oneself is their own affair, yet one must be discerning. It appears he ought to gain a deeper understanding of Director Ji and Director Wang. Otherwise, he may be at a loss when it comes to presenting gifts. Particularly with Ji Chenggu, who evidently embodies the characteristics of an intellectual, ordinary offerings of yellow and white may fail to capture his interest. Should one resort to calligraphy or ink treasures, must one indeed procure an antique painting? Years of superficial research into antiques may lead to a misguided purchase, resulting in potential deception. Oh well, one must take it one step at a time. At the intersection, he waved goodbye to Director Ji and made his way home alone. Earlier, Ji Chenggu had shown considerable concern and care for him, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a mentor addressing a younger relative. He pondered what might have elicited such familiarity, given that their encounters had been minimal, and they had previously been complete strangers. After much contemplation, he surmised that Ji Chenggu was indeed a person with a genuine passion for calligraphy and painting. In the courtyard of the Siheyuan, on the side of the ear room, Fan Guiming and his team had completed the construction of the septic tank, including waterproofing and smoothing, although the roofing would require additional time. The cement slabs had been precast but had yet to fully cure, with the roofing slated for tomorrow. A portion of the indoor flooring had been cleared, and once thoroughly cleaned, the installation of the template could commence. The smell from the septic tank was no longer a topic of discussion among the neighbors. By 7 in the evening, the sun had set, yet the sky remained bright. Fan Guiming and his colleagues had finished their work, tidied up, and prepared to leave. While bidding farewell to the workers, he noticed the unmistakable joy on the face of Jia Zhongshi, which piqued his curiosity. At the dinner table, old Su remained silent, listening to the conversation between Su Shaoqian and her cousins, eating at a slower pace. His third son had begun working at the Design Institute. Though the exact salary was not disclosed, yet he had brought home quite a few grain coupons. Today, Zhou Hongmei had purchased numerous gifts, including flour, candies, and cured meats, all procured with the coupons brought back by the third son. The cured meat hung from the kitchen beam, not particularly heavy, merely 2 pounds. Yet both Hu Meifeng and Fan Zhaodi looked on enviously. They recalled that when they were courted, such luxuries were not afforded to them. However, despite their envy, They refrained from speaking out, particularly wary of suggesting any favoritism from old Xu and Zhou Hongmei, as all the matrimonial gifts had been purchased with Xu Nian's money. Moreover, regarding the union between Xu Nian and Qin Huairu, both old Xu and Zhou Hongmei were not particularly supportive, and it was out of the question for them to provide Xu Nian with money. Once one establishes a family, the focus should be on living well, without extravagance. With old Xu's sudden interjection, Xu Shaoqian and the others fell silent, acknowledging their father's words. Xu Nian felt a sense of helplessness but responded affirmatively. To be honest, he was older than old Xu in his previous life. Yet, he was indeed old Xu's biological son, and receiving reprimands was an unavoidable circumstance. The household had few trivial matters. Amidst the mundane chatter, dinner drew to a close. Qin Huairu's culinary skills are quite commendable. Or perhaps it is simply that everyone is rather famished, for the remnants of food are a rarity. The plates, licked clean, certainly spare the one tasked with washing the dishes a good deal of trouble. Xiao Qin, do take a seat. You've toiled all day and deserve a moment of respite. Lao Wu, you shall wash the dishes, Zhou Hongmei said, feeling a pang of sympathy for Qin Huairu as she restrained the latter from rising to tidy up. She then turned to Su Wumei and instructed her accordingly. The latter, with a cheerful grin, accepted the dishes, the sound of clattering crockery echoing from the bucket, causing Zhou Hongmei's eyelids to twitch. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Nian scolded, Xiaomei, should you continue your antics, I shall not save any delectable morsels for you in the future. Oh no, please. Third brother, I beg your pardon. Chapter 54. Internal strife and astonishment. A piercing scream from Su Wumei elicited hearty laughter from the entire family. Zhou Hongmei candidly remarked, I knew you were up to your usual mischief. Only your third brother can keep you in check. You're already 13, yet you still act so immature. Like a child who hasn't grown up. Mother, you always criticize me. Why don't you reflect on yourselves? Su Wumei retorted. When third brother wasn't he married? You would say that uncle was no longer young and should settle down. Now that third brother has a job. Father just mentioned that he is still too young and must show respect to his superiors at work. Seriously, when will third brother grow up? It seems like you all decide when he is mature or not. The family erupted into even more laughter at her words. You sharp-tongued girl. Are you trying to drive me to distraction? Zhou Hongmei exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Third brother, can't you manage your sister? Seeing Xu Duoduo laughing nearby only fueled Zhou Hongmei's irritation. The latter slightly subdued his laughter and turned to his sister, saying, Xiaomei, you must not speak back to our parents like that anymore, do you understand? In response, Su Wumei made a face, but Xu Duoduo scolded her for her disrespect. The atmosphere in the house was lively and spirited. In Zhou Hongmei's arms, Su Weidong looked up and asked, Grandma, has third uncle grown up or not? To you? Third uncle is certainly grown, but in Grandma's eyes, he will always be a child, you know? Xu Duoduo interjected, which softened Zhou Hongmei's expression, making her gaze much gentler. However, the little ones, including Su Weidong, were left even more puzzled. So, the question remains, has third uncle truly matured? The following day, Xu Duoduo returned to the office of the 5th design studio. Before starting work, he filled his water cup and then began his tasks. Team leader. Yu Haishan has an upset stomach this morning and needs to take half a day off, reported one of the team members, Chen Xiaoxian. Just as he was about to write, did he see a doctor? Is it serious? The others in the office were slightly taken aback, feeling a warmth in their hearts. It seemed that Xu Duoduo, as a team leader, was quite compassionate. No, when I arrived, his family mentioned that he was still in the public restroom. That was quite a revealing statement. Xu Duoduo did not dwell on it and replied, all right, if he hasn't returned by noon, please go check on him for me. Understood. Team leader. Chen Xiaoxian lowered her eyes and returned to her station to work. Redirecting his focus, Xu Duoduo began drafting a three-dimensional hand-drawn perspective of the grand auditorium. In his previous life, while preparing for the Level 1 registered architect examination, he had developed a fondness for drawings, particularly geometric sketches, and the later popular three-dimensional hand-drawing techniques he had explored. To achieve a lifelike effect in his illustrations, one must invest considerable effort in practice, primarily honing one's understanding of perspective, the relationship between light and shadow, the handling of primary and secondary elements, and the conceptualization of forms, among other artistic principles. For many years, my talent was deemed sufficient. Ever since I obtained the Level 1 architect certification, my income has been secured, and I now find myself with ample time. Consequently, I devoted considerable hours to honing my interests. Among my myriad of hobbies, had I excluded the unsuccessful ventures in business and stock trading, I would have long since realized my retirement aspirations. Who knows? Had I retired early, I might not have had the opportunity to traverse time and relive my life. While I diligently sketched blueprints, my colleagues in the office were quietly passing notes. Gu Haishan was not suffering from an upset stomach. He merely sought to be lazy. Curious about the repercussions of failing to complete the task on time after 10 days. Yesterday, Zhang Qianxing had already made his move, and today it was Gu Haishan's turn. If the task remained unfinished in 10 days, the wrath of our superiors would be unbearable after so many years of service. If my position as team leader were revoked, it would be a different matter altogether. Then, the 8 team members would contest for their own fortunes. The team members, in tacit understanding, engaged in idle chatter, transforming a small notebook into a mode of group conversation. Right across from me, Chen Xiaoxian and Hu Shufan were even keeping lookout. Unfortunately, I remained focused on my work, oblivious to their antics. Just past 11:30, I finally completed the 3D hand-drawn renderings. After stretching, I surveyed the office and discovered their little schemes. This is an office, not a school. If you wish to converse, feel free to do so verbally. There is no need to resort to written notes. Such communication is inefficient. This is merely to avoid disturbing your work, team leader. Zhang Qianxing, just having received the notebook, felt a wave of panic wash over him, his heart racing. He had anticipated a reprimand from me, but he was mistaken. Work is work, as long as one does not deliberately raise their voice to disrupt others. Open dialogue or written communication is acceptable. Ultimately, it is your own productivity that will suffer. With that, I refrained from further comment, gathered my blueprints, and departed the office. Upon hearing my footsteps receding in the corridor, Zhang Qianxing and the others exhaled in relief. Phew, Xiaoxian, how did you manage to keep lookout? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I didn't expect team leader Xu to look up so suddenly, Chen Xiaoxian and Hu Shufan explained, somewhat aggrieved. However, Zhang Qianxing did not offer them understanding or forgiveness. After all, he had been startled by me. He was engaged in dubious activities and feeling guilty. Would have been rendered speechless had it not been for his strong heart. The other team members watched with amused expressions, offering no support. Zhang Qianxing's failure to be elected as team leader was not without reason. His lack of professional competence was evident, as were his character flaws. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, I was unaware that my team was on the brink of discord, having already submitted the blueprints to Dean Shun, who was currently reviewing them. His timely arrival was fortuitous. Had he been any later, Dean Shun would have departed for a meeting in the city. The project of the 10,000-person auditorium is of utmost significance, and the meetings are incessant. When Shun Bo unfurled the blueprints and beheld the meticulously crafted renderings that had taken many years to perfect over a single morning, his mouth fell agape. It took him a considerable moment to regain his composure as he pointed at the drawings and asked, "Did you create this?" "Indeed, Dean." "Do you find it satisfactory?" Many years replied with a touch of pride, though he feigned humility. "What do you mean by satisfactory?" Shinbo inhaled deeply and replied, "It is exceedingly impressive. Were it not for my possession of the blueprints and my awareness that construction on the 10,000-person auditorium has yet to commence, I would have assumed this to be a photograph." As for the monthly ticket summary and outstanding chapters, April has concluded, yielding a total of 633 monthly tickets, starting from 176. Due to the additional chapters planned for the 24th, the preceding 9 tickets were included, hence the actual count begins from 167. After deducting 68 reward tickets, a net increase of 398 tickets remains. According to the rule that every 50 tickets results in an additional chapter post-publication, the current outstanding count stands at 796 chapters, which can be rounded to 8. This reflects the immense support and affection from all readers for this book, for which I am profoundly grateful. In return, I shall dedicate myself to crafting the narrative with utmost diligence. Presently, this book is in its second round of recommendations, with a word count exceeding 110,000, and it is anticipated to be published by mid or late this month. Therefore, the monthly tickets accrued prior to publication will still be valid. Moreover, many readers have expressed concerns regarding the slow updates and the inadequacy of the monthly ticket increment rules. However, the readership data for this book is relatively favorable, with over 1,000 followers. Yet, as we are only in the second round of recommendations, progress is slow compared to contemporaneous works. To garner more recommendations and visibility, updates must be temporarily restrained, but rest assured, Once published, there will be an increase in chapters. For those who do not increase chapters, they are akin to puppies. This book represents the finest achievement of Meow Meow in the realm of web literature, and I cherish and am grateful for it immensely. I shall exert every effort to write it well, and should there be areas where my writing falters, please do not hesitate to provide timely feedback. I remain uncertain whether I can successfully navigate the challenges to enter the third round of recommendations, as the competition in the urban genre has become exceedingly fierce, with high demands for readership data, monthly tickets, comments, and rewards. To share a humorous anecdote, prior to the first round, my book had a mere 400 followers. Hence, I feel quite anxious and hope for your generous support. Currently, I have a cache of manuscripts, but I revise them repeatedly each day, fearing that once released, I might be met with your critiques. The worst writing comes from those born in the 2000s. Many details have undergone alterations. In the South, septic tanks are quite commonplace. My own septic tank is located in the stairwell, and it suffices to lift the lid and remove the contents when full. Airing it out resolves the issue within half a day. However, as many readers prefer to avoid such odorous narratives, adjustments will be made accordingly. It seems that the expectations are exceedingly high, and many matters that appear entirely ordinary to me are deemed inappropriate in your context. This situation bears resemblance to the cultural debate between the sweet and savory preferences of the northern and southern regions. There exists a significant disparity in customs between these areas. I genuinely admire couples who navigate this divide. I would love to learn how you manage to find common ground while embracing your differences. Having said all of this, I shall conclude here, wishing everyone a joyous May Day. If you have the opportunity, kindly cast a vote for me. I would be immensely grateful for your support as I tirelessly toil away, crafting and refining my words during this holiday. Thank you very much. Chapter 55. Bring it on. How did you manage to achieve this? Xu Duoduo's heart was tumultuous, stirred by an overwhelming wave of admiration for Sun Yan. The three-dimensional hand-drawn blueprint was nothing short of extraordinary, strikingly lifelike, as if the grand auditorium had been resurrected in reality. Remarkably, this auditorium had yet to be constructed, yet Sun Yan had conjured its image purely from imagination. Truly impressive. Even someone as experienced as Xu Duoduo found himself intrigued by Sun Yan, pondering the source of such talent. Director, it must be a stroke of inspiration, a manifestation of what lies within the heart, Sun Yan remarked, leaving Xu Duoduo momentarily speechless, nearly stifling an internal injury. After a pause, he continued, this must be a new painting technique, is it not? It certainly serves well for rendering visual effects. Did you invent it yourself, or did you learn it from someone? Sun Yan shook his head, stating, no one taught me. I simply enjoy observing. Most of the time, I use a fire poker in the kitchen to draw on the ground. After a brief conversation, Xu Duoduo's curiosity was satisfied, and he placed the rendering prominently aside. As he reviewed the other blueprints, he was captivated by Sun Yan's efficiency and precision in illustrating. In terms of this quality, no one in the entire Design Institute, nay, in the entire mainland, could rival your prowess. A level 9 engineer hardly does justice to your caliber. Upon hearing Xu Duoduo's words, Sun Yan hastily replied, Director, I believe my current situation is quite satisfactory. Please do not incite resentment. If my salary increases too quickly, it may stir discontent among others. The tall tree in the forest attracts the wind. Sun Yan did not mind a salary raise, but the rapidity of it could lead to numerous complications. He preferred to maintain the status quo over facing such troubles. Xu Duoduo gazed at him thoughtfully, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Now tell me, you submitted the blueprints so swiftly. You must have a request, do you not? Director, your insight is unparalleled. I cannot hide anything from you, Sun Yan chuckled, no longer modest, and directly expressed his desire to take leave to propose marriage. That is splendid news. Congratulations. When will the banquet be held? Do remember to notify me. I would love to join in the festivities. Director, you are too kind. Thank you. I shall certainly send you an invitation when the time comes. Make sure to write it nicely. I would like to keep it as a memento. After a few moments of casual conversation, Xu Duoduo granted Sun Yan a day off, to which Sun Yan promptly acknowledged, I won't disturb you further, Director. I shall take my leave now. Upon exiting the director's office, Sun Yan returned briefly to his own office, reminding Chen Xiaoxian to check on Gu Haishan before finally heading home. Once he departed, Chen Xiaoxian's expression darkened. That scoundrel Gu Haishan. She had assumed Sun Yan was merely speaking casually that morning, but his insistence on a second reminder compelled her to take it seriously. At noon, Chen Xiaoxian boarded a bus, heading straight for Gu Haishan's residence. The Design Institute was located at the intersection of Nanlishi Road outside Fuxing Gate, a suburban area in this era, far removed from the city center. By chance, Gu Haishan resides in the DC area, near the Dongxiamen Bridge, a distance of nearly 10 kilometers. Should one choose to walk, under such sweltering weather, a round trip would take nearly 2 hours, a notion that Chen Xiaoxian would vehemently reject. Upon meeting Gu Haishan, she intends not only to have him reimburse her bus fare, but also to treat her to a meal. Humph. On the bus, Chen Xiaoxian carefully stowed away her 15-cent bus ticket, cursing under her breath. Her aloof demeanor rendered the other passengers too intimidated to approach her. After disembarking, she made her way directly to Gu Haishan's residence. In the courtyard of the bustling alley, Gu Haishan was enjoying the cool breeze after having just dined, preparing to ride his bicycle to work. Taking a half-day leave while pocketing a half-day's salary, he felt utterly content. Gu Haishan, you truly live a leisurely life, akin to a lord, while I am the one suffering because of you. Observing Gu Haishan's relaxed demeanor, Chen Xiaoxian, drenched in sweat, felt a surge of frustration. The noon heat in Beijing was unbearable. After only a short walk, she was already perspiring profusely. Xiaoxian, what brings you to my home? Gu Haishan exclaimed, surprised. As he sat up, Chen Xiaoxian directly inquired, do you have any water? I need a drink first. After he offered her a glass of water, she continued. Team leader Xu specifically instructed me to check on you. I must insist that you reimburse my bus fare, and by the way, I haven't had lunch yet. You must treat me. What? Team leader Xu really said that? Gu Haishan was taken aback. Despite all his calculations, he had never anticipated such a turn of events. It appeared that he had taken a half-day off without advantage, now facing the prospect of financial loss and owing Chen Xiaoxian a favor. What a tremendous loss. By the way, what was team leader Su's situation this morning? Did he notice anything? Nothing different from yesterday. As soon as he arrived at work, he busied himself and had no time to pay us any mind. Chen Xiaoxian replied with irritation. I fear you and Zhang Qianxing will return empty-handed this time. Impossible. Gu Haishan shook his head, his tone resolute. He is merely a young man in his 20s, rumored to be a veteran. So what? Can he compare to us? The esteemed veterans who have made contributions? Chen Xiaoxian fell silent, choosing not to prolong the conversation, for her only desire at that moment was to have lunch. I still have some flour at home, perhaps. However, upon hearing Gu Haishan's stinginess, she interrupted him abruptly, her expression darkening as she firmly demanded cash. A decent lunch would cost 30 cents, plus the return bus fare of 60 cents and a pound of grain coupons. Upon hearing this, Gu Haishan felt as though he were being asked for his very life. 30 cents? Have you taken a liking to delicacies? Yet, confronted with Chen Xiaoxian's grim visage, he dared not retort and begrudgingly accepted this hidden loss. Left with no words, he recognized this predicament as a consequence of his own entanglement. If there is to be blame, it can only be directed towards the individual who usurped his position as leader many years ago. With a reluctant sigh, Gu Haishan extracted 60 cents and a grain coupon from his pocket. Chen Xiaoxian seized them with a flourish, chiding him, Come now, be a little more generous. I traveled quite a distance from the Design Institute to see you, and I didn't even ask for a fee, so you should be secretly pleased. The corners of Gu Haishan's mouth twitched. Having already been swindled out of a pound of grain and 60 cents, she had the audacity to claim he wasn't cheated. One should not stoop to the level of women, he thought. If such an incident occurs again, do remember to inform me. With her ill-gotten gains in hand, Chen Xiaoxian couldn't resist delivering one final jibe before departing with a smirk. To strike at the heart while taking a life, Gu Haishan muttered to himself, his resolve to rid himself of Xu for many years only growing stronger. Chapter 56. Erroneous Data in the Afternoon. Sun Yan returned to the Design Institute under the blazing sun. As he wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, he pondered the inconvenience of not having a bicycle. Walking 6 kilometers to and from work in the morning and evening was manageable for him. His tall stature and long legs allowed him to walk briskly. However, the midday sun was rather harsh, and regardless of his pace, he was always drenched in sweat. Riding a bicycle would have been significantly quicker and spared him from such relentless exposure. Yet, without a bicycle ticket, he could only indulge in daydreams. As soon as he settled down, Gu Haishan entered, drenched in sweat as well. Team leader, I'm here to report my return. Just wanted to let you know. Are you feeling all right? Do you need to rest for another half day? Sun Yin inquired with concern, seemingly oblivious to the theatrics at play. No, I'm much better now. Gu Haishan's expression slightly shifted as he recalled the 6 jiao he had been cheated out of for a pound of grain. His heart aching at the thought. Very well. Then please return to your workstation. Let me know if anything arises. Chen Xiaoxian and the others expressed a few words of concern, and soon the office descended into silence. Unlike the morning, Sun Yin found himself idle in the afternoon. He retrieved a book, perusing its pages while observing his team members. While he enjoyed a leisurely moment, Zhang Qianqing and the others were visibly distressed. Much like students in a classroom during self-study, with the teacher seated at the podium, leaving no room for distractions. After half an hour, Sun Yin abruptly stood up and approached Chen Xiaoxian. Comrade Chen Xiaoxian, may I take a look at the drawings you've created? The entire office gasped in surprise. Was he beginning the inspection already? Team leader, I haven't completed much yet. Chen Xiaoxian, attempting to evade scrutiny, refrained from disclosing that she had drawn only half a sheet. The prevailing methods for design and drawing remained primitive, largely reliant on manual techniques with tools such as the abacus and drafting scales, severely hampering efficiency. Creating hand-drawn blueprints was not merely a matter of artistry. It required precise measurements and representations of building heights and spacing, which explained the sluggish progress. Not to worry, whatever you have done is sufficient, as long as you complete the task on time, Sun Yin reassured her. With little choice left, Chen Xiaoxian acquiesced, for Sun Yin's words held weight. As the drawings were laid out, the situation was disheartening. Sun Yin shook his head. A day and a half had passed, and only half a sheet was completed, with 2 discrepancies in the data that would likely take her another half day to rectify. Erroneous data inevitably led to mismatched blueprints, and should the blueprints misalign, they would need to start anew. It was perplexing that Chen Xiaoxian, being a woman, was expected to be meticulous, yet here she was, making such fundamental errors. Team leader, is there something wrong? Chen Xiaoxian inquired cautiously, subtly probing Sun Yin's professional capabilities. Although he had been with the firm for nearly 2 days, the team's understanding of him remained superficial, derived mostly from hearsay. No one truly grasped Sun Yin's abilities within the office. Examine these 2 areas again. Are there any errors in the data? After a considerable passage of time, Sun Yin found himself beside the ever-anxious Hu Shufan, who fervently prayed within her heart. Do not come to me. Do not come to me. Yet, as the adage of Murphy's Law suggests, the more one frets over a potential occurrence, the more likely it is to transpire. Comrade Hu Shufan, where are your blueprints? This inquiry was not the sweet sound of divine revelation, but rather a summons akin to the grim Reaper's decree, leaving her longing for an escape from her predicament. However, Hu Shufan was acutely aware that she could not decline Sun Yin's request. In comparison to Chen Xiaoxian, her situation was considerably better. At least she had completed the majority of her drawings, and the data remained impeccably accurate, rendering her efforts nearly flawless. Nevertheless, the efficiency was still not satisfactory to Sun Yin. Yet, dissatisfaction proved futile as the constraints of the era loomed large. Compounded by the universal truth that no one relishes labor, idleness had become the norm. To refrain from idleness was, indeed, counterintuitive. Impressive work. Keep it up, Sun Yin remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxian gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how did I misread these 2 data points? Team leader, you are truly remarkable to have spotted that at a glance. How did you manage it?" In the office, everyone lifted their heads in surprise. Could it be that Sun Yin was indeed so extraordinary? Just a fleeting glance allowed him to identify the errors on Chen Xiaoxian's blueprints? Surely, Dinshin could not achieve such feats. Meeting Chen Xiaoxian's gaze, Sun Yin replied nonchalantly, "How did I do it? With my hands, of course. Now, let us get to work. You only have 10 days, and a day and a half has already elapsed." With that, he returned to his workstation and resumed reading. Sipping water while engrossed in his book, he relished a tranquil workday reminiscent of retirement. Were it not for the scarcity of resources in this era, he might have considered adding goji berries to his water. The book he perused was a collection of miscellaneous works, having been perused in a previous life. Now, he revisited it merely to reinforce his memory. In his past endeavors as a translator, he often frequented the library, where the librarian had come to recognize him. Whenever he found time to visit, he would borrow 5 books at a time and finish them within a fortnight, while others might simply read and move on. He took meticulous notes, amassing a collection that surpassed even his diligence during the college entrance examinations. Before long, he had finished the book, and his gaze fell upon the bracelet adorning his wrist. This space bracelet remained an enigma to him, aside from placing a piece of darkwood within it. He had taken no further action. Typically, he unconsciously overlooked its presence, unwilling to form a dependency upon it. Given the multitude of recent events, he had not found the time to address this matter. Now, with a moment of leisure, he felt an urge to pursue some activity. However, this was an office. Clearly not the ideal setting. Setting the book aside, he rose to visit the restroom. The communal latrine was undeniably malodorous, which explained why he preferred to hold it in, minimizing his visits. Although he was well aware that retaining urine was a detrimental habit, burdening the bladder and adversely affecting kidney function, he had no choice but to hold his breath upon entering the restroom. Upon returning to the office, he took a sip of water and then extracted another book, indulging himself in its pages. The serene moments slipped away quietly amidst the tranquil sound of turning pages. After enduring until the end of the workday, he did not linger, rising swiftly to exit the office. Once he departed, Zhang Qianqing and the others finally exhaled in relief. Xiaoxian, what was that all about? Was it truly a careless mistake on your part? Gu Haishan approached to inquire, seeking to ascertain whether Su Nian was genuinely as formidable as rumored. Chen Xiaoxian rolled her eyes, too fatigued to utter another word. It was clearly her blunder, yet they had the audacity to rub salt into her wounds? How utterly outrageous. Chapter 57. Steer clear of such individuals. There is truly no need for excessive inquiry. After all, team leader Su was personally interviewed by Dean Shin, and his professional capabilities are undoubtedly beyond question. It is best to focus on our work diligently. Hu Shufan suddenly lifted her head to speak a single sentence before returning to her tasks. Even after work hours, she did not rush home. Firstly, the workload was heavy and the time was limited, as she had only just completed a portion of a drawing, with much still remaining. Secondly, the Design Institute encouraged overtime, promising 2 round loaves of bread for those who worked past midnight. According to the accounts of those on the night shift, after midnight, other colleagues would deliver bread to those working late in large cardboard boxes. Upon hearing this, Gu Haishan and Zhang Qianqing exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they contemplated a rebuttal, yet the words died on their lips. Chen Xiaoxian felt disdainful. These individuals, lacking in true talent, still aspired to climb the ranks, oblivious to the prestige of the Design Institute. Without the requisite skills, how could they hope to tackle intricate tasks? The following day, Gu Haishan and Zhang Qianqing arrived at the office, prepared with a leave request. However, even after the designated work hours had passed, team leader Su was nowhere to be seen. His absence startled everyone. Could something have happened? Yet, Zhang Qianqing and Gu Haishan secretly rejoiced at the prospect of reporting his negligence. Before you report him, shouldn't you clarify the situation? What if team leader Su has taken leave and simply neglected to inform us? Zhang Qianqing scoffed. It is undoubtedly certain individuals, emboldened by favoritism, who flout the rules as they please. Otherwise, why would he not notify us, his team members? Chen Xiaoxian, taken aback by the retort, shook her head in disbelief, glancing at Hu Shufan, who was resting her eyes at her desk, and mimicked her demeanor. The latter had left the Design Institute only after midnight the previous night and lived close by at Fuxingman, so returning late posed no inconvenience. Let us go report him, Gu Haishan urged, and Zhang Qianqing followed him out. Once they exited the office, the remaining team members, resigned, resumed their leisurely activities. With no leadership present, they certainly would not feel compelled to work. If they failed to complete their tasks, they would collectively face the consequences, and the team leader could not evade responsibility either. In the corridor, nearing the vicinity of the dean's office, just as Zhang Qianqing was about to knock on Lin Xiaochuan's door, Gu Haishan suddenly clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain. You go ahead. I have a stomachache, probably from that moldy potato this morning. Before he could finish, he limped down the stairs. What a useless fellow. Zhang Qianqing cursed silently as he watched his retreating figure, then resolutely knocked on the door. Come in, Lin Xiaochuan replied, busy organizing documents. Today, Dean Shun had a meeting, and he needed to prepare the materials in advance. Otherwise, if Dean Shin inquired, it would spell trouble for him. Secretary Lin, this is Zhang Qianqing from the 5th Design Office. I have a query I wish to address with Team Leader Su, but he is absent from work today. What should I do? Zhang Qianqing was not foolish enough to bluntly mention a report. It sufficed to convey the message that Su had not been present for quite some time, without resorting to unnecessary words about reporting. Everyone in the workplace is astute. No one is truly naive. As for Secretary Lin, it is a misnomer. Lin Xiaochuan holds a position as an administrative staff member in the Human Resources Department. merely assisting Dean Shun with various tasks, commonly referred to as a general assistant. However, even such personnel deserve proper titles, and Secretary Lin fits appropriately. Team Leader Su is absent from work? Lin Xiaochuan repeated this, casting a half-smile at the other party. All right, I understand. Is there anything else? Nothing more, Secretary Lin. You may carry on with your duties, Zhang Qianqing said with an awkward grin as he turned to leave. Ah, still a bit defiant, are we? Lin Xiaochuan murmured, though he did not dwell on it. While others might be unaware of Su Nian's standing, Lin Xiaochuan was not oblivious. Dean Shun had spoken highly of Su Nian, even reminding Lin Xiaochuan to notify him when Su was to wed. This clearly illustrated Su Nian's esteemed position in Dean Shun's eyes. Lin Xiaochuan was also aware of Zhang Qianqing's mediocrity. He was merely an ordinary designer, lacking the professional prowess to shoulder significant responsibilities and deficient in interpersonal skills. With Zhang Qianqing seeking grievances against Su Nian, Lin Xiaochuan's disdain for him only deepened. It was wise to steer clear of such individuals, otherwise, one might find themselves caught in a storm. On the other hand, before entering the office, Zhang Qianqing donned a triumphant smile, brimming with self-satisfaction, making it seem as though he had received a promotion. Upon entering, 6 team members looked up, with Chun Shaoxian inquiring curiously, "What happened? What did the leader say?" "Humph. With me personally intervening, is there anything I cannot accomplish?" At this moment, Zhang Qianqing was quite puffed up with pride. "Moreover, weren't you skeptical of my capabilities? Why the sudden concern?" Chun Shaoxian feigned disgust. "Who is concerned about you? I'm merely being nosy, given your demeanor. Did the leader mention how he would punish Team Leader Su? Is he facing dismissal? When will we start calling you Team Leader Zhang?" When it comes to sarcasm, Chun Shaoxian has never backed down. "Oh, soon. Just you wait and prepare," Zhang Qianqing, unashamed, readily agreed. Chun Shaoxian rolled her eyes and returned to her own distractions, uninterested in further engagement. Hu Shufan and others stifled their laughter, remaining mere spectators to their banter. "What does Su mean? What should we prepare for?" Gu Haishan, who arrived late, inquired with a feeble demeanor. "Oh, you didn't fall into the toilet, did you? It seems your stomach is feeling unwell. Should you take more leave? After all, that person is absent again today." Zhang Qianqing mocked and sneered, while Gu Haishan remained speechless internally, though outwardly he feigned gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your concern. Did you not report me to Secretary Lin? What was the outcome? Does it even concern you whether it succeeded or not?" With that, Zhang Qianqing returned to his workstation to resume his tasks. If the higher-ups intended to remove the long-standing team leader, he understood that he needed to possess solid foundational skills to ascend. Gu Haishan was quite incensed. Upon spotting Chun Shaoxian, a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes, and he picked up a notepad to engage her in conversation. In the entire office, Chun Shaoxian was the most avid gossipmonger, so inquiring her was a foolproof choice. Upon reading her notes that suggested Zhang Qianqing was on the verge of becoming the team leader, Gu Haishan's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling the size of cowbells. Impossible. Chapter 58. The provocative Jia Zhangshi. As the moon dips in the west and the sun rises in the east, this morning's beautiful dawn is as picturesque as a painting. Today is the day of the proposal. Thus, Su Nian deliberately extended his morning run by 2 kilometers. Upon returning to the courtyard, he was utterly drenched, resembling someone who had just emerged from the depths of a river. During breakfast, Su Shaoqian and the other children chattered incessantly. Fortunately, Qin Huairu was absent, otherwise, she would have surely blushed. The previous afternoon, Su Nian had sent Qin Huairu back to Fangshan. After all, he was to propose to her family today, and it would be inappropriate to bring her along. That would be quite the spectacle. Although Qin Huairu had been residing at Su Nian's home recently, certain customs must still be observed. Even for the sake of appearances, some formality is necessary to avoid criticism. "Uncle, do you really not need me to accompany you? Look how sweet and adorable I am. How could you bear to leave me behind?" Su Xiaoman exclaimed, her laughter exaggerated as she playfully pouted at her uncle. "Go on now, the candies and snacks in the basket are not for you," he replied, not even glancing at his niece, fully aware of her desires. Mentioning her sister Su Xiaoqian's teeth, Su Xiaoman's expression shifted. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the basket, which contained her favorite white rabbit creamy candy, delightful pastries, and an assortment of peanuts and sunflower seeds, treats her uncle had purchased during his morning run. Regrettably, they were not meant for her. "Oh, why am I not a relative of the third aunt's family?" she lamented. She was not alone in this thought. Su Wumei, Su Shaoqian, and Su Weidong shared the same sentiment. For the sake of delectable treats, they would gladly consider altering their surnames, only to revert after indulging. Old third, what do you think of Mother's outfit? At the door, Zhou Hongmei nervously donned a festive attire, feeling somewhat self-conscious. She hadn't worn this treasured ensemble in ages. Had it not been for today's proposal, she would not have retrieved it. It was rather embarrassing. Su Wumei and the other little one's eyes lit up, surrounding Zhou Hongmei with enthusiastic praise. Even Su Nian was taken aback. The outfit was both appropriate and beautiful, its vibrant red hue adding an air of celebration. The only concern was the summer heat. Come noon, it might become troublesome. Yet, the fabric was quite light, and it would only be worn for the morning. Upon hearing his apprehension, Zhou Hongmei dismissed it nonchalantly. Just then, Aunt Yin from across the street approached with a smile. Dear, is there a joyous occasion at your home? You are dressed so festively. Before Zhou Hongmei could respond, Jia Zhangshi emerged from the hallway, equally well-dressed and clearly adorned for the occasion. Humph. Upon seeing Zhou Hongmei's attire, Jia Zhangshi could easily surmise that it was for Su Nian and Qin Huairu's proposal. Therefore, it was no surprise she wore a less than pleasant expression. Indeed, my youngest child has grown quite a bit. And now I am preparing to arrange a marriage for him, having already purchased the gifts. As for Jia Zhang, Zhou Hongmei chose to feign ignorance and act as though she had not heard. However, Jia Zhang could hardly contain herself, exclaiming, some individuals simply relish in snatching away potential suitors. One must beware of divine retribution. How ironic. Given that it is she who indiscriminately makes a scene and takes advantage of others. As the saying goes, the squeaky wool gets the grease. Zhou Hongmei was not one to let such provocation slide, promptly retorting. This led to Jia Zhang's decision to remain, hurling insults at Zhou Hongmei. Your youngest is the real scoundrel, playing both sides, while fathering children without any sense of responsibility. Zhou Hongmei, equally vociferous, fired back. Your son is the true disgrace. Your entire family embodies the essence of petty individuals. Their exchange soon captured the attention of the neighbors, with Aunt Yin stepping back slightly, thoroughly entertained. From the other end of the corridor, Aunt E and Aunt Air, along with other neighbors, emerged one after another. At this early hour, most were at work. Yet the women were busy at the wash trough, drawn to the commotion, eager to witness the spectacle. Just awakened, Yuzhu also ventured outside. While Yuzhu had arrived early, standing on tiptoe in the corner of the front yard, observing intently. The front yard was not particularly spacious, yet at this moment, it was not overly crowded, allowing for some degree of accommodation. Su Nian, having heard the commotion, could only shake his head in disbelief. Is it a day without a quarrel that leaves one's throat feeling uncomfortable? Jia Zhang, be quiet. Su Nian stepped out, pulling his mother Zhou Hongmei behind him. Casting a fierce glare at Jia Zhang, do you take pleasure in bickering? Shall I summon Director Wang to arbitrate your disputes? Clearly, you have too much time on your hands. I have made it abundantly clear regarding Qin Huairu. Her disinterest in your son Jia Dongxiu is merely coincidental. Time and again I have reiterated this, yet you persist in your harassment. What is it? Is your son truly so undesirable that no one wishes to marry him? If that is indeed the case, my mother has spoken the truth. Your son is a complete disgrace. Silence. If you utter another word, I shall strike you. Do you believe me? As Jia Zhang prepared to retort, Su Nian's fierce gaze silenced her, his commanding presence effectively halting any further response. Indeed, the raised hand resembled a nuclear deterrent, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. Jia Zhang instinctively recoiled, feeling a sharp sting of humiliation and perhaps recalling the painful memories of previous encounters with Su Nian. We are neighbors, hence I shall refrain from stooping to your level. Su Nian declared, lowering his hand and sneering, had this been in the military, your repeated insults would have left you both in a state of utter disarray. Do you believe me? You should feel fortunate to be alive and thriving in this era of peace. Had it been before liberation, individuals with your disposition would have long been eliminated. The term bullying the weak while fearing the strong seems to have been crafted for you. Depart swiftly and cease to embarrass yourselves here. It is truly vexing. With one final glare, Jia Zhangshi dared not utter a sound and scurried away in disgrace. If they lingered, would they not face the sting of slaps from Su Nian once again? The neighbors, witnessing this absurd scene, felt a lingering desire for more. Why did it have to end so abruptly? It was all too fleeting, leaving them wanting. Yuzhu smacked his lips, pondering how Su Nian, typically jovial, could harbor such a fierce temperament. Meanwhile, He Yushui gazed enviously at Su Wumei and Su Nian, wishing her brother possessed such commanding presence. Su Nian cast a brief glance at the onlookers, prompting them to awkwardly retreat, unable to meet his gaze. Chapter 59. The proposal. The uproar caused by the Jia and Zhang families had considerably dampened Zhou Hongmei's cheerful disposition. Xiaomei, come here. Sange has a joke to tell you. Su Nian, upon noticing, waved and summoned Su Wumei, who, along with Su Shaoqian, eagerly approached, bubbling with excitement. Uncle San, what joke do you have for us? Casting a glance at Su Weidong, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Hongmei's attention directed their way, and thus began. One day, a grandfather, a father, and a grandson went fishing. The grandson noticed his grandfather lost in thought and remarked to his father, "Look, Dad. Grandpa looks like a fool." The father retorted with a sharp slap, "You're the fool." This cold humor elicited quick laughter from Su Wumei and the others, while Su Weidong, slightly slower to grasp the jest, eventually joined in the mirth, perhaps still pondering its meaning. Zhou Hongmei, grinning widely, urged Su Nian, "Enough chatting. Hurry and gather your things to head out." "All right, I'm on my way," Su Nian replied. Rising to dust off his clothes and bustling towards the door with his luggage in tow. He carried 2 baskets, one filled with 8 pounds of flour and 2 packages of Daqianmen cigarettes, while the other contained wedding candies, a comb, and some hidden cash, among other items. The wedding customs of the 1950s largely adhered to the traditions of the Republic and previous dynasties, emphasizing the importance of face. However, not every family could afford such extravagance. In truth, according to the wishes of the elders Su and Zhou Hongmei, merely having flour, candies, and snacks like sunflower seeds and peanuts sufficed. There was no need for tobacco, alcohol, or tea. Simplicity was the guiding principle. Nevertheless, Su Nian took his matrimonial affairs to heart. Given that this was his sole marriage in this lifetime, despite current constraints, he would not hesitate to present what he could muster. The 2 packages of Daqianmen cost a mere 80 cents, while the 2 small bags of tea amounted to $1.50, and 2 bottles of Jingji Baijiu totaled $2. In summary, the combined gifts from the 2 baskets did not exceed $10. Such offerings were indeed respectable, especially considering that Kanjiagu was a suburban area, adding to the overall dignity of the gesture. "Uncle San, wait for me." As Zhou Hongmei and Su Nian departed, Su Xiaoman and her companions hurried after them. Zhou Hongmei turned back with a stern glare. "You all head back and help your mother prepare lunch, understood?" Currently, only the eldest sister, Hu Meifeng, and the second sister, Fan Zhaodi, were assisting in cooking for the workers, though the 13-year-old Su Wumei and 9-year-old Su Shaoqian could lend considerable help as well. The little ones, resigned, could only watch as their grandmother and uncle receded into the distance. At the bus stop, Zhou Hongmei resumed her admonishments. "Got too much money burning a hole in your pocket, do you? With a little cash, you forget your own name? It's just a short distance, yet you insist on taking the bus." The journey from Nanluoguxiang to Kanjiagu was not merely a few steps, but nearly 2 hours of travel. During the coolness of spring and autumn, Su Nian would have gladly measured the distance on foot. The sweltering heat of summer envelopes us. One cannot arrive at the home of the prospective bride, drenched in perspiration. Can one? "Mother, I shall wed but once in my lifetime, and this is my solitary chance to be extravagant. Might you refrain from your incessant admonitions? Yet, I often remind you to exercise some restraint, to ease both your and father's concerns. Have you succeeded in that endeavor?" For many years, he had endured, never daring to retort to Zhou Hongmei with a dismissive, "I shall not listen." Given the impossibility of rebuttal, he resigned himself to her words. Fortunately, the bus arrived promptly, offering him a reprieve from his mother's incessant chatter. Upon boarding, Su Nian produced 3 mao to purchase 2 tickets, then led Zhou Hongmei, who was ready to complain about the fare, toward the back of the bus. Once seated, Su Nian remarked, "Mother, did you know that one must maintain an optimistic and proactive attitude to live a long life? Look at my laziness. One day, my children and grandchildren will surely rely on you for assistance." His words elicited a smile from Zhou Hongmei, who teased, "Ah, you are indeed lazy. Should you marry and still shirk household duties, I shall certainly take it upon myself to tidy up after you." She chuckled, "I am over 50. Who knows how much longer I have? Helping with grandchildren? Such a lovely thought." Though her reprimands were spoken in jest, the tenderness and longing in her eyes were unmistakable. Upon reflection, she remained quite vigorous. Even at 70 or 80, she might still be able to assist with the care of her great-grandchildren. The mother and son shared laughter, and time slipped away until they arrived at Kanjiagu. As they disembarked, they spotted Qin Huairu from a distance. Ordinarily, when a suitor visits, it is customary for a representative from the family to greet them, not the bride herself. However, since she was well acquainted with Sun Yin and there was no matchmaker, she had come personally. Marriage customs often adapt to local circumstances. There is little room for rigid traditions. Especially in this era of extreme scarcity, people live frugally, and thus, excessive fussiness is rare. Today, Qin Huairu appeared particularly radiant, dressed in a freshly laundered outfit that accentuated her beauty. "Allow me to carry that," Sun Yin interjected, preventing Qin Huairu from taking the basket. "You need not exert yourself. Today, your only duty is to look splendid." In an instant, Qin Huairu's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a ripe apple, as she shyly lowered her gaze. Zhou Hongmei grasped Qin Huairu's hand, quietly inquiring about her family to gather information. The trio walked home, laughter filling the air, as several small children trailed behind them. Today, the Qin family had reason to celebrate, and the news had spread throughout Kanjiagu. While tending to their vegetable garden, Qin Zhangwo and his wife were informed by the local children and promptly set aside their tools to prepare for the visit. "Zhangwo, your daughter Huairu's suitor has arrived. I just saw him. A tall, slender young man, quite handsome." Along the way, they encountered several neighbors. And while Qin Zhangwo and his wife felt a sense of joy in their hearts, they maintained a humble demeanor, smiles gracing their faces. Before long, they finally met Sun Yin after many years. Zhou Hongmei was the first to speak, directly addressing Qin Huairu as in-laws, which left her quite flustered and rendered Qin Zhangwo and his wife momentarily bewildered. However, they quickly regained their composure and eagerly invited Sun Yin and his companions to their home. For what kind of conversation could be had in public, with numerous onlookers around? A joyous occasion like a marriage should indeed be celebrated with such fervor. Sun Yin suddenly noticed that beside Qin Huairu stood a girl nearly the same age as his sister, who was then whispering secrets into Qin Huairu's ear. Upon catching Sun Yin's gaze, the young girl instantly became bashful and shyly averted her eyes. Chapter 60. The Massage Girl Who Was the Little Girl? It had been many years since that question was posed as I followed Qin Zhangwo into the house. The Qin family's living room was quite modest, featuring and long benches, accompanied by two thermoses bearing the faintly discernible phoenix design, now faded with time. On the sat porcelain cups and a teapot, scrubbed to a pristine white, rendering it nearly unrecognizable as a teapot. The four white walls, coated in a layer of dust, were not as bright as one might expect. In the center, a portrait of a great leader hung prominently, exuding an aura of history. Qin Zhangwo was exceedingly hospitable, diligently attending to Zhou Hongmei and Sun Yin, his smile unwavering. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaohong, Qin Huairu's mother, returned from placing the gifts brought by Sun Yin in another room, her enthusiasm visibly amplified. Who could resist the charm of a generous son-in-law, especially one so handsome and tall? "Nian," she began, "I hear from my daughter that you work at the Design Institute. Is that right? Is it arduous? You took leave shortly after starting. Does your boss give you a hard time?" Yang Xiaohong's words were laden with implication. While feigning concern, she sought to uncover more information. Unfamiliar with the old Su family and knowing that Sun Yin had declined to engage a matchmaker, she felt compelled to probe further. Though a matchmaker's guidance could forge a lifelong bond, the absence of one left parents anxious about their daughter's well-being in marriage. After all, such matters are not to be trifled with, and caution is paramount. In the vicinity of Kanjiagu, several villages acknowledged Qin Huairu's beauty as unparalleled. Consequently, from a young age, Qin Huairu harbored aspirations of marrying into the city. Countless matchmakers had come to the Qin family, yet Qin Huairu remained resolute, resulting in her reaching the age of 20 without a marriage prospect, a predicament that alarmed both Yang Qiuhong and Qin Zhangwo. They worried their daughter might become an old maid, forever unattached, eager for her to wed. Yang Xiaohong also sought to ascertain whether Sun Yin was truly a worthy candidate for her daughter's lifelong commitment. "And my job is not demanding. When tasks are assigned by the upper management, I design blueprints based on survey data. Once the designs are complete, construction workers can proceed according to the plans." Sun Yin smiled slightly, finding it challenging to address her as aunt. Referring to Qin Huairu as mother would convey an unwarranted urgency, while other titles would create a sense of distance. After much contemplation, aunt was the only fitting choice. This position was facilitated by the wife of Director Wang from the street office, as many candidates before me had failed the interview, which is why I was recommended. Dean Shin is a kind individual who values my contributions. Upon hearing of my visit to propose marriage, he even asked me to invite him to the wedding feast. While he did not directly answer Yang Qiuhong's inquiries, his words brought smiles to both her and Qin Jiangwo. Zhou Hongmei, hearing this for the first time, exclaimed in excitement, "Your boss is coming to celebrate your wedding?" At that time, it would be prudent to handle matters diligently. You must personally extend the invitation to him and maintain a respectful demeanor. Sun Yan, after years of resignation, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "Mother, when have I ever disrespected my superior? Besides, Dean Shin does not require my personal invitation, but rather the written letter I compose." Zhou Hongmei was left speechless. After all, it was merely an invitation letter. What could possibly warrant such concern from a leader? Nevertheless, Sun Yan was not inclined to continue this discourse and redirected the conversation back to the subject of matchmaking. Thus ensued a light-hearted exchange between Zhou Hongmei and Yang Qiuhong. They began reminiscing about the embarrassing moments from Sun Yan and Qin Huairu's childhoods, delving into intimate topics ranging from their personalities and interests to their heights and weights. After listening for a while, Sun Yan excused himself, guided by Qin Huairu to explore nearby. However, it wasn't long before he found himself surrounded by children, and he quickly felt that he had made a misstep. At that moment, wandering about only served to make him a spectacle, so he decided it best to return indoors. Coincidentally, Qin Huairu was preparing a meal, and he followed her into the kitchen. Qin Jiangwo had been busy in the kitchen but abruptly mentioned he would fetch some firewood, and then he was gone for quite a while. The kitchen was left with only Qin Huairu and Sun Yan. In the living room, Yang Qiuhong, noticing Qin Jiangwo idling about, couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" The implication being, "Why aren't you preparing the meal? Is this how one entertains guests?" Qin Jiangwo, feeling helpless, replied that his daughter and Sun Yan were in the kitchen, allowing the young couple some time together. "Indeed, my dear mother-in-law, you have no idea. My youngest son typically avoids the kitchen, but ever since little Qin arrived, he has taken a liking to it." Zhou Hongmei chuckled, her words subtly conveying Sun Yan's affection for Qin Huairu. It was as if she were on the verge of labeling him as a devoted admirer. In his youth, he had been quite the mischievous rascal, but now he had matured significantly. As for the kitchen tasks, he could stoke the fire, but he was still inexperienced with kneading dough. In the kitchen, Sun Yan offered to assist with kneading the dough, but Qin Huairu insisted it was unnecessary. "Are you underestimating me? Do you think I cannot slaughter a chicken or pluck its feathers?" Qin Huairu smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with happiness and affection. "I have heard from Xiaomei that you never set foot in the kitchen as a child, like a young master who merely enjoyed the comforts of life." "Nonsense. Xiaomei is tarnishing my brother's reputation," Sun Yan retorted playfully before rising to go kill a chicken. "You really can kill a chicken?" Qin Huairu followed him out, her voice laced with concern. Without turning back, he replied, "The water is already boiling, perfect for scalding and plucking. Which one should I grab?" They had 7 or 8 chickens, including an old hen leading 5 or 6 chicks that had hatched only a few days prior, wandering about in the backyard coop. "Let me help," Qin Huairu offered, but Sun Yan declined, swiftly catching hold of a large rooster. "Is this indeed the rooster in question? If you consume it, your household will be devoid of a crowing fowl come tomorrow morning." "Yes, that's the one. It's been incessantly noisy every morning. I shall feast upon its flesh today. All right, assist me in capturing it while I fetch the knife." Plucking a few feathers from its neck, Sun Yan tugged gently, causing the blood to spurt forth. With prior preparation, he held the rooster's head, aiming it towards a bowl placed on the ground. Qin Huairu, who was helping to grasp the chicken's claws and wings, exclaimed in astonishment, "You can actually slaughter a chicken. I mentioned before that I am born in the year of the horse, thus I can kill a chicken. Aren't you born in the year of the ox? You only seek to deceive me, humph." Qin Huairu shot him a glance, utterly baffled by Sun Yan's cold humor regarding killing a chicken. Chapter 61. The brother-in-law at the entrance of the living room. Qin Jiangwo and Yang Qiuhong gazed in astonishment at Sun Yan and Qin Huairu standing beside the well. Was it not said that Sun Yan was only capable of tending the fire, lacking other skills? Yet, just moments ago, his adept technique in slaughtering the chicken left even Yang Qiuhong in admiration. Moreover, Sun Yan demonstrated remarkable precision in timing the scalding of the chicken feathers. His plucking speed was nothing short of exceptional, smooth and swift. He quickly stripped the rooster of its plumage. Zhou Hongmei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, mentally berating her youngest son. Although Sun Yan's proficiency in this task brought her a sense of pride, recalling her previous words made her face flush with heat. Mother-in-law, you must know that my third son has spent 5 years in the army. Surely he has endured his share of hardships there, she stammered, trying to explain. To which young Qiuheng responded with a smile, feeling quite satisfied. It must be true. I have heard that the military cultivates character. Her future son-in-law not only excels at his work, but is also kind-hearted and eager to assist in the kitchen, a rarity indeed. Her daughter has certainly chosen well. Young Qiuheng thought gleefully to herself. Shiru, where is the cutting board? Sun Yan asked, having cleaned the rooster and now ready to proceed with the preparation. Brother-in-law, I know where it is. I'll go get it. Qin Jingru, who had been squatting nearby, quickly stood up to help. The little girl, who had been shy just moments ago, now cast aside her bashfulness in pursuit of food. With some effort, she lifted the cutting board. Her small face reddened from the exertion and placed it beside the well. Little one, what is your name? I remember your sister has only one brother and one younger brother. No sisters, Sun Yan inquired. I am the cousin of my sister. My name is Qin Jingru. She replied shyly, lowering her head and speaking softly. Sun Yan smiled gently, choosing not to engage in idle chatter with her as an elder might. Instead focusing on his task. The girl seemed to be about the same age as his sister, even though he was on the verge of marrying Qin Huairu. He possessed no interest in nurturing a little girl. In his previous life, he had longed for retirement, and this one was no different. Moreover, he preferred to avoid complications. One woman was sufficient. Why complicate matters further? He merely wished to engage in simple tasks repetitively, for success is born from the mastery of simplicity. After cutting the rooster into uniformly sized pieces, Sun Yan began to process the entrails and gizzards. As a carnivore, he not only relished tasting exquisite dishes but also enjoyed crafting them. In his previous life, he had often experimented with culinary delights, handling chicken meat at least once a week. Given the current scarcity of resources, his meticulousness in processing the entrails was somewhat diminished. After all, flour was a precious commodity during these times. He tossed the cleaned entrails into a basin and began to knead them with his hands. As the saying goes, great strength yields miraculous results, ensuring that the entrails were thoroughly cleaned. Hello, brother-in-law, you are truly impressive, even more so than my sister, exclaimed Qin Jingru, her eyes wide with astonishment. Qin Huairu emerged from the kitchen, equally taken aback by the sight. Brother Anyun, are you perhaps a cook in the army? Otherwise, how could you handle everything so adeptly? Washing chicken entrails with such vigor is beyond what most can manage. I have never served as a cook, Sun Yan replied, shaking his head and choosing not to continue on that topic as he rose to prepare the stir-fry. Let me take care of it, Qin Huairu insisted, snatching the cooking duties from him and directing him to tend to the fire. Consequently, taking advantage of her nimbleness, Qin Jingru eagerly squatted by the stove, diligently adding firewood. You're always so enthusiastic when there's delicious food, yet I seldom see your help otherwise, Qin Huairu remarked, casting a playful glare and smiling indulgently, as if helpless against the young girl's antics. Isn't she quite similar to Xiaomei? Sun Yan nodded in agreement. Children, especially at that age, are growing and tend to eat a lot, but with so little food at home, they must find ways to supplement their meals. After more than an hour of bustling about, lunch was finally ready. Are you truly my brother-in-law? Why are you still in the kitchen? You're a guest. Please, go sit in the living room, Sun Yan said as he emerged from the kitchen, only to be met by a grinning young man. The demeanor of the young man did not sit well with Sun Yan. Qi Mingwei. At the kitchen door, Qin Huairu shouted. You've been out gallivanting until now, haven't you? If you can't speak properly, then just be quiet. Brother Anyun, don't pay him any mind. Sun Yan smiled and suggested, quickly wash your hands and let us eat. Despite his distaste for the situation, today marked his first visit to the Qin family and the day of his engagement to Qin Huairu. Thus, he preferred to remain silent, treating the matter as if it were invisible. Once married, he could address such issues at a more opportune time. In the grand tapestry of life, while he detested complications, there were certain consequences he must face. If given a choice, he would not opt for marriage. Yet Lao Su and Zhou Hongmei would certainly object, since marriage was inevitable. Whether it be with Qin Huairu, Lu Wanxiu, or a woman from the Fan family, he would inevitably encounter a variety of relatives, unavoidable entanglements. Qin Zhengwo emerged and called Qin Minghui aside to reprimand him. Although his tone was low, the latter dared not retort. Returning to the kitchen, Sun Yan inquired about Qin Huairu's elder brother. Her expression darkened as she softly replied, He lives at my grandfather's house. No need to inquire further. It was evident that there was a story behind that. The domestic affairs of the Lao Qin family were undoubtedly intricate. On the 8 Immortals table in the living room lay 4 dishes: big plate chicken, stir-fried eggplant and green beans, scrambled eggs with black fungus, and smashed cucumber. The staple was steamed buns, made from the 10 pounds of flour Sun Yin had brought last time. There isn't much in the way of dishes, my dear mother-in-law. It pales in comparison to what you have in the city. I apologize for the inadequacy, Yang Xiaohong said as she beckoned Zhou Hongmei and drew Qin Huairu and Sun Yin to sit beside her. Unexpectedly, Qin Huairu's elder brother and others did not make an appearance. I have not inquired about the specifics for many years. Matters concerning family affairs are likely the result of financial disputes. The assertion that money can resolve 90% of familial conflicts remains an undeniable truth. Qin Minghui has become markedly more reserved, daring not to utter a word, instead focusing intently on his meal at the dining table. Similarly, Qin Jingru, though petite, displayed a commendable speed in consuming her food. Zhou Hongmei was equally unreserved, engaging in cheerful conversation with Yang Qiuhong and others while swiftly attending to her meal. As it stands, this marriage proposal appears to be settled, and today's endeavor has reached a satisfactory conclusion. Chapter 62. The Qin Brothers After Lunch. Sun Yin accompanied the Qin Huairu family to her grandfather's house, where they stayed for a brief half-hour before departing. It was evident that old Master Qin harbored some displeasure towards Qin Zhengwo, a sentiment likely directed at Qin Huairu. Xiaoru, it seems your grandfather does not favor me, Sun Yin whispered to Qin Huairu along the village path. She offered a bittersweet smile before recounting the circumstances. In the past, her elder brother, Qin Mingguang, faced similar challenges. Remaining single at the age of 23, a rather advanced age for marriage in rural areas where many wed at 15 or 16. Even those who married at 17 or 18 were considered late bloomers. Thus, being 23 and still unwed rendered him a veritable old bachelor. Many villagers gossiped unkindly about Qin Zhengwo and Yang Qiuhong, their remarks quite unpleasant. At the age of 16, Qin Huairu was in her bloom, and coincidentally, there was a pair of siblings from the neighboring township grappling with their own matrimonial difficulties. Consequently, old Master Qin hastily decided that the 2 siblings should become in-laws, strengthening their familial ties. The complication was that the brother from the other family was merely a year younger than Qin Mingguang and not as tall as Qin Huairu, which was intolerable for her proud spirit. Naturally, she refused the proposal. Old Master Qin was quite furious, and neither Qin Zhengwo nor Yang Qiuhong supported the match, leading to a stalemate. From that point on, Qin Mingguang opted to live with his grandfather instead of his parents. Wait a moment, I just saw your brother's child. Isn't he around 3 or 4 years old? About the same age as my second brother Xiaodong. So you can't be 18 or 19, can you? Sun Yin expressed his confusion after hearing her story. He found nothing unusual about her situation, as such occurrences were not uncommon in rural life. In his previous life, he had witnessed many similar scenarios. Qin Huairu's complexion paled slightly, her heart tightening as she grasped his arm, cautiously asking, "Yin Go, are you upset?" "Why would I be upset? I always thought you were merely 18. I never inquired further." "So how old are you?" As he posed this question, Sun Yin had already deduced the answer. She must be 20. "Are you truly not angry?" Qin Huairu harbored some disbelief. Having heard from her mother through the matchmaker that people found her undesirable upon learning she was already 20 and still unmarried, they assumed something must be wrong with her. Otherwise, how could she still be single at that age? "Why would I be angry?" Sun Yin gently grasped her small hand, causing her to leap back in surprise like a startled deer. Blushing, she exclaimed, "Yin Go, please don't do that. I'll belong to you sooner or later." Sun Yin was at a loss for words. He had merely held her hand lightly. Was it really such a big deal? However, given the conservative nature of the era, he understood her fear of gossip. After all, many newlywed couples refrained from holding hands in public. "By the way, where is your sister-in-law?" "It seems I did not see your sister-in-law just now." Qin Huairu has not dared to come too close for many years, fearing he might suddenly strike and take her hand. "My sister-in-law is mute and works in the fields, striving to earn money." Ever since Qin Mingguang moved in with his grandfather, the latter arranged a marriage for him. This led to his current wife, Wang Erniu, who, despite being mute, possesses striking beauty, a good figure, and, most importantly, is exceptionally diligent. Her elder brother, Qin Mingguang, is quite fond of her. In their first year of marriage, Wang Erniu bore him a healthy son, which brought him even greater joy. However, every family has its share of troubles. As time passed, Qin Mingguang grew somewhat discontented, and due to Wang Erniu's unwavering obedience, he gradually became lazy. Therefore, the entire household currently relies on Wang Erniu's support. Alas, she is already 6 months pregnant. Yet my brother still insists she goes out to work. Hearing Qin Huairu's sudden sigh, Sun Yin was left speechless. How could Qin Mingguang be so inconsiderate? Although Wang Erniu is mute, in rural areas, her beauty and industrious nature should be seen as virtues. Moreover, Qin Mingguang is already an older man. Securing a marriage is commendable enough. Why is he not satisfied? Yet, these matters are strictly familial, and Sun Yin merely listened, having no intention of meddling. After discussing her brother's affairs, Qin Huairu voluntarily recounted her younger brother's situation. In contrast to the honest Qin Mingguang, her younger brother, Qin Minghui, is a wayward soul. After dropping out of school, he spent some time at home, and later, upon moving to the city, he succumbed to poor habits. He became a notorious figure in the capital, engaging in fights, smoking, and pursuing women, practically indulging in every vice imaginable. Previously, Qin Huairu viewed her brother's actions with a sense of disappointment, wishing he would do better. However, since the incident where she was nearly violated, her feelings towards him have turned into deep-seated disdain. Anian, please do not associate with my brother in the future. He is a hopeless case. He was once a stubborn failure, and now our parents have lost all patience with him and wish to disengage. Sun Yin merely listened, recognizing that regardless of Qin Minghui's misdeeds, he remains her brother. Nevertheless, his current disposition rendered her unable to speak out. As they approached the doorway, the sounds of Yang Qiuhong's furious reprimands and Qin Minghui's cries echoed from within. Qin Huairu's expression shifted immediately, and she hurried to the living room door. There, she saw her mother, Yang Qiuhong, wielding a stick, vigorously striking her brother while Qin Minghui cried out in pain and desperately dodged. Although the living room was spacious, Yang Qiuhong showed no restraint, scolding as she struck. That was a gift from your brother-in-law. How could you waste it like this? I'll beat you. You spendthrift. I only took one package. Isn't there another left? You think you can justify stealing, do you? Sun Yin, who had just arrived, was rendered speechless. Qin Zhengguo, wielding a stick, joined the fray, beating Qin Minghui to a pulp. Realizing the dire situation, the young man attempted to flee, only to be blocked by his sister at the doorway. His escape was thwarted by Yang Qiuhong, who had arrived just in time to apprehend him. After a considerable while, Qin Minghui, bruised and battered, stood helplessly against the wall, head held high, stubbornly weeping and refusing to admit his faults. Dear mother-in-law, I apologize for the scene, Yang Qiuhong said, her expression less than pleasant, yet still managing to muster a smile as she invited Zhou Hongmei and Sun Yin to take a seat. The ensuing discussion centered around the specifics of the wedding date. They decided to choose a date in the following month, coinciding with the completion of the house renovations, which would be the perfect occasion for a celebratory feast, marking a double celebration. Chapter 63. Fiery temperament. A calendar imbued with the essence of its era was flipped through repeatedly, as the group deliberated over the auspicious dates of September 6th or 9th. Both days were deemed fortunate and aligned harmoniously with the astrological signs of Sun Yin and Qin Huairu. Sun Yin glanced at the dates, pointing to the 9th, and declared, "Let us choose this day. I require some time to compose the invitations, and after the house renovations are complete, a few days of settling in would be ideal. Hence, the 9th is indeed suitable." The 26th day of the 7th lunar month corresponded to the 9th day of the new calendar, a day deemed favorable for marriage, devoid of any taboos, which was precisely why Sun Yin selected it. As for the invitations, he could conveniently draft them while at work. Very well. Let us settle on this day. What say you, esteemed relatives? Zhou Hongmei inquired with a beaming smile, noting that any of the good days would suffice. Whether earlier or later. Perfect. This day is splendid. Let us choose it. Yang Qiuhong readily agreed without consulting Qin Zhengguo, the familial hierarchy unmistakably evident. Thus, the date was established, leading to discussions regarding the betrothal gifts, monetary offerings, and dowry. Unlike the exorbitant sums of 188,000 or 688,000 of later generations, the Qin family proposed a modest red envelope containing 88 yuan as a token of their goodwill. As for the dowry, Qin Huairu had prepared a set of bridal attire, while Qin Zhengguo and Yang Qiuhong opted for a suite of rosewood furniture, primarily a wardrobe and a dressing table with a mirror. Given that there was only one carpenter in the village, they merely needed to provide the materials and labor fees. Collectively, the total of these gifts and the dowry amounted to no more than 20 yuan. Despite the prevailing era where the average worker's salary was merely 30 to 40 yuan, making ends meet was a challenge for many. Yet, the simplicity of these arrangements seemed rather meager. Sun Yan hesitated to voice his concerns, only to be silenced by a glare from Zhou Hongmei. The admonitions from the bus ride prior echoed in his mind. She had warned him multiple times not to interfere in these matters. She reiterated that post-marriage, the couple could manage their finances as they saw fit, but until then, he was to refrain from any extravagant expenditures. Content to remain uninvolved, Sun Yan relished the tranquility. Deciding such matters could be addressed after their union. After an extended discussion, Sun Yan and his mother finally departed from Kanjiagu around 2 in the afternoon. Qin Huairu wished to accompany them home, but her mother restrained her, deeming it inappropriate to follow immediately after the wedding date was confirmed. At the intersection, beneath the shade of the trees, Zhou Hongmei noticed Sun Yan standing still and inquired in surprise, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't we leaving?" "Mother, in this sweltering heat, let us pause for a moment. I would not want you to suffer from heat stroke," he replied. "Goodness, let us not speak of misfortune. Hurry along." Reluctantly, Sun Yan turned to see the bus emerging around the corner and said, "Mother, look, the bus is arriving. Let us return home." Zhou Hongmei suddenly sprang up, intending to twist his ear, scolding, "I told you, you reckless spendthrift. Why have you stopped? Did you time it all perfectly? A single bus ride costs 30 cents. Do you think earning money is a simple task?" He took a step back, having not allowed her to approach for many years, hastily maneuvering to evade her. As the bus approached, he finally stepped forward and pulled his mother onto the vehicle. The ticket collector observed the pair with an impassive expression, their ongoing shoving and pulling eliciting unmistakable disdain in her gaze. "Are you getting on or not? If not, then get off, such dramatics." At this, Zhou Hongmei became instantly displeased, questioning, "What kind of language is that?" Sun Yan hurriedly pushed his mother towards the back of the bus. But the ticket collector barred their way, demanding, "Where do you think you're going? Buy a ticket, stop your incessant chatter, so annoying." His temper flared. He wondered if the ticket collector was having a bad day or if her partner had failed to satisfy her. How outrageous. However, his elderly mother was no pushover. And since she had no desire to ride the bus, she naturally directed her ire towards the ticket collector. Ultimately, weighing the pros and cons, they decided to take the bus, as walking home in such sweltering heat was far from reasonable. Shielding his mother behind him, Sun Yan produced 30 cents. Speaking rapidly to provide the address for Nanluoguxiang and urging the ticket collector to issue the ticket promptly. "Why the rush? Are you in a hurry to meet the king of hell?" The ticket collector's expression soured, especially at the sight of the elderly woman behind Sun Yan, whose sharp words and quick temper were well known. As if no one else had a temper. It was the height of summer, and she had to work. How could her mood possibly be good? "Indeed, I am in a hurry to meet the king of hell. If you continue to dawdle, I shall file a complaint against you at your workplace." Sun Yan, no longer indulging her, continued, "Don't think I wouldn't dare to complain. While I may not be able to get you fired, I can certainly recommend to your superiors that you undergo retraining. I know the supervisor responsible for your assignments." With that, the ticket collector dared not say another word, handing over the ticket to Sun Yan before retreating to her seat. The bus was not crowded. Yet everyone watched with curiosity, noting the ticket collector's sudden silence, their expressions reflecting contemplation. Clearly, they had all experienced the ticket collector's poor attitude numerous times. Now, Sun Yan's threat of a complaint had unexpectedly yielded results, and they made a mental note to do the same next time. As Sun Yan pushed his mother to the back seats, he remained oblivious to the thoughts of others. He was currently headachy, trying to soothe Zhou Hongmei's mood. His mother was reasonable yet intolerant of being bullied. In the courtyard, she had Lao Su and 3 sons who dared to provoke her. Jia Zhangshi was the most arrogant in the courtyard, yet she had been thoroughly scolded by Zhou Hongmei. Thus, outside, Zhou Hongmei would not suffer such indignities either. After some time, Zhou Hongmei finally calmed down, though she still did not offer Sun Yan a pleasant countenance. It is nothing short of disdain for his reckless spending and his disregard for her counsel. The heart grows weary. For many years, he gazed out of the window, silently wishing that he could venture out alone next time. Had he sought the assistance of a matchmaker, everything would have been much simpler, and he would have been spared considerable worry. Alas, he is not a solitary figure. He must consider the opinions of the elderly Mr. Su and Mrs. Zhou Hongmei. Sister-in-law, do persevere and expedite the division of the household. With this thought, he became even more resolute in concealing his salary. Only after the division of the household could he truly assume control and alleviate some of the burdensome matters. The bus passed through Fuxingmen, traversed Chang'an Avenue, and made its way along Baiyang Street, soon arriving at Nanluoguxiang. Indeed, taking the bus home proved far superior to walking, though it came at a cost. Upon alighting, Zhou Hongmei did not bestow upon him a pleasant expression. Chapter 64. Lu Wanqiu's Inquiry for Justice in the expansive courtyard of the Central Court. The residents gathered in the breezy corridor to seek respite from the heat. The elderly matriarch occupied the most comfortable spot, a gentle breeze lulling her into a state of languor. Although her eyes were half closed, she remained alert, keenly listening to the chatter around her. In the back courtyard, Xu Duoduo had returned with a young lady earlier that morning, only to be unceremoniously expelled by his father, Xu Duoduo. The reason was clear. The girl's attire was overly flamboyant, and her heavy application of perfume reeked of a worldly demeanor. It was unthinkable to consider her for marriage, let alone as a concubine. The neighbors rallied behind Xu Duoduo. After all, should Xu Duoduo marry such a woman, the tranquility of the courtyard would undoubtedly be shattered. Moreover, who could guarantee that this woman of the world wouldn't entice their own husbands? Thus, the consensus among the community was unanimous. At that moment, most of the men had departed for work. Had they been present, opinions might have been more divided. Xu Duoduo, having waited in vain for his son to return with a suitable match, was infuriated and left for work without even partaking in lunch. The differences between Xu Duoduo and Xu Laosan, both bearing the Xu surname, were stark. In his youth, Xu Laosan too had been a rogue. Indeed, the military is known for its discipline. It was rumored that even the bedding must be folded into perfect squares. Today, Xu Laosan had gone to propose, yet he had not returned. As the neighbors engaged in lively conversation, the heat of the day made idle chatter a necessity to stave off boredom. Of course, most of them were not entirely idle. Many engaged in handicrafts to supplement their household income, such as assembling matchboxes. However, this task was not suitable for everyone. Eligibility was restricted to impoverished families, and one must possess patience, as there were specific production quotas to meet, yielding minimal financial reward. Diligently working throughout the day might bring in 2 to 3 dimes, which was considered commendable. A refreshing breeze swept through, and sounds from the front courtyard drew the neighbors' attention towards the hallway. The voices belonged to Xu Wumei and her companions, indicating that Xu Laosan had returned. Their joyous demeanor suggested that the marriage proposal had been accepted. Indeed, Xu Laosan was fortunate. Aunt Air clapped her thigh in delight, while the usually reticent Jia Zhongshi's expression darkened in an instant, as if salt had been poured into her wounds. In other words, should Qin Huairu truly wed Xu Laosan, it would spell daily torment for the Jia family. Before long, Sun Yin arrived in the central courtyard to inspect his property. Fan Guiming and his 9 companions were diligently at work, displaying a commendable sense of responsibility and focus, fully aware that Sun Yin was a seasoned expert, not to be easily deceived. Moreover, Hu Meifeng and Fan Zhaodi, along with the Su family, have often asserted that Sun Yin has worked as a designer in the Design Institute for many years. Fan Guiming and his associates dared not entertain any unseemly thoughts. Among the technicians in the Design Institute, who is not exceptionally talented, not only do they work under the watchful eyes of Sun Yin, but even if not, these individuals frequently visit, making it easy for them to detect any anomalies. Ultimately, it must be said that the remuneration offered by Sun Yin is quite generous, complemented by high-standard meals during lunchtime. One must uphold integrity. If they lose their reputation, it will be Fan Guiming and his companions who suffer the consequences. Furthermore, they aspire to achieve a greater level of perfection in their work to strengthen their relationship with Sun Yin. Should Sun Yin have any opportunities in the future, it would suffice for them to live comfortably. After a thorough inspection, Sun Yin found no irregularities and decided to leave. The afternoon had already settled in, prompting him to wander around the nearby Jingshan Park. Upon entering, he found a considerable number of people seeking refuge from the heat and enjoying their leisure time. The park was lush and verdant, with abundant foliage, creating a pleasant atmosphere for strolling. This locale, a royal garden situated behind the Forbidden City, is indeed a site of excellent feng shui. There were elderly gentlemen engaged in chess, as well as playful children, and Sun Yin even spotted Su Shaoqian and her friends. However, he chose not to disturb the young ones, but instead stood aside to observe the chess match. After watching for nearly half an hour in silence, he quietly departed. Just a few steps away, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Wanqiu. With a good memory, he instantly recalled the young lady with whom he had shared a brief acquaintance during a matchmaking event. "It's you." Upon seeing Sun Yan, Lu Wanqiu was instantly filled with indignation and approached him with a fierce demeanor, demanding, "Did you tell others that I want to get married? Su, how could you be so outrageous? I have never wronged you, so why treat me this way?" Sun Yan, bewildered, responded, "What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand. We have only met once. Why would I speak ill of you? Am I that idle? Only someone truly idle would be wandering in the park at this hour," Lu Wanqiu retorted, dismissing his confusion and clinging to her beliefs. Her words left Sun Yan utterly speechless. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Madam, please remain calm. I have been unjustly accused. Before I say anything further, let me ask you this. Who told you that I spoke ill of you? Oh, have you forgotten what you said? Are you denying it now?" Lu Wanqiu was furious, unconcerned with the growing crowd of onlookers, and sneered, "Are you holding a grudge because our last matchmaking did not succeed? Is that why you've enlisted others to vex me? Can you answer my question directly? Who told you that I ever said you wouldn't get married? Please, let me confront that person. This is utterly baffling." Sun Yan was at a loss for words. Today was supposed to be his matchmaking day. Had he not consulted the almanac before stepping out? How could he have stumbled into such a predicament? The elderly gentlemen engaged in chess nearby seemed distracted, their thoughts far removed from the game. Chess may be played at any time, yet opportunities for gossip are rare indeed. Is there not a household by the name of Jia in your bustling courtyard? This noon, I found myself on a blind date with the Jia family. And little did I expect. Upon hearing Lu Wanqiu's words, Sun Yan was momentarily taken aback, only to burst into hearty laughter. Is this what they call the wicked meeting their match? He had never been particularly fond of the assertive Lu Wanqiu, preferring instead to pursue Qin Huairu. He could easily envision the scene of Lu Wanqiu on a date with Jia Dongxiu. It was likely that Lu Wanqiu did not feel particularly pleased about it, did she? "Sun Yan, what do you mean by that?" Lu Wanqiu's anger flared instantly. This was utterly excessive. Chapter 65. A grand performance. You need not raise your voice so. I can hear you perfectly well. Sun Yan, after clearing his ears, chuckled and remarked, "I can comprehend your anger, yet I advise you to engage your intellect. What benefit could I possibly derive from speaking ill of you? As for Jia Zhongshi's reputation within our courtyard, a mere inquiry will reveal all. This morning, I chastised her quite thoroughly. Furthermore, as you witnessed last time. Thus, it is entirely plausible that the Jia family would malign you through my words." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanqiu found herself momentarily at a loss. However, the onlookers, engrossed in the unfolding drama, grasped the situation. One even ventured to inquire of Sun Yan whether he referred to the Jia family from Nanluoguxiang. Receiving a nod of affirmation, the individual advised Lu Wanqiu, indeed, that Jia Zhongshi has a penchant for gossiping about others. Lu Wanqiu attentively absorbed the words of this bystander, her astonishment mounting as she learned of Jia Zhongshi's disgraceful actions to secure a property from Li Baohua at a low price, even resorting to public defecation. The crowd erupted in indignation, hurling invective against Jia Zhongshi. Encouraged by the rapt attention of the audience, the bystander continued to elaborate on the nefarious deeds of Jia Zhongshi. At that moment, Su Shaoqian, engaged in playful antics, approached and, upon spotting her third uncle, eagerly darted to his side. "Uncle, what brings you here? By the way, have you and Annie gotten engaged? When will the wedding feast be?" "Shu, let us not discuss that now. We shall speak of it later," Sun Yan interjected, raising a finger to signal her to remain quiet. Complying, she promptly covered her mouth. The bystander had recounted numerous tales, unearthing old grievances. Lu Wanqiu, now aware of her misjudgment regarding Sun Yan, felt too embarrassed to offer an apology, choosing instead to remain silent. "Excuse me, comrade. Do not be in such a haste to depart. Do you not owe me an apology?" Sun Yan pressed, unwilling to let her escape after being unjustly berated. The pleasant mood he once held had soured, and he was not inclined to let her off the hook easily. "Fine, I apologize. Is that satisfactory?" Lu Wanqiu mumbled, lowering her gaze. Yet, she quickly furrowed her brow and retorted, "What is the point of a grown man quibbling with a woman over trivial matters? It's absurd." "Oh, so you're rather displeased, are you? I came here merely to enjoy the cool air, and yet you rushed over to berate me without cause. I refrained from retaliating. And you deem yourself the wronged party?" Sun Yan countered. "Is it not true that as a man, you should not engage in such petty disputes with me?" He turned to the gathered crowd. "Pray, let us hear your opinions. Who is in the right?" The spectators, sharp-eyed and discerning, did not show bias towards Lu Wanqiu's attractive figure and beauty. In reality, Most of the attendees were elderly, possessing wisdom that comes with age and seeking merely tranquility. Thus, they remained fair and impartial. Under the weight of their collective reproach, Lu Wanqiu could no longer withstand the pressure and sincerely bowed in apology to Sun Yan. The attitude was somewhat acceptable. Very well, I shall reluctantly forgive you. After many years, my emotions have finally eased a bit. He then prepared to return with his niece. Little did he know that Lu Wanqiu was following closely behind, exuding a menacing aura that was rather intimidating. He and Su Xiaoqian halted, but Lu Wanqiu did not stop. She headed straight for the courtyard. Third uncle, she is quite terrifying, Su Xiaoqian said, patting her chest, her petite face filled with trepidation. Indeed, Lu Wanqiu was inherently a strong-willed individual, and given her current state of anger, it was entirely normal for Su Xiaoqian to feel affected. Fear not. What is there to be afraid of? Come, let us return to enjoy the spectacle. As predicted, upon their return to the courtyard, a cacophony of lively sounds resonated from the central area. The entire neighborhood, or rather, the residents of several nearby courtyards had gathered. Lu Wanqiu was single-handedly confronting Jia Zhongshi, her presence utterly formidable. The normally sharp-tongued Jia Zhongshi found herself rendered mute in the face of Lu Wanqiu's superior wit. From the exchanges, the neighbors gleaned the gist of the situation. It was no wonder Jia Zhongshi had donned such festive attire that morning. She was escorting her son, Jia Dongxiu, to a matchmaking appointment. The prospective match was none other than Lu Wanqiu, a girl whom the neighbors recognized as having previously been courted by Sun Yan, albeit unsuccessfully. Then the neighbors recalled that Sun Yan had just become engaged to Qin Huairu, who had initially intended to court Jia Dongxiu. A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they processed the intricacies of this unfolding drama, although they had missed the major matchmaking spectacle. Witnessing Lu Wanqiu's fierce confrontation with Jia Zhongshi was equally thrilling. Curiously, why was Sun Yan joining in to confront Jia Zhongshi as well? Furthermore, Qin Huairu was absent, and Jia Dongxiu was likely at work, yet had he been present, this performance would have been even more exhilarating. Suddenly, Lu Wanqiu delivered a resounding slap to Jia Zhongshi, prompting the neighbors to lean forward, straining to see more clearly. Do not think that your silence will let this matter fade away, humph. Lu Wanqiu's tone was icily resolute. This slap serves as a reminder. As an unmarried young woman, you have sullied my reputation. No one has ever dared to treat me thus. Moreover, should you utter even a single word against me in the future, be you elder or deceased, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. With that, she turned and departed, vowing never to return to this wretched place. Before she could leave, Sun Yan stepped forward, stating, as you all just heard, she claimed I spoke ill of this lady. Pray tell, how did her tongue become so foul? I was unjustly berated thanks to you, Jia Zhongshi. You truly are a remarkable individual, causing considerable harm. The neighbors buzzed with conversation, thoroughly entertained by this unfolding drama. However, this did not deter everyone from continuing to eat. In fact, they even looked forward to what was to come. Lu Wanqiu's glare at Sun Yan was fleeting as she promptly exited through the hallway. Zhou Hongmei, unable to contain her frustration, directed a few sharp words toward Jia Zhongshi. The usually silent Jia Zhongshi suddenly engaged in a heated exchange with Zhou Hongmei. It was only when Sun Yan raised his hand that Jia Zhongshi retreated a few steps, falling silent. Had she dared to insult further, Sun Yan's hand would undoubtedly have made intimate acquaintance with her plump face. The sting from Lu Wanqiu's earlier slap still lingered painfully. It was intolerable. He would need to take painkillers soon, for the pain was excruciating. Observing Jia Zhongshi's sudden cessation of hostility, Sun Yan finally lowered his hand and nudged Zhou Hongmei, urging her to prepare dinner swiftly, for he was famished. Chapter 66. The grand meeting in the evening. Old Su and his companions returned from work, soon learning of the events that transpired during the day. After dinner, they struggled to digest the myriad of happenings, almost succumbing to indigestion. Thank goodness you didn't marry Lu Wanqiu. Otherwise, there would truly be no one in our family capable of reining her in, Su Dajing remarked, visibly shaken by the thought. Hu Meifeng shot him a blank stare and coldly inquired, whom do you wish to suppress? Startled, Su Dajing quickly regained his composure, shaking his head vigorously as he hastily denied her implication. Beside them, Su Wumei could not suppress her amusement, sharing a quiet chuckle with her niece, Su Xiaoqian. Your father really is inept, so fearful of your mother. Not fear, but rather a deep affection for my mother, Su Xiaoqian defended. Zhou Hongmei chose not to engage in the affairs of the eldest son and his wife, instead addressing Xu Duoduo. You have yet to mention your extravagant spending today. The latter immediately raised his hands in surrender. Mom, please, not this. Now you realize your mistake? Zhou Hongmei retorted, her voice laced with anger. You have no idea how recklessly he spends. In her eyes, Xu Duoduo had transformed into a prodigious spendthrift, as if he had committed a grave transgression. Old Xu and the others listened intently, occasionally voicing their agreement while casting Xu Duoduo a look of sympathy. However, he remained unfazed, letting her words drift in one ear and out the other, focusing instead on his meal and drink. Young Xu Weidong admired his third uncle, marveling at his patience. Had it been his father or elder uncle, they would have long since shown their irritation. Uncle, how do you manage to endure Grandma's words? He inquired, inching closer and cautiously observing his grandmother. Xu Duoduo looked at the little one, puzzled by the myriad questions swirling in his mind. Shouldn't such inquiries be directed towards a teacher? Yet, considering the child was only 3 and had not been sent to daycare, that was moot. Uncle, how can you tolerate Grandma speaking to you like that? Hearing this, Su Shaoqian and the others leaned in, curious to partake in the conversation. Just as Su Wumei drew near, she overheard her third brother muttering, I'm not listening, turtle chanting scriptures. The 4 children erupted into laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Zhou Hongmei, deeply engrossed in her discourse, was abruptly interrupted by the laughter of the 4 little ones, leaving her breath suspended in discomfort. With a deadly glare, the children's laughter abruptly ceased, and the room's atmosphere plummeted to frigid silence. What are you laughing at? Do you wish to emulate your uncle's extravagant spending? Zhou Hongmei's icy tone successfully intimidated the 4 little ones, causing even Xu Duoduo and Xu Xinian to retract their necks in apprehension. Only Xu Duoduo remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and smiling. Grandma, just now Uncle said woo-woo. Xu Weidong, feeling wronged, attempted to betray his uncle but was swiftly silenced by his quick-witted sisters. In this household, one must never offend Uncle San. If you were to cross him, would you still wish to indulge in snacks and pocket money? Hu Meifeng and Fan Zhaodi were filled with curiosity, pondering what exactly old San had said. What are you two doing? Let go of your brother. Zhou Hongmei immediately sensed that her old San had surely spoken unkindly. However, when Su Shaoqian and the others released Su Weidong, he did not confess. With wide, innocent eyes, he feigned forgetfulness, saying, Grandma, I forgot what Uncle San just said. Uft. Seeing the little rascal lie without batting an eye, Sun Yin couldn't help but chuckle after many years. The entire family burst into laughter, with Fan Zhaodi exclaiming that the little trickster was not an honest child. I did not lie, Mama. I truly forgot. The little one continued to play cute. Believing he had evaded suspicion, Zhou Hongmei, both amused and exasperated, found herself at a loss with her well-behaved grandson. Old San, this is all you're doing. Shaoqian, you two should keep your distance from your Uncle San, lest he lead you astray. Do you understand? Sun Yin, caught in the crossfire, shrugged helplessly, offering no further comment. Su Shaoqian and her little companion hesitated for a moment before nodding in response, but whether they truly intended to heed the advice was known only to them. After some commotion, a visitor arrived at the entrance, Yuzhu. Uncle Su, I am here to inform you that there will be a meeting for the entire courtyard shortly. Please remember to attend. All right, we understand, old Su replied calmly, while Sun Yin was taken aback and called out to the simpleton, what will be discussed? If it's not something significant, is a meeting really necessary? A meeting for the entire courtyard seemed to be a common occurrence in dramas, typically convened only when something had gone awry. No, to be precise, even trivial matters warrant a meeting, came the response. How would I know? Yuzhu remarked before stating he had to inform others, turning to leave. Sun Yin watched Yuzhu's retreating figure in silence. Could there not be a moment's peace? As the meeting approached, the conversation ceased, and everyone grabbed their small stools, heading towards the courtyard. Neighbors emerged from their homes one by one, while the children frolicked and chased each other, bringing the courtyard back to life. The children thrived on the merriment, and even when their parents urged them to stop playing, they remained undeterred. Once everyone had gathered, the meeting officially commenced, and the courtyard fell into a hush. Naturally, the first to speak was Yin Buggui. Ahem. As you all know, our courtyard has always been a model of harmony, as the third elder of our courtyard. Following that, the second elder from the back courtyard was invited to speak, and everyone was asked to welcome him. A plethora of superfluous words followed. With the crux of the matter entirely overlooked, leaving the audience bewildered as to his intentions. The neighbors, not easily fooled, offered scattered applause, their demeanor decidedly lackadaisical. Sun Yan, fanning himself with a homemade bamboo fan, leaned against the wall, reveling in the experience. Lu Haizhong, a man with an insatiable appetite for authority, exuded an air of command as he spoke. Just moments ago, Uncle San had articulated quite clearly that we must endeavor to uphold the esteemed title of our courtyard as a model Siheyuan, and we absolutely cannot. Thus, in light of the recent emergence of undesirable behaviors within our courtyard, we must resolutely combat such detrimental habits. After a lengthy discourse, although he conveyed something, it felt as though nothing substantial had been said. Had it not been for Yi Haizhong's sudden cough, Uncle Air would have continued his lengthy monologue indefinitely. Nevertheless, Lu Haizhong, still unsated, managed to utter a few more remarks before finally ceasing his speech. At last, it was time for the eldest uncle of the Siheyuan to take the floor, and the neighbors, now fully attentive, awaited to discover the matter at hand. Chapter 67. An intriguing sequel. Dear neighbors, the situation is rather straightforward. We have just learned that Jia Zhongshi has been tarnishing the reputation of our courtyard, and several gentlemen from the nearby alleys have approached me regarding this matter. Spoke Yi Zhonghai solemnly. Whether it be a drastic measure or a timely cessation of losses, he must take a definitive stance. To be candid, his relationship with Jia Zhongshi is far from that of mere neighbors. The true nature of their connection is known only to them. Upon hearing the name Jia Zhongshi, Sun Yan opened his eyes slightly after many years, glanced over, and then resumed his feigned slumber. One must acknowledge one's mistakes. Recognizing an error can lead to significant improvement. Jia Zhongshi, perhaps you should speak a few words. The neighbors looked at Yi Zhonghai in astonishment, then turned their gaze to the reluctant Jia Zhongshi, utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. However, one virtue they all shared was patience, observing the situation unfold. What is there to discuss? This house is in my name. It is not a steel factory. Can you truly evict me? I refuse to believe that the street office operates without reason or law. Though she had initially agreed to apologize, Jia Zhongshi suddenly backtracked to publicly critique herself in front of everyone. Did she have no sense of shame left? Thus, she declined. Yi Zhonghai and the other gentlemen were immediately infuriated. Jia Zhongshi, you clearly stated you would apologize. Do you intend to go back on your word? Lu Haizhong, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed with righteous indignation. I have changed my mind. What of it? What can you do to me? Can you force me out? Jia Zhongshi defiantly retorted, I did not single-handedly cause this issue. Are others free of blame? Do you not understand that it takes two to create a sound? So, we lone women are easy targets, are we? Other families have several men, and you dare not challenge them. Yet you take aim at the Jia family to demonstrate your power? How hypocritical. The neighbors were thrown into an uproar. Their perception of Jia Zhongshi's audacity and irrationality once again shattered. Furthermore, how had Jia Zhongshi suddenly displayed such fierce resolve tonight? Her rhetoric was entirely different, showcasing a newfound eloquence. Lu Haizhong's face flushed crimson with indignation, and he began to cough, clearly agitated. As a novice enamored with authority, he detested being labeled with derogatory terms such as hypocritical. Coincidentally, Jia Zhongshi had used precisely those words, nearly provoking an explosion of fury within him. The other two gentlemen were equally astonished. So Jia Zhongshi wishes to escalate matters, does she? The old Su family remained silent. Not because they did not comprehend the implications of Jia Zhongshi's words, but rather, they were in deep contemplation. Only Zhou Hongmei suddenly rose, pointing at Jia Zhongshi and angrily retorting, Who has bullied you, and your son? What are you insinuating? Was it not you two who provoked our family? Now that you have not gained any advantage here, you claim we are the bullies? Do you even take a moment to reflect? Would the Su family truly oppress you? Every time you come to annoy our family, we simply do not have the time to engage with you, nor would we stoop to bullying you. How absurd. The neighbors instantly shook off their fatigue. This verbal battle was indeed a sequel to this afternoon's spectacle. Su Damao, whose mood was rather sour today, was attentively observing this gathering. The courtyard assembly proved to be quite riveting. The deaf old lady squinted her eyes but listened intently. In this courtyard, the clamor was quite bothersome, yet an excessive silence would be equally unsettling. At the center of the commotion, Zhou Hongmei and Jia Zhongshi were hurling insults at one another, while the neighbors bore witness. No one uttered a word, simply watching in silence. Lu Haizhong was the most anxious, for Jia Zhongshi's words had diminished his authority. Thus, not allowing Jia Zhongshi to continue her tirade, Lu Haizhong seized the initiative as he regained his composure. Shazhu, go summon someone from the street office. Jia Zhongshi has no regard for the law, and without rules, chaos reigns. Yuzhu rolled his eyes, enjoying the spectacle, and wondered why he was being called to action. Second uncle, the street office is already closed. The intended intimidation through the street office was effectively neutralized by Yuzhu's remark. Nevertheless, Jia Zhongshi fell silent. She was indeed in the wrong. If it were possible, she would have attempted to muddle through without consequence. Yet, to expect her to apologize? That was an impossibility. Su Dalian stood up and addressed Su Shaoqian and the others beside her. Haven't you all bathed yet? Hurry and wash up. It's time for bed. No, I'm not sleepy yet, the three little ones protested, shaking their heads vigorously, eager to cheer on their grandmother. Observing their reluctance, Su Dalian refrained from further persuasion and instead remarked to Zhou Hongmei, Mom, you must be tired. Why not wash up and sleep? There's no point in conversing with such imbeciles. A famous individual once stated that one should never argue with a fool, for they will drag you down to their level and defeat you with experience. So, Mom, there's no need to get worked up, it's quite late. And everyone should wash up and retire for the night. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongmei was instantly delighted and nodded in agreement. Indeed, my youngest is right. There's no need to stoop to a fool's level. She then called out to Su Shaoqian and the other little ones, come on. Let us wash up and go to sleep. Boom. The neighbors erupted in laughter, taken aback by Su Dalian's sudden intervention, which had delivered a decisive blow with a single phrase. Although there was some regret that this sequel was rather brief, it was undeniably thrilling. Moreover, everyone had gleaned numerous peculiar insights. They felt confident that these newfound nuggets of wisdom would prove useful in future verbal skirmishes. Yuzhu and Su Damao, among others, pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that joining the military truly imparts valuable lessons? Yi Zhonghai and the others watched as Su Dalian and her family strolled away leisurely, their expressions somewhat grim. They were the true patriarchs of the courtyard, and how could they allow the assembly to disperse without formally concluding it? Moreover, allowing the neighbors to dissolve was utterly outrageous. Jia Zhongshi trembled with rage, her lips quivering, yet she found herself unable to utter a single word for an extended period. After so many encounters over the years, her defeats had been resounding. Why was this the case? Her son, Jia Dongxiu, remained silent throughout, not even a single sound escaping him, as he was still reeling from a recent heartbreak, though he had resigned himself to the idea of letting go of Qin Huairu. Today's blind date with Lu Wanqiu had ended in yet another failure. Was he destined to remain single for a lifetime? He held an unwavering affection for Lu Wanqiu, whose beauty, figure, and family background were all impeccable. Alas, she did not reciprocate his feelings. He was oblivious to when the meeting in the courtyard concluded, lying on his bed, pondering when he might finally marry. Meanwhile, Su Damao in the backyard harbored similar uncertainties. Yet his thoughts revolved around the question of whom he might wed. Chapter 68. The List. The truth as the first rays of dawn cascaded down. Sun Yan had already traversed over 3 kilometers on the streets. His brow glistened with sweat, emanating a potent aura of masculine vigor. After completing his daily running regimen, he returned home, showered, changed his attire, and prepared for breakfast before heading to work. At 8 in the morning, Sun Yan arrived punctually at the office of the 5th design studio. Upon entering, he was met by the bewildered expressions of Zhang Qianxing and others. Why are you all staring at me? I know I'm handsome, but there's no need for such scrutiny, he mused. Good morning, group leader. Chen Xiaoxian stammered. Her face stiffened with surprise. Good morning, Sun Yan replied. What's the matter? Am I in the wrong place? No, Chen Xiaoxian waved her hands dismissively, yet failed to provide any clarification. Hu Shufan and others took a moment longer to greet Sun Yan. He refrained from inquiring further, instead rising to fetch hot water from the pantry. The office building, shaped like a capital I, housed 2 boiler rooms. In summer, they remained dormant, but during winter, they operated continuously to provide heating for the office. In the warmer months, hot water could only be obtained on the first floor. While some preferred well water for its refreshing chill, Sun Yan prioritized health and only consumed boiled water. After filling his cup with hot water, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Xiachuan. With a smile, Lin extended his congratulations and inquired about Sun Yan's recent blind date. Yes, it's set for the 9th of next month. I'll personally send you an invitation. Though Lin Xiachuan was merely an ordinary staff member in the Human Resources Department, no one dared to undervalue him. He managed the daily affairs of Director Shin and handled the onboarding processes for several minor leadership roles, effectively acting as a secretary. Although his title of secretary was yet to be formalized, his influence was considerable. As a mid-level institution with a workforce of 100, the Capital Design Institute had inevitably cultivated a microcosm of its own. Su Nian lacked the ambition to ascend the ranks aggressively, adhering instead to the principle of kindness and minimizing trouble. Furthermore, Lin Xiaochuan had been instrumental in assisting him upon his induction, deserving of his gratitude. Group Leader He, you are too humble. Director Shun has praised your calligraphy and paintings as exceptional. I have long admired them. When I receive the invitation, I shall treasure it. This sentiment was sincere and not mere flattery. The fact that Director Shin took such interest in someone else's work was no trivial matter. Oh, Director Shin might be exaggerating. My art is quite ordinary. It is our design institute that truly harbors hidden talents. As they conversed, Lin Xiaochuan also filled his cup with hot water, and the two ascended the stairs, sharing laughter along the way. Unintentionally, Lin Xiaochuan brought up Zhang Qianxing's visit to his office the previous day. Upon hearing this, Su Nian instantly grasped the implication. Both being astute individuals, Lin Xiaochuan refrained from elaborating, merely stating the facts. By the time they reached the third floor, they parted ways. It turns out they reported my absence from the office. Alas, it seems I shall have to inform my colleagues whenever I take a leave of absence in the future. My mistake. Shaking his head, Su Nian walked into the office after many years. He discreetly observed everyone, opting not to explain his absence yesterday. What has transpired belongs to the past. Taking out a sheet of paper, he prepared to compile a list of those to invite to his wedding. Dean Shun, Director Ji, Director Wang, and the lady from the street office, 5 in total. Lin Xiaochuan, these are the connections he has cultivated since his arrival in this world. As for former friends like Jiang Yuanbing, Li Jingquan, El Xiong, and Zhang Lehu, perhaps it is best to leave them out. He might as well extend an invitation to Captain Chao Chenghui from the police station. An extra pair of chopsticks would not hurt. The remaining names are his relatives from both sides, Lao Su and Zhou Hongmei. He can leave that to his parents to handle. After all, they are relatives. It hardly seems necessary to send formal invitations, which might come across as distant and could earn him a reprimand for being inconsiderate. Just as he was about to put away the list, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to account for the list from Qin Huairu's side. Never mind. Let us first design how the invitation should be written, and then consider the colored paper. The hues of paper in this era are relatively monotonous. One would likely have to visit the flower market or other specific locales to witness a vibrant array of colors. The primary color for the wedding invitation naturally should be red, but to imbue it with a sense of contemporary flair and collectible value exceeds his current capabilities. After spending more than half an hour, he had essentially settled on the overall color scheme, layout, patterns, and text for the invitation. The central theme was clear: celebration. Next, he needed to procure the paper. This is a personal matter, so he would wait until after work to purchase it. However, there were still 3.5 hours before the noon break, so he decided to read instead. The other team members in the office occasionally cast sidelong glances at Su Nian, noticing that he had only been busy for a short while before diving into a book. They became quite curious. Could it be that team leader Su truly has no work to do? Subsequently, Zhang Qianxing and Gu Haishan's imaginations began to stir once more. Around 9 in the morning, Su Nian took a trip to the restroom. In his absence, Zhang Qianxing wandered over to Su Nian's workstation, only to find nothing amiss. The desk held nothing but a book and a water cup, alongside a neatly arranged bookshelf, pen holder, and various art supplies. Thus, it was fairly certain that team leader Su was not engaged in any work. What about the other team leaders from various departments, who were all tirelessly laboring? Did they truly believe that attaining a leadership position exempted them from design work? What a jest! Once promoted to a leadership role, the workload only intensifies rather than diminishes. Presently, the entire Design Institute revolves around 8 major projects. In addition, previously undertaken smaller projects must also be completed with quality and efficiency. Though the nation has been established for less than a decade, the demand for revitalization is immense, with design work for residential complexes, commercial buildings, healthcare, education, culture, administrative offices, industry, and transportation already underway. Without further ado, let us consider the imposing eye-shaped office building that has stood beneath their feet for many years, a structure designed the year before last and completed last year. Could it be that team leader Su has already fulfilled his duties? As Zhang Qianqing and Gu Haishan exchanged disparaging remarks about Sun Yin, Chen Shaoxian, and others joined in. Indulging in gossip, Hu Shufan raised her head and spoke a word of fairness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Zhang Qianqing declared without a second thought, dismissing the notion outright. The leader's tasks would only become more burdensome, even if he possessed the prowess of Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms. He could not possibly complete his work so swiftly. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Hu Shufan had already revealed the truth. Often, such truths are the most difficult realities to accept. Chapter 69. The Qipao woman. The sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, prompting everyone to fall silent, ceasing their discussions. Moments later, Sun Yin entered the room. Earlier, he had caught a glimpse of a stylishly dressed woman strutting in high heels into an office. Out of mere curiosity, he briefly glanced at her before averting his gaze. In the Beijing of 1958, women adorned in such flamboyant attire were a rare sight. Upon seeing the woman's silhouette, Sun Yin momentarily felt as if he had been transported back to the vibrant Shanghai of the Republic era. As he stepped into the office, a profound stillness enveloped the space, distinctly setting it apart from the other offices. Paying it no mind, Sun Yin resumed his reading. Around 10 o'clock, a colleague arrived to inform the group leader of an upcoming meeting, prompting Sun Yin to rise and exit. Upon entering the meeting room on the second floor, Sun Yin immediately spotted the qipao-clad woman, her face adorned with heavy makeup, hair meticulously styled high, and her posture exuding confidence. She held a slender cigarette between her fingers, standing by the window as she exhaled wisps of smoke. Noticing Sun Yin, her eyes visibly brightened, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Ji Chunj entered behind him and took his place at the head of the table, tasked with leading the meeting today. Comrades, he began straightforwardly, eschewing any formalities. Our design institute has received a critically important assignment. Sun Yin observed Ji Chunj's unmistakable fatigue, leading him to speculate that the 8 major projects must be weighing heavily on the leadership. Nevertheless, the Design Institute had no choice but to accept the tasks handed down from other departments. According to Ji Chunj, the assignment at hand involved a design project for a research institution characterized by tight deadlines and significant workloads. Furthermore, in adherence to confidentiality protocols, he reiterated the importance of discretion before delving into the specifics of the task. The other group leaders appeared indifferent, seemingly numb to the gravity of the situation. As for Sun Yin, a former soldier well-versed in confidentiality regulations, he was unfazed. The documents I have here are detailed data from the Surveying Institute, along with specific design requirements. Please pass them around, and feel free to share your thoughts. Sun Yin perused the materials in hand, his mind devoid of any particular ideas. Research institutions primarily emphasize confidentiality and safety, allowing for more flexibility regarding overall aesthetics. However, this did not imply that mere adjustments and safety assurances sufficed. Certain laboratories, for instance, would undoubtedly have specific demands that encompassed architectural structure, acoustics, thermodynamics, solar energy, waterproofing, fire safety, and a myriad of other requirements. After flipping through the documents, Sun Yin diligently occupied himself with his own thoughts, showing no inclination to take on this project. It was evident that the point of contact for this endeavor would be the qipao woman by the window, puffing away. Having always maintained a respectful distance from trouble, he found it prudent to avoid any involvement altogether. Director, this task appears rather simple for me. Shall I take it on? He wished to take it easy. Yet the other team leaders held a different perspective. Ji Chuanguang glanced at Liao Jiqiang, the leader of the first design studio, and inquired, "Do you not have other projects at hand? If you take on this task, will you manage to keep up?" "Not a problem, Director. I am more than willing to work overtime," Liao Jiqiang proclaimed with a noble air, exuding a sense of selfless dedication. Many could surmise that the project liaison would be the woman in the qipao. Even without Ji Chuanguang's introduction, it was evident to all. Work, by its nature, tends to be tedious and monotonous, yet the presence of a stunning beauty nearby, even if one cannot engage, can bring a certain joy to the spirit. Indeed, Director, I believe I am also capable. You are aware of my strong design abilities. I have received accolades from both you and Dean Shun on numerous occasions, chimed in Zhong Jinhua, the head of the 6th design studio, with a beaming smile. The other 3 studio leaders, all women, remained silent, sharing no intention of involvement. Much like Sun Yin, Ji Chuanguang felt exasperated. He favored Sun Yin for 2 reasons. He admired the young man, and he had already completed his tasks. leaving him with little to occupy his time in recent days. Su, what are your thoughts? Sun Yan shook his head, saying, Director, leaders Liao and Zhang are my seniors. And as a novice, I dare not overstep. Ji Chuanguang was at a loss for words. Why was this young man being so modest? You need not concern yourself with them. Express your thoughts freely. Do not hesitate, I will support you. A collective gasp echoed from Zhong Jinhua, Liao Jiqiang, Wang Lingyuan, Zhu Wan'er, and Lu Yulan, as even the woman in the qipao cast him a curious glance. Who was this individual to receive such unwavering support from Director Ji? Liao Jiqiang and Zhong Jinhua silently prayed that he would not accept the offer. They were reluctant to relinquish this opportunity to Sun Yan, particularly given the allure of the woman in the qipao. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, for to do so would risk offending Director Ji. Director, I am new here. I have only been employed for less than a week. In fact, today marks my 4th day noticing the subtle glances exchanged between Liao Jiqiang and Zhong Jinhua. Sun Yan felt increasingly resigned and continued. I am still not very familiar with many aspects of the work. Perhaps this opportunity would be better suited for my seniors. I wish to gain more experience upon hearing this. Ji Chuanguang felt even more speechless. Here was an opportunity, and yet the young man seemed unfit to seize it. What a waste of his appealing demeanor. Liao Jiqiang and Zhong Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief at the prospect of one less competitor. Ji Chuanguang had no choice but to turn his attention to the others, seeking the opinions of Zhu Wan'er and her companions. The 3 women displayed little interest and politely declined. Thus, only Liao Jiqiang and Zhong Jinhua remained, secretly delighted yet cautiously vigilant towards one another. Director Luo, Team Leader Liao, and Team Leader Zhang were all esteemed designers from our design institute, each possessing a wealth of experience and having participated in numerous grand architectural projects. Considering these 2, whom would you be more inclined to choose? Ji Chunj refrained from making a direct decision, instead posing the question to Luo Shiqing. The woman in the cheongsam, Luo Shiqing, suddenly spoke up. Director Ji, perhaps it should be him? Instantly, astonishment filled the room as everyone turned to gaze at the woman in the cheongsam. While Liao Jiqiang and Zhong Jinhua cast envious glances at Sun Yan, they begrudgingly admitted their jealousy. Even Zhu Wan'er and the others felt a tinge of envy for Sun Yan's romantic fortune. His handsome appearance set him apart. Chapter 70. Rejection and white paper. Ji Chunj was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a charming smile. Indeed, being handsome affords one certain liberties. Even a stunning beauty like Luo Shiqing was compelled to speak up. It was clear that this young man had enjoyed considerable favor over the years. In this new era and society, we advocate for democracy, and it is essential to consider the opinion of Comrade Su. With a deft maneuver, he introduced a suggestion, prompting everyone to turn their attention to Sun Yan. Luo Shiqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Just as Liao Jiqiang and others believed Sun Yan would acquiesce, he earnestly stated, I am truly grateful for Director Luo's kind offer. But having only just started my position a few days ago, I cannot bear such a significant responsibility. To avoid delaying the project and causing major errors, I recommend that Director Luo carefully consider selecting another leader with more experience and reliability. Did he actually refuse? Liao Jiqiang and Zhong Jinhua's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly replaced by profound admiration. Zhu Wan'er and the others looked at Sun Yan with surprise, while Ji Chunj was at a loss for words. This was the 3rd time the young man had declined. Luo Shiqing regained her composed demeanor. One cannot force a bull to drink water. After a final glance at Sun Yan, though disappointed, she recognized his reluctance and conceded. Thus, Liao Jiqiang was chosen as the project leader. The meeting concluded. Just before Sun Yan stood to leave, Ji Chunj called him back, and the 2 lingered behind for a quiet conversation. Ji invited Sun Yan to visit his office sometime to discuss calligraphy. Sun Yan nodded in agreement, refraining from naively questioning the propriety of discussing non-work matters during office hours. After returning to his office briefly, he made his way to Ji's office. Ah, Sun Yan, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Come, see how my calligraphy is faring. Ji Chunj, the office director, had his own private office. On the desk lay a sheet of white paper adorned with several characters. The running script was still a step away from true mastery and required further practice. Certainly, talent played a significant role, and Ji's natural ability in the art of writing could only be deemed average. However, Sun Yan was wise enough not to bluntly express this, opting instead for a more tactful compliment. Beautiful characters. My first impression is that the ink flows with vigor, as if the paper were alive. While he had adequately acknowledged the quality, it was merely an amateur's remark. The description of the ink's vibrancy could only indicate that Yi Zhonghai wielded his brush with enthusiasm and skill, which was commendable. Yet, these were not the accolades Yi sought. Nonetheless, he possessed self-awareness and did not press for excessive praise. In the realm of calligraphy, there are no shortcuts. It is a journey of gradual accumulation. Come. You write now. Yi Zhonghai then encouraged Su Nian to write several characters in succession, from the flowing script to the standard script. And then to a blend of both, the morning quietly slipped away. By afternoon, Su Nian, after poring over books until past 4 o'clock, took leave from the agricultural planning office and proceeded to Dean Shin's office. Finding it empty, he reported to Lin Xiaochuan instead. Upon learning that Su Nian was in search of paper, Lin Xiaochuan recommended a visit to the Xidan market, where he was sure Su would find the desired supplies. In later years, Xidan evolved into a bustling commercial street, and even during this era, it was no different. To be precise, since the early days of the Republic, Xidan gradually transformed into a significant marketplace. For instance, from 1956 onwards, it became a cooperative market, originally opening in 1919. The distance from the Design Institute to Xidan was relatively short, crossing Fuxing Gate. It was merely a brief walk before arriving at Xidan, a total distance of less than 2 kilometers. Su Nian strolled to Xidan, taking in the vibrant scene before him, inhaling deeply before merging into the throng and leisurely wandering about. Along Xidan North Street, several establishments such as Food, Ida, Hueda, Haud, Fusho, and temporary markets were constructed sequentially, collectively known as the Xidan Market. These establishments persisted even after the cooperative venture began. He also spotted various shops, including the Guixiang Village Food Store, Sheng Shifu Shoe and Hat Shop, the first barbershop of Xidan, Honda Li Watch Shop, Guotai Photography Studio, and Jingyi Optical Company. After some time, he finally arrived at Tongmaozang Paper Store at the Xidan intersection, the very shop Lin Xiaochuan had recommended. This stationery store gained notoriety during the early Republic for its involvement in the Qing dynasty's 8,000-bag archive incident. However, in 1956, due to the need to develop Fuxingmen Inner Street, the original store was demolished. Now it had reopened on the opposite side of the Xidan intersection, not at its original location. With the advent of the cooperative venture, the demeanor of the sales staff had noticeably changed. Su Nian remained silent, opting to inspect the paper himself, wishing to select his preferred type. The variety of paper was abundant, including letterpress paper, newsprint, lithographic paper, coated paper, book cover paper, dictionary paper, copy paper, and cardboard. For wedding invitations, 3 types of paper were typically used: white cardboard, coated paper, and pearl paper. The pearl paper was only introduced after the millennium, developed by a South Asian company at a cost of tens of millions of dollars, successfully produced after 1998. Both white cardboard and coated paper were excellent choices, with minimal price differences, leading Su Nian to select the white cardboard. In truth, white cardboard is robust and thick, with high tear resistance, commonly used for packaging and cards. Coated paper, on the other hand, is glossy and smooth, quickly absorbing ink and displaying vibrant colors, often employed for book illustrations and box coverings. Having settled on white cardboard, Su Nian prepared to purchase a ream, only to be asked by the salesperson for a paper ticket. As he rummaged through his belongings, he realized he had forgotten to bring one. Although he had tickets at home, he had more at the Design Institute, which was also closer. Thus, he politely apologized to the salesperson before turning to leave. After all, who would attempt to buy paper without a ticket? Fortunately, many years have passed swiftly. Otherwise, upon hearing the salesperson's words, his mood would undoubtedly have soured. Upon returning to the Design Institute, he made a beeline for Ji Cheng's office. "Director, do you have any paper tickets?" The latter shook his head, indicating he did not possess any, and indeed, he had not brought any along. How awkward. With no other recourse, he returned to his office, where he unexpectedly encountered Hu Shufan, who had just returned from the restroom. "Team leader, you're back." "Yes, Xiaochun. Do you happen to have any paper tickets on you? May I borrow 5? As a matter of fact, I do have some. Just a moment, team leader." That was quite fortuitous. Thus, Su Nian followed her into the office, borrowed 5 paper tickets, and hurriedly departed. As soon as he left, the office erupted into a flurry of activity. Chapter 71. Why do you think team leader Su is buying paper? Chen Xiaoxian, the most inquisitive among them, was the first to speak. Paper tickets are hardly a rarity in the Design Institute. One might even say they are excessively common. Since the issuance of the first grain ticket in 1955, the populace has entered a prolonged era of rationing. In our country, these tickets encompass rice tickets, meat tickets, cooking oil tickets, cloth tickets, and even tickets for manure and urine. A mere slip of paper encapsulates every facet of life, from sustenance to sanitation. With these numerous vouchers covering over 500 cities and counties nationwide. Thus, the only conceivable purpose of purchasing paper tickets would be to acquire paper. However, the Design Institute is already stocked with ample paper, as everyone relies on it daily for their work. Without it, tasks cannot be undertaken. It must be for personal use. Otherwise, who would take the time to buy paper? Gu Haishan remarked casually, only to realize immediately. Wait, isn't it during working hours? The team leader is out attending to personal matters? The collective astonishment was palpable. Team leader Xu had been on the job for less than 4 days and had already taken a day off, not to mention stepping out for personal errands during work hours. This was excessive. Even if he was the team leader, such liberties seemed unjustified. Zhang Qianqing and Gu Haishan were consumed by jealousy, while Chen Shaoxian shrank back, hesitant to continue her gossip. Only Hu Shufan glanced up at the group before returning to her tasks. She harbored neither great fondness nor aversion towards team leader Xu. Everyone's work was fairly similar, and the notion of slacking off was non-existent. It was evident that team leader Xu had approached his duties with earnestness from his very first day. A fact everyone had observed yet chose to selectively ignore. Human nature often dictates that good deeds remain unnoticed while misdeeds travel far and wide. A truth well established by our ancestors. Let us report him. Gu Haishan and Zhang Qiansheng were eager to act, yet a shared glance caused them to hesitate. Clearly, they recalled yesterday's events. Just yesterday, Zhang Qiansheng had reported him, yet today, team leader Xu was business as usual, seemingly unaffected by the prior incident. Perhaps this team leader Xu had connections, contrary to the tales of his lack of influence. Should they observe further? The office gradually settled into silence once more. Chen Shaoxian sifted through her blueprints and suddenly looked up to inquire of Hu Shufan. How many do you have left? 4.5 sheets. Why? What? You only have 4.5 left? Doesn't that mean you could finish in just 2 or 3 days? Chen Shaoxian exclaimed, her surprise prompting the others to look up, equally astonished. It dawned on them that today marked the 4th day, and the end of the day was rapidly approaching. With a day off in 2 days, time was indeed of the essence. The design drafts were due within 10 days. A stipulation set forth by team leader Xu on his very first day. An anxious murmur swept through the room. Should we work overtime today? Hu Shufan, having foreseen this necessity, had already begun to put in extra hours. In an instant, the office fell into a profound silence. Everyone had set aside their distractions, realizing that attending to work was of utmost importance. Sun Yin had long desired to purchase white cardboard from the Tongmao paper store, and upon acquiring it, he eagerly returned home. As he approached his doorstep, he spotted Qin Huairu bustling in the kitchen, deftly chopping vegetables. Onion, you're back. She looked up, and upon seeing Sun Yin, her eyes sparkled with joy, the delicate lines at the corners of her eyes revealing her elation. What's cooking today? Cured meat? Is that what I bought yesterday? Sun Yin, initially in high spirits, furrowed his brow upon spotting the cured meat on the cutting board. Qin Huairu instantly became flustered. Her voice tinged with urgency as she explained, No, this is something my mother asked me to bring over. It's been saved for special occasions, and I haven't had the heart to eat it. Well, why are you getting so worked up? Sun Yin chuckled at her reaction. Qin Huairu, feeling both embarrassed and wronged, replied, I just didn't want you to misunderstand. I was concerned about how you'd feel. Realizing she had nearly expressed too much, she hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts further. Let us not dwell on this. Once you're finished, make a list for me, and I'll take care of writing the wedding invitations. Qin Huairu paused, stammering, wedding invitations? Her wide-eyed expression was irresistibly adorable, prompting Sun Yin to affectionately ruffle her hair. What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly retreated, exclaiming, Why do you have to be like this? What if someone sees us? And if they do? You are my wife, and this is my doorstep. Who would dare to gossip? Faced with Sun Yin's unabashed demeanor, Qin Huairu felt a rush of sweetness mixed with shyness, unable to withstand the lingering flirtation. She stomped her foot playfully and retreated into the kitchen. Still shy, are we? Sun Yin shook his head, deciding not to tease her further as he carried the white cardboard to the adjacent room. Across the way, Yin Jieqing witnessed this scene, an indescribable envy swelling within him. He too yearned for marriage and such a sweet romance. Alas, it felt unattainable. Would it still be possible for him to join the military now? In the courtyard, renovations of the ear room progressed methodically. The bamboo pipelines had been fully installed, with each junction meticulously reinforced, showcasing a craftsmanship inherited from ancient artisans that surpassed modern techniques. Wang Changyuan's two apprentices had carved a path through the yard, leading directly to the laundry basin, which housed a well, the water source for the entire courtyard. Upon Su Nian's entrance, several aunties encircled him, exclaiming, "Nian, how can you connect the water pipe to the well? This is everyone's well, not just yours." "Exactly. If you connect a pipe solely for yourself, what will we do when we run out of water? One shouldn't be so selfish, Su Nian. Look at you. With the ongoing renovations making such a racket day after day, it's unbearable. And now you want to tamper with the well without consulting us?" The women were fierce and their tone was decidedly brusque. Zhou Hongmei, Hu Meifeng, and Fan Zhaodi found themselves unable to restrain the situation, making it evident just how incensed the elder women were. "Please, can we all take a moment to quiet down?" After years of relentless noise, it was only after a sharp reprimand that tranquility returned. "This matter was indeed a lapse on my part. I apologize for not having communicated clearly with everyone beforehand and for failing to consider their feelings. Acknowledging one's mistakes is essential. And I had indeed overlooked this issue for many years. In this era, access to water remains of utmost significance. The water source for over 100 residents in our courtyard is no trivial matter if compromised. Thus, I fully comprehend their concerns." Chapter 72. The scheming of Uncle San. There is no need for apologies. Have your people fill this tunnel back in, or else we shall not comply. Auntie De spoke candidly, and others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jia Zhongshi suddenly interjected, suggesting that connecting the water pipe was acceptable, provided that each household received compensation of 2 yuan and assured that water would not be misused. A collective gasp arose. The proposition seemed surprisingly favorable. Compared to the denial of water access for many years, the compensation appeared significantly more advantageous. Zhou Hongmei was instantly incensed, exclaiming, "Jia Zhongshi, you troublemaker. Are you feeling reckless again?" Before she could finish, Su Nian hastily declared, "I shall fill the tunnel back in right away." Indeed, Jia Zhongshi's maneuver was akin to a panda ordering takeout, delightfully unexpected. Yet, he was not foolish enough to actually compensate each household with such a sum. With that money, one could better invest in digging a well right at their doorstep. The old Su family had no shortage of laborers, just an abundance of manpower. Having said this, he instructed Wang Changyuan's apprentice to assist in filling the tunnel. Auntie Da and the others exchanged glances, relieved that the matter was so easily resolved. Yet they felt a sense of loss. Why? If it were not for Jia Zhongshi's earlier proposal, they might have been content with the current arrangement. However, the prospect of each household receiving 2 yuan made the idea of Su Nian not connecting the water pipe all the more difficult to accept. They felt they had been significantly shortchanged. Silence enveloped them as they struggled to process the situation. Su Nian had already entered the earthen room to check on the day's progress, while Zhou Hongmei and her companions glared angrily at Jia Zhongshi before returning to their tasks. As evening approached, the workers from the steel mill returned. Initially, they thought the day would conclude without incident, but the women raised the topics of Su Nian's desire to connect the water pipe and Jia Zhongshi's mention of compensation. The weary men perked up, invigorated by the thought of money. If they could receive 2 yuan in compensation, would that not equate to an unexpected bonus of 2 days' wages? Aside from skilled workers like Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, whose salaries were slightly higher, most workers earned around 30 yuan. On average, 2 days' wages amounted to approximately 2 yuan. According to incomplete statistics in this era, the average monthly living expenses for urban residents hovered around 8 or 9 yuan, with 30 to 40 yuan being sufficient to support a family of 5. Some households struggled to manage with a meager 10 yuan for monthly food expenses. Of course, such families faced considerable hardship. For those with multiple children, even 10 yuan proved insufficient. Take the Yin family of 7, for instance. Yan's salary was a mere 30 yuan per month, yet he managed to raise his 5 children on that income. Nonetheless, 2 yuan was certainly no trifling sum. As the commander of the Air Force, Yin Buggui was the first to arrive at Old Su's home today, returning empty-handed. He addressed Su Nian, saying, "Nian, I wholeheartedly support your endeavor to connect the water pipe. Let us convene a brief assembly for the entire courtyard shortly. Prepare some funds. I shall persuade everyone to allow you to draw water from the laundry basin." "Just a moment, Uncle San," Su Nian quickly interjected, halting him. After detaining Yin Buggui, Sun Yin declared that there was no need for an assembly. He would no longer draw water from the well. This infuriated Uncle San, as if he had witnessed 2 yuan slip away. If you do not draw water, what purpose do those pipes serve? He retorted, not waiting for Sun Yin's response before continuing. I understand. You young folks are sensitive about such matters. Fear not. I will advocate for you to ensure that everyone accepts your connection to the water pipe. Just remember to prepare an extra red envelope for me. Sun Yin rolled his eyes in exasperation, suspecting that the last statement was truly Uncle San's ulterior motive. Indeed, it was a testament to his cunning nature. For no one could rival his ability to seize opportunities. Uncle San, you are overthinking it. I possess a thick skin. I have already stated that it is unnecessary. Moreover, I am quite impoverished, still indebted to De Yi 500 yuan. The matter of his debt to De Yi was no longer a secret. It was common knowledge among the nearby courtyards. It was rumored that Sun Yin had already paid 10 yuan in interest. Upon hearing this, Yin Buggui couldn't help but slap his thigh, lamenting that if only he had 500 yuan, he would lend it to Sun Yin. 10 yuan in interest for merely 1 year. Such easy money to be made. Yin Buggui attempted to negotiate further, but Sun Yin was resolute. Uncle San, please do not waste your efforts. I truly have no money. With that, he returned to his seat, dismissing any further conversation. Uncle San opened his mouth, but ultimately left, discontented. However, Yin Buggui did not head home. Instead, he made his way to the central courtyard. He sought out Lu Haizhong for a discussion and fortuitously encountered him in the corridor. I was just about to look for you. Allow me to share the matter of Sun Yin connecting the water pipe from the laundry basin. This, dear heir de Yi, is a significant opportunity for the benefit of our courtyard. Initially uninterested in Yin Buggui's ramblings, Lu Haizhong perked up at the mention of benefit. As a novice in bureaucratic affairs, he may have lacked sophistication, yet he had learned a few superficial lessons. For instance, the idea of benefiting the community was undoubtedly a noble endeavor. If this initiative were to succeed, it would be a monumental achievement. Thus, he eagerly pulled Yin Buggui toward the back courtyard, conversing as they walked. Teacher Yin, what perfect timing. I still have some unfinished Lao Baijiu at home. Let me tell you, it packs quite a punch. Is that so? Today, I find myself fortunate. Yin Buggui's eyes sparkled with excitement, pondering this unexpected delight. Lu Haizhong, hailing from an affluent family, was a 7th-level worker earning a considerable salary. As the two entered, Yin Buggui was immediately greeted by a tantalizing aroma, causing his stomach to audibly protest. How embarrassing. Haha, I must have eaten something that disagreed with me at lunch, he awkwardly explained. Feeling a discomfort that could rival an entire apartment, he had scarcely eaten throughout the day. Both breakfast and lunch were meagerly portioned, dictated by his modest income and the demands of a large family. With such constraints, how could he possibly afford to eat adequately, let alone indulge in a drink? Thus, upon catching a whiff of the delightful scent, his cravings were stirred. Lu Haizhong, however, paid no heed to Yan's embarrassment and promptly produced a bottle of liquor, encouraging Aunt Lu to prepare a dish of peanuts. As a small sip of the potent liquor slid down his throat, Yin Buggui instantly surrendered to a wave of bliss, closing his eyes in sheer delight. What a miserly soul! May he drink himself to oblivion. Observing Yin Buggui's expression, Lu Haizhong harbored a sense of disdain but chose to remain silent. Chapter 73. The Angry Uncle. After indulging in a few drinks, Yin Buggui greedily consumed several handfuls of peanuts. Under Lu Haizhong's peculiar gaze, he awkwardly remarked, Second uncle, I presume you have also heard about the long-discussed water pipe issue? While his mouth was busy, his chopsticks continued to reach for the peanuts. Yes, I am aware of this matter. Please, do enlighten me on how it would benefit everyone. Lu Haizhong nodded, quickening the pace of his chopsticks. He too was a person of appetites, although he was frugal with his 2 young sons. He was exceedingly generous with himself. Otherwise, among the entire courtyard, aside from Jia Zhangshi, he would undoubtedly be the plumpest. In fact, one could assert that second uncle was the largest among them all. In these times, everyone lived with tightened belts. It was rare to see anyone become overweight. And even a hint of flesh on one's face signified a relatively prosperous household. Then you must have also heard about Jia Zhangshi's financially detrimental proposal? Yin Buggui said slowly, raising his cup to clink with Lu Haizhong's before placing it down, only to find it empty again. Pour more wine. There is still over half a bottle on the table, and today, we must finish it. Indeed, I was just about to seek out Su Laosan. He is the wealthiest in our courtyard aside from old E. That cannot be right. You, second uncle, are the richest among us. As a primary school teacher, Yin Buggui had a knack for flattering, especially since he sought something from Lu Haizhong and was currently enjoying his wine. He could no longer afford to refer to him as merely old Lu. Oh, I have hardly any money. Lu Haizhong feigned reluctance to concede. Yet inwardly he was quite pleased, the corners of his mouth lifting in a barely contained grin. Hypocritical glutton, humph, I shall consume you into poverty. Yin Buggui, filled with envy, recognized that among the entire courtyard, the Yin family endured the hardest life. As he pondered this, he hastened his chopsticks again. Second uncle, you are a step behind. I have already approached Su Laosan. He is unwilling to part with those 2 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong exclaimed in surprise. If he is unwilling, then how can you claim it would benefit the courtyard? Ah, he may refuse for many years, but he cannot have the final say. We could convene a courtyard meeting. The two schemed cunningly, and Lu Haizhong grew increasingly excited, perceiving great potential in their plan. He even overlooked Yin Buggui's gluttony, now that they had settled on a course of action. However, they would need to involve old Yi as well, prompting them to rise and head towards the central courtyard. It is often said that thieves do not leave empty-handed. Although Yin Buggui was not a thief, he was still quite astute. Before departing, he slyly pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket, grinning lewdly. These peanuts are simply too delicious to waste. I shall take some for later. Lu Haizhong gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless for a moment. He had underestimated Yin Buggui's audacity, and the latter's swift actions were truly remarkable. In no time, only a small plate of peanuts remained, which he promptly poured onto the prepared paper and swiftly wrapped up to stow away in his pocket. The entire process was executed with a fluidity akin to flowing water. Once completed, Yin Buggui, in a brazen act, also discreetly swiped the nearly empty bottle of liquor from the table. Lao Lu, let us go. By heavens, I've seen geese pluck feathers, but I've never encountered such insatiable greed, Lu Haizhong remarked, his voice laced with sarcasm. Had it not been for the fact that Yin Buggui had struck a chord with him today, he would have never allowed such an advantage to be taken. Old Yin, you truly embody thriftiness, Lu Haizhong added as he rose from his seat. As they made their way outside, Yin Buggui seemed oblivious to the underlying tone of Lu Haizhong's words, instead boasting, "This Ison, me lacking humility," as the old saying goes. One cannot grow poor from eating or drinking, but one suffers from failing to calculate. The wisdom passed down by our ancestors holds great truth. Lu Haizhong was at a loss for words. Fortunately, the courtyard was not far, and they soon arrived at Yi Zhonghai's residence. The latter was in the midst of dinner, and upon seeing the simple fare of stir-fried potatoes with meat, pumpkin slices, and sweet and sour cabbage, Yin Buggui nearly drooled. Although the meal appeared modest, he could distinctly smell the aroma of pork mingled with the small bits of pork fat atop the potato slices. Having been accustomed to frugality, he was particularly sensitive to such scents. Upon the unexpected visit of Lao Lu and Lao Yin, Yi Zhonghai remained unfazed, warmly inviting them to sit and partake. You two seem a bit off. Have you been drinking without me? Lu Haizhong felt a wave of embarrassment, while Yin Buggui nonchalantly retrieved the nearly empty bottle of liquor from behind him. Old E, it's not that we didn't want to invite you. We merely caught a whiff of the aroma and hadn't actually drunk any. That's why we came here. Well, I must say, Yin Buggui is quite the character. Lu Haizhong thought in astonishment at his audacious explanation. It was evident that Yin Buggui had consumed the most earlier, yet here he was, boasting that they had merely inhaled the scent. How had he never noticed how cunning old Yin could be? Yi Zhonghai chuckled, inviting them to sit and directly inquiring about their purpose for visiting. In truth, he was feigning ignorance, as a man of his stature could hardly be unaware of the events transpiring in the courtyard. Before long, Yin Buggui and Lu Haizhong exchanged words, elucidating their situation. After listening, Yi Zhonghai inwardly scoffed at Lu Haizhong, who naively fantasized about benefiting everyone while being treated like a mere bystander. It was utterly nonsensical to expect others to part with their wealth for the sake of others, a notion that anyone in their right mind would reject. After all, it had been many years since he had been a fool. How could he possibly agree to such a thing? As a seasoned creditor, Yi Zhonghai was reluctant to offend the long-standing relationships he had cultivated over the years. This matter, I believe, warrants careful contemplation. Indeed, a more measured approach would be prudent. Observing old Yi's light-hearted demeanor, akin to a playful scorpion teasing a tiger, Lu Haizhong became increasingly anxious. Old Yi, This presents a tremendous opportunity that we cannot afford to overlook. It is a fortuitous development for the courtyard. However, Yi Zhonghai remained impervious, merely reiterating the need for deliberation. Old Yi, while you may be a prominent figure, you cannot oppose the will of the community, can you? As Yi Zhonghai remained unyielding. Lu Haizhong recalled the words spoken by Yan Buggui earlier and narrowed his eyes, issuing a veiled threat. Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of anger. Ah, you old Lu, are pushing your luck. If you wish to convene a meeting for the entire courtyard, do so among yourselves, for I shall remain silent. Chapter 74. Chaos Unleashed. What you uttered is precisely what I sought. In truth, old Yi's reaction had been anticipated by Yan Buggui. Consequently, there was a corresponding strategy devised to address the situation. It was precisely due to Yan Buggui's cunning calculations that Lu Haizhong acquiesced to the other party taking the wine bottles and peanuts. One must understand that during this era, a wine bottle held considerable value. Very well, old Yi, if you refuse to support this, that is your prerogative, but we shall convene a meeting for the entire institution. You shall not oppose this, will you? Yi Zhonghai merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Haizhong and then at Yan Buggui, who was diligently consuming his meal, and gently shook his head, saying, should anything go awry, do not seek me to rectify the chaos. Not a problem. Lu Haizhong promptly replied, thinking to himself, what chaos could possibly ensue? Thus, the resolution for the institution-wide meeting was approved. He Yuanzhu, the messenger, was once again put to use. But when he arrived at the front courtyard to inform Sun Yin, he was outright rejected, having just held a meeting the previous night. Sun Yin proclaimed he had no time to attend another, despite the urging of second uncle and third uncle to ensure Sun Yin's presence at the meeting. He Yuanzhu regrettably had to convey the situation. Even if the king himself were to come, it would be of no consequence. Sun Yin retorted loudly, you should return home. Silly Zhu, don't linger at my doorstep. I need to sleep. As soon as He Yuanzhu departed, Zhou Hongmei inquired of Sun Yin why he chose not to attend the meeting. It's surely not for anything good. What is there to gain? I am going to sleep as I am quite weary today, he replied, rising to leave. The family exchanged glances but refrained from questioning further. Before long, third uncle returned to solicit attendance once more, and upon witnessing this, old Su felt compelled to attend the meeting himself. Upon learning that Sun Yin was to compensate each household in the courtyard with 2 yuan in order to access the water pipe from the well, old Su was immediately infuriated. You lot are taking advantage of the situation. We refuse to comply. However, old Su was but one man. How could he possibly contend with the multitude of beasts from the courtyard? Led by second uncle and third uncle, the assembly engaged in a fervent exchange, leaving no room for old Su's interjections. Moreover, even Su Dama and his son secretly fanned the flames from the sidelines, intensifying the already heated atmosphere of the meeting. Not only was old Su disregarded in his fury, but Jia Zhang also took the initiative to divide the spoils. Why? Because the proposition for Sun Yin to pay compensation had originated from her. Hence, if this matter were to materialize, should she not be entitled to a larger share? She had toiled over the idea, and since her household was closest to the well and had suffered the most, claiming an additional 10 yuan seemed reasonable, did it not? Madame Wang, third aunt, and others were quick to object, leading to a fierce dispute with Jia Zhang. The scene nearly spiraled out of control. Why should your family receive 10 yuan? My family is the one suffering the most. What nonsense you speak. Jia Zhang, your family is hardly deserving of pity. My household has 3 starving children. The discussion had devolved from negotiating compensation to a contest of woes, culminating in a verbal melee, and the situation was now entirely unruly. Uncle Air and Uncle Sin stood by, attempting to mediate the escalating conflict, yet their voices were drowned out, barely louder than a few women, rendering their efforts futile. Old Su, nearby, was utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. What on earth was happening? Seated calmly in the center on a long bench, Yi Zhonghai observed everything with an air of serene composure, as if he could see through the chaos. As the situation spiraled, Lu Haizhong began to panic. Was a physical altercation truly imminent? The spectacle of women embroiled in such a dispute would undoubtedly be quite unsightly. Desperately, he cast a glance towards Yan Buggui, who was equally lost in thought, particularly concerned for the involvement of Aunt San. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Haizhong turned to Uncle Da, hoping he could restore order. However, Uncle Da remained blissfully unaware, smiling serenely as he continued to watch. Alone, Jia Zhangshi was outnumbered 4-1, resorting to a barrage of words that only resulted in a shower of spittle as she attempted to resolve the matter. Yet she was not alone in this. Aunt Wang and the others quickly joined in, creating a veritable fountain of verbal vitriol. In the next moment, chaos erupted as Lu Haizhong suddenly seized an empty wine bottle from the table and hurled it to the ground with a resounding crash. The glass shattered, and an immediate hush fell over the courtyard. What are you all arguing about? What a disgrace. The money hasn't even arrived. What is there to dispute? Uncle Heiress outburst silenced the crowd, but Jia Zhashur promptly retorted, I don't care. I want my 10 extra yuan. This proposal was mine, and no one can take it from me. Though the money was yet to be received, with the gathering convened, Jia Zhashur believed it was imperative to finalize the distribution of benefits beforehand, lest they end up with nothing when the money finally arrived. However, the others were hardly inclined to agree, and thus a new round of contention commenced. Sun Yan, who had initially thought the assembly in the central courtyard would soon quiet down, having not attended, he expected it to fizzle out, was instead kept awake by the incessant bickering. After a considerable time, he finally chose to rise. Qin Huairu and Su Wumei, seated across from him, immediately inquired about his intentions. I'm going to make you all shut up. Your noise is keeping me awake. Upon entering the central courtyard, Sun Yan surveyed the disorderly scene with exasperation. Stepping into the midst of the fray, he pushed aside the crowd, adopting a stern expression as he glared at them. Are you all trying to prevent anyone from sleeping? If you continue this way, I'll take a leave of absence in a few days and come disturb you while you're trying to sleep. Let us see how you like that. Just in time, Nian, we were just discussing. Lu Haizhong exclaimed with delight, hastily recounting the earlier matter of compensation. Seizing the opportunity, Jia Zhashur interjected, Sun Yan, you owe me 12 yuan. Just so you know, it was I who proposed the idea of compensation. For many years, I have silently observed these buffoons before me, filled with disdain. With a roll of my eyes, I remarked, I owe you nothing. For I have already filled the pit. Was my statement this afternoon not sufficiently clear? By all means. Let me reiterate, I will not connect the water pipe from the washing basin. Do you comprehend? If you do not connect the pipe from the well, then what purpose do those pre-installed pipes serve? In my opinion, since you are not short on funds, each household should simply compensate 2 yuan. Yin Buggui interjected, and I regarded him with a look of incredulity, as if he were a simpleton. Who informed you that I am lacking in money? Oh, so the moment your lips meet, I must spend several dozens of yuan. Is that it? Third uncle, pray tell, why is your face so inflated? Chapter 75. Yin Zheching's aspiration to join the army. Yin Bugui's aged visage turned an indignant shade of dark blue. He opened his mouth to counter. But Sun Yan was quicker. Whom do you think you can deceive? I won't stand in your way. But you, third uncle, dare to scheme against me? Have you consulted my fists? You call a meeting to demand compensation? Do you truly believe that a bunch of fools can follow you into this absurdity? Even if my mind were muddled, I would never part with a single coin for you. The night has fallen. Hurry and wash up for sleep, for dreams hold everything. Father, why do you linger here? I advised you against attending the meeting, but you would not listen. Now you're infuriated, and I shall ensure they pay. Sun Yan's commanding presence swept across the room, leaving the entire courtyard in stunned silence. Though the neighbors were displeased by his insult, they found themselves powerless to retort. Once Sun Yan departed with old Su, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Yet, this farce concluded rather abruptly. After returning home, the neighbors, having been incited, reflected upon the incident and realized Sun Yan had spoken the truth. None were fools. They had merely been led astray by the 2 elder gentlemen, losing all sense of reason in their fervor. In retrospect, they acknowledged their folly, having been manipulated without awareness. Old Su, still seething, relayed his grievances to Zhou Hongmei for quite some time. Sun Yan, indifferent to the turmoil, simply turned off the light and retired to bed. These trivial matters held no necessity for concern, as they would only serve to sour his mood without yielding any benefit. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Upon returning from his morning run, Sun Yan once again heard a cacophony emanating from the third uncle's residence. The clattering sound suggested items were being hurled about in frustration. The exasperated third uncle, accompanied by a tearful third aunt, the obstinate Yin Zheching, and the trembling Yin Jiefeng, were embroiled in a heated dispute. From their argumentative exchanges, Sun Yan discerned that Yin Zheching wished to enlist in the military, but was met with vehement opposition from his uncle and aunt. Thus, a fierce confrontation erupted within the Yin household. Seated on the steps, Sun Yan was left speechless, Why must Yin Jieqing invoke his name as an example? He had just clashed with the third uncle the previous night, and today, invoking him again was akin to pouring salt into an open wound. Shaking his head, he lamented that such was life in their courtyard. There was never a day devoid of discord. Turning back to inquire about the guest list from Qin Huairu, who was busily engaged in the kitchen, Sun Yin received no reply. Upon entering, he discovered Qin Huairu whispering with a few younger girls. Xiaoru, when do you plan to give me the guest list? Qin Huairu paused, quickly realizing he referred to the wedding list. No need, really. My relatives are all quite simple, and there's no need for formality. That made sense. Sun Yin reflected that most of Qin Huairu's relatives were likely illiterate. Sending them invitations would probably only ensure they could recognize their own names. If they could even manage that, for Qin Huairu, having graduated from a literacy class, was only capable of reading a few basic characters. Those of advanced age, upon graduating from the literacy class, will likely soon relinquish their newfound knowledge to their instructors. Very well, ensure to confirm the number of participants with your parents, and relay that information to me in due course. I understand, Brother Anian. Qin Huairu nodded obediently, her heart brimming with sweetness. The previously silent Su Wumei and her companions, upon seeing that the two had concluded their serious discussion, leaned closer to Qin Huairu and whispered something in her ear. The latter's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she waved her small hands, playfully engaging with him. After many years of abstaining, she turned and went to the adjacent room to bathe. After breakfast, as Sun Yin was preparing to head to work, Yin Jieqing followed closely behind. Nian, I wish to enlist in the military. Could you share with me what I should be mindful of? Noticing the other's lack of an earnest demeanor in seeking assistance, Sun Yin jestingly remarked as he walked to work, how about you call me brother first? Being young and prideful, it was unlikely that Jieqing would readily address him in that manner. Yin Jieqing's face flushed with embarrassment. He was indeed asking a favor, yet he believed that his neighbors, they should support one another. However, he seemed to overlook the fact that he and Sun Yin shared no significant relationship. Neighbors they may be, but they were hardly acquaintances. And to directly request help from Sun Yin was rather presumptuous, given that his family was notoriously frugal. Not willing, huh? Very well, I'm off to work then. With that, Sun Yin quickened his pace. The day was even hotter than the last, necessitating a brisk walk. Lost in thought, Sun Yin had already advanced quite a distance when Yin Jieqing, in a flurry, sprinted to catch up. Gasping for breath, he reluctantly called out, Brother Nian, that won't do. You must speak up. Who can hear you like that? Brother Nian. This time, his voice was loud enough, yet the tone was still off. Sun Yin insisted he repeated. Yin Jieqing glared in frustration. Sun Yin, are you toying with me? With that temper of yours, I could teach you a thing or two in the army. Do you believe it? Sun Yin quickened his pace again, and unable to contain his annoyance, Yin Jieqing jogged after him. You are hardly older than I. What makes you think you can instruct me? Ah, Xiao Yin, while your stature is similar to mine, you appear frail and weak. I could make you cry with a single punch. Care to test that? Yin Jieqing, though skeptical, had no desire to put it to the test. Seeing his lack of response, Sun Yin chose to ignore him. Not halfway through their journey, Yin Jieqing was already panting heavily. Sun Yin, with a dismissive smirk, provoked him further, causing Yin Jieqing considerable irritation as he hurried to keep pace. I told you that you couldn't team manage, and now you see the truth? Sun Yin chuckled heartily, having covered a significant portion of the distance, with the Ruxing Gate now in sight. Yet, he remained composed. Aside from perspiring, he hardly appeared fatigued. In stark contrast, Yin Jieqing, struggling to advance, was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, and his face flushed with exertion. Yin Jieqing found himself at a loss for words, having refrained from speaking for many years. Upon reaching the entrance of the Design Institute, he finally paused to address Yin Jieqing. The distance from here to the Siheyuan is approximately 6 kilometers. With your constitution, you won't even make it through the first round, so abandon any thoughts of joining the military and seek other endeavors instead. With that, he turned and entered the Design Institute. Just then, he encountered Gu Haishan, who promptly greeted him with a demeanor that bore a hint of respect. Today marks the 5th day. Time is swiftly passing, and with a day of rest approaching, your time is running short. How is the design draft coming along? Sun Yin casually chatted with him, leaving Yin Jieqing momentarily stunned at the scene before him. Chapter 76. The bashful Qin Huairu. Yin Jieqing felt a tumultuous mix of emotions as he watched Sun Yin and Gu Haishan's figures fade into the corridor of the office building. Ever since Sun Yin joined the Design Institute, His exact position and salary had remained a mystery to everyone. Yet now, Yin Zhiqing was acutely aware of the reality. At merely 17, he was only 5 years younger than Sun Yan, who had already ascended to a minor leadership role while he remained adrift. Recently, Sun Yan had even chastised him, declaring that his physique was inadequate for military service. With a heavy heart, Yin Zhiqing cast one last glance at the Design Institute before departing in a daze. Upon returning to the office, Sun Yan promptly retrieved 5 banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Hu Shufan, who received them with surprise, expressing that she was not in a hurry to use them. I simply forgot to bring them yesterday, and I dislike being in debt to others. In any case, thank you for your help yesterday, he explained. You're too polite, team leader, Hu Shufan replied with a cheerful smile, her spirits lifted. As the team members, including Chen Xiaoxian, trickled back into the office, Sun Yan prepared hot water in the kettle. Typically, in other design studios, it was the team members who fetched water, as it was a trivial task. Once the clock struck 8, Sun Yan stood and announced, "Everyone, please pay attention. Today marks the 5th day. Make haste in completing your design drafts, lest you blame me for not reminding you." With that, he settled down with a book, indifferent to the laments of his colleagues. After some time spent reading, he unfolded a sheet of white cardstock, ready to begin his work. With limited time and space at home to craft wedding invitations, he decided to tackle the task at his workstation during work hours. His colleagues observed him engrossed in his designs, which eased their own burdens considerably. The morning swiftly passed, and by afternoon, just before the end of the workday, Sun Yan had completed 8 invitations. The one crafted for Director Shen was particularly exquisite, so much so that he contemplated keeping it for himself and creating another version. Ultimately, he set those thoughts aside. As the day drew to a close, he secured the invitations in a cabinet before heading home. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qin Huairu approached him with enthusiasm, whispering, "Anian Go, are you a leader at the Design Institute?" Taken aback, Sun Yan curiously countered, "Why do you ask?" He had never disclosed his position, leaving the details somewhat ambiguous. During lunch, she had not posed such a question, leading him to wonder if something had transpired in the afternoon. "I heard it from someone else and wasn't sure if it was true, which is why I asked," Qin Huairu replied cautiously, scrutinizing his expression. Seeing that he was not displeased and still smiling, her excitement bubbled over. "So, Anian Gu, are you a leader or not? Why do you care? It's not as if you're the one in charge, yet you seem happier than I am." With a gentle brush against her nose, Qin Huairu shyly chided him, pulling him closer to playfully inquire, "Is that so? If I answer your question, will there be some reward?" Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu blushed deeply, her voice soft yet teasing as she replied, "What kind of reward do you desire?" In her heart, she thought, since he would eventually be hers, allowing him a small advantage was not a significant issue. Truth be told, many years had passed where she genuinely longed to engage in playful activities with him. Yet, alas, the constraints of reality made such intimacy impossible. Without a private space, every endeavor felt lacking. However, even if they could not indulge in those playful activities, she could still savor the scent of her shampoo. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Sun Yan pulled her into the kitchen. He closed the door with a decisive motion and swiftly approached her. After a brief interlude, Qin Huairu, her cheeks aflame, shot him a glare. Sun Yan, noticing her lingering desire for mischief, sought to continue their playful antics. Terrified, she exclaimed softly, "Enough, enough. Next time, I promise." Only then did Sun Yan relent, rising to head into the courtyard. As he departed, Qin Huairu found herself delightfully reminiscing, her embarrassment only growing with each thought. Lost in her own reverie, she failed to notice Su Wumei and the others had drawn near. It was only when Su Weidong waved a small hand before her that she snapped back to reality. "What are you up to?" she asked. "Aunt San, what were you and Uncle San doing in the kitchen just now?" The little one's innocent question caught Qin Huairu off guard, leaving her mortified. How embarrassing. "I've been discovered." Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Sun Yan inspected the house and then picked up a hoe, commencing the digging of a well right at his doorstep. Since it was impossible to connect a water pipe from the laundry basin, he resolved to dig a well himself. After all, one cannot be constrained by the necessities of nature. Observing from the corridor were a group of neighborhood women, whispering amongst themselves about Sun Yan's actions. They were still buzzing from the events of the previous night and were curious to see how he would resolve the water issue. At the initial stages of digging, little progress was visible. Sun Yan had no intention of concealing his endeavors from the neighbors. After all, such efforts were destined to be discovered. The underground water in the capital remained abundant, and with a well already nearby, there was little doubt he could successfully dig one at his home. As he toiled away, listening to the murmurs around him, Sun Yin began to understand how Qin Huairu had learned about his leadership role. It turned out that Zhou Hongmei and his two sisters-in-law had divulged the information, with Yin Jieqing being the source of the leak. After discussing the matter, his sisters-in-law curiously sought confirmation from him. Was he indeed a leader at the Design Institute? Do you really think that is possible? Sun Yin replied, energetically breaking apart a clump of soil, flashing a bright smile. There are over 1,000 people at the Design Institute. If I were to become a leader, what would that mean? That's a department-level position. Even if I were an exemplary veteran, my age is a factor. Moreover, it's a Design Institute, which requires intellect. Just getting hired is quite an achievement. To aspire to leadership? Surely, our ancestors must be smiling down on us. After a few words, Zhou Hongmei and her companions were immediately filled with disappointment. Upon reflection, they realized that Sun Yin was indeed correct. Being a leader was not an easy task. Amidst their disappointment, they consoled Sun Yin, urging him not to rush and assuring him that he would surely become a leader in due time. Just then, Qin Huairu arrived with Su Shaoqian and the others, announcing that dinner was ready. Xiaoru, when you become the leader's wife, don't forget about your second sister-in-law, remarked Fan Zhaodi. Upon hearing Fan Zhaodi's words, Qin Huairu was momentarily taken aback. When her gaze met Sun Yin's, he blinked, causing her to shyly lower her head. Their playful exchange of glances did not escape the notice of others, and they were once again met with teasing laughter. Chapter 77. The endless joy of contending with others. As evening descended, old Su and his companions returned, having learned that Sun Yin intended to dig a well. Without a moment's hesitation, they joined the endeavor. A father-son team, the four of them worked in unison, significantly hastening the digging process. By the time dinner was served, they had excavated nearly a meter deep. The earth they unearthed, of course, could not remain in the courtyard and needed to be removed, as it served no further purpose. Dinner was ready. As darkness enveloped the sky, work had to cease. Besides, the dishes were on the verge of cooling. Once Sun Yin's family departed, neighbors approached to lift the wooden planks and investigate. What was the purpose of digging a hole in the ground? Some were perplexed, yet others quickly grasped the situation. This was indeed a water well. Consequently, some began to voice their objections, asserting that this was unacceptable. Digging a well amounted to robbing everyone of water. However, the neighbors found themselves divided into two factions. One group contended that Sun Yin's actions were improper and that the digging of a well required the consensus of the entire courtyard. Otherwise, it should not proceed. This was, in essence, a continuation of the previous day's grievances. Those who had not benefited from the compensation were left feeling resentful. As the promises made by Uncle Air and Uncle San had not materialized, the opposing faction held that this was Sun Yin's property, and he had the right to do as he pleased. They advocated for peace, wishing to avoid further conflict. After all, Sun Yin was no fool. How could he possibly incur losses over something as trivial as water? As the debate raged on, and given the hour, which coincided with dinner time, tempers flared for a moment before everyone dispersed. Shortly thereafter, having finished their meals and bathed, the neighbors reconvened. With summer's heat and the swarms of mosquitoes making sleep elusive, the air buzzed with chatter. The gathering grew noisier as more people arrived. Among them were Su Shaoqian and her friends, who joined the fray, only to later scamper to the front courtyard to inform their Uncle San. Uncle San, that wicked granny is so despicable. She spoke ill of you again. The wicked granny referred to was, of course, Jia Zhongshi. What ill words has she spoken this time? Sun Yin inquired, nonchalantly waving a fan and chuckling softly. Having spent considerable time in the courtyard, he had discerned its social dynamics. As long as one refrained from causing trouble, one would remain untroubled. However, recent renovations and his marriage had rendered him a frequent target of disturbances. Moreover, today, Yin Jieqing had mentioned that he was now a leader at the Design Institute. For the neighbors of the courtyard, witnessing Sun Yin's prosperity was akin to seeing a benevolent bodhisattva, prompting them to seek his assistance. Recognizing their intentions, Sun Yin resolved to respond with measured patience. He would not be swayed as he had been previously when lending money only to incur interest in return for calamity. These individuals were intent on exploiting him, but he would not allow them to succeed. At times, he found great truth in the words of great men. To contend with heaven, to contend with earth, is a source of endless joy. To contend with others is equally delightful. After listening to the animated chatter of his niece and nephew, Sun Yin, with a dismissive smile, remarked, "Do not concern yourselves with them. Go wash up and retire for the night." Was it possible that some of the neighbors had suddenly developed a conscience? However, one cannot change the nature of a dog. Where there is personal gain, betrayal is inevitable. In the central courtyard, the neighbors had been quarrelsome for quite some time. Yet no one could reach a consensus. As time passed, fatigue set in, and soon everyone drifted off to sleep. The following morning, many resumed their usual activities. However, upon his return from a run, Sun Yin found the central courtyard bustling once more. The reason was rather straightforward: the elder Su and his companions, having risen early with nothing to occupy their time, decided to assist in continuing the well digging. The prospect of an additional well was undoubtedly advantageous, and none of the elder Su's group opposed it. After all, in the event of a water shortage in the future or disputes over water rights, it would serve as a viable alternative. Yet, they had scarcely begun when Yi Zhonghai and her son summoned a considerable number of neighbors to prevent the elder Su and his group from proceeding with the well digging. Zhou Hongmei, who had been preparing breakfast with Qin Huairu, abandoned her task, leaving Qin to manage alone while she rushed to gather the two daughters-in-law from the eldest and second households to lend assistance. The elder Su's family, being numerous and united, found themselves in a standoff with the gathered neighbors, resulting in a stalemate. Sun Yin, drenched in sweat, arrived at the courtyard and was momentarily speechless at the scene before him. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand and delivered a slap to Yi Zhonghai. "Back for more trouble, are we? It appears you have a poor memory. Speak another word, and I shall ensure you remember this lesson." Yi Zhonghai's face flushed crimson, the imprint of 5 fingers stark against her skin. After the pain subsided, she collapsed to the ground, throwing a tantrum. Surprisingly, Jia Dongshu did not rush to assist her. Instead, he fled the scene. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Jia Dongshu's retreating figure, momentarily puzzled by his actions. It was not until someone shouted, "Jia Dongshu has gone to call the police," that realization dawned on them. He was seeking law enforcement intervention. The elder Su and Zhou Hongmei exchanged worried glances. What shall we do now? Unbeknownst to them, Sun Yin had unwittingly become the family's pillar of strength, with everyone accustomed to seeking his counsel. This was quite natural, for Sun Yin was a veteran, currently employed at a design institute, making him the most experienced in dealings with public affairs. "Fear not. This situation is quite simple," Sun Yin replied with a smile, undaunted by the unfolding events. A mere fine was the worst that could come of it. The prospect of serving jail time was utterly out of the question. This matter was merely a civil dispute, and the local police typically showed little interest in such trivialities. The neighbors murmured among themselves, standing by to observe, their earlier bravado having dissipated. Only Yi Zhonghai continued to roll on the ground, her clothing caked in dirt and dust. A most pitiable sight. The mother and son duo had long devised a plan, determined to extort a sum of 10 to 20 yuan from Sun Yin, vowing not to relent until they succeeded. Noticing Yi Zhonghai's venomous glare, Sun Yin offered a cold smile, remaining silent. Before long, Jia Dongshu returned, flanked by 2 police officers, among whom was none other than Chao Chengwei. "For many years, you, the tyrant, have ruthlessly assaulted my mother. Public security, you must stand up for me," Jia Dongshu lamented, while Jia Zhonghai cooperatively displayed her plump visage. Indeed, after swelling, her face appeared somewhat comical. "Do not speak for the moment. Where are the esteemed gentlemen of your courtyard? Please, enlighten us on this matter," Chao Chengwei said, narrowing his eyes at Jia Zhonghai before he solemnly continued. Yi Zhonghai remained silent, and Lu Haizhong furrowed his brow without uttering a word. Yin Buggui glanced at the 2 in front and felt compelled to step forward to recount the events. Fortunately, his account was impartial, devoid of embellishments. Yet Jia Zhonghai, in her hubris, insisted on adding her own dramatic flair. Chapter 78. The troublesome Jia Zhonghai. Public security, observe the marks here and here. He is a bully, a scoundrel, relentlessly tormenting us mother and child. His family is numerous and powerful, using their influence to intimidate us, leaving us with no recourse but to suffer in silence. Jia Zhonghai revealed her wrists, displaying the prominent bruises. The neighbors were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What is going on here?" Old Su and Zhou Hongmei trembled with rage, directing a tirade at Jia Zhonghai, creating a chaotic scene. Chao Chenghui and another officer were at a loss for words, resorting to loud admonitions to restore order, threatening to escort individuals back to the precinct if the discord continued. Sun Yin, recognizing Jia Zhonghai's ill intentions, surmised that she had likely schemed for quite some time. He turned to Yin Buggui and remarked, "Third uncle, I believe you may have omitted some details. It seems you haven't thoroughly recounted the events of the recent community meetings." Yin Buggui paused, suddenly falling silent. The truth was that their greed had blinded them. Noticing his silence, Sun Yin turned to Lu Haizhong and coaxed, "Second uncle, aren't you usually quite vocal? Please, share your thoughts in front of Captain Yang and Officer Yi today." Lu Haizhong hesitated, stammering, "Well, regarding this matter." After a prolonged silence, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Do not be shy," Sun Yin encouraged, but Lu Haizhong retracted, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell. "If you won't speak, then allow me," Sun Yin declared, succinctly summarizing the proceedings of the previous two community meetings. His pace was deliberate, ensuring clarity in his recounting. Chao Chenghui and Officer Yi grasped the situation, their expressions darkening ominously. "So, the entire courtyard conspired against Sun Yin? You insisted he pay for the privilege of accessing the water pipe? Did he infringe upon your rights while drilling a well at his own doorstep? You presume to regulate every aspect of his life?" Jia Zhongshi and her associates fell silent, the atmosphere shifting dramatically. As the precinct captain, Chao Chenghui represented the authority of the state. Sun Yin smiled lightly and remarked, "Captain Chao, you may not realize that they believe themselves to be sovereigns in their domain. Even a refuse truck passing their doorstep must heed their whims. Otherwise, they would not pursue me relentlessly." A chuckle escaped Zhou Hongmei, unable to contain her amusement, mirrored by the children, who also found joy in the exchange. Only Jia Zhongshi and her neighbors trembled with indignation, glaring furiously at Sun Yin. Chao Chenghui and Officer Yi struggled to suppress their laughter, quickly regaining composure, casting a disapproving glance at Sun Yin. Clearing his throat, Chao Chenghui stated, "All right. The matter is now quite straightforward. Sun Yin has articulated the situation clearly. Does anyone else wish to add anything?" Silence ensued. No one dared to speak. At this moment, Captain Chao was summarizing the statements. If any dissent were to arise now, it would only complicate matters further, adding to the transgressions. "Well, since there are no objections, let this matter rest." Chao Chenghui continued, stating that for many years, digging a well in one's own yard is not illegal, nor does it necessitate compensation to neighbors. This matter ends here. You can no longer demand any compensation from Sun Yin regarding this issue. As for the slap from Jia Zhongshi, that is a consequence of your own actions. However, Sun Yin should not resort to violence either. I propose that you both apologize to one another and seek mutual forgiveness. This is merely a civil dispute, hardly warranting a case. Such matters should be managed by the street office. Faced with this ruling, Jia Zhongshi vociferously disagreed, exclaiming, "No, I want him to compensate me at least 20 yuan. Otherwise, I will take legal action against you." Sun Yin regarded Jia Zhongshi as if he were a fool, while Chao Chenghui's expression darkened considerably. "Do you truly intend to demand 20 yuan from Sun Yin? To extort him in front of his face is utterly absurd." "Yes, that is my only demand. Make him pay." In response, Chao Chenghui, maintaining a stoic demeanor, declared, "According to the latest laws enacted this year in our country, extorting public or private property valued at 10 yuan or more meets the criteria for legal action, punishable by imprisonment of up to 3 years, detention, or control, as well as fines. Jia Zhongshi, should you persist in your demand for compensation, I regret to inform you that we must proceed with your detention and send you to a labor camp for 15 days of reform. I will ask you one last time, do you still insist on this?" A chill enveloped the courtyard upon his pronouncement. Jia Zhongshi was left utterly speechless, unable to utter another word. Jia Dongshu felt a deep sense of injustice and lamented, "Is it truly my mother's fate to be struck by him? Comrade Jia Dongshu, do you not comprehend human speech?" Yi Zhonghai could not help but interject. "Our captain has already stated that Sun Yin's actions were wrong, but your conduct is even more contemptible. Fortunately, no serious consequences ensued, so you are only required to apologize to each other. Do you understand?" Of course, he understood. But Jia Dongshu clearly could not accept such a resolution. Yet, confronted with Chao Chenghui's impassive demeanor, he found himself in a difficult position. Suddenly, Jia Zhongshi recalled something and cautiously inquired, "What if I demand 9 yuan in compensation? Would that not be illegal?" Sun Yin could not contain his laughter, and the others struggled to suppress their amusement, recognizing Jia Zhongshi's resourcefulness in pursuing money by any means necessary. Chao Chenghui shot Sun Yin a glare, to which the latter quickly replied, "Captain Chao, I apologize. It was not my intention. I simply could not help it. There is no need for your apology. Your neighbors in this courtyard truly are Xiao Chengwei shook his head, casting a glance at the crowd. It's difficult to articulate. Having spoken, he turned to Yin Gongan and instructed the team to disband before departing. Once the two officers left, the neighbors in the courtyard were left in a state of shock. While Jia Zhongshi was overjoyed, reaching out to Sun Yan, demanding, "Compensate me, quickly." Sun Yan regarded Jia Zhongshi with a look of concern typically reserved for individuals with diminished capacities, then turned to the nearby Su Weidong, saying, "Xiaodong, remember to steer clear of such foolishness in the future, do you understand?" The young lad, somewhat perplexed, nodded as he observed Sun Yan preparing to leave. However, Jia Zhongshi obstructed his path, insisting on her payment. "Jia Dongxiu, if you don't pull your mother away, I shall resort to kicking. Kick if you dare. If you possess the audacity, go ahead. I shall not allow you to become destitute. I am not of the Zhang family." Jia Zhongshi exhibited remarkable bravado. Just as Director Wang arrived at the entrance, accompanied by several women from the neighborhood committee. Chapter 79. Director Shin's plea. It turns out that Director Wang had heard early in the morning about the commotion at the courtyard and, without even having breakfast, promptly assembled his team to address the situation. "Jia Zhongshi, what are you up to? Why are you obstructing people in broad daylight?" With a stern rebuke from Director Wang, Jia Zhongshi trembled, glancing back to see personnel from the street office, and instinctively took a few steps back. As the saying goes, the local authority is more effective than distant officials. Jia Zhongshi was well aware of this truth. She held no fear of the police from the local precinct, as they were relatively rigid, and as long as she threw a tantrum, they would be at a loss as to how to manage her. However, the street office was an entirely different matter. No amount of her theatrics would hold any sway there. Although the street office does not possess enforcement powers, its authority is considerable, overseeing matters such as household registration and assisting other agencies in managing the neighborhood. Almost every aspect of local governance can be tied back to the street office. The household registration system had only been implemented in January of this year, but many had already possessed old documents. Individuals like Jia Zhongshi, originally from the outskirts of Beijing, were not city dwellers. She had merely married into the city. And with the recent changes to the registration system, she had successfully transitioned to a Beijing household. If the street office decided to send her back to the countryside, she would surely be devastated. Even if they refrained from such a severe punishment and merely summoned her for a lecture, it would suffice to cause her distress. After all, the ideological education sessions conducted by the street office were quite impactful. Those who had attended them would certainly wish to avoid a second visit. "Director Wang, you arrived just in time. That Jia Zhongshi was demanding 9 yuan in compensation from me. What a rogue!" Sun Yan exclaimed, feigning a pitiful demeanor. The neighbors, witnessing his performance, couldn't help but marvel at his rapid transformation and audacity. Were Sun Yan aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, "Thick skin earns its rewards." Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongxiu seethed with indignation, itching to curse. Just moments ago, Sun Yan had appeared ready to resort to violence, yet now he feigned vulnerability. Truly a master of pretense. Director Wang rolled her eyes. She too had observed Sun Yan's earlier expression, yet her disdain for Jia Zhongshi was far more pronounced. After all, who in the vicinity was unaware of Jia Zhongshi's notorious reputation? "Jia Zhongshi, I advise you to refrain from stirring trouble, or I shall have no choice but to escort you to the street office," Director Wang warned. With that admonition, Jia Zhongshi dared not utter a word and retreated home, tail between her legs. Thus, the matter came to a close. Director Wang offered a few formal remarks, inevitably rebuking the 3 older gentlemen, Yi Zhonghai and his companions, for their idleness before departing with the women. The neighbors had enjoyed quite the spectacle. While it may not have concluded with Sun Yan's compensation, the majority still felt a sense of satisfaction. However, it wasn't long before the men hastily grabbed their steamed buns and scurried off, for time was of the essence, and tardiness would lead to being late for work. In this era, most individuals began their workday around 8 in the morning, with exceptions for certain specialized professions. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, one is greeted by the bustling streets, where a sea of military green, gray, and black attire predominates, with other hues being rather scarce. Most individuals lack bicycles, resulting in a thoroughfare teeming with pedestrians. Sun Yan, like many others, walks to work. However, his long legs and swift pace allow him to reach the Design Institute in no time. On his first day back at work, Lin Xiaochuan sought him out, conveying that Director Shin wished to see him. Reluctantly, he set aside his cup and followed Lin. Upon entering Director Shin's office, Su Nian had barely settled when the director engaged him in casual conversation, more of a light-hearted exchange than genuine pleasantries. After a while, Director Shun, somewhat hesitant, remarked, "You see, Su, our design institute has been quite busy lately, and I am aware of your reputation as a swift worker." The term swift worker left Su Nian momentarily perplexed. Was he truly being labeled as such? Did this phrase hold such casual merit? "You also have wedding and housing matters to consider, but I cannot find anyone else for this task. Would you be willing to assist me?" The director's request, especially with the word please, sent a shiver down Su Nian's spine. Could it be an insurmountable challenge? Nevertheless, he realized that refusing was not an option if he wished to maintain his position. "Director, as you know, I am newly employed at the Design Institute and still grasping the ropes. However, rest assured, I shall strive to fulfill your expectations," Su Nian promptly affirmed, driven by an instinct for self-preservation. His statement of ignorance subtly indicated that if the task exceeded his capabilities, he hoped for the director's understanding. He chose to articulate this before wholeheartedly agreeing to the request, wishing to safeguard his reputation and avoid the impression that he was merely a sycophant. "Your willingness is sufficient. Join me for dinner at my home this evening, and I shall provide further details then," Director Shun exclaimed with delight, affectionately patting Su Nian on the shoulder. A wave of apprehension washed over Su Nian. Was this to be a grand affair? Surely, a person of his humble standing was not worthy of such a banquet. Yet, he decided to dismiss these thoughts, trusting that what was meant to be would unfold in due course. After leaving the director's office, he returned to his workstation, focusing on his invitation designs. His colleagues were deeply engrossed in their tasks, displaying a commendable level of concentration, possibly due to the looming deadline. Around 9 o'clock, Hu Shufan approached with her completed section of the manuscript, requesting Su Nian's assistance in reviewing it. "Please place it aside. I shall look at it shortly," he responded, glancing up before resuming his work. To his surprise, Hu Shufan gazed in astonishment at the artwork he was currently creating. It was exquisite, filled with delight. She could not help but inquire, "Team leader, what is it that you have painted?" "Oh, it is merely a casual doodle. Please, attend to your other tasks," he replied. For many years, he had refrained from speaking the truth. He was not particularly acquainted with these team members, and as their leader, there was no necessity to extend invitations to them. For the time being, he had no intention of sending them invitations. A simple offering of sweets would suffice at the appropriate moment. Hu Shufan, with a sense of resignation and regret, turned back several times as she walked away, taking quite a while to return to her own workstation. Observing this scene, Chen Shaoxian could not resist pulling out her little notebook to jot down a note and pass it along. Chapter 80. Being the scapegoat Shufan. "Do you have a crush on our team leader, Su? Have you caught the spring fever?" Hu Shufan felt a flush of embarrassment upon reading the remarks in the little notebook. "Not at all. I was merely admiring the way our team leader paints. His artwork is stunning and truly captivating. It seems to embody a novel painting technique." Chen Shaoxian paused, puzzled. What new painting technique? Within the Design Institute, or rather, among the 6 design rooms, every designer possessed commendable artistic skills. Many had dabbled in various painting techniques, yet it was rare for a painting to truly astound someone. However, Hu Shufan struggled to articulate her feelings, leaving her unable to convey her thoughts to Chen Shaoxian. Even if the latter remained skeptical, Hu Shufan felt helpless. She could not replicate Su's style, and merely describing it to Chen Shaoxian did not convince her either. Their conversation was brief, and soon they returned to their monotonous tasks. The tedious work under the sweltering summer heat was made worse by the absence of air conditioning or even a fan. Thus, everyone relied on the breeze flowing through the window, striving to keep cool while minimizing movement. The incessant chirping of cicadas from the trees outside failed to deter their determination to meet deadlines. Just past 11 in the morning, another staff member arrived to summon Su Nian, stating that Director Ji was looking for him. Zhang Qiansheng and the rest of the team members were taken aback. Why did the higher-ups seem so fond of seeking out Su Nian? Typically, unless it pertained to work, a team leader would remain at their station. After all, a team leader in a design room is hardly a prominent figure. Moreover, the responsibilities of a team leader are quite burdensome, leaving little room for leisure. Consequently, while other team leaders seldom received invitations from the higher-ups, Su Nian appeared to have an excellent rapport with them. Once Su Nian departed, Gu Haishan remarked, "It seems our team leader Su truly has connections. Qiansheng, are you still planning any underhanded schemes?" Zhang Qiansheng rolled his eyes, but remained silent. In truth, he too pondered the matter. However, With his work progress lagging significantly, he had no mental space for other considerations. Team leader? Let anyone who wishes to take on that role do so. It was no concern of his. Hu Shufeng glanced around the office, observing her colleagues, who were technically inept and overly playful, yet aspired to be team leaders. Such ambition was indeed misplaced. If they possessed the requisite capability, they would have already ascended to that position, and there would be no need for Sun Yan. Unbeknownst to Sun Yan, the conversations and inner thoughts of his colleagues had transpired while he had made his way to Director Ji Chun's office. Upon entering, he spotted the despondent Liao Jiqiang and the expressionless Director Luo Shiqing. Upon seeing Sun Yan, the latter's face lit up with a faint smile. Yet, beneath Sun Yan's calm exterior, a knot tightened in his stomach. Could it be that they intended to shift the blame onto him? The scene before him was already quite indicative of this intention. It was apparent that he was the only one capable of taking on this task. Surely, they could not expect Director Ji Chun to intervene personally. Ah, Su, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Ji Chun warmly greeted Sun Yan, saying, after much deliberation with Director Luo, we have ultimately decided to entrust the design project of the Research Institute to you. Do you feel confident? Just a few days prior, there had been a meeting to determine the best candidate. Yet today, Sun Yan was directly appointed, and Ji even inquired about his confidence, implying that refusal was not an option and that he must execute the project with excellence. With the leadership's affirmation, what choice did Sun Yan have? Very well, Director. I assure you I will complete the task. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Ji couldn't help but interject. Su, team leader, you lack experience and haven't visited the site. Perhaps you should temper your enthusiasm to avoid future embarrassment. Do you need to speak out of turn? Ji Chun shot Liao Ji a glare, then dismissively waved him away. Enough of that. This matter does not concern you. Hurry and get back to work. Your presence here is quite bothersome. Liao Ji's expression stiffened, and he stood up awkwardly, casting a furtive glance at Luo Shiqing before hastily exiting. To be frank, Luo Shiqing was indeed strikingly beautiful, with an impressive figure and a flair for fashion, which was quite captivating. Regrettably, Liao Ji felt he lacked the fortune to pursue her. As he left the office, he couldn't help but envy Sun Yan, thinking, this lad has quite the fortune. Yet, what was a stroke of luck for him seemed more like a burden for Sun Yan. Su, don't heed Liao's nonsense. This project does have its challenges. Ji Chun attempted to reassure Sun Yan, wanting to alleviate his apprehension. However, he struggled to find the right words to comfort him. Director, I attended that meeting as well. And the difficulty is indeed substantial, so I will need time, Sun Yan replied earnestly. Suddenly, Luo Shiqing interjected, how long do you need? Based on the design requirements and survey data, I estimate I will need about 2 days. At this proclamation, both Luo Shiqing and Ji Chun widened their eyes in astonishment. The former exclaimed, 2 days? Ji, fearing that Sun Yan might be perceived as slow, furrowed his brow and added, if I expedite the work, I could potentially finish in a day. Gosh. Both Luo Shiqing and Ji Chun gasped in unison, incredulously asking, 1 day? Is this even humanly possible? The significance of the Research Institute was beyond doubt, and to complete the design draft in a single day seemed extraordinary. In truth, Sun Yan felt that the design drawings of this era were remarkably simplistic, given the minimal embedding of utilities and the fundamental nature of fire and water safety requirements in architectural design. Thus, it was genuinely a task that was straightforward beyond measure. Indeed, in this era, the strength of many concrete structures is rather mediocre, particularly in the context of the demanding design specifications for large and unique edifices. Present-day construction materials often fail to meet the standards set by future regulations. A day's time is the bare minimum, any less. And I fear the design drafts I present to you will not meet your expectations. Sun Yan has furrowed his brow for many years, casting a somewhat discontented glance at Luo Shiqing and Ji Chun. The two are so astonished that they find themselves at a loss for words. Is it truly feasible to produce a design draft so swiftly? Ji Chun suddenly adopts a serious demeanor, stating, Comrade Sun Yan, you must understand that this is a design task for a highly significant research institution. Please contemplate your response carefully. Are you certain you can complete the design draft in just 1 day? Chapter 81. The smile of Luo Shiqing continued. Indeed, Team Leader Su. While we sincerely hope you can complete the design draft that meets our institute's requirements within a day, we must also prioritize quality and safety. If these cannot be assured, we will have to decline it. Although the task is urgent, you have ample time to create the design we desire. It need not be completed in 1 day. 2 days, or even 3. We are perfectly amenable to that. Upon hearing their conversation, Sun Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out that they were not dismissing him for taking too long. Rather, they were concerned that he might not be able to complete the task with only 1 day to spare. He promptly replied, "All right, that is not a problem. I will strive to finish the design within a day, or at the latest, within 2. Director Luo, if there are no further issues, may we visit your institute now?" It was only a little past 11, and a trip to the research institute at this hour would allow him to return home for lunch afterward. Perfect. Luo Shiqing was momentarily taken aback by Sun Yin's straightforwardness, but soon smiled and nodded in agreement. Ji Chunch, astonished, chuckled and said, "Very well, Su. Do put forth your utmost effort. We cannot afford to lose face for our design institute, understood?" "Yes, Director. I assure you the task will be completed smoothly," Sun Yin responded. Thus, Sun Yin departed the office with Luo Shiqing, not returning to his workstation, as he was accustomed to tidying up before leaving. Once downstairs, Sun Yin felt a bit awkward, realizing that Luo Shiqing had a bicycle while he possessed nothing. Watching her push the bike and smile, inviting him to sit on the back seat, nearly overwhelmed him. It was a white women's bicycle, not a sturdy model. Although the back seat had a cushion, it felt inappropriate for a grown man to sit there. "Director Luo, you ride ahead. I can jog behind," he said, attempting to quell his embarrassment. Seeing his earnestness, Luo Shiqing chuckled lightly. "What are you afraid of? Hop on. Are you shy?" "It's not shyness, but rather a matter of propriety, Director Luo. I shall take my leave first," he replied, choosing to swiftly jog ahead without further ado. Behind him, Luo Shiqing watched his athletic figure, her smile widening. What a delightful young man. The research institute was located within the city, where a previously abandoned, dilapidated building had been completely razed. Riding her bicycle, Luo Shiqing was unable to catch up with the running Sun Yin. The distance was about 4 kilometers, and with his long strides, he moved swiftly. Luo Shiqing, dressed in fashionable attire and high heels, found it somewhat inconvenient. When Sun Yin reached the destination and observed the expanse of the research institute for a while, Luo Shiqing finally arrived, panting. "Team leader Su, you run too fast. I can hardly keep up with you." "Not at all. I am simply accustomed to running," he replied. "For many years," Su responded lightly, then continued, "I have already surveyed the entire flat area, and there is nothing noteworthy about the surrounding environment. Accordingly, I will promptly implement your design requirements. By the way, do you have any more specific preferences regarding the aesthetic style?" During our meeting that day, the documentation indicated that the exterior design should be understated yet grand, simple yet unadorned. Such a few words leave one quite perplexed. Ideally, the main color should harmonize with the surroundings to avoid being jarring, while still distinguishing itself from the area. After listening to Luo Shiqing's remarks, Su felt even more at a loss for words. It seemed as though she had conveyed something, yet simultaneously said nothing at all. In light of this, I shall create an additional design proposal for you when the time comes. Nodding, Su continued, "Director Luo, since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave now. I have a day off tomorrow and will certainly present the design draft by noon the day after. Farewell." His straightforward approach left Luo Shiqing both amused and exasperated. This young man appeared rather reluctant to spend time with her. "Very well. I shall await the fruits of team leader Su's labor." Luo Shiqing did not press further and casually acquiesced. She thought to herself, "When you submit your work, let us see how I can critique it." Upon returning to Nanluoguxiang, it was still not yet noon. "Onion, you're off work so early today?" Qin Huairu in the kitchen exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Inside, Su Shaoqian and the others rushed out, chattering excitedly around their third uncle. As the saying goes, where there is milk, there is a mother. For the little ones, being with Su meant pocket money or opportunities to earn. Moreover, they often adored pestering Qin Huairu, who was not only beautiful but also their third aunt. Sun Yin cheerfully explained the reason for his early return, conversed for a while, and then headed to the courtyard. The well remained untouched. Zhou Hongmei and the others could not dig it, as they were also needed for the house renovations and were thus preoccupied. Today, there was no commotion, likely due to the visit from the police and community officials in the morning, which had quieted the neighbors. "Old third, how will you draw water from this well? You can't possibly build another water tower, can you?" Zhou Hongmei inquired curiously, pointing at the unfinished well covered with wooden planks. Everyone knew that the large water tower near Dongzhimen had been dismantled not long ago, and given the proximity of Dongzhimen to Nanluoguxiang, this was common knowledge. Hu Meifeng, Fan Zhaodi, and others cast curious glances. Even the apprentices, such as Fan Guiming, who were busy mixing sand and cement, could not help but slow their pace. Sun Yin chuckled. What need is there for a water tower? No, I will resolve this issue. It is merely an automatic water pump. As long as the water pressure is sufficient, drawing water from a well several meters deep to the second floor poses no difficulty at all. Even if a water tower were to be constructed, it would necessitate drawing water from a higher elevation, which is simply unfeasible. Certainly, the water tower is not entirely devoid of purpose. However, its construction is deemed unnecessary. Everyone fell silent, and Zhou Hongmei rolled her eyes. Knowing that her mother was being cryptic, she had grown assertive, no longer the obedient and understanding child she once was. Mother, even if I tell you, you would not comprehend, she lamented. Over the years, she had found herself in a state of bemusement. Moreover, I have no intention of letting anyone know about this. It must remain confidential. With those words, Zhou Hongmei felt disinclined to inquire further. Just then, Qin Huairu arrived to call everyone for lunch. And Sun Yin seized the opportunity to lead Zhou Hongmei away. During lunch, he suddenly recalled and spoke up. By the way, Xiaoru, I will be dining at a leader's house tonight, so you need not prepare my dinner. Third uncle, which leader are you referring to? Aren't you a leader as well? The little one, Su Weidong, inquired with wide eyes. Chapter 82. Kicked out of the group, chat why ask this? You don't even know Uncle San's superior. Sun Yin chuckled lightly, but his niece immediately revealed the truth. Uncle, Su Weidong must want to join you for a meal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked. Exposed by his cousin, Su Weidong shot her a glare, his face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. He retorted defensively, that's not true. I don't want to eat with Uncle San. I was just curious. Is that not permissible? The crowd erupted in laughter, further aggravating Su Weidong, who angrily slammed his chopsticks down and stormed off. Having taken only a few steps, he returned to grab a steamed bun, but was halted by his uncle's voice. Xiaodong, where do you think you're going? Sit down immediately. Don't be so petty, understand? The little fellow, despite his irritation, complied with his uncle's request but pointed at his cousin. But uncle, she mocked me. And who is she? She's your sister. Is it forbidden to say a few words to you? Faced with his uncle's stern demeanor, the typically fearless Su Weidong pouted, on the verge of tears. Zhou Hongmei shot a disapproving glance at Sun Yin and pulled the little one into her embrace for comfort. Mom, do you know what they say about indulgent mothers raising unruly children? If Xiaodong does not learn to respect his elders and runs wild, you'll be the one who has a headache later. Fan Zhaodi sided with Sun Yin, reaching out to pull the child aside for a moment of discipline. Watching her beloved grandson tearfully distressed, Zhou Hongmei felt a pang of sympathy, but with both Sun Yin and Fan Zhaodi pressuring her, she had to relent. Xiaodong, are you still crying? When everyone finishes their meal, don't come crying to us if you're hungry this afternoon. The little one, eyes glistening with tears, stubbornly huffed in response. Yet, Sun Yin turned to his niece, Xiaoqian, do you know if your brother has any snacks? No? Well, that's good. If he gets hungry this afternoon, keep an eye on him. He must not waste his allowance. I'll check in on him tonight. Su Weidong stared incredulously at his uncle. Why was he not allowed to spend his own pocket money? If he couldn't he spend? Wouldn't he genuinely go hungry this afternoon? With this thought, he stopped crying and hurried back to his seat, picking up his chopsticks to eat, savoring the food with his bun. Compared to hunger, what did pride or grievance matter? Satisfying his hunger was the priority. The others chuckled softly, thoroughly amused. Zhou Hongmei offered him a piece of pork crackling, smiling gently. Grandson, eat more, but take your time. Don't eat so quickly, be careful not to choke. They say indulgent mothers raise unruly children, and grandmothers too spoil their grandchildren, though they may not always be mindful of their methods. Fortunately, in this era of widespread poverty, even the most mischievous child would not stray too far from the right path. After lunch and a brief rest, Sun Yin returned to work. Upon arriving at the Design Institute, he first went to the office of Ji Chuanguang to collect some materials before heading back to his workstation to begin his tasks. In contrast to the crowded auditorium, all the data from this research institute is entirely new. Therefore, he must meticulously verify everything. After spending an hour confirming that all the data is correct, he began to conceptualize. Initially, he sketched a rough framework according to the design requirements, subsequently adding more intricate details. Once the overall blueprint was established, he proceeded to the internal design. Methodically adhering to the design conceived in his mind, he worked diligently, while the other team members in the office occasionally glanced up before returning to their tasks. Among them, Hu Shufan appeared the most relaxed, having completed her work at the fastest pace. However, the draft she submitted to team leader Xu for review that morning had yet to be returned to her, and seeing him so engrossed in his work, she hesitated to urge him. In the afternoon, Sun Yin returned from a trip to the restroom and noticed the stack of design drafts beside his desk. Upon perusing them, he recalled the matter. Casually flipping through, he acknowledged Hu Shufan's professional competence. Her overall design was exceptionally well executed, with no data errors. After reviewing, Sun Yin called Hu Shufan over and pointed out several conspicuous areas on the drawings that lacked proper standards, requesting her to make revisions. Understood, team leader, she replied, feeling somewhat disheartened and speechless. After all, these were merely trivial formatting issues that the previous team leader had not been so meticulous about. Nevertheless, being the obedient type, she refrained from contradicting Sun Yin. Unaware of her expression, he handed the design drafts back to her and prepared to commence his own work. However, Hu Shufan, driven by curiosity, inadvertently caught sight of his drawings and exclaimed softly, "Team leader, what are you designing? It looks magnificent." Observing this scene, Chen Xiaoxian seized the opportunity to jot down a note in her small notebook and passed it to others. Her colleague, Xiaolan, unable to contain herself upon seeing the name in the notebook, chuckled. "Shufan seems to have developed a crush on team leader Xu," she remarked. This laughter, echoing in the otherwise quiet office, drew curious glances from everyone. Xiaolan's face flushed with embarrassment as she muttered an apology and returned to her work. Sun Yin redirected his gaze, glancing at Hu Shufan. "This design blueprint is for a confidential project at a research institute. You should promptly return to your workstation." Surprised, she took a few steps back. "I'm sorry, team leader, I didn't mean to." "It's fine. Even if it were intentional, these are merely exterior drawings, not specific data, thus of no real consequence." Though he reassured her, Hu Shufan remained apprehensive, aware that such matters could be quite sensitive. Best to steer clear of any entanglement, lest trouble ensue. After offering a few more apologies, she scurried back to her workstation like a startled fawn, prompting Sun Yin to shake his head and smile. The actual data is what truly requires confidentiality. As he had not yet reached the design of the internal structure, there was no significant issue in allowing her to see it. As it became apparent that no one was paying attention to her, Xiaolan finally responded in the group chat and forwarded her message to the nearby Zhou. Fortunately, Zhou was mentally prepared and managed to stifle her laughter, though she struggled to keep her mouth covered. Zhang Qiansheng and the others also sensed the commotion. Their curiosity piqued about the nature of the conversation. The group continued to exchange messages, deliberately excluding Hu Shufan, who had likely been removed from the chat. However, Hu Shufan remained indifferent, engrossed in her work. It wasn't until she finally took a break to visit the restroom that Chen Xiaoxian and the others erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves any longer. Hu Shufan looked at them with a perplexed expression, wondering if they had lost their minds. Chapter 83, Dining at the Dean's House. Shufan, I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of team leader Xu. Truly, he is remarkably handsome and impressively tall, a perfect match for you, Chen Xiaoxian remarked playfully to Hu Shufan, purely relishing the spectacle. Just think, once you win him over, our entire team will benefit from it, right? Team leader Xu has only recently returned from military service, and his soldierly demeanor still lingers. The timing is impeccable. Delay a moment longer, and it may be too late. Her words rendered Hu Shufan flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully glared at Chen Xiaoxian. What nonsense are you spouting? Team leader Xu is already in the midst of writing wedding invitations, you know? He is about to marry. Why are you tarnishing his reputation? Have you grown weary of life? Everyone was instantly taken aback, some in disbelief. Is he really getting married? Just then, Sun Yin returned, walking into the office with a smile. Who is weary of life? Why the gloomy thoughts? The room fell silent, no one daring to respond. After all, jesting about Sun Yin to his face could be quite awkward. Once Sun Yin settled back at his desk, Chen Xiaoxian broke the silence, attempting to lighten the mood. Oh, it's nothing, team leader. We were just joking. Haha. Her insincerity was palpable. Who couldn't discern her disingenuous words? Even jokes require a sense of propriety. Let us get back to work. Tomorrow is a day off. Team leader, may I inquire about something? Chen Xiaoxian couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. What is the situation with the wedding invitations you mentioned earlier? Go ahead and ask. We are all young here. No need to be so apprehensive around me, Sun Yin replied with a light-hearted tone. It's not fear, it's simply respect for your position as our leader. Chen Shaoxian flattered, her words dripping with insincerity. The other team members, overhearing her sycophantic tone, couldn't help but internally scorn her. Flatterer, shameless. Nevertheless, they perked up their ears, eager to hear her question. Team leader, are you about to get married? Or are you designing invitations for someone else? Su Nian, not questioning how she had learned of this, smiled and confirmed. Yes, I am getting married next month and am currently preparing the invitations. I'll be sure to distribute some wedding candies to everyone. Upon hearing this, Hu Shufin's smile faltered. Although she had known the outcome since the morning, the confirmation still left her feeling a pang of disappointment. Xia Lan and the others, however, were less concerned about that and instead inquired why he wouldn't be sharing invitations with them. Are you afraid we can't afford to give a red envelope? Even Zhang Qianxing and Gu Haishan chimed in, expressing their desire for both wedding candies and invitations. My home is too small to accommodate so many guests. I hadn't planned on hosting a banquet, just a simple meal, Su Nian explained, prompting a silence to envelop the group. Regardless of the occasion, extravagant celebrations had become a rarity in these times. All right, enough idle chatter. Let us get back to work, he concluded, and the office returned to a tranquil hush. As the afternoon drew near, Su Nian had nearly completed the design draft, which he subsequently locked away in the cabinet. After finishing the water in his cup and tidying his desk, he finally rose to leave. Once he departed, Chen Shaoxian turned to Hu Shufin and remarked, Shufin, are you feeling down? Even before making a move, someone else has taken the opportunity. Alas, it is such a pity to miss out on such a handsome leader like Su. The latter rolled her eyes, finished her tasks, and stood up to leave, unwilling to engage with Chen Shaoxian, whom she regarded as a meddlesome gossip. Observing her demeanor, Chen Shaoxian assumed she was upset and hurried to apologize. Hu Shufin looked at her incredulously. Shaoxian, are you not busy? Have you completed your work? If you're not angry, that's good. Not everyone has the luxury to be as idle as you. Now, go back and get on with your job. All right, as long as you're not mad at me. You should head home. I have to work overtime until midnight tonight. It's going to be tough. Chen Shaoxian was once again being dramatic, prompting Hu Shufin to mutter under her breath and roll her eyes before turning to leave. Given Shaoxian's slow pace, it was certain that one evening of overtime would barely suffice for her tasks. In the office of Director Shun, Su Nian knocked before entering. Ah, little Su. Take a seat for a moment. I'll be with you shortly. Shenbo, wearing glasses, greeted him with a warm smile before returning to his work. All right, Director. Please take your time. I'm in no rush, Su Nian replied with a grin, sitting upright and gazing ahead, lost in thought. The director's office was rather sparse, with little to admire beyond the bookshelf, desk, and a framed calligraphy piece on the wall, along with a green plant in the corner. Such simplicity was characteristic of offices in this era. Before long, Director Shin finished his work and beckoned Su Nian to accompany him downstairs. Fortunately, Director Shin had a car, sparing them the embarrassment of running or two grown men riding a bicycle together. As he saw Shenbo heading to the driver's seat, Su Nian quickly offered to drive. How about I take the wheel? Haha, all right, I shall play the role of the leader for once. Hearing Shenbo's self-deprecating humor, Su Nian chuckled. You are indeed my leader. Director Shun laughed heartily, and once in the car, he felt reassured by Su Nian's adept handling of the vehicle. The latter was indeed an experienced driver, preferring manual transmission despite the challenges posed by the more rudimentary vehicles of the time. Though lacking amenities like air conditioning, the car still possessed all essential functions. The vehicle advanced steadily, and along the way, Director Shun engaged Su Nian in conversation about various matters concerning the military. The atmosphere was congenial. Having previously worked in underground operations, Shenbo transitioned to civilian life post-liberation and was the inaugural head of the Design Institute when it was first established. Thus, he was not particularly well acquainted with the current state of the military. Since the conclusion of the Northern Campaign, there had been little combat in the mainland. Consequently, when Su Nian enlisted, he spent his time training in the army, never having the opportunity to see battle. Nonetheless, the absence of combat did not imply that military life was devoid of challenges. In truth, high-intensity training and sporadic drills simulate the realities of combat, where the specter of death looms and injuries are a commonplace occurrence. Engaging in lively conversation, they soon arrived at Director Shin's residence. It was a grand courtyard, with Director Shin's home nestled within a smaller section. Upon their arrival, they found Mrs. Shun and the others had already prepared dinner. The Shun household was quite substantial, comprising 2 sons and their wives, along with 7 grandchildren, forming a sizable family unit. The smaller courtyard housed 6 rooms, and currently, it was a bit cramped for the entire family. Old fellow, is this the young lad you mentioned, little Su? Indeed, he is quite the handsome figure. How tall is he? 1 meter 85? My, that is truly tall. Mrs. Shen greeted them warmly, her demeanor both amiable and kind. Chapter 84. Director Cheng's recruitment. After exchanging pleasantries with Madame Shen and her 2 sons, Sun Yin was promptly summoned by Dean Shen. It appeared that guests had arrived at the entrance. Haha, old Shen, where's young Su? Boomed a hearty voice from afar. The newcomer strode in with the confidence of a general, his imposing stature commanding attention. Director Cheng, greetings. I am Sun Yin. The young man introduced himself without further ado. Understanding the significance of first impressions in the presence of authority, it was paramount for leadership to steer the conversation, rendering lengthy introductions unnecessary. Besides, he had already presented himself. What more could Dean Shen say? Earlier on the road, Dean Shen had merely mentioned that the esteemed guest for dinner was Director Cheng from the Construction Bureau, offering no further details. Indeed, Sun Yin is quite the distinguished young man. A handsome lad, I must say. With your height, one might mistake you for a delicate lady. Cheng Zhongyan jested heartily, his laughter filling the room. Sun Yin offered a polite, yet awkward smile, choosing silence over response. With a playful slap on Cheng Zhongyan's shoulder, Shen Bo admonished, Old Cheng, temper your exuberance. He is not one of your subordinates. And let me warn you, should young Su decline your request for a portrait, don't blame me for not forewarning you. Not a chance. Cheng Zhongyan retorted nonchalantly, chuckling. Upon seeing young Su, it's clear we are kindred spirits, unlike you, old Shen. Look at the fine wine I've brought. I assure you, if I don't get you thoroughly intoxicated tonight, I shall no longer bear the surname Cheng. Their camaraderie was evident, their banter unrestrained. Yet, Sun Yin found himself puzzled by Dean Shen's seemingly protective demeanor towards Director Cheng. After a brief interlude at the entrance, Shen Bo led the 2 men to their seats. The Shen sons accompanied them, while Madame Shen, along with her daughter-in-law and grandchildren, sat at a separate table in the kitchen. As the evening's focal point, Director Cheng commanded attention, and Sun Yin assumed a more passive role, merely present to listen and partake in the meal. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Cheng Zhongyan suddenly turned to Sun Yin, inquiring, Young Su, how many years did you serve in the military? Director Cheng, I served for 5 years, Sun Yin replied after glancing at Dean Shen, who offered no indication of response, prompting him to answer somewhat awkwardly. What followed was a deluge of inquiries from Director Cheng, ranging from military experiences to family matters and artistic pursuits. An exhaustive dialogue that meandered through various topics. Typically, when a leader engages in such discussions, it signifies their regard for you. Sure enough, after a while, Director Cheng revealed his intentions. Young Su, would you be interested in joining our construction bureau? I must tell you, our construction bureau's benefits are quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin feigned surprise, clearly taken aback, while Director Shen interjected, Old Cheng, poaching talent in my presence is rather unscrupulous. Oh, your design institute is brimming with talent. Why not share some with our construction bureau? Cheng Zhongyan paid no mind to the jab and continued. Besides, young Su hasn't voiced an opinion yet. Why are you so eager, old Shen? Haven't you heard the adage that obstructing someone else's financial gain is akin to harming their parents? Shen Bo, is this the appropriate context for such remarks? He was tempted to retort that one should speak less when lacking knowledge. It was truly embarrassing. Had there not been juniors present, Shen Bo would certainly have relished the opportunity to put Cheng Zhongyun in his place. Seeing Cheng Zhongyun left speechless, a triumphant smile spread across his face as he turned back to Sun Yin, asking, So, young Su, have you given it any thought? Our construction bureau is vast, and given your background in design, I could arrange for you to be a section chief, making your work far less arduous, free from the daily grind of those design drafts. Sun Yin maintained a polite smile, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Cheng's speech before responding, Thank you, Director Cheng, for your kind offer. I would indeed be interested in joining the construction bureau. After all, as the great Napoleon once said, a designer who does not aspire to be a general is not a good comrade. At this, the 2 young masters Shen displayed expressions of disappointment, their opinion of Sun Yin diminishing considerably. They could not fathom why someone like Sun Yin, with such demeanor, would receive high praise from their esteemed elder. Yet, Shen Bo retained his smile, seemingly oblivious to Sun Yin's impending shift in allegiance. Director Cheng let out a hearty laugh, affectionately patting Sun Yin on the shoulder. You're quite the character. I believe Napoleon's original words were not quite so phrased, were they? Sun Yan, with a charming grin, reiterated Napoleon's actual words, then added, "Our great leader once proclaimed, 'I am but a brick in the revolution. I will be moved where needed.' I embody that sentiment. Whatever task Director Shin assigns me, I shall undertake, fully complying with the organization's directives." What is the organization? Obviously, Sun Yan is currently employed at the Design Institute, hence his organizational ties lie there. Therefore, complying with organizational arrangements essentially means adhering to Director Shin's directives. The two young masters Shin stood in stunned silence, realizing that this was a clever maneuver. Sun Yan's words, regardless of how he responded, could have easily offended someone. Yet, by expressing himself this way, he preserved Director Cheng's dignity, secured his own position, and simultaneously upheld Director Shin's authoritative presence. Moreover, his flattery was executed flawlessly, hitting the mark perfectly. However, did he not fear passing the ball back to Director Shin? Would he not worry about facing repercussions? Cheng Zhongyan stared, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Goodness, I am truly envious. Where did you find such a talent? This one is quite slippery indeed. Such a talent, one you cannot grasp. Allow me to take charge." In his heart, the appraisal of many years has significantly risen. His design and artistic abilities are beyond question, yet it is his exceptional interpersonal skills and eloquence that truly endear him to Cheng Zhongyun. Shinbo rolled his eyes, responding with irritation, "You, a mere brute, understand nothing. If Xiao Su truly joins your faction, he will undoubtedly be led astray by you. Now that Xiao Su has explicitly declined your offer, you should give up." Nonsense. When did Xiao Su ever refuse? Did he not express his desire to join the construction bureau? I simply ask you, you old rascal, will you allow him to leave? Cheng Zhongyun was weary of idle chatter. In his determination to secure the talent, he was willing to overlook any formalities. If Sun Yan were to become one of his subordinates, the future endeavors would undoubtedly flourish. Chapter 85, Matters at the Banquet. Drink, drink. Are you not trying to intoxicate me? Come, come, let us drink. Shinbo did not respond directly, but raised his glass in invitation. Cheng Zhongyun had brought 2 bottles of Jingji Laobaigan and a bottle of Zweiking. While not exceedingly expensive, the Laobaigan cost a dime per bottle, and the Zweiking was merely 3 dimes. In this era, such beverages were considered high-end, suitable for entertaining guests and enhancing one's reputation. Of course, neither Shinbo nor Cheng Zhongyun hailed from ordinary families. Their monthly alcohol purchases were limited. Yet, indulging in such prestigious drinks occasionally posed no issue. A lack of direct response equated to refusal. Cheng Zhongyun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but was left with no choice but to murmur, "Old Ian, you are not only fortunate but also rather stingy. Indeed, I have always been quite lucky, something you cannot envy." Shinbo replied with an air of pride as he clinked glasses with him. However, after taking a sip, Cheng Zhongyun turned his attention to Sun Yan. Intending to intoxicate Shinbo, but instead directing the focus onto Sun Yan. The latter smiled bitterly within, as he was not a habitual drinker and had scarcely indulged in alcohol. In his former life, he had enjoyed drinking, developing a formidable tolerance. Yet, that was in another body, not the one he currently inhabited. Ideally, one should drink moderately or abstain altogether to ensure longevity. Nevertheless, faced with his superior's glass, Sun Yan could not refuse, clinking his glass lightly before tilting his head back to down the drink. The 2 sons of Shun were taken aback. This was unexpected. They had anticipated their father's anger, but instead found it directed at Cheng Zhongyun, who swiftly dissipated the request to recruit Sun Yan. It appeared that as long as Sun Yan accompanied Cheng Zhongyun in this drinking session, the matter would be put to rest. Despite Cheng Zhongyun's rejection, he secretly held a high regard for Sun Yan. Yet, admiration aside, Sun Yan was not under his command. Thus, using alcohol to alleviate sorrow and dissolve awkwardness seemed the most fitting. Moreover, Sun Yan was indeed a talent. With one swift drink, he coughed due to the forcefulness of his consumption, which might have seemed somewhat disrespectful. Yet, Cheng Zhongyun burst into laughter, thoroughly amused. Perhaps leaders are drawn to individuals like Sun Yan. After some time, Shinbo finally broached the design draft for the Wanren Auditorium that Sun Yan had presented the other day. Cheng Zhongyun promptly took over the conversation, addressing Sun Yan. "Little Su, you just declined my invitation. In the presence of old Shun, shouldn't you illustrate 100 or 80 drawings for me today?" Sun Yan, feigning drunkenness, responded with a perplexed expression, "Director Chang, I may have had too much to drink. Did you say you wanted me to give you over 100 dimes?" The room erupted with laughter as Shun Bo nearly choked, while Cheng Zhongyun froze in surprise. The two sons of Shun gasped, increasingly bewildered by Su Nian's boldness. Did he not fear offending Director Cheng with such remarks? During the Republican era, particularly towards its end before liberation, corruption among officials was rampant. Thus, after the liberation, the notion of greed was utterly intolerable. To solicit money from subordinates equated to a death sentence for the leader. Hence, the two young masters of the Shin family were understandably astonished. What pretense of drunkenness is this? Surely, you do not intend to refuse my request for a portrait? Cheng Zhongyun remarked with dissatisfaction, then turned to Shin Bo, muttering, I must say, old Shun, why are your men so imbued with arrogance? Truly, one can discern the character of a general by the demeanor of his troops. The latter replied with a sense of pride, they are my soldiers. Naturally, they reflect my disposition. I have long advised you to temper your demeanor. Look now, you frightened young Su, causing him to babble nonsense. Upon hearing this, the two young masters of the Shun family were momentarily taken aback, soon filled with boundless admiration for Su Nian. Remarkable, truly remarkable. How did he manage to have their father amend his statements? One must ponder how Su Nian achieved such seamless cooperation with their father. They were, of course, oblivious to the intricacies. Otherwise, they would not solely be consumed by feasting and drinking. Cheng Zhongyun felt utterly outmaneuvered, rendered speechless and helpless. That Su Nian was indeed a slippery character. No traps seemed to ensnare him. Ultimately, he could only request Su Nian to assist in crafting a portrait, utilizing the same technique he employed for the design draft of the Grand Hall. Very well, Director Cheng, I shall heed the directives of our dean. This artwork shall be my responsibility. Upon hearing Su Nian's words, Cheng Zhongyun, in a fit of anger, pointed at him, his eyes wide with disbelief. What do you mean by heeding your dean's directives? Are you disregarding my orders? Ah, Director Cheng, I am merely complying with the organizational arrangements. Truly impervious to reason. In any case, Cheng Zhongyun found himself at a loss with Su Nian. Fine, old Shun. May I borrow your illustrious work? I trust you won't mind. Since I am not taking advantage, I shall conserve a bit of your ink as well. Shin Bo smiled wryly, knowing Cheng Zhongyun's character, and could only nod in acquiescence. At this juncture, Cheng Zhongyun's spirits lifted considerably. He raised his cup in joviality. Cheers. Dinner extended over 2 hours, with 3 bottles of liquor consumed among 5 individuals. Fortunately, Shun Bo refrained from producing more alcohol, otherwise, Su Nian would undoubtedly have to crawl home. Young Su, are you intoxicated? Shall I arrange for someone to escort you home? As the gathering concluded, Cheng Zhongyun inquired with concern, only to be interrupted by Shin Bo. You can hardly walk yourself, yet you express concern for others? Quan, you hardly drank. Please see off Uncle Cheng. The eldest son, Shin Quan, had not inherited his father's ambitions and was currently employed in the security department of the steel mill, possessing commendable tolerance for alcohol. Moreover, today as protagonist was Cheng Zhongyun, with Su Nian as the supporting character. Shin Quan and his brother, Shin Qingwen, were merely companions in drinking, hence had consumed little. Cheng Zhongyun departed, but not far, as the vicinity was populated with cadre residences. Young Su, would you like me to send you home? Shin Bo glanced at Su Nian, who was slumped over the table, and spoke softly. At that moment, Madame Shun brought over a basin of detoxifying soup and filled a large bowl for old Shin and the others. Then, Su Nian gradually regained consciousness and exclaimed, Oh, Director, has Chief Cheng left? No more pretense? You're truly not intoxicated? Shin Bo chuckled and gestured towards the detoxifying soup on the table, saying, Have some. This soup is quite effective. Su Nian laughed heartily, scratched his head, and expressed his gratitude to Madame Shun before eagerly drinking from the bowl. Beside him, Shin Qingwen marveled. So, young Su, you were pretending to be drunk just now? I genuinely thought you were inebriated. TSK, impressive. Do you think everyone else is like you? Just a whiff of alcohol, and their legs can hardly move. Shin Bo shot him a glare and turned to Su Nian, asking, What are your thoughts on painting old Cheng tomorrow? Chapter 86. The bashful Qin Huairu and Uncle Cheng's perspective. After reflecting on the inquiry, Su Nian thought to himself, Of course, I would watch while seated. Standing would be far too exhausting. However, the leader's question was far from straightforward. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Leader, I am a young man, and I speak candidly. If I misspeak, I hope you can be forgiving. Shin Qingquan's lips twitched. Inwardly acknowledging that Su Nian's approach was anything but direct, he was more adept at conversation than an old fox. Despite his confusion, he remained captivated by Sun Yin's words. Sun Yin continued, "As I just joined the Design Institute, it was your esteemed support, Director Shun, that facilitated my smooth onboarding. Following your directives, I shall diligently complete my tasks tomorrow, disregarding all else." This declaration signified that he was merely executing Director Shin's instructions to draw for Director Chang, rather than seeking personal gain or ambition. Furthermore, he indicated that any attempts by Director Chang to curry favor or manipulate sentiments would be met with indifference, leaving such matters to Director Shin's discretion. Old Shun was accustomed to operating discreetly, a habit ingrained over many years, making it difficult to alter. Otherwise, he would not have retained Sun Yin thus far. After listening to Sun Yin, Director Shin nodded with a smile, signifying his understanding. There were no praises, merely a simple acknowledgement. This left Shun Chengwen perplexed. What was the meaning of this? "Director, it's getting late. I want to impose further. Please rest early. Goodbye." "Young Master Shun, Madam Shun," Sun Yin said. "Very well. Take care and travel safely," Shin replied, nodding as Sun Yin departed from the courtyard. Once Sun Yin left, Shinbo turned to his second son, inquiring, "What did you learn today?" Shin Qingwen, an employee with aspirations in politics, found himself overshadowed by his father's authority due to his average discernment and capabilities. "You wish to soar without first gaining experience at the grassroots level? What folly! That young Su is quite formidable. Should he enter politics, he would undoubtedly be my rival," Shun Chengwen remarked. Hearing this, Shinbo couldn't help but scoff. "You truly overrate yourself. 10 of you combined would not equal one Sun Yin. To consider him your rival is sheer arrogance. Father, do you truly hold me in such disdain?" Shin Chengwen replied with a bitter smile, only to receive a stern gaze from his father, who lamented, "It's not that I look down upon you. If you possessed even half of Sun Yin's qualities, I wouldn't be so troubled. Look at him, capable yet humble, knowing how to conceal his talents. Now look at yourself, so eager to rush forward." Without pausing to reflect, Shin Chengwen fell silent, realizing the undeniable truth in his father's words. As Sun Yin journeyed home through the night, he felt increasingly alert. He had not anticipated that this body could handle alcohol so well. At least one bottle of the 3 he had consumed was now within him, and each breath he took carried the scent of spirits. Even though he had just consumed a hangover remedy, it merely rendered him more alert. Yet his entire being was still suffused with the scent of alcohol. In this era, the liquor bottles were not the standard 500 milliliters, but rather 753 milliliters each. Thus, he had undoubtedly imbibed at least 1.5 gin of spirits. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found the main gate secured, indicating that everyone had likely retired for the night. Fortunately, the old Su family resided in the front courtyard, and someone had left the door ajar for him. As he stepped into the yard, he noticed a light still aglow in the kitchen. The dim flicker of the kerosene lamp cast a gentle illumination, providing a beacon amidst the darkness of the night, reminiscent of many years gone by. "Ah, is that you, Brother Anian? You've returned. Come in quickly. But, oh, how much have you had to drink?" Qin Huairu exclaimed, perched at the entrance and glancing toward the gate. Immediately recognizing Sun Yin. Inside the kitchen, a flurry of activity ensued. Zhou Hongmei busied herself pouring water, for there was no hangover remedy to be found. Given their circumstances, how could they possibly keep the ingredients for such a concoction on hand? After all, they couldn't even lay eyes on a liquor bottle, let alone indulge in drinking. "Why is everyone still awake? I haven't drunk much. I had a hangover remedy at the leader's house before returning. It's quite late. You should all hurry to bed," Sun Yin assured them. He did not push away Qin Huairu's supportive hand, but declined the water Zhou Hongmei offered, as he was not thirsty. Rather, he felt an abundance of liquid within him and was eager to visit the restroom. Seeing that he appeared to be fine and was speaking coherently, the family felt reassured and gradually retreated to their slumber. Hu Meifeng and Fan Zhaodi were likely already asleep with the children. The eldest and second brothers envied their youngest sibling, for they could smell the intoxicating aroma from afar, making it evident just how much he had consumed. "What sort of liquor did you drink?" they inquired, their desire for unattainable spirits growing stronger. However, old Su shot them a stern glance. "Why aren't you off to bed? Why ask such questions? It's already past 9, it's quite late." Like quail, the two brothers hurriedly departed. Sun Yin observed this scene with a smile, turned, and headed to his room to fetch some clothes, intending to take a bath. "Third brother, having drunk, you should refrain from bathing tonight. Do it tomorrow instead. Be cautious not to catch a chill, Zhou Hongmei warned with concern. After consuming such a significant amount of alcohol, it was best to sleep immediately rather than bathe, to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Mother, I am no longer a child. You need not worry, Sun Yin replied dismissively, fully aware of his own body. Moreover, feeling sticky all over, he knew he could not sleep comfortably without a bath. Qin Huairu chimed in, Mom, please go to bed. I will keep an eye on him. Reassured by her daughter's words, Zhou Hongmei finally retreated to the inner room. As Sun Yin made his way to the separate bathing area, Qin Huairu, her cheeks as rosy as an apple, stood at the door, saying, Brother Anian, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll be right here. All right. Sun Yin had no intention of stirring any romantic sentiments. He merely wished to enjoy a refreshing bath. There was no need for haste. After all, she was already a fixture in his life and could not easily depart. The night was shrouded in a hazy darkness, accompanied solely by the soothing sound of water and the palpable heartbeat of Qin Huairu. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the bathroom, startling her into a leap. Are you all right, Anian? Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed in, her concern for him overpowering her trepidation. Inside, the dim glow of a kerosene lamp flickered weakly, yet it was sufficient for Qin Huairu to discern his well-defined physique. Those eight-pack abs were undeniably alluring. Without a hint of embarrassment, Sun Yin pointed to the bar of soap on the floor and said, I'm fine. The one in trouble is that bar of soap. Ah! Qin Huairu exclaimed, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, her heart racing like a startled deer. Her mind was flooded with visions of Sun Yin's athletic form, leaving her utterly flustered. That night, sleep eluded her. The entire evening was consumed by less than wholesome images, specifically those eight-pack abs that haunted her thoughts. Tossing and turning, she lost track of the time and eventually drifted into slumber. When she finally awoke, it was already 6 in the morning. Thankfully, her biological clock remained punctual, though the dark circles under her eyes were quite conspicuous. As Sun Yin returned from his morning jog and caught sight of her panda eyes, he smirked mischievously, Xiaoru, did you perhaps glimpse something you shouldn't have last night? His words only deepened her embarrassment. She sought refuge but found herself trapped in the kitchen. Thus, she buried her face in her heavy grain storage, attempting to play the part of an ostrich. Observing her flustered state, Sun Yin refrained from further teasing, chuckling softly before heading off to shower. Today was a day of rest, graced by bright sunshine. However, the morning was reserved for painting for Director Cheng, leaving her own endeavors for the afternoon. After breakfast, Sun Yin made his way to the ear room to inspect the progress of renovations. Zhou Hongmei pointed to the well, saying, Last night, your father and your older brothers dug about a meter. According to the adjacent well, we need to dig at least 13 or 14 meters to find water. Mother, there's no rush. We can take our time. A well requires more than just digging. It needs to be properly constructed, he reassured her. Uncle, aren't you supposed to be at work today? Su Shaoqian suddenly realized that her uncle typically left for the office at this time. Yet today he lingered. That's odd. Yes, I have the day off, Sun Yin replied. Yay, uncle. Shall we go fishing? No, I have some matters to attend to. I might be having lunch at the leader's house. Ah, uncle, are you going to the leader's house again for a meal? The children gasped in surprise, evidently astonished. Hu Meifeng cast a curious glance at him. Didn't he, your leader, just treat you to dinner yesterday? Why again? Not only she, but also Zhou Hongmei, Qin Huairu, and Fan Guiming turned their attention to him. Well, the leader has a few matters to discuss with me. It's not necessarily at his house for lunch. We'll see how it unfolds, Sun Yin replied, offering limited explanation. He then advised Qin Huairu not to prepare too much for lunch. Regardless, if he does not dine at the leader's residence, he may as well eat out. Uncle San, may I accompany you? Su Weidong inquired eagerly, his eyes wide with anticipation. This morning at breakfast, he had heard that his uncle had returned home late after consuming a considerable amount of alcohol. The concept of alcohol was somewhat elusive to the young lad. However, he understood that it was derived from the fermentation of grains. That will not do. The leader has not invited you, came the response. But uncle, I promise to be very well behaved. Being well behaved does not suffice. Do not disturb your uncle. Do you understand? Fan Zhaodi interjected, dispelling the child's daydreams. Sun Yin then took his leave from the courtyard. He first arrived at Dean Shin's residence, but old Shun was absent. Shin Chengwen had already organized his stationery, including paper, brushes, and paint. Upon seeing Sun Yin enter, he greeted him with a smile. I just finished tidying up. Let us go to Uncle Cheng's house. However, Mrs. Shen playfully scolded, is this how you treat guests? If your father knew, he would reprimand you. She then turned to Sun Yan and said, Young Su, do not mind him. Please sit down and have a glass of water. There is no rush. Madam Shun, I am not in a hurry. I merely worry about delaying the matters between the dean and Director Chung. Sun Yan chuckled, and upon hearing this, Mrs. Shin had no choice but to allow her second son to escort him. As they departed, they walked for a few minutes and soon arrived at a courtyard. In the city, most residences were structured as courtyards, whether private homes or institutional buildings. Upon entering Director Cheng's home, Sun Yan refrained from wandering his gaze. The layout of the courtyard was quite similar, lacking anything particularly noteworthy. Cheng Zhongyun awaited them in the living room, having just brewed tea. Upon their arrival, he rose with a hearty laugh to welcome them. This startled Shin Chengguan, as it was evident that Sun Yan was indeed favored by Uncle Cheng. Yet why was that? Good morning, Director Cheng. Sun Yan was taken aback by the warm reception. No wonder old Shun had kept him a while longer last night. This was the reason. Why address me as Director Cheng? Cheng Zhongyun playfully pointed at Shin Chengguan and feigned anger. Call me Uncle Cheng, understood? Shin Chengguan could only manage a wry smile. And Sun Yan had no choice but to comply. Upon hearing Sun Yan address him as uncle, Cheng Zhongyun beamed with delight. Come, let us enjoy some tea. What followed was a casual exchange. After several cups of tea, Sun Yan could no longer contain himself and ventured, Uncle Cheng, shall we commence now? Commence what? Cheng Zhongyun feigned ignorance, casually stating, we are merely drinking tea. Let me tell you, this is exquisite tea. Back in the day, Sun Yan, feeling resigned, realized that the reminiscing had begun anew. Thus, he relaxed and indulged in the idle chatter. Shin Chengguan, unable to comprehend, listened with amusement. As they continued their conversation, time swiftly passed, and before long, it was past 11 o'clock. At this moment, Cheng Zhongyun seemed to awaken from his reverie, recalling that it was time to paint. Before commencing his artistic endeavor, he instructed his daughter-in-law to prepare a meal. Observing old Cheng and his spouse as they entered the kitchen with a piece of cured meat, Sun Yan felt a significant weight on his shoulders. Clearly, old Cheng had anticipated this moment, determined to ensure that Sun Yan remained at home for dinner. After all, regardless of Sun Yan's swift hand, completing the painting would take at least half an hour. By the time he finished, it would naturally be lunchtime, making it a foregone conclusion that he would stay for the meal. Should Sun Yan decline the invitation, it would undoubtedly offend old Cheng. Moreover, there was no need for Cheng Zhongyun to exert his authority. A simple remark would suffice. Do you wish for others to claim that Uncle Cheng is inattentive? Thus, the pressure weighing on Sun Yan was indeed considerable. As the three of them entered the study, Shin Chengguan observed Sun Yan as he prepared to paint, filled with curiosity. Initially bewildered, Shin Chengguan soon found himself in awe as Sun Yan's unique technique unfolded before him. He remained silent, gradually widening his mouth in astonishment as time passed. The painting appeared almost lifelike, strikingly realistic. The depiction of Cheng Zhongyun resembled the actual person seated nearby, with an equally piercing gaze. Shin Chengguan's admiration for Sun Yan surged, unwavering like a relentless river. With such remarkable social grace and extraordinary artistic talent, it was no wonder that both his father and Cheng Zhongyun held Sun Yan in such high regard. At that moment, voices drifted in from outside the study. Old man, the meal is ready. Come wash your hands and eat. Do not linger any longer. Chapter 87. The Cheng brothers and the infamous infidelity of Shaju. Cheng Zhongyun rose swiftly, making his way over, and upon seeing the artwork, was instantly captivated. His mouth agape, he stood in awe, momentarily lost for words. Although this piece had remained unfinished for many years, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a lifelike representation on paper, leaving him utterly astounded. This astonishment surpassed even that which he felt upon first encountering the grand design of the auditorium, for this was not merely a structure. It was a vivid portrayal of himself, brought to life on the canvas. Xiao Su, I truly find it difficult to express my admiration for your talent. It is remarkable. After a prolonged silence, Cheng Zhongyun finally gave a thumbs up to Sun Yan. The latter shook his head, expressing regret. Alas, I have yet to complete the task at hand. Let us dine first, and then we can continue. Uncle Cheng, do not worry. Come, let us enjoy a drink together, suggested Shin Chengguan. Observing the camaraderie between Cheng Zhongyun and Sun Yan with a face full of envy and astonishment. Uncle Cheng, I still have to paint for you this afternoon. I cannot indulge in alcohol, Sun Yan politely declined, mindful that moderation is key when it comes to libations. However, Cheng Zhongyun, seemingly indifferent, replied, "Nonsense. Just a little sip will suffice. Don't think I'm unaware. You were merely pretending to be inebriated last night. You possess quite the tolerance for alcohol, my friend." This left Su Nian, despite his thick skin, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Noticing his lack of further objection, Cheng Zhongyun erupted in laughter, pouring a generous glass of bamboo leaf wine. The dining table was adorned with 5 dishes and a soup, featuring 3 hearty main courses complemented by 2 dishes of mixed meat and vegetables, alongside 2 bottles of bamboo leaf wine. Cheng Zhongyun had certainly invested a considerable sum for this midday meal. After all, the 2 bottles alone cost 6 yuan, not to mention the substantial dishes, making the total meal expenditure a remarkable 10 yuan, a sum sufficient to cover the expenses of an average family for a week and a half. Despite the extravagant offerings, Su Nian was unperturbed. His principle was simple: accept the sweet coating and return the explosive shell when the time was right. During the meal, he learned that Cheng Zhongyun had 3 sons, 2 of whom had perished in battle, while the remaining son currently served in the military. Tragically, neither of the deceased sons had married before their untimely deaths, leaving the family without heirs. The daughter-in-law seated beside them had been feeling the strain of being separated from her husband, resulting in no news of her own pregnancy, which had greatly distressed the elderly Cheng couple. However, matters concerning the younger generation could neither be rushed nor reprimanded, for any attempt to broach the subject would only drive Cheng's son back to the military, particularly as he was part of a covert unit, leaving old Cheng powerless to summon him home. Indeed, every family has its own set of challenges, a truth that remains unwavering. The reason Cheng Zhongyun had requested Su Nian to paint him was only a part of the equation. More significantly, he wished for portraits of his 2 deceased sons as well. Furrowing his brow, Su Nian inquired, "Uncle Cheng, do you have any photographs? Without them, I fear it would be quite challenging to capture their likeness solely based on your descriptions." Indeed, relying solely on verbal descriptions would likely yield a portrayal that is merely superficial, lacking in true essence. Upon hearing this, Cheng Zhongyun and his wife were instantly filled with excitement, their lips trembling in anticipation. His wife repeatedly exclaimed yes, 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 before retrieving a heavily worn photograph from her pocket. Once revealed, although the frame showed considerable wear, the photograph itself was remarkably well preserved. In this black and white image, the 2 brothers donned the uniforms of the 8th Route Army, their faces beaming with joy. Their bright smiles, revealing rows of youthful teeth, conveyed an eagerness for military life and a deep love for their homeland, while their determined and fervent gazes expressed a longing for a promising future. Over the years, gazing at this photograph filled me with profound admiration, prompting an instinctive salute. Without the sacrifices of these individuals, how could we enjoy the peace we have today? From Cheng Zhongyun's narration, I learned that one of his sons perished during the War of Resistance against Japan, while the other fell in the Northern Expedition. Very well, I shall paint. Mini Nian nodded emphatically, addressing Cheng Zhongyun and his wife. However, I require time to prepare, for I fear my work may not meet your expectations, and I dread the thought of disappointing you. No, we have faith in you, Cheng Zhongyun replied, visibly moved, while his wife's eyes brimmed with tears. It was not merely due to Mini Nian's earnestness, but because it reminded her of her son. After dining, Mini Nian and the others returned to the study to continue painting. Cheng's wife and her daughter-in-law gazed in awe at Mini Nian's work, momentarily rendered speechless. It was no wonder Cheng Zhongyun was so solemn. It appeared that this young man truly possessed remarkable talent. Before long, around 1 o'clock, Mini Nian finally completed the portrait of old Cheng. Next, he would turn to the paintings of old Cheng's 2 sons. Given that only a photograph remained, Mini Nian had no choice but to base his creations on it. According to old Cheng and the others, this photograph was the sole remnant of the 2 brothers, as they had left no other images behind. Being soldiers, they were rough around the edges, lacking the habit of taking photographs, and the conditions at the time did not permit it. Yet, this simplicity preserved their purest and most innocent visages. Murmuring to himself, Mini Nian glanced at the few individuals observing him intently and then returned his focus to his work. The technique of 3D painting, while intricate, could also be straightforward. For him, it was one of his most cherished skills from a past life, having reached a level of mastery. He could effortlessly draw upon nearly all aspects of 3D painting techniques. Moreover, with modern intelligent software, he could render even more exquisite and lifelike details. As his hands moved with increasing speed, the two brothers began to take shape on the paper. Cheng Zhongyan, Shen Shenwen, old Cheng's wife, and daughter-in-law stood silently behind Minnie Yin, watching intently. By 3 o'clock, Minnie Yin grew more spirited, his pace accelerating further. As for approached, he finally completed the piece. After finishing, Cheng Zhongyun and the others gazed at the painting, unable to tear their eyes away. Many young individuals shook their heads, gathering their belongings in preparation to depart. Initially, the intention for today was to engage in personal pursuits, but with the sun nearing its descent, they decided to postpone until another time. Xiao Su, wait a moment. Please accept this small token of my appreciation, Cheng Zhongyun said, quickly regaining his composure as he noticed Su Nian preparing to leave. He hastily retrieved a meticulously wrapped box from a nearby cabinet. However, Su Nian graciously declined, expressing he did not require it. That simply cannot be. It was intended for you. If you refuse it, does that imply you look down upon your Uncle Cheng? Indeed. Those who lack respect for their elders often possess numerous means to persuade. Su Nian, feeling helpless, reluctantly accepted the gift. As he prepared to depart, Mrs. Cheng approached, carrying a heavy basket, insisting he take it with him. The weight of the basket made it impossible for Su Nian to leave it behind. Upon arriving at Dean Shen's residence, Shenbo was already present. Dean, these are gifts sent from Director Cheng. I will place them here and take my leave if there are no further matters, Su Nian announced as he set the items down. Yet, he was halted by Shenbo's voice. Why are you leaving the gifts here? Take them with you. Leader, that seems inappropriate, Su Nian replied. Shenbo chided him playfully. You clever boy, do you need me to instruct you? Quickly take your belongings and vanish from my sight. With no other option, Su Nian complied and left with the items in hand. The gift from Cheng Zhongyun was a box, while his wife's basket likely contained wine and food. As Su Nian reached the entrance of the courtyard, the playful Su Shaoqian and her friends, with keen noses like dogs, rushed over. Third uncle, did you buy cured meat? It smells so delightful. In fact, not far behind Su Nian, a few other children trailed him. These youngsters had finely tuned senses, for their impoverished circumstances left them longing for meat. You truly are like little puppies, able to scent it from afar. Su Nian chuckled as he swatted away their eager hands reaching for the basket, dismissively warning, Shoo, keep your dirty hands away. If you touch it again, you shall forfeit dinner tonight. This last remark caused them to behave obediently, though their curiosity about the meat remained piqued. On the way back, Su Nian recalled that the meat in question was the venison he had enjoyed at Cheng's home earlier that day. According to Cheng Zhongyun, it was game he had hunted in the northeast, transformed into cured meat to be savored in the capital. There was still a considerable quantity remaining, as he had observed their storage, which was laden with several hundred pounds hanging from the ceiling. It was evident that Cheng Zhongyun was quite the Epicurean, and with an array of fine spirits such as Leobagan and Zweiking displayed on the floor, it was no wonder his belly resembled that of someone several months along in pregnancy. One wondered how Cheng Zhongyun managed to transport such a bounty of cured meat back to the capital, or if most of it was sourced from local hunts surrounding the city. Upon entering his home, before Su Nian could set down his belongings, he was greeted by the sound of heated insults emanating from the hall. It was Yuzhu's furious voice, met with retorts from Zhou Hongmei. From the kitchen, Qin Huairu emerged. Onian, what are all these things? Didn't you go to the leader's house for dinner? Why did you bring something back? Qin Huairu exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly taking the boxes and baskets. However, she overheard Su Nian inquiring about the situation at the courtyard. Before the former could respond, Su Shaoqian chimed in eagerly. It turned out that Yuzhu was also on leave today, sleeping soundly at home. Usually, Fan Guiming and the others began their work at 8 o'clock, making little noise to disturb Yuzhu. The latter was the cook at the steel mill's canteen, starting work only after 10, allowing him to enjoy a long slumber. But today, Fan Guiming and the others were hammering templates, causing quite a racket, which disrupted Yuzhu's peaceful dreams. Consequently, he had started cursing earlier in the morning. Is he really that fierce? Su Nian wondered in disbelief. His niece rolled her eyes, unsure if it was directed at him or Yuzhu. He must be drunk. He started drinking with Uncle San around noon, and I think Uncle Da and Su Damao joined in. The revelation that Su Damao was drinking with Yuzhu astonished Su Nian even more. What on earth? How could Su Damao and Yuzhu sit together for a drink? Xiaoru, you start cooking. Take some of the cured meat out. We'll stir-fry it with cabbage for dinner. I'll go check on the courtyard, Su Nian instructed. Qin Huairu nodded in agreement, while Su Shaoqian and the others erupted in cheers. We're having meat. Don't you dare sneak a bite, understood? Hearing their uncle's words, the three siblings laughed cheerfully in response. In reality, their aunt dotes on them. With a little coaxing, they would be permitted to sample the dishes once cooked. Meat, in this era, was a rare delicacy. Recently, the household had reverted to the meager dietary standards that prevailed before their uncle's return, consisting mostly of vegetables. The masters were always prioritized for the better rations, leaving them with only watery soup. Upon Sun Yan's arrival at the courtyard, he found Yuzhu in the midst of a furious tirade, passionately arguing with Zhou Hongmei and Fan Zhaodi. You fool, shut your mouth. Upon seeing Sun Yan, Yuzhu paused momentarily and then exclaimed, Sun Yan, you've come at the right time. Hurry and make them stop. It's deafening. How can anyone sleep with all this clattering? Sleeping in broad daylight? Were you out chasing someone last night? Haha. Zhou Hongmei and Fan Zhaodi burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves, and even Hu Meifeng, standing behind Zhou Hongmei, joined in. She wasn't adept at insults, preferring to remain uninvolved unless her interests were at stake. The onlookers in the neighborhood laughed heartily, critiquing Sun Yan's sharp tongue. The masters, including Fan Guiming and Wang Changyuan, merely cast curious glances before returning to their work. You're talking nonsense. I didn't tea. Who's chasing someone? Yuzhu, flustered and angry, quickly retaliated. Whether I did or not is none of your concern. But if you weren't chasing someone, why are you sleeping during the day? For many years, Sun Yan spoke leisurely. When it comes to dealing with Shaju, there is no need for brute force. Within the courtyard, his prowess has long been established, as evidenced by the previous instances where the Jiazhong family faced humiliation. Who says one cannot indulge in slumber during daylight? Yet, it was evident that Yuzhu's confidence had diminished considerably. Clearly, he had sobered up, but out of pride. He was reluctant to concede. If you intend to sleep during the day, yet you were not out pursuing any illicit affairs last night, then what were you up to? We are all neighbors. If you possess a secret to prosperity, do share instead of keeping it to yourself. With a swift motion, though the neighbors were aware that Sun Yan's words were nonsensical, some could not help but join in the jest. Zhou Hongmei also chimed in to mock Shaju, causing a moment of chaos. At this point, Yuzhu was utterly flabbergasted. Goodness, all he desired was to enjoy a leisurely morning, free from the clamor of the renovation workers nearby. He never anticipated that it would escalate into such a commotion. Nonsense. If I had a path to wealth, would I divulge it to you? I may be called Shaju, but I am not truly foolish. Upon hearing Yuzhu's disdainful remarks, the neighbors retorted angrily, Shaju, you ungrateful wretch. It was I who bestowed upon you the name of Shaju in the first place. Chapter 88. It is luring me whose subordinate is this. Exhibiting such valor? Years of the strategy of diverting calamity have borne fruit. Upon hearing this phrase, he glanced at the individual. Oh, it is none other than Aunt Wang from the front courtyard. Then there is nothing to worry about. Aunt Wang, residing in the corridor room, is indeed a formidable figure. Generally kind-hearted, she possesses an unyielding spirit when it comes to reprimanding others. In this era, the strength of matriarchs is certainly not to be underestimated. However, it was unexpected that it was she who first called out the nickname Silly Zhu. Is it true? So brave? Yet, these matters are of no consequence to Sun Yan anymore. After surveying the new residence in the ear room, Sun Yan nodded in satisfaction. The installation of templates is an exceedingly tedious task. It requires precise measurements and adjustments, and is incredibly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Once the templates are in place, reinforcing steel must be tied, and only when everything is prepared can concrete be poured. Quite troublesome. Master Fan, how much longer will the templates need to be nailed? Surely it can be completed in 2 or 3 days. Fan Guiming glanced up. Today's progress had not been substantial. Out of a total area of 36 square meters, at least 20 square meters needed to be nailed. Additionally, the stairs also required concrete pouring, along with load-bearing columns. So it would likely take around 2.5 more days, certainly not 3. Sun Yan, having previously worked as a supervisor, was quite aware of the pace of work. Fan Guiming and his team dared not slack off, whether overtly or covertly. Thus, 2.5 days should pose no significant issue. When Sun Yan emerged from the ear room, the verbal altercation outside had already concluded. Yuzhu was being pulled by Xu Duoduo, with Yi Zhonghai standing nearby. So, they had been drinking earlier? Why did they not intervene to mediate? Sun Yan scoffed inwardly, suspecting the tacit approval of the 3 elders, coupled with Xu Duoduo's instigation. Otherwise, Yuzhu would not have been so brazen as to confront others in broad daylight. Moreover, Sun Yin had not seen anyone today, which likely emboldened Yuzhu to act so arrogantly under the influence of alcohol. It seems that Sun Yin's recent activities in the courtyard have displeased the three elders. Upon reflection, it makes sense. Their authority has been threatened in recent gatherings. Returning empty-handed from the last two meetings, the previously harmonious atmosphere has vanished without a trace. Understanding the situation, Sun Yin remained unfazed. As long as he did not provoke them or infringe upon their interests, he had no qualms about turning a blind eye. However, should someone foolishly seek to test his mettle, he would not hesitate to assist in loosening their bones. Removing the wooden cover from the well, Sun Yin commenced digging. This was his task. His father and older brothers would occasionally lend a hand. Together, as a family of four, they would have no trouble digging a well. Time flew by, and Sun Yin busied himself at the bottom of the well, while Zhou Hongmei and the others assisted in hoisting the soil upwards. It was only when Qin Huairu arrived to call everyone for dinner that Sun Yin prepared to finish for the day. The August sun set earlier each day. Zhong Zhenbiao, Fan Guiming, and Wang Changyuan were also tidying up their tools, preparing to leave for the day. As they passed through the front yard, all 9 of them took a deep breath, yearning to inhale the fragrant air a bit longer. Their employer was indulging in a meat feast once again, and the aroma was undeniably strong. It was cured meat, specifically my favorite, venison. One of Wang Changyuan's apprentices, Li Ergu, could not resist exclaiming with bright eyes, only to be playfully chided by his master. You glutton, everything seems to be your favorite. You must be longing for a feast. Over the years, the labor fee amounted to a total of 120 yuan, meaning each of the 3 masters received 40 yuan. In this era, such a sum was quite substantial. The 2 apprentices, however, were left with a mere 5 yuan each. Hence, for Li Ergu, meat was a luxury beyond his reach. The group laughed jovially as they strolled slowly, but the front yard was small, and with the steel plant workers returning home, Lao Su and the others had no choice but to depart reluctantly. Lao Su merely greeted the masters with a smile, refraining from engaging in further conversation. At the kitchen entrance, Su Wumei and a few children were waiting, with Su Weidong fixated on the dishes on the dining table. Although the food was covered, the enticing aroma still wafted towards him. "Aunt, I feel like the food is beckoning me," the gluttonous little fellow said, drooling. His aunt, Su Wumei, had already stood up and ignored him. "Father, elder brother, second brother, you're back. Wash your hands quickly." Third aunt is calling grandmother and third uncle, she urged. Where did the meat come from? Lao Su's nose was quite sensitive, or perhaps it was just that people in this era were particularly attentive to meat. "Grandfather, it's the venison cured meat that third uncle brought back. It's delicious." Su Xiaoman chimed in innocently, her little face showing a hint of pride and reminiscence. Sun Yin, emerging from the hallway, overheard this and immediately scolded. "Oh, so you're disregarding third uncle's words, are you? He told you not to sneak a taste, yet you still did. You 4 will each have 2 fewer pieces of meat now." In an instant, the 4 children, particularly Su Wumei, looked stunned by the reprimand. Su Xiaoman, still attempting to defend herself, protested, "Third uncle, I didn't sneak a taste. If you didn't, how do you know it's delicious?" The family chuckled at the playful exchange between Sun Yin and the children, and after washing their hands at the door, they entered the kitchen to eat. Qin Huairu playfully tugged at Sun Yin, urging him to stop teasing and to eat quickly. Only then did he cease his antics with the little ones. Upon entering the kitchen, Lao Su pointed to the dishes on the table and inquired, "Where did this meat come from? Did you buy it? Spending recklessly again? I mentioned this morning that I helped the leader, and he sent this over," Sun Yin explained, then added, "Besides the venison, there's also a box, Shiru. Where did you put that box?" "It's by your bedside," she replied. Second sister-in-law Fan Zhaodi could not help but express her envy. "Third uncle, what kind of task did you assist your leader with? How is he so generous?" "Indeed, it is quite generous, an entire deer leg, weighing no less than 5 or 6 pounds, I presume." Upon hearing this, curiosity bubbled among everyone, yet their chopsticks showed no sign of slowing down. The meat on the plate was the first to attract their attention. It was merely a matter of assisting with a few paintings. Moreover, he is not my superior, but rather a friend of my superior. Last night, my superior invited me to dinner precisely because of this matter. Are your paintings truly that valuable? Zhou Hongmei found it difficult to comprehend. Back in her school days, her academic performance was hardly stellar, and she possessed no innate talent for painting, especially given her family's circumstances. The topic of the deer leg occupied the entire dinner conversation at the Lao Su household. By the time they concluded their discussions, the meal had been devoured entirely. With 12 individuals in the household, though they earned a substantial income, their appetites were even greater. Amidst their laughter and joy, the venerable Yin family across the way languished in a somber atmosphere, their spirits notably dampened. Previously, Yin Buggui had regarded his life as fairly decent. Though his household comprised 7 members, his meticulous budgeting, coupled with leisure time spent fishing, allowed for occasional meat in their meals. At that time, the Lao Su family, despite having 3 wage earners, was burdened by debts incurred from securing a job for Xu Duoduo, their second son, rendering them less fortunate than the Yin family. Unexpectedly, fortunes have turned. Now, thanks to Xu Duoduo, the Lao Su family frequently enjoys the scent of meat wafting through their home. This shift has caused a sense of unrest among the Yin boys, who find it increasingly difficult to endure the comparison. After all, while the Lao Su family feasts on meat, the Yin family subsists on meager fare. What young person could bear such disparity? Yin Zhongtai, in particular, could no longer tolerate it. He had recently resolved to emulate Xu Duoduo and, starting a few days ago, began exercising daily with aspirations of enlisting in the military. After dinner, Xu Duoduo accompanied the Lao Zus to the courtyard to continue digging a well. They toiled until 9 o'clock before returning to wash and prepare for bed. Just before sleep, he lit a kerosene lamp and opened a box he had received. To his surprise, nestled inside was merely a stone. Ah, just a stone? Su Wumei, who had not yet gone to sleep, joined her aunt to take a look, only to be met with disappointment. Qin Huairu could not discern its significance either, prompting Xu Duoduo to deliver a playful reprimand. You spend all your time playing instead of studying properly. This is an inkstone, one of the 4 treasures of the study. Do not dare to call me third brother outside, or I shall feel utterly embarrassed for you. Third sister-in-law, he hit me, Su Wumei exclaimed, feeling quite aggrieved, and quickly sought assistance. However, Qin Huairu merely smiled, offering no help. She gazed at Xu Duoduo with admiration. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired about the 4 treasures of the study. Xu Duoduo provided a brief explanation, meticulously examining the inkstone in his hands, and confirmed it was merely an ordinary yet exquisite item, a sigh of relief escaping him. He had intended to search for a gift today, planning to visit Jicheng to express his gratitude once he received his salary. However, that plan fell through, and unexpectedly, Cheng Zhongyun had gifted him an inkstone. It seemed he could indeed make use of this flower to present another gift. It can serve as an alternative, if no suitable gift presents itself before his salary arrives. Then I shall opt for it. After a night of silence, the following day, I arrived at the Design Institute for work. The first task was to fetch water before commencing with my duties. The previous afternoon, he had not completed much of the design drafts, and today, during the prolonged 4 hours of the morning, he felt compelled to finalize them. Zhang Qianqing and the others were under pressure, as the deadline for submission was looming. The entire morning was spent in a flurry of activity, with no one engaging in idle chatter. The group chat notebook remained a blank slate. As the morning passed, Sun Yan rarely returned home for lunch, opting instead for the cafeteria. The vast dining hall, bustling with over 1,000 people, offered a plethora of dishes. There were oil-braised prawns, braised eel, taro slices, pumpkin slices, tomato scrambled eggs, vinegar stir-fried cabbage, shredded potatoes, and more. Indeed, a sumptuous spread. Sun Yan produced half a jean of food stamps and 2 dimes, requesting a steamed bun along with 2 dishes. "Comrade, you must be new here," said the chef with a smile. "Let me tell you, these prawns were freshly caught from the nearby river." Noticing Sun Yan's unfamiliarity in the Design Institute's uniform, the chef continued to chat amiably, especially since he was accompanied by familiar faces like Chen Xiaoxian, who were all engaged in light-hearted conversation. The chefs in public service are astute. The Design Institute is a haven for intellectuals, and it is indeed challenging for an ordinary person to gain entry. Pandering to someone like Sun Yan, a modest leader, was second nature for the chef, who had grown accustomed to such interactions. "How much for these oil-braised prawns?" Sun Yan inquired, his mouth watering. During his fishing trips in the suburbs, he had never caught prawns of such size. The current river prawns were pristine and untainted, particularly appealing as the plate contained only the prawns without any fillers. The prawns were vibrant red, glistening with oil, and undoubtedly delectable. $1.50, sir. Would you like a scoop? "Ah, that's rather pricey," Sun Yan replied. "Please, do not call me sir. It would be quite embarrassing. Could you kindly serve me a scoop of prawns and some tomato scrambled eggs?" "Certainly, that would be $2.50. Exceeding his budget. Sun Yin produced another $1.50, accepting the 2-cent change. The meal comprised an 8-cent bun, a dime for the tomato scrambled eggs, and $1.50 for the oil-braised prawns, totaling 33 cents, significantly over budget. Behind him, Chen Shaoxian and her companion's eyes sparkled with envy, nearly drooling at the sight. Regrettably, they could not afford to indulge as Sun Yin did. Once the dishes were served, Sun Yin found a spot in the cafeteria, and just as he settled in, Ji Chunheng approached. "Hey, it seems you truly know how to eat. But why do you have so many dishes with just a single bun?" "Director, do try this prawn for me. I'm uncertain if the chef is deceiving me," Sun Yin cheerfully remarked, promptly explaining that it was his first time dining in the cafeteria and he wanted to sample the offerings. People of this era have a certain fondness for cornbread buns. Much like the current agricultural endeavors undertaken by Ji Chunj, his income is quite substantial, hailing from a dual-income household. It is safe to say that they can afford not just plain buns, but even a lavish spread of meat at every meal. However, within his lunchbox lies a meager assortment: 2 steamed buns, a serving of shredded potatoes, and a dish of vinegar-soaked cabbage, remarkably sparse fare. "I cannot indulge in that. You should eat it yourself," Ji Chunj politely declined. He mused that the oil-braised prawns would scarcely satiate his hunger, far less fulfilling than the humble buns he held. "Director, do sample it," he urged, noticing his companion's hesitation to pick up the chopsticks. After some time, Su had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Deftly transferring 2 large prawns to his plate, the chef had generously dished out a heaping spoonful, containing no fewer than a dozen prawns, filling more than half of his lunchbox. With one bite, the tender shrimp flesh burst open in his mouth, releasing an explosion of rich flavor that enveloped his senses, a truly delightful experience. Indeed, though a tad expensive, it was exceptionally delectable. The buns were also sweet and savory. And as Ji Chunj engaged in cheerful banter, their meal came to a swift conclusion. Not far away, Chen Shaoxian and her companions, who had initially intended to take advantage of the situation, hesitated upon spotting Ji Chunj. It dawned on them that Su, their team leader, had the backing of Director Ji. "Phew, it's fortunate we refrained from acting impulsively," Zhang Qianqing remarked, visibly shaken. Ji Chunj, as the office director, wielded considerable influence within the Design Institute. Chen Shaoxian chose not to respond to Zhang Qianqing, merely feeling a twinge of regret. Those prawns must have been exquisite, indeed.